Hey guys, this is Tarvatif. How are you all? Please put to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-guided human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter fought the ministry to protect Hermione's freedom. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When the Ministry targets Hermione under a corrupt new law, Harry stops playing by the rules. To protect her freedom, he challenges the very authority of magical Britain and becomes their greatest threat. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The day before Harry's birthday, of course, fitting, since he was currently stuck with his emotionally abusive relatives for the sake of magical protection, and that was a whole other can of worms. Then maybe I could go around that time, she offered. That way, I would still get another month here. And we would still meet up for school shopping before I leave for Beauxbatons, of course. Dan and Emma looked at each other and reached a silent consensus. I think part of the summer would be all right, Emma said. We can discuss the details later. Thank you, Mum, Hermione said with relief. Very well, Dumbledore said. Please keep me informed of your decision. Now, there is another matter of some importance, Miss Granger, he added, suddenly becoming much more serious. Yes, Professor. Hermione asked worriedly. As you might guess, this information that I've given you is very sensitive, as is other information you might encounter this summer. Owls can be intercepted, as can Muggle Post, by either Voldemort or the Ministry. It is imperative that when you write to your friends, you do not mention any such sensitive information. The risk of it being found out is too great. This is especially true for Harry, who will be most closely monitored. Hermione frowned. Harry's not going to like that, Professor. He's already anxious to know what Voldemort's up to. He'll go stir crazy if we don't tell him anything. And he'll be furious at us. You know he doesn't have many lifelines at the Dursleys. I am aware of that, Miss Granger. Nonetheless, it will be safest for Harry and everyone else involved if he is not told any more than he truly needs to know. Hermione's eyes narrowed at him, while her mum took up the argument. Professor, she's right. Anyone would hate to be kept out of the loop like that. Isn't there some way to work around it? I wish there was, Mrs. Granger, but this is a very sensitive covert operation. Miss Granger, I will ask you to promise me you won't tell Harry any more than he needs to know. Our organization cannot risk this information being found out. I'm not so sure she should, Mum objected. It sounds like you're safe enough. We don't want our daughter abandoning her best friend like that. I'm afraid I must insist. But, Mum, Hermione cut her off. Something seemed off about this request. It wasn't that she didn't trust Dumbledore's judgment, exactly, but it definitely went against her own better judgment. But at the same time, she knew Dumbledore wouldn't take no for an answer, so she thought fast and said, Professor, I promise I will not risk sending Harry any sensitive information that could be intercepted. Dumbledore nodded with a small smile. Thank you, Miss Granger. I am glad you are willing to trust me in this. The tea was very good, Dobby. Unfortunately, I must be going. There is much to do. He turned to go, but stopped and added. Oh, and Miss Granger, I haven't had the chance to personally congratulate you for your proof of the sixth exception to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. That was truly some of the best arithmetic work I've ever seen. I wish we had time to discuss it in more detail. Thank you, Professor, Hermione said, blushing. You're quite welcome, Miss Granger. Good afternoon. As soon as Dumbledore shut the door and vanished with a crack, Emma turned on her daughter. Hermione, I'm surprised at you, she said. You're really going to keep your best friend in the dark just because that man told you to? Hermione smiled at her. No, Mum, I don't believe I ever said that. Don't worry. I have a plan. In the smallest, poorest kept bedroom of number 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, a thin, bespectacled boy lay on his bed, thumbing with annoyance through a copy of the Daily Prophet. He was dressed in decent clothes, although they were getting a bit short for him, but he didn't otherwise put much effort into his upkeep. His black hair was messy and uncombed, mostly covering up the lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead. Harry Potter was not happy being in his relative's house again, and even less so for having to stay there for over a month. The feeling was mutual. His Muggle relatives didn't hold with anything they considered abnormal, and their interaction with him this week had mostly consisted of things like, if you're going to be stuck here again, you'd better earn your keep. You can start by weeding the flower beds. Harry was a marked man in more ways than one. The most evil wizard alive today was back and wanted him dead. He checked the magical news and even tried to listen in on the Muggle news for any information on Voldemort's movements, but he got nothing, not that it surprised him. The only thing he had seen that was remotely related was a statement by the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, calling Albus Dumbledore a liar and casting aspersions on Harry's mental stability. After that, nothing. As he stewed in his thoughts, he heard a small pop. Looking around in alarm, he saw a green-eyed house elf standing beside his bed. "Dobby," he hissed. "What are you doing here?" This didn't bode well, he thought. The last time Dobby had shown up in his bedroom, it hadn't gone well for him. He'd wound up locked in and had to be rescued by one of his teachers in a giant purple bus. This time, though, Dobby was smiling. "I has a letter for Harry Potter, sir," he said, "from Miss Hermione Granger." "From Hermione?" Harry sat up eagerly. "Where is it?" "It is here, sir. She is ordering me to give it directly to your hands and not lets anyone else see, sir. She is not wanting you to let anyone else see, either. Professor Dumbledore is not trusting owls, sir." Harry's own owl, Hedwig, barked disapprovingly as Dobby handed over the letter. Thanks, Dobby," Harry said. If I want to write back to her, do I need to go through you, or can I send Hedwig?" Dobby thought for a minute and said, "It is being best if you gives it to Dobby, sir." I wills return tomorrow night to ask you if you has a letter for Miss Hermione, sir." "Oh, okay, then. Tell Hermione thanks for me." "Yes, sir." Dobby vanished with a pop, and Harry opened the letter. "Dear Harry, I'm sending this letter with Dobby because Dumbledore is worried about owls and Muggle post being intercepted. He sounded a little paranoid to me, but he made me promise not to send you anything important that could be intercepted. He showed up at my house today. He didn't talk long, but I'll tell you what I know. Dumbledore's putting together a group to fight Voldemort, and they have a safe house. It's under the Fidelius charm with Dumbledore as the secret keeper. The Weasleys are going there this weekend, and Sirius wants to take you there the day before your birthday. Dumbledore offered to take me there this weekend, but I want to spend more time with Mum and Dad first. I'll probably go around the same time you do. About Voldemort, Dumbledore didn't say anything except that he's lying low to recruit, and we're probably safe here for now. Also, if Dumbledore gives the Weasleys the same talk he gave me, we probably won't hear much from them, but we might learn one or two things. Cedric's doing better. Mum and Dad say I can visit him tomorrow, so I'll know more about him then. I hope the Dursleys aren't giving you too hard a time, Harry. You deserve better than to be stuck there all month. Just try to focus on your homework or something and try to ignore what the prophet or whoever says about you. It's probably best if you write to me through Dobby. I would guess Hedwig won't be able to reach the Weasleys through the Fidelius, but you can send her to Cedric or Neville or anybody else you want as long as you don't reveal too much. Hopefully, we'll see you soon. Love from Hermione. Well, at least Dumbledore was doing something, even if it didn't sound like much. He didn't sound like he was being very forthcoming, and nothing seemed to be happening at the moment, anyway. Harry wanted to take issue with what Hermione said about the Weasleys. There were 7 Weasley kids, 4 of whom were still in school with him. All of them were good people, and the youngest, Ginny, was he wasn't quite comfortable calling her his girlfriend, yet. Surely, she would tell him what was going on, even if no one else would. Except then he remembered, Mrs. Weasley would be there, and if anyone could make Ginny follow Dumbledore's wishes, it was Ginny's mother. They might have to play that one by ear. In the morning, the Grangers headed up to London to visit Cedric in the hospital, and so that Hermione could look for some new maths books, both magical and Muggle. She had just sat her NEWT exam in arithmancy, but she had already performed far more advanced feats using university-level Muggle maths. Most recently, she had proved with some help that radioactive elements comprised a 6th exception to Gamp's law and could not be transfigured, a very good thing, in her opinion. She was getting fan mail for that, which was a bit unnerving. Meanwhile, she had almost studied enough maths to get a Muggle university degree in the subject. She was nearly through the standard partial differential equations curriculum, and she wasn't really sure where to look next. Maybe some real analysis for the autumn term. And I think it's time we got a subscription to the Daily Prophet for delivery to the house, she told her parents. We need to keep on top of things there. Their first stop of the day was Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. It wasn't easy to find, being made up to look like an abandoned department store front, but once inside, things were straightforward. Hermione told the welcome witch she wanted to visit Cedric Diggory, and she was directed to the Artifact Accidents Ward, which is what having your leg ripped off by a portkey was. His arm had been shredded by a bludgeoning hex instead, but it was close enough. Upon informing the ward's head healer, they were announced, and Cedric asked them to come in. As they did, however, a short and tearful Chinese girl nearly bowled Hermione over as she rushed from the room. "Cho," Hermione said. The girl didn't respond as she headed for the exit. Cho Chang was, or had been, Cedric's girlfriend, but Hermione wasn't sure what their situation was now. Inside the room, Cedric was lying on a bed, leaning back against the headboard. He was paler than Hermione remembered him, and he looked weary, but he was still handsome, despite his injuries. She had had a crush on him last year, still did a little bit, if she was honest with herself, but she had developed a greater interest in George Weasley ever since she had gone with him to the Yule Ball. Not that it mattered with her going to a different school. Even covered up, you could tell that Cedric was missing a leg, and the bandaged stump of right arm ended just above the elbow, leaving him trying to awkwardly do everything left-handed. His parents were sitting by his bedside. "Hermione, hi. It's good to see you," Cedric said. He smiled, but his weariness coming through strongly. She stepped closer to the bed, and he gripped her shoulder in a weak attempt at a one-armed hug. "Hi, Cedric. How are you holding up?" Hermione said nervously. "I'm getting by. Eating's the hardest part," he tried to say lightly. "Of course, I haven't tried to do much that takes more than one hand yet." Hermione sighed, not sure how to approach him. I'm glad you're improving," she answered lamely. Oh, these are my parents, Daniel and Emma. Pleased to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Granger," Cedric said. He shook their hands left-handed. "These are my parents, Amos and Celeste." The introduction soon completed, and Mr. Diggory shook Hermione's hand vigorously. "We didn't get a chance to thank you properly, Miss Granger," he said. "According to Cedric, one of your spells saved his life." "I suppose so. No supposing about it. He told us the only reason Barty Jr. missed that first curse was because you taught him something faster. And you didn't have to teach him those spells at all. We know you're closer with Harry Potter." He leaned closer and added in a low voice, "We believe him, by the way, about you-know-who coming back. I can't believe our Cedric could have gone through all that for a random madman. We can't say it too loud, though, not with the way Fudge has been this week." Thank you, Mr. Diggory. I'm sure Harry will appreciate that." "Mr. and Mrs. Granger, you have a brilliant daughter," he went on. "You must be very proud." "We certainly are," Dad said. "We could tell she was one of a kind right from the start. It would just be nice if she could stay away from trouble for once." On that awkward note, Hermione tried to change the subject, though she didn't succeed in making it less awkward. "So, if you don't mind me asking, Cedric, is Cho all right?" He sighed heavily. "I don't know. She's been in here a few times, but she can't seem to look at me without crying." "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pried." "No, it's fine. It's not like she's being private about it. Cho wears her emotions on her sleeve, you know. We'll just have to wait and see." Do you know how much longer you'll be here?" Still not helping the awkwardness. "Come on, Hermione, you can do better than this. The healers say another week or two. I'll be getting a prosthetic arm and legs soon, but I'll need therapy to use them." "Oh, that's good. I imagine magical prosthetics are really good." "Not always. Remember Moody. Real or fake, he still walked with a limp." "Oh, don't get me wrong, it'll be good to have two arms again, even if they're both rubbish with a quill, but you can't cast spells with a prosthetic. That has to be your real arm. I'll have to relearn everything left-handed for school." Suddenly, Hermione brightened. "Actually, I think I can help you with that, Cedric." "You can?" he said in surprise. "Yes. I've been teaching myself left-handed casting for the past year, ever since that Dementor froze my wand hand." I didn't want to be left without it again. I can come by over the next few weeks and help you with the wand movements. Really? You'd do that for me? Of course I would. I wouldn't want you to miss out on a charms NEWT for something like this. Cedric smiled. You're a good friend, Hermione, he said. And so's Harry, for that matter. Do you know he owed me his half of the winnings? Hermione's eyebrows rose. No. I know he was talking about it, but I didn't know he'd done it. He did. He wrote a letter saying I deserved it because I was actually supposed to be in the tournament, and I needed it more than he did. I didn't want it, of course. He did better than I did hands down. But his owl flew away before I could try to put it back. Hermione giggled. That does sound like Hedwig, all right, she said. So, if you're interested, I could come back next weekend to see how you're doing, and we can start on the spellcasting. I'd like that, Hermione. Thank you. It's no trouble. What are friends for? Hermione got her subscription to the Daily Prophet, but to her dismay, there wasn't anything about Harry or Voldemort. There was a fair bit about Dumbledore. Minister Fudge was openly criticizing him for inciting panic, without mentioning what the headmaster's claims actually were. Multiple, mostly anonymous quotes speculated that Dumbledore was either lying or going senile, and an editorial questioned whether he was still fit to hold his governmental positions of Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot and Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. It's positively Orwellian, she ranted to Mum and Dad. They have complete control of the press. They're talking about him like he's a dissident, and worse, like he's always been suspect. Just because he's eccentric. We know, dear, Mum cut her off. We don't have a very high opinion of this Minister Fudge, either, but if he controls the press, there's not much you can do. I know. But still, people are probably going to be hurt or killed because of this. It's so infuriating. And then, there's what they said about Harry. I thought you said they weren't mentioning Harry, Dad said. They didn't till today. And even then, I almost missed it. Look, here, page 3. She opened up the newspaper to show them. 3 Muggle fishermen in a rowboat managed to find themselves 30 feet up a tree after an encounter with the Loch Ness Kelpie, in a tale worthy of Harry Potter. Loch Ness Kelpie? Dad asked. Long story. Oh, don't you see? They're making Harry out to be a nutter so no one will believe what he says. He hasn't even said anything except that first night. We're sorry, Hermione. Sometimes the government is just criminally incompetent, Mum tried to soothe her. I'm sure Professor Dumbledore and his group are doing all they can. I hope so. Hermione was still in a bad mood that evening when Ron Weasley's hyperactive little owl, Pigwidgeon, showed up with a letter at her window. Oh, hi, Pig, she said, letting him in. I hope you have some good news. Hoot. Nothing gets you down, does it? Hoot. Well, let's see what the Weasleys are up to, shall we? Dear Hermione, we're moved in at you-know-where now. We wish you and Harry could be here with us, but you'll probably be glad you're not. It's ugly. Take every complaint Ron's ever made about our house. Hey. Shut up, Ron. Even if it was true, it wouldn't be as bad as this place. It was abandoned, and now it's infested with stuff you probably don't want to know about. The adults are trying to make it more livable. We can't tell you much more because Dumbledore's worried about owls being intercepted. Of course, they won't tell us a whole lot anyway. That's mostly Mum's doing. We'll find out what we can, though. Also, we thought you should know that Percy left. We probably shouldn't talk much about that either, but the short version is Percy's siding with the Ministry, and he got in a big argument with Dad. It wasn't pretty. We'll tell you more when you get here. Your friends. Fred, George, Ron, and Ginny. Well, that was just great. It didn't look like anyone was having a very good summer right now. Rita Skeeter, former gossip columnist, had decided to take some time off in the Muggle world. Well, she decided about the Muggle world. The time off wasn't her choice. It was that little twit, Granger, who figured out she was an unregistered animagus and trapped her in a jam jar. Seriously, who carries a jam jar in her robes? But that wasn't the worst. The worst was that Granger had blackmailed her into not publishing anything for a whole year. Little girl's going to ruin me, Rita scowled to herself. I don't have savings for a year. And of course, her parents are well-off professionals. She even gets to go to school in France. Meanwhile, I had to work for everything I got. I had to sleep in the same room as Bellatrix Black for 7 years for Pete's sake. I'm lucky to be alive after that. Rita probably looked rather odd, grumbling to herself whilst walking into a Muggle public library. Muggles did have their uses. They had libraries everywhere, and some of their books were even useful. That was how she found out about what Granger's parents did for a living: dentists, Muggle teeth healers. Strange, but lucrative. Also, the cost of living was lower in the Muggle world, if you played your cards right. Well, if I can't publish for a year, I can at least research, she said. Get something ready for my big return. Maybe even start that biography of Dumbledore I've always wanted to write. Huh. As soon as the old man kicks the bucket and can't fight back, I'll be rolling in it. But Rita's project today was a little more mundane. Something Granger said had been bugging her, no pun intended, for the past week, and she needed a Muggle library to understand it. Now, she thought to herself, what on earth do the words, human rights violation, mean? I mean, it's obvious what they mean, but why do the Muggles think Azkaban is one, and why do they care so much about it? Nastily exhausting wizarding test results. Pass grades, fail grades. Outstanding, O, poor, P. Exceeds expectations, E, dreadful, D. Acceptable, A, troll, T. Hermione Jean Granger has achieved. Arithmancy O. Dear Miss Granger, I was most impressed 1 year ago when you achieved the highest recorded score on the current OWL examination in arithmancy. I was pleased to see that you maintained this high standard after studying just 1 year for this exam. You have achieved the highest score ever on the current version of the NEWT exam that was instituted in 1950. I congratulate you again on your stellar performance. I also wish to give you early notice of a rare opportunity. The arithmancy exams, along with the rest of the OWL and NEWT exams, are set to be revised during the 1998-1999 school year, to be implemented in the spring of 2000. Normally, top experts who are active in the field of each subject are invited to contribute to the revisions to ensure that students are tested on the skills they will need to succeed outside of school. Given your scores, you would certainly be qualified to help revise the OWL exam and probably the NEWT as well, especially if, as I suspect you will, you obtain a mastery in the subject by that time. If you choose to continue living in Britain after your graduation from Beauxbatons, the Wizarding Examination Authority will likely contact you in the summer of 1998 to join the project. You do not need to do anything now, but you may wish to pay particular attention to the arithmancy needs of the community as you continue in your studies in order to have a better understanding going into the project. Sincerely, Griselda Marchbanks, Governor of the Wizarding Examinations Authority. Dear Harry, we're all getting settled in here. Sorry, I can't tell you where here is. Mum's looking over my shoulder to make sure I don't tell you anything I shouldn't. She seems to think my feelings for you might cloud my judgment or something. We're quite busy, here even with most of the family here, and that crazy old dog. Dad's friends are stopping by a lot, too. Mum says we'll be able to see you later in the summer, but I can't really say any more about that. I wish I could tell you everything, but it'll have to wait till you get here. Just ignore the prophet, and don't let the Muggles get you down. Missing you. Ginny. Dear Ginny. Thank you for your letter. It's good to know I'm not forgotten. I really wish you'd have told me more, but at least you wrote a longer note than Ron, or even Sirius did. Tell your mum hi for me. I heard from Hermione. I guess she won't be along until later. I hope things aren't too hard there for you. I'd like to know what's going on with you, but I especially want to know what Voldemort is doing. I've been ignoring the prophet because they aren't reporting anything. You'd tell me if you knew something, right? It all seems too quiet around here. The Dursleys aren't being any worse than usual, which is good. You'll never believe what Dudley did, though. He actually lost weight. Apparently he started exercising and took up boxing, Muggle dueling. I hate to admit it, but he's actually good at something. I really hate to admit it because it makes him an even bigger bully. I'm still faster than him, though. Yours truly, Harry. P.S. Do me a favor and prank Sirius and Remus for me. HMPF. That boy needs to use a little more discretion, Molly Weasley said. He shouldn't be hinting about who we're staying with and why. Mum, he's bored and frustrated, Ginny said. He wants to know what's going on, and no one will tell him. I'd be mad, too. And I'll thank you not to read my personal mail over my shoulder. You heard what Professor Dumbledore said, Ginevra. Yes, yes, owls can be intercepted, etc., etc. It's not like somebody couldn't figure this stuff out anyway. There wasn't anything secret. Just be sure it stays that way then, Molly said. A week later, Hermione visited Cedric in the hospital again. He looked better this time. His color was back, he was wearing normal clothes, and he was sitting in a chair, reading, rather than in the bed. Most notably, though, he now had 4 limbs again. Hermione, good to see you, he said, rising to his feet as she entered the room. He stumbled slightly and grabbed a cane with his good left hand. His right leg had been severed at the hip, so no matter how good the prosthetic was, it was sure to take some getting used to. Below the cuff of his trousers, she saw a crudely carved wooden shoe that looked like it was attached to a wooden hydraulic arm and would have to be enchanted in some way. He gave her an awkward half-hug with a fully articulated wooden hand that moved without any visible pulley mechanism. "Hi, Cedric. I'm glad to see you're back on your feet," Hermione said with a smile. "Well, more or less," he said, tapping his wooden shoe with his cane. "This thing is supposed to be a lot better than Moody's, but I'm not seeing it." "It is. I would have thought he'd have the best that was available." "No, from what I hear, Moody uses a Muggle prosthetic. He's too paranoid to get an enchanted one in case someone cancels it in a fight. As opposed to a plain wooden one where someone can just curse it off." Hermione said. "Well, no one ever said he was sane," Cedric replied. "The arm's no better, either. I can't write with it any better than my left, but they say that should get better with practice. And of course, you can't use a wand with it. That too. But that's why you're here, isn't it? Thank you for coming. Say, it should be time to get your NEWT results, shouldn't it? Didn't you take the arithmancy exam?" "Yes I did," Hermione said, suppressing her smile. "And," Cedric pressed, "how did you do?" "No, how I expected." He frowned. "You mean you didn't get an O?" "Actually, I did so well they want me to help rewrite the exam standards," she said with a grin. Cedric's jaw dropped. "Rewrite the standards," he said, "based on your scores alone. That's incredible. When are they planning to do it? Can you do it from France?" "It won't be till after I graduate, so I'll be free then, unless Mum and Dad want to move to Australia or something, which might not be a bad idea under present circumstances." "Australia," Hermione's mum said. Might be worth it considering you're Muggles and all, Mrs. Granger," Cedric said. "Still, wow, you never do anything halfway, do you? Are you kidding?" Hermione lowered her voice. "I need to step up my game with Voldemort back." Cedric flinched. "You just know Harry's going to get tangles up with that again." "I'm still going to try to help him however I can." He smiled weakly. "You're a good friend, you know that. I wish there was more we could do for you." She shook her head. "I keep telling Harry, just staying alive is enough for me. When you're being hunted by a madman, there's only so much else you can do." "I hope I can be a better friend to you than that," Cedric told her with a frown. "And I'd say the same about Harry. I know we haven't been as close lately as we used to be, but even I could see that almost every time you saw your friends up here for the past year, you were running yourself ragged trying to help Harry with the tournament. That's not exactly a healthy friendship, even if it's necessary. We were both victims of circumstance," she said. "We still are, in my opinion. So much trouble in his life, especially. But I'm sure that if I ever truly needed something from him, Harry would move heaven and earth to help me. That's just the way he is. Anyway, we need to get to the lesson." "Right. Left-handed casting. So how do we go about this? I've never paid much attention to what hand people use. I know it's not as simple as just switching hands." "You're right. I learned it from Neville Longbottom. You might want to talk to him when school starts again, but basically, there are some wand movements that transfer straight from one hand to the other, some that mirror, and a few that are completely different. I don't know if you've seen, but they make a left-handed version of the Standard Book. The Standard Book of Spells. Yes, I know. Mum and Dad already bought me the full set. I looked through them, but they assume your left hand is your dominant hand, so it's a lot harder than they think for me to make the figures." "I know. Not only is your right hand dominant, but you've been favoring it since you first learned how to pick up a quill. There's not a whole lot you can do besides practice a lot at every spell." Wand movements that normally take minutes to learn with your dominant hand may need hours of practice with your non-dominant hand to build up the muscle memory, especially to do them quickly. I learned a few tricks I can show you, though. Hermione made Cedric stand with his wand in his left hand and one of her toy wands in his right hand and made him practice simple wand movement elements like flicks, swishes, jabs, and swirls with both at once, in parallel and mirrored. It was easier to train your hand to move properly when you tied it to the accurate movement of your right hand, or so she said, but it was more challenging for Cedric than it had been for her because he still wasn't very coordinated with his prosthetic arm. His handwriting, previously quite neat for a boy, was now a near illegible scrawl, even worse than Harry's. We so rarely break down wand movements into individual motions, except in arithmancy. She said after they practiced for a while, but it's easier if you learn the individual movements now and string them together later. I'd recommend focusing on that for this week, and we can work on actual spells next week. I suppose so, Cedric replied, trying not to be too disappointed with his performance. He had been at the top of his class, but he was pretty sure his marks in his wand-based classes were going to suffer, now, even with intensive practice. You'll do fine, Cedric, Hermione assured him. I've learnt it well enough that I can do all of the most useful spells left-handed, and that was whilst juggling a lot of other projects. If you put in the hours, you should be able to pick up your classes this autumn without much trouble. Well, thanks, Hermione, he said. I still wish I could do more, though. With Voldemort being back, Dumbledore's going to need the help he can get, even after the Ministry pulls its head out of its ass. Did you see Fudge is lobbying to have him sacked as Chief Warlock? Yes, I did. Don't get me started on Fudge. But still, I'm sure you can find something useful. We'll need more than just fighters, after all. I mean, look at me. Can you imagine me in a knockdown, drag-out fight with dark wizards? Actually, yes, Cedric said. I think you could hold your own. Hermione blushed, but before she could respond, her father spoke up. I think she'll be avoiding things like that just the same. Her parents had been quiet through most of the visit, they had stayed and watched, mostly out of interest for the teaching process, so they were certainly paying attention. So then, when you say, step up your game, what do you mean by that? Cedric wondered. Hermione glanced at her parents. Mindful that they would be concerned about what she was considering, she said, I meant inventing new curses, like I did for Harry with the tournament. Now that I've finished partial differential equations, I can make really powerful ones, things for breaking through shields, incapacitating enemies, or otherwise hindering their spellcasting. I'll probably send them to one of the Hogwarts professors for the really serious ones, so they can decide what to do with them. That was mostly true, except that she was still intending her first point of contact to be Harry, and she wasn't going to be shy about the nastier curses. Even her teeth-drilling hex was probably something her parents would disapprove of, especially the fact that she had used it on Draco Malfoy, Hogwarts's biggest pureblood bigot. Mum and Dad had always been very clear that dentistry was supposed to help people, not hurt them. Cedric understood Hermione's position well enough, but he was unsure what job he could do himself in the coming war. And he had no illusions that war was coming. He definitely trusted Harry. Maybe he could be useful brewing potions or going into some other part of the healing industry. That was sure to be needed. The main other thing that came to mind was going into politics, like his father, but that was worse than useless until the Ministry admitted the truth, not to mention he had little taste for it. He had to do something, though. He hadn't actually been conscious when you know who had returned, but he had remembered 3 hissed words, kill the spare. It was his father more than himself who was offended that he, at the top of his class, was called the spare, but just the same, Cedric had a growing urge to show Voldemort just what a spare could do. He'd have to think about his options. Luckily, he had plenty of time to do it. After a little more practice, he thanked the Grangers once more, and they left, leaving him to his thoughts. Hermione had invented quite a few useful spells to help Harry survive the Triwizard Tournament last year, but by far her best work had been the spell she had cooked up for the first task. Being told Harry had to face a nesting mother dragon with just 2 days' notice, she had constructed and tested a spell to extract magnesium powder from soil in just 24 hours and taught it and the banishing charm to Harry in the following 12, all running on nothing but pepper-up potion. When Harry walked into the arena, The fight ended with a cloud of magnesium dust exploding in the face of the Hungarian horntail like a stun grenade, causing the disoriented beast to fall on its, well, tail. That was naturally impressive and garnered both Harry and Hermione a lot of praise, but Hermione had been fascinated by the possibilities. What other metals could she strip from the soil? It was a complicated prospect. Each element needed its own purification spell, and some of them were infeasible for no other reason than that the spell extracted them in powder form. She didn't even try for sodium. Honestly, a cloud of powdered sodium metal over damp soil. She didn't need to burn her eyebrows off again. Fortunately, simple compounds weren't much harder, and she did manage to pull off a spell to extract sodium chloride. Other elements were far too rare. Gold was present in soil, and when she got home, she constructed the spell to extract it, but when she tested it in a concealed corner of her backyard, she only got a tiny pinch of the stuff. She did a quick mental calculation and determined that she could strip mine the entire yard and only get enough for the tiniest of coins, and she thought that would be too conspicuous to try. The other problem was that the powder form was hard to handle, so over the past school year, she had found ways to melt it down into solid nuggets, although for the most refractory elements, she had to use thermite to do it. That was what happened to her eyebrows the first time. And there was one element, tungsten, that even thermite couldn't touch. She didn't have a need for it, yet, but she thought it might be useful for ballast or something. In any case, it was with this and other projects that Hermione busied herself over the summer. She had summer homework, of course, but she finished it quickly. Her goal was to have spells finished for all of the elements before she returned to school, and in the corner of the backyard, she tested them by extracting small amounts of each element to add to her collection. Overall, she was a lot less busy now than during the school year, but Hermione Granger never really stopped. She bought a book on C and taught herself the basics of computer programming. That would have sounded completely useless for a witch who lived most of the year in a place with no electricity, but there were similar concepts incorporated into ancient runes that would allow her to one-up a certain pair of mapmakers she knew. She got hold of a real analysis textbook from a university to continue her maths education. And of course, she started working on new curses. She felt a bit uncomfortable about that last one. Creating really nasty spells didn't come naturally to her, but she was sure she'd need them. There were letters, of course, including a couple from her friends in France. But the letters from her closest friends left something to be desired. The Weasleys' letters were very terse, and Harry's sounded like he was getting more and more frustrated not knowing what was going on. He also never mentioned the Daily Prophet anymore, which made Hermione think he wasn't reading it, only checking for news of Voldemort. That was foolish in her opinion. It left him unprepared for what the political state of things would be when he re-entered the magical world. Hermione was getting frustrated too, of course, but she also had a lot more to occupy her time. Harry's relatives didn't want any freakishness going on in their house. He didn't have much besides the letters and his homework, so Hermione made sure to pass along any new information she had about Cedric, the Delacours in France, Neville, and Luna. Sometimes, she even had a tidbit that from the Weasleys that they hadn't told him. They weren't as careful writing to her as to Harry directly. Even Ginny's letters didn't give Harry much, if she read between the lines of his, which was a shame. Hermione thought Harry and Ginny were good for each other, but this summer must surely be testing their nascent relationship. As for Hermione, well, it just wasn't the same without her friends, the same way she had felt most of last year. Even though she loved the quality time with her parents, she still found herself counting down the days until the 30th of July, when she would be able to see them again. It was the 24th of July when Harry found himself lying out in the garden listening to the news through the open window. Perhaps something Voldemort did would bleed over into the Muggle world and be covered as something strange and inexplicable. He wasn't supposed to stray from number 4 Privet Drive, where his proximity to his mother's blood relatives was supposed to protect him in some convoluted magical way he didn't really understand, but he couldn't stand to be inside the physical house any more than necessary, and for good reason. The Dursleys resented him, and he resented the Dursleys. And thus, all was normal in his world, well, except for that crack of apparition he heard earlier that Uncle Vernon had blamed him for. Harry was expected to do chores while he was with the Dursleys, and he had jumped at the chance to do the gardening. It got him out of the house. The garden was dead, of course. The uncommonly hot and dry summer had worsened into the worst drought in years, and the entire county was on water restriction, but it gave him time to think. Harry was sure he would have gone spare by now if it weren't for Dobby helping him exchange letters with Hermione. He appreciated guineas as well, of course, and they could even have meaningful relationship-type conversations through them, not that either of them held with the really sappy stuff, but they didn't include the news he so craved and could only get an inkling of from Hermione. Paradoxically, he had stopped reading The Prophet, only checking the front page to see if Voldemort's name was on it. He ignored it so successfully that would have missed Dumbledore getting demoted from the Wizengamot if Hermione hadn't told him. He was sacked on the supposed grounds that he was too old to handle the pressure. Harry didn't understand the importance of that, but Hermione said it was bad. He was counting down the days until he could rejoin his friends and give them a piece of his mind. 6 days to go, and a birthday party waiting at the other end. That was his great consolation in all this. Even though his godfather, Sirius Black, was giving him the silent treatment as to what he was up to, he was still promising a lavish birthday party. Actually, come to think of it, he never said, birthday party. He just said, party. No one had ever written a definite date when they would come get him except Hermione. It was annoying. It was hard, too. In addition to having to put up with the Dursleys, his nightmares had come practically every night this summer, taking him back to that graveyard where Voldemort had come back from the dead, Cedric Diggory nearly being killed by Barty Crouch Jr. In Harry's dreams, sometimes he was killed, and he would wake up in a cold sweat. Sometimes, he would go further. Back and hear his mother begging for mercy. Oi, runt. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by a toe jabbing into his ribs. Quit slacking off. Dudley. Harry's large and annoying cousin. Harry really wanted to tell him off. He could think of so many comments he could make, but he held his tongue. He remembered the one clear command Sirius had given him for the summer: keep your nose clean. Be careful, and don't do anything rash. In other words, the exact opposite of what Sirius would have done. Gardening's done, Big D, he said, not bothering to get up. What did you call me? Dudley said in surprise. I heard your gang calling you that the other day, Harry said. He sat up partway, keeping his head below the windowsill. When did you become Big D, anyway? You don't get to call me that. Dudley snapped. Harry scrambled to his feet, one hand resting against his trouser leg where his wand was. He couldn't use it, though. He already had one black stroke on his record for Dobby's misguided attempt to save his life 3 years ago, and he'd be risking expulsion if he used magic now. But he didn't want to be in a vulnerable position around Dudley. Over the past year, Dudley had done something that Harry would have said was impossible, even with magic, shown some self-discipline. His cousin, who had been throwing fits like a little kid over being put on a diet last summer, had not only actually lost weight, started working out, and taken up boxing, but had done well enough at all 3 of those things to become a regional junior heavyweight champion. Apparently, all those years of beating up on Harry were good practice. Harry hated to admit it, but the Dursleys were actually fairly talented. Uncle Vernon didn't get to be a director at a firm by being incompetent. Aunt Petunia was at least a good cook, what little he got to eat of it. There was a reason Vernon and Dudley were so large, and it had started long before Harry could work the stove. And then there was Dudley's boxing. When the lump actually applied himself, he could be impressive. Well, Harry supposed Petunia and Dudley couldn't have missed out on all of his mother's genes. Dudley didn't miss where Harry's hand was going. Think you're a big man carrying that thing, don't you? He said. Harry very nearly rose to the bait and drew his wand, but that would have been exceedingly foolish standing right in front of the Dursleys' front window. Instead, he just smiled and said, "Did I tell you about the time I beat a dragon in a fight with this thing? That ought to be a trump card against Dudley's boxing." Dudley's foolhardiness was showing, though. "Yeah, you talk tough, Potter. But you're not so brave at night, are you?" "What?" Harry said in genuine confusion. "I heard you moaning last night," Dudley taunted. "Don't kill Cedric. Don't kill Cedric." "Who's Cedric, your boyfriend? You shut up about him," Harry yelled. He did draw his wand then and pointed it at Dudley's chest. "Hey, boy, you put that down," Uncle Vernon shouted, rising from his chair and barreling towards the window. "Don't point that thing at me," Dudley said. Cedric fought dark wizards harder than even I could. Harry yelled. Don't you dare threaten Dudley. Vernon yelled while Petunia screamed wordlessly. Vernon lunged out the window to grab Harry, but Harry jumped away. Don't ever talk about him again. Harry yelled. Get that thing away from. Suddenly, everything stopped. Vernon fell out of the window. Harry and the Dursleys fell silent as it felt like they'd been doused with icy water, except it wasn't nearly as pleasant as it should have been in that weather. It was as if someone had flipped a switch from blazing hot and dry in July to freezing rain in November. Even the setting sun seemed to dim as if a veil had been stretched across it. What are you doing? Dudley said in sudden fear. Stop it. It's not me. Harry spun on the spot, scanning the street and the skies. Stop that, Vernon said. He was trying to bellow, but it came out strangled and almost squeaking. Saint, stop that right now. Quit it. What are you doing? Dudley repeated. Shut up. Harry snapped. I'm trying to find. Wham! Dudley took a swing at the perceived source of the trouble and knocked Harry to the ground, knocking his glasses off and his wand from his hand. Damn it, Dudley. Harry groaned. He fumbled for his glasses in the strangely dim sunlight. Uncle Vernon grabbed at his ankle in a rage, and he kicked him in the face. Now was not the time for subtlety. Dudley took off running. Harry managed to get his glasses back on and see what was happening, and he nearly fainted in horror. Dudley, no. You're running right at them. It didn't seem possible. He had recognized the feeling of the Dementors at once, the cold and the crushing despair, but he never imagined they would be in Little Whinging. It was like it was against some rule for the magical and mundane worlds to mix like that. Yet they were right there on the street and closing fast, two towering, hooded figures dressed in black so dark that they looked like holes in the world. And Dudley, the idiot, was so desperate to get away from Harry that he was running straight into their waiting mouths. You bastard, freak! Vernon roared, staggering to his feet. Even in his anger, he was shaking like a leaf in fear. He lunged for Harry again, but Harry had grabbed his wand and ran after his cousin. Under the circumstances, it might have been more prudent to not leave the safety of the Blood Wards and just leave Dudley to his fate, but being Harry Potter, the thought never crossed his mind, and he went to save his cousin on autopilot. Dudley, stop. Don't you see them? Harry said, but it didn't look like he did. Maybe Muggles couldn't see them. Dudley collapsed just as Harry reached him. He felt the Dementor's drain increase and went weak at the knees. His stupidity at leaving the wards caught up with him, but he had to push it away. He needed to cast his Patronus while he still could, and hang the consequences. He stood over Dudley's prone form, raised his wand to the Dementors, and yelled, Expecto Patronum. A silvery wisp of vapor emitted from his wand. The Dementors came fast. They were nearly on top of him. Crap. Concentrate, he thought, but his brain was fogging up. Concentrate. They were nearly on top of him, pulling back their hoods. He was so out of practice. Hermione wouldn't have this problem. She practiced all the time. Hermione. He'd see her again in just a few days. And Ron, Ginny, the twins, Sirius, and Remus. He held onto the thought like a lifeline. Expecto Patronum. A blazing silver stag erupted from his wand and bowled over the two Dementors, first one, then the other. The cold, dark, and despair vanished almost instantly. They were thrown to the ground from which they swooped away, bat-like, in defeat. They sped off to the north and out of sight. Harry let out a sigh of relief, although he kept a firm grip on his wand. Phew. It's all right, Dudley. They're gone. Dudley was shaking on the ground, nearly catatonic. Dudley, get up. Dudley didn't move. Harry turned him over, and he stared up at him with a vacant expression. Dudley, come on, I know they didn't key you. Damn it, boy, just pick him up, and drag him back inside the wards. Harry jumped and spun around, but when he saw who it was, he quickly sheathed his wand. Mrs. Fig, he said in confusion, and don't put that wand away. What if they come back? What? You're a witch. I'm a squib. I'm no good against those things, let me tell you. Now, quick, you need to get back inside. Oh, I'm going to kill that Mundungus Fletcher. Harry was getting more confused by the minute, but he did as she said and hefted Dudley up on his shoulder, which was no easy task. The fearless junior heavyweight boxer seemed to have lost all will to move under his own power, and he promptly vomited on the street. How could this happen? Dementors in Little Whinging. Mrs. Fig, the batty cat lady, was a squib. There was a wizard watching the house. Well, that explained the apparition he heard earlier, but why didn't he know about it before? What the devil are you playing at? Uncle Vernon bellowed as Harry dragged his cousin back to the house. Vernon was on his knees, struggling to find his feet. Aunt Petunia was leaning out the window, her face an unnatural gray. What did you do to Dudley? Quit your bellyaching, Dursley, Mrs. Fig cried as she tottered behind him. The boy just saved the great lump from dementors. Weren't you watching? Dementors. Aunt Petunia squeaked. What the ruddy hell are dementoids? Vernon demanded. They guard the wizard prison. Everyone, even Dudley, even Mrs. Fig, stopped and stared at Petunia. How did she know? Yes, she was Harry's mum's sister, but she never paid attention. Harry had asked her about magic before. That awful boy told Lily years ago, she said, to general astonishment. That silver thing. Vernon said, more in confusion now than anger. That was a prison guard. No, that was a Patronus, Harry grunted in annoyance. It's how you fight them. He continued dragging Dudley into the house. Come on, you'll need chocolate. Vernon goggled at the non sequitur. Chocolate. What do you think you're doing? Now see here. Will you shut up, Dursley, Mrs. Fig said. Shut your pie hole and listen to someone who actually knows what they're talking about. Fig, he said in confusion. You're one of his lot. Mrs. Fig hissed like one of her cats. Yes, I'm one of his lot. He just saved your sorry souls, so maybe show some gratitude. But Vernon wasn't having it. Oh no, I've had enough freakishness in my house. He managed to stagger to his feet and lay a hand on Harry's shoulder, but Harry spun around at once, and pointed his wand in his face, the tip glowing. He was in no mood for this. He had just been forced to do magic and was sure to be in big trouble. Uncle Vernon, we just got attacked by soul-beeping demons, he growled. They came for me, but they're not picky. I bet you would have made a nice desert for them. You think you can make up such a cockamamie story? Vernon, it's true. Vernon deflated and turned in surprise when Petunia spoke up. I saw Harry out there. He was protecting our Dudley. He couldn't have done all that himself. Harry's eyebrows shot up. He couldn't remember the last time his aunt had called him Harry, in his uncle's presence, anyway. It seemed like even she could be civil if you gave her a big enough shock. There, listen to your wife, Mrs. Fig said. At least someone has some sense around there. Let's move it, boy. I think I could use some chocolate myself. Clearly outnumbered, Vernon stumbled into the house automatically, following Harry's lead for lack of anything better to do. He and Petunia sat in an uneasy silence as they tried to coax Dudley into talking again and listened to a confused explanation of what a Dementor was and what Mrs. Fig was doing there. Surprisingly, the chocolate made the feel quite a bit better. It was an odd scene for number 4 Privet Drive. The Dursleys were almost acting pleasant. And then the first owl flew in the door. The letter dropped from Hermione's fingers and fluttered to the floor. Hedwig hadn't even waited for her to read it before flying off, presumably to deliver more letters to Sirius and the Weasleys. Hermione, what's wrong? Emma called from the dinner table. Hermione was shaking. It wasn't normal for her to even receive mail at this hour, and her reaction made it painfully obvious that something bad had happened. Hermione. Dan said. Harry just got attacked by Dementors, she said quietly. Oh my god. Her mother gasped. Is he already? Did anyone get hurt? He's alive, but he might be expelled. Expelled. He used magic to defend himself. It should be self-defense, but the Ministry's out to get him, and, well, I don't really know how it works. There's no way it's legal, but they're trying anyway. Oh god, oh god. Hermione, calm down. Emma rose from the table and hugged her. We'll figure out what to do. Hermione took a deep breath and relaxed in her mother's arms. Okay, she said. The first thing is to make sure Harry is safe. I don't know enough about Dementors, what they'll do once they've been driven off. I've never heard of them being that far outside the Ministry's control. I don't know if they'll try for Harry again or go back where they came from. For that matter, how did they even get to Harry? His house is supposed to be warded. Doesn't the letter say? Mum, Harry's not exactly diligent about taking notes. Someone needs to check up on him. He could be in danger again, and the letter says no other wizards have come by. You've been sending Dobby to him all summer, haven't you? Dan said. Can't he do it? Hermione hesitated and thought for a moment, but she answered, Dobby can't go alone. The last time he got near Dementors, he fainted on the spot. He can take someone with him, though. It's supposed to be only for emergencies, but I think this qualifies. Well, you can't go, her father said. Can he go fetch someone else? She shook her head. Dobby doesn't know where any other wizards are whom we trust, nor do I. The Weasleys and Dumbledore are under that Fidelius charm. She trailed off and bit her lip, trying to decide how best to propose what she really wanted. You know, I can fight off Dementors at least as well as Harry can. No, we're supposed to be keeping you out of danger, Emma said firmly. I know, Mum, I know. But will you at least let me show you? She pulled her blood-bound wand from her sock and hoped it was strong enough to cast a spell as powerful as the Patronus. She smiled a little. I don't think I've shown you this spell, yet, expecto patronum. A ghostly silver otter emerged from her wand, and she giggled as it frolicked around her and then around her parents as if swimming through the air. She could feel its influence as it radiated feelings of peace and joy. Wow, Emma breathed. This is how you fight them off? Dan asked. Yes. It acts something like a fire hose to Dementors. That's the closest analogy I can think of. It drives them away almost instantly. It's beautiful, Emma said. I know. I was just thinking if I cast it. She smiled again as an idea struck her. Actually, if I just leave it active, I would be protected from the moment I went in. Her Patronus floated up alongside her and nodded its head. Thanks to the Patronus's influence, her parents were feeling less hostile, although they still didn't like the idea. And what do you think you would do when you got there? Her father demanded. If there's trouble, get Harry out immediately. I wouldn't try to stay and fight if that's what you're worried about. If there's not trouble, talk to Harry and make sure he's alright. And you can do that. Dobby can. At least, I think he can. Dobby. Pop. Miss Hermione. The elf said, why is you having your Patronus about? It's complicated. The short version is Harry was attacked by Dementors. Eek. Dementors. We must be helping him. Dobby squeaked. He made to leave himself. Wait, Dobby, Hermione stopped him. Harry's fine for now, but he needs a witch or wizard to check up on him. Can you apparate me directly to his house? Dobby eyed Hermione's parents warily. In truth, he didn't need their permission. Hermione had used a loophole to quietly transfer his employment contract to her name alone last autumn in case of just this kind of situation, but she didn't want to tell her mum and dad that. Emma sighed in exasperation and said, answer her question, Dobby. Dobby can, miss, if you is not wanting to harm Harry Potter. Is you wanting to go? That's what we're discussing, Dobby, Dan said, asserting control. Hermione needs to convince us she can do it safely if she wants to go. Dobby can take me right to Harry, Dad. Or at least to where Harry probably is, she added mentally. I'll already have my Patronus active. If there's danger, we'd grab Harry and come straight back. I'd only be gone a few seconds. If there's no danger, we don't have a problem in the first place. She saw Dobby give her a small nod. He recognized that even though she was posing it as a hypothetical, she was actually giving him orders. Then, I could talk to him and figure out what was happening. Her parents leaned closer together and whispered to each other for a minute. And this otter thing will fight the Dementors off if they're there. Emma said. Hermione's Patronus zoomed over to her side, where it reared back on its hind legs and puffed its chest out impressively. She giggled again. Yes. It worked long enough last time, and that was in much worse circumstances when I was a lot less experienced. And how will we know you're okay? Asked Dan. Hermione considered her options, counting off apparitions. She needed to limit how many times Dobby apparated at a stretch. I can send Dobby back to let you know, she said. But he'll need to rest before he comes back unless I call him. A couple years ago, her closest elf friend at Hogwarts, Sonia, collapsed from exhaustion after being forced to apparate 7 times in the space of a few minutes, and that was without carrying anyone with her, so she couldn't risk pushing Dobby too hard. Her parents whispered to each other some more. It looked like it was getting pretty heated, and Hermione wasn't even sure who was on which side, but finally, they reached a decision. All right, then, Emma said. I think we can trust you after the past year that you can make a good plan. But if there's any trouble, we'll be rethinking that. Thank you, Mum. Thank you, Dad, Hermione said, hugging them both. I just couldn't stand the thought of throwing Harry to the wolves like that. Fine. Dobby, you have our permission to do what Hermione just planned, Dan said. Yes, Mr. Granger, sir, the elf said. Come on, Dobby. Hermione's Patronus draped itself across her shoulders, and she took Dobby's hand. Harry Potter lay on his bed, waiting as patiently as he could. He had sent Hedwig off with his letters half an hour ago, so it was too soon to expect a reply. There probably wouldn't be anything till tomorrow morning, he thought. He felt guilty that he had been short with his own owl, but he was sick of trying to get by with what little information Hermione could glean about what was going on. Even Ginny wasn't telling him much, although her letters were considerate, and she made an effort to keep up a conversation through them. He had tried contacting Sirius multiple times. His godfather had given him a communication mirror that linked to one of his own so that they could talk without being overheard. That certainly couldn't be intercepted. But unfortunately, every time he tried it this summer, all it would produce was vague shapes and muffled sounds. That had alarmed him at first, but Sirius had assured him he was fine and, although it took a while to get a straight answer, Harry eventually learnt that the Fidelius charm wasn't letting him look through the mirror to wherever Sirius was. Hence, he was stuck with letters. He had expected, perhaps given a little more time, to hear the soft pop of a house elf apparating into his bedroom. What he did not expect was for a tall, curly-haired witch with a glowing, silver otter on her shoulders to appear with him. Ah, Hermione, Harry said his confusion, leaping off the bed with a thud. Hermione spun around once, surveying the room for threats, before she turned to her friend. Harry, thank God. She grabbed him and hugged him. Are you all right? Hermione, what are you? Hermione, you can't have that out. He hissed, pointed at her Patronus. I've already got a hearing for using magic. It's all right. She held up her wand. This is a blood-bound wand. It reads as accidental magic. It what? There was a pounding on the door. Boy, what are you doing in there? A loud voice called. Shish, Harry whispered. I'm sorry, Uncle Vernon, he called back. I just tripped. Well, don't let it happen again. Footsteps stomped back down the stairs. Was that your uncle? Hermione said. She had never met Harry's Muggle relatives, but she knew them well enough by reputation. If she ever got free rein to work her magic on them, it would not be pleasant. Yeah, and keep quiet. He can't know you're here, Harry whispered. If he finds a girl in my room, he'll throw a shotgun wedding, without the wedding. Hermione's eyes bugged out a little. What was that about the wand? He said. She looked down at her wand. It's blood-bound, she repeated. The Ministry thinks it's accidental magic. I've been using it all summer, and I haven't got a letter. Really? Harry said in awe. Can you make me one? Not with what I have here, sorry. This took a lot of work. I had to find just the right wood. She examined the wand more closely. Was it just her, or was it getting blackened around the tip? Harry, you said you were attacked by Dementors. What happened? She whispered. What? That's why you're here. Yes, I had to make sure my best friend was all right. What were Dementors doing in Surrey? I don't know. Harry sighed. All right, sit down. He took a seat on a bed that really wasn't fit for human use while Hermione took the desk chair. Dobby, tell Mum and Dad it's safe now, she said. Yes, miss, he said and popped away. Harry explained how the Dementors had shown up out of nowhere, how Dudley had slugged him and run straight at them, and how he ran after and fended them off with his Patronus. That was really good of you to save him even after he did that, Hermione said. Well, even Dudley doesn't deserve that, he admitted. Hermione agreed on general principle. She hated Dementors a lot more than the Dursleys. So you don't know if they can get through the wards? She asked. No, they didn't come that close. The letters make it sound like I'm safe if I stay in the house. Letters. You got letters already. Yeah, owls were coming all evening. Uncle Vernon was swearing like a sailor by the end of it. There, take a look. Harry pointed to a stack of 4 letters on the desk. Hermione picked them up and read the first one. It was a notice from the Ministry informing him that he'd been expelled, and Aurors were coming to snap his wand. They can't do that. Hermione hissed indignantly. They have to hold a trial. And I'm sure there's a provision in the law for self-defense. Yeah, well, just keep reading, Harry said. The second letter was from Arthur Weasley, of all people. He said that Dumbledore was trying to sort things out at the Ministry, and then, in big letters, do not leave your aunt and uncle's house. Do not do any more magic. Do not surrender your wand. Well, that's not very helpful. What do you do if the Aurors show up? I wasn't sure at first. But when I thought it over, I figured if Dumbledore hadn't sorted it out, I'd be screwed anyway, so it wouldn't matter. At least he took care of that. Hermione kept reading. Sure enough, the third letter was another one from the Ministry, saying Harry could keep his wand until a disciplinary hearing on the 12th. Well, that's not so bad, she muttered. That's probably by the book. The final letter was a very short note from Sirius again telling Harry not to leave the house. That's it, she said. I have half a mind to take you to my house, except I don't know how the Dementors found you. Did they have your address on file, or is it the trace? That pesky trace again. Harry shrugged. There was a fifth letter, he said, but it was a howler. Hermione's eyes widened. For Aunt Petunia. What? Who was it from? I don't know. It was too short to hear it clearly. Well, what did it say? Remember my last, Petunia. That's all. I don't know what it means, but it's the only thing that kept them from kicking me out of the house. But who would be writing your aunt? Did she know any other witches and wizards besides your mum? I didn't think so. I thought I'd gone round the twist when she said she knew what a Dementor was. But it's not like anyone ever tells me anything. Honestly, I nearly get killed again, and they're treating me like a naughty child. Hermione got up and gave him another hug. Her Patronus climbed around to rest on his shoulders. Was it just her, or was it flickering a little? You did well, she whispered. Remember what Professor Lupin said. Most wizards can't even cast a Patronus. Thanks, Hermione, he said. It's not like anyone else would say it. And you know something else. I found out Dumbledore's got people watching me. What? Hermione looked around the room warily. Outside. I never knew. They've been invisible the whole time. It turns out my old babysitter, Mrs. Fig, is a squib. She told me. But the Dementors. The guy who was supposed to be on duty when they came was some flake who ran off to buy some black market cauldrons. What? Why would Dumbledore hire someone like that? No idea. Mrs. Fig wouldn't tell me anything else. Well, someone needs to. Suddenly, there was a crack and a sizzle, and Hermione's Patronus winked out. She yelped, and she looked down at her wand. It was cracked down the middle and charred along its full length. My wand burnt out, she complained. Your wand, Harry said worriedly. But it wasn't your real wand, right? No, but it was supposed to be tougher than that. I'm sorry, I have to go, Harry. I don't want to go out without a working wand. It's okay. I understand. You're sure you're okay? Yeah, I'll be fine. I'm just waiting for the others to write back. Go ahead. All right. I'll see you soon, I hope. She hugged Harry one more time and called for Dobby. Pop. Yes, Miss Hermione. I need to go home, now. Goodbye, Harry. She took Dobby's hand, felt squeezed through a tube again, and landed in a heap in her living room. Her mum and dad rushed to help her up. Hermione, you're back, Mum said. Is everything all right? Yes, Harry's fine, except they won't really tell him what's going on. Where's your otter thing? Dad asked. It failed. My homemade wand burnt out. It did. I thought you said it would last all summer. I thought it would, but the Patronus is a powerful spell. Maybe because it's emotionally driven. I guess that can make its effect stronger, just like damage from dark magic is harder to repair. It must have been too much strain on the wand. That was enough. If she couldn't make a reliable backup wand, she'd have to buy one. So what's going to happen now? Dad asked. I'm not sure yet. We'll just have to wait. It was nearly lunchtime the next morning when Hermione heard a mad twittering outside her window. She looked up, and instead of Hedwig, as she expected to see, Pigwidgeon trying to get in. She opened the window and, with difficulty, got Pig to sit still long enough to take his letter. To her surprise, it was from the twins, and it made no sense at first, but then, she saw the connection. Chin up, Hermione. We know things look bad, but plans are afoot. You should be able to come over soon. Just remember our motto. Bread and Forge. The twins' motto was one she knew well. She grabbed one of her non-destroyed toy wands, touched the tip to the note and said, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. At once, a longer letter appeared, but this one was in Ginny's handwriting. Dear Hermione, I need your help. Dumbledore came by last night, and he told us not to write to Harry at all until he got here. He said we shouldn't let Hedwig out at all because she's too easy to recognize. I wanted to send him a note with Pig just to tell him why I can't talk right now, but Mum won't even let me do that. I told her Harry would hate me if I didn't write him after he was attacked by Dementors, but she wouldn't listen. She said we have to do it to keep him safe, but you know how Harry is. He'll think I don't care about him anymore if I don't write him now. I had to get Fred and George to hide this letter so it wouldn't look like I was giving you any information to pass along to Harry. They said you would know how to open it. I know you have some way to communicate with Harry, you have a Muggle telephone or something like that. Please, can you send him a message telling him what's going on? I don't want to lose him over this. Dumbledore said they're going to bring Harry here Thursday night. Fred, George, Ron, and me think they should do it sooner, but he said they need time to make arrangements to get him here safely. I think you should come as soon as possible. We'll ask Sirius and Remus to help arrange it if you want to. It'll probably be simpler if you're settled in by the time Harry gets here. Your friend, Ginny. Sometimes, Hermione wondered if adults could really be that thick. She knew full well that Harry hot-headed and suffered from low self-esteem, just as Ginny described. She might have said he needed to work on his temper, but he was a 15-year-old boy, after all. She tapped her wand to the note again and said, "Mischief managed." Ginny's letter disappeared, leaving only Fred's and George's short message. She thought for a minute and wrote what she hoped would be an appropriate reply below it that would get the message across in a way Mrs. Weasley wouldn't catch. Thanks for the note. I'd like to come as soon as possible. Mischief managed. Hermione. She sent Pig back with that letter and sat down to compose a letter to Harry. That took some time. Then, to her surprise, just after lunch, Pig returned with another note, this one in Remus's handwriting. Be at King's Cross at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Be packed for school, tomorrow morning. That didn't give her much time. And she quickly realized there was something else she needed to do before she left. Mum, Dad, she said. I need to make a change of plans. It was a little ironic, Hermione thought, that she was taking the night bus to Ottery Street, Catchpole, where the Weasleys normally lived, when they weren't actually around. Instead, she was headed to the Diggory's house. Cedric was home from the hospital, but he was still doing physical therapy to get used to his prosthetic limbs. He met her out front when she arrived. He still walked with a limp that probably wasn't going to go away, but he no longer needed a cane, most of the time. Have I mentioned I hate the night bus? Hermione asked as it deposited her, dizzy and shaken, in front of the Diggory's manor. I did get that impression, Cedric said. He offered her a hand to help her inside. The Diggorys lived in a small manor at the outskirts of the village. Hermione had come here a couple of times this summer to help Cedric with his left-handed casting. It was a nice house, very proper, with a house elf and everything, though not as homely as she was used to. I wanted to come one more time because I may be unreachable for the rest of the summer, she explained to Cedric and his parents. Harry was attacked by Dementors yesterday. Dementors? Cedric gasped. Where? How? At his relative's home in Surrey, and we have no idea. He fought them off with his Patronus, but now he has to have a hearing for underage magic. Anyway, Sirius is moving him to a more secure location, and I wanted to spend part of the summer with him anyway, so I'll be going there until school starts. Do you think you know who was involved? Mr. Diggory said seriously. We don't know. It seems like an odd move, considering he's been lying low, but I don't know much about Azkaban. I'm not sure how two Dementors could get away from there on their own in the first place. They shouldn't be able to, Mr. Diggory told her. The Ministry keeps very close tabs on them. And were they keeping close tabs when those demons tried to key me a year ago? She thought. The philosophical idea of a soul-eating monster alone had been enough to send her into a nervous breakdown in her third year, although, granted, she had a lot of other trouble going on then, too. The actual incident at the end of the year had been what prompted her parents to make her switch schools, and she'd actually agreed with them. Anyway, I'm not sure whether I'll be able to write. There's been some issues with getting letters in and out of there. So I wanted to come by in person one more time. That's very thoughtful of you, Hermione, Mrs. Diggory said. We appreciate it. Do you think we could go over a few spells while you're here? Cedric asked. I've been having trouble with some of the non-mirrored figures. Of course, Hermione said. They practiced wand motions for about an hour. Cedric was making admirable progress considering he had 6 years of spells to relearn and had to drill each one to perfection to make it work. He had it a lot harder than Hermione did, having so little time to do it, and he probably wouldn't ever be up to the standards that had helped him draw with Harry in the Triwizard Tournament, but she thought he would be able to make it through his classes. Cedric, she asked after a while, if you don't mind my asking, whatever happened with Cho? She hadn't broached the subject of his girlfriend in any of their prior sessions, but she hadn't forgot the older girl's tearful reaction. Cedric sighed heavily. I don't know, he said. She hasn't ended it or anything, but, well, she's been keeping her distance. I think part of her still likes me, but she sees me as damaged goods, I guess. Like she can't bear to be with a cripple. You're not crippled, Cedric, Hermione protested. And you're not damaged. You can't deny my prospects aren't as good as they were before because of this. He held up his wooden arm. That depends what you want to do. Sure. Anyway, I'd like to patch things up with her, but she has trouble carrying on a conversation anytime she's near me. Cho's a really emotional sort. Yeah, I kind of noticed. Hermione wasn't quite sure what to say to that. Finally, she settled on, are you okay with that, her being so emotional? I don't mind most of the time. I can be her support if she'll let me. It's just that she's having such a breakdown this summer. It's not over, though. You know things are going to get worse before it gets better, don't you? Cedric's face darkened. Yeah. I've thought about it. I'll be honest, I'm not sure what a real war will do to her. But I can't let her go without talking it out properly. That's not fair to either of us. Patient, loyal Hufflepuff through and through, Hermione though. Well, if she stops long enough to pay attention, she'll see how lucky she is. Thanks, Hermione, he said. I mean it. Any girl would be lucky to have you. He stopped and stared at her. Hermione. She blushed furiously. Sorry, she started. Sorry, I couldn't help myself there. You know, I actually hoped you would ask me to the Yule Ball last year, she blurted. Don't get me wrong, I was really happy I went with George, but just shut up. She chided herself. But Cedric gave her a sort of half smile. I kind of wondered if you did, he said, but I was already seeing Cho by then, so. No, I understand, she babbled. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted you to know so you wouldn't think I was just being polite. I knew you weren't, he said. You're too honest for that. And for what it's worth, I think George is a lucky guy. Hermione winced. Trouble, he said with a frown. My love life isn't doing any better than yours right now. George and I agreed that we wouldn't date while we're stuck at different schools. Oh, sorry. There's no one else, then. I tried going out with a boy named Michel at Beauxbatons for a little while, but I scared him away when I burnt my eyebrows off. You burnt your eyebrows off. I underestimated the power of thermite, she said indignantly. It's an easy mistake to make. And that scared him off. Some boys are intimidated by strong women. Fred and George were just disappointed they didn't get to join in. Cedric laughed. Hermione, trust me when I say any boy would be lucky to have you. I hope you can find one who appreciates you properly. She blushed even more furiously than before. Thanks, Cedric, she stammered, and I hope you can work things out with Cho. It would be more accurate to say she hoped Cho could be good enough for him, but she didn't say it. She took her leave then, but before she went home, she decided to make one more stop in the village. Over a nearby ridge stood a house that looked like a giant chess piece where Luna Lovegood lived with her father. Oh, hello, Hermione, Luna said at the door. It's good to see you. Please come in. Luna was a Ravenclaw in Ginny's year. She had waist-length blonde hair, piercing silver eyes, and Hermione was pretty sure she had an undiagnosed mental illness, but she was a very sweet girl who needed all the friends she could get. Hi, Luna, Hermione said. I just wanted to visit. It's too bad we haven't had a chance to hang out for the past year. Oh, I understand, Hermione, Luna said in her usual serene voice. You were busy helping Harry. Also, when the Rotfang conspiracy targets you, it's probably safer to get away from them. The what conspiracy? The Rotfang conspiracy, she said very seriously. They're trying to take over the Ministry of Magic with dark magic and gum disease. They obviously thought you were a threat with your arithmancy skills, so they arranged for you to be transferred out of the country. The wheels in Hermione's mind spun for a minute before they found traction. Luna, my parents transferred me to Beauxbatons. My Muggle parents. Yes, but that only was because you were attacked by Dementors, wasn't it? Well, yes. Rotfangs, she said, as if that explained everything. Hermione liked Luna, but she could only handle her in small doses. Luckily, Ginny had a higher tolerance. You had a nice time at Hogwarts, though? Hermione asked. Luna had been bullied and pretty much friendless in her first year. Ginny was sort of her friend, but she'd been possessed by Voldemort that year. It was pleasant enough. Ginny and her brothers were nice to me, and so were Harry and Neville. Did you enjoy Beauxbatons? It was all right. The potions and history teachers were much better than Professors Snape and Binns, but I thought a lot of the others weren't quite as good. But I made friends and had fun, and the weather's a lot better. I imagine so. I considered going to Beauxbatons myself, you know, but I wouldn't want to leave Hogwarts now. It's nice to have friends there, even if one of them is away. Well, I'm glad you've settled in well, at least. What will you do now that you have your NEWT in arithmancy? I'll talk to Monsieur Oppenord and keep writing Septima and start working on a mastery. I have a feeling I'll be mostly on my own, but I can manage it. That sounds very exciting. I'm eager to see how my OWL year goes in ancient runes. Luna had tested into that class a year early. Once I get that far, I should be able to write my own puzzle for the magazine. Luna's father ran a tabloid magazine called The Quibbler, which in Hermione's opinion ranked a notch below the Daily Mirror in terms of accuracy, between the conspiracy theories and the tales of imaginary creatures. She wouldn't say that in front of Luna though. That was the one thing that would make the little blonde truly angry. Mr. Lovegood was also eager to see Hermione that day, but for a different reason. Miss Granger, I wonder if you might be willing to try out my recreation of Ravenclaw's diadem again, he asked. I've made some improvements since the last time you were here. I suppose I can, Mr. Lovegood, Hermione said. According to Mr. Lovegood, legend held that Ravenclaw's lost diadem unlocked the power of the subconscious mind and could turn anyone into a mathematical savant, a skill that Hermione spent years in primary school to perfect. The theory was a reasonable one, surprisingly so, for the Lovegoods, although she wasn't sure about the application. Mr. Lovegood placed a strange helmet with things that looked like ear trumpets on her head, saying, I tried adding a billywig propeller to induce an elevated frame of mind. And of course some new charms. I even recreated a few of them from Pandora's old notes. How do you feel? I feel, and Hermione blinked. She looked around, and she started seeing numbers everywhere, not the way she usually did. She saw Luna's bleach blonde hair, and the number 510 came to her unbidden. She looked in the dark shadows in the corners and saw 63. The orange of Luna's earrings was 480. The blue of the sky outside was 239. The numbers seems to have no rhyme or reason. She closed her eyes and started to compute, only to receive another shock. She saw flashes of color, not bright flashes, but waves of color associated with the numbers, colors that seemed to fit naturally with the arithmetic. She realized what was happening to her and ripped the helmet off her head. She paused. Everything seemed back to normal. She put it back on her head. The strange colors returned. Now that is weird, she said. It's doing something, isn't it? Mr. Lovegood said smugly. It seems that you've created a helmet that induces synesthesia, Mr. Lovegood. Synesthesia. What's that? When the senses interfere with one another. Numbers have colors, and colors are numbers. Really? Mr. Lovegood said, eagerly scribbling down notes. That's not what I experienced. When I wore the helmet, colors had distinct smells. For example, the color of grass smelled like Gertie root. And when I saw colors, I heard musical notes, Luna added. That was even weirder. It had different effects for different people. What kinds of numbers are you sensing, Miss Granger? Mr. Lovegood asked. 2 and 3 digits, she said. She tried to think of some examples, and before long, she saw the pattern. Of course, it's a 9-bit color map. What's that? It's a Muggle technique. Each color is assigned a number from 0 to 511 based on its red, green, and blue content on a scale from 0 to 7. Of course that's how her subconscious mind would process color, she thought. How fascinating. And are you feeling more elevated in mind? More creative? A sudden desire to paint, perhaps? Well, Hermione didn't feel any different except that her senses were cross-wired. Although, she did think that the colors seemed more vibrant. In fact, now that she looked closer, she could distinguish shades with exquisite precision. She could tell at a glance exactly which shade of off-white the walls were when she would have been left guessing before. It was probably because before, she only had a few dozen names for colors, and now, she had 512, all of them defined with mathematical precision. I think my color perception has improved, she admitted. Aha, now that's exactly the kind of effect I'm looking for. Hermione wasn't convinced of that, but she let him have his moment. It was a very interesting effect. If there was a scholarly journal for healers, it would be worth writing up a paper. But she didn't think it was the claimed power of Ravenclaw's diadem. If synesthesia was the best Mr. Lovegood could do, his helmet would do little more than drive the wearer mad. But who knew? Maybe he'd get lucky again. Mr. Lovegood kept asking her a number of color and maths-related questions and even had her try drawing, but she eventually concluded that the helmet hadn't improved her natural talents, only her color perception. It wouldn't do her much good unless she became an interior decorator. The next morning, Hermione packed up to go. She planned to come home once more immediately before school started, but she packed as if she was going straight there, just in case. She had to think about which books to take. She had a university textbook on electromagnetism, for example, because she had had great success creating laser-based charms, a greatly underappreciated invention in her opinion. Of course, she had several maths books as well. But there was one more idea that struck her. With her parents being dentists, they had a lot of medical books lying around. Mom had started in medical school before switching to dental school, so she had even more. Hermione had already created a teeth-drilling hex, but with Voldemort and his Death Eaters on the move again, she knew she would need something more powerful to make a valuable contribution to the war effort. A lot of curses interfered with the body's functioning in one way or another, so perhaps there was something useful in those books. Creating those kinds of spells didn't come naturally to her, which was a good thing in general, she was sure, so she could use some inspiration. She hoped her mum wouldn't miss her old pathophysiology textbook. Hermione and her parents made their way to Platform 9 at King's Cross, but they weren't sure what to do after that. Hermione. She spun around, her hand on her wand. Merlin, she was getting jumpy. Professor Lupin, she said. I'm not your professor anymore. It's just Remus. Harry's honorary uncle, Remus Lupin, stood before her, along with a heavily scarred old man with a magical blue eye. Hello, Remus, she said, and or Moody, are you sure he's the real Alistair Moody? She said half seriously. Moody had been impersonated by a Death Eater all last year, after all. Moody stomped closer on his wooden leg and stared at her with his magic eye. And how do we know you're the real Hermione Granger? He growled. We're the ones who have to worry about keeping a Fidelius charm safe. Hermione tried not to shiver under his gaze. She knew he could see through walls and the back of his own head with that eye of his. She took a deep breath and said, the long line is the Cartesian product of the first uncountable ordinal and the half-open interval from 0 to 1, reflected through the origin. If the continuum hypothesis is correct, then it is equivalent to the line defined by constructing a line segment of length 1 on every real point of the number line and laying them end to end. Remus laughed. It's all right, Alistair. That's her. Moody grunted. He looked her up and down again. And do you want to explain why you're carrying 3 wands? 2 of them are toy wands, she said. Rubbish quality, but a little backup is better than none. He smiled a little. Good thinking, kid, but you'll want something more reliable. Wait a minute. Dan yelled as he made the connection. You can see through her clothes. He jumped in front of Hermione to shield her from his gaze. Dad, don't, she whispered. But Moody shook his head and pointed to his eye. It spots magical objects, he said. But you, Hermione started, but his eye swiveled around to point at her in warning. Oh, right. Yes, I see how that works, she lied. Oh, sorry, Dan said, pulling back. It's about a 20-minute walk from here, Remus said, reasserting control. The location's secret, so we'd prefer that you split up here. We'll arrange to meet you here again when Hermione goes home. Hermione's mum and dad would have preferred to go with her, but they accepted the arrangement. She quickly hugged them and said her goodbyes. "I'll see you in a few weeks," she assured them. "Have fun, Hermione. And stay safe," Dad said. "We can pick you up anytime if you need it." Dan and Emma went back to the car while Hermione started down the street with the two wizards. "You lied," she whispered to Moody. Harry had told her that the fake Moody had looked through his robes once with that eye to see his perfectly mundane socks. "Of course I did," he growled. "I didn't want to deal with an angry father in the middle of the train station." "So you really can see through clothes." "Not skin-tight ones," he assured her. "There needs to be some space to see into. And it does also see magical objects. So you can just see everyone in their underwear, then," she said testily. "So, it's not different from a swimsuit these days, is it? People always get so hung up on one, but not the other." Hermione almost made another cutting remark, but she held her tongue. No, she supposed he wouldn't see a difference about that after seeing it every day for so many years. But at least she could rest assured he couldn't see her BPD. Assuming he wasn't lying about that, too. Damn it, why does he make me so paranoid? About 20 minutes later, they came to a row of large houses 5 stories high. Nothing looked particularly magical about them, and she didn't see anything unusual, but with a Fidelius charm, she knew she wouldn't. "We need to let you in on the secret," Remus explained. "Dumbledore wrote it down specifically for this purpose. Dobby will need to know, too," she pointed out. "Dobby," Moody said. "My elf. My parents will want him to be able to find me." Moody turned towards her and raised his wand. "And just how does a Muggle born have a house elf?" "He's a free elf," Remus said. "She hired him. I'll vouch for him. HMPF. All right, then. Call him," Moody said grudgingly. "Dobby." "Pop." "Yes, Miss Hermione." "Dobby, this is Auror Moody, the real one. You serve this witch, elf?" Moody demanded. Hermione bristled at Dobby being spoken to that way, but she again held her tongue. "Yes, Auror Moody, sir. Dobby has a very good contract with Miss Hermione Granger." "All right then." Moody withdrew a slip of parchment from his robes and handed it to Hermione. "Both of you read quickly and memorize." They read the note in Dumbledore's curly script. "The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix may be found at number 12, Grimmauld Place, London." As soon as she had read the message, Moody set fire to the parchment. Order of the Phoenix, she thought. It's a little obvious. Dumbledore was the only person in Britain who had a phoenix, she was pretty sure. Apparently, he had a soft spot for symbolism, too. Harry had described Voldemort's obsessions. The most ironic thing was that Voldemort's wand actually had a phoenix feather core, from the same phoenix as Harry's wand, a fact that had saved Harry's life. And that phoenix happened to be Dumbledore's. Something very weird was going on with that. Hermione looked up, and to her surprise, another house appeared out of nothing, in between number 11 and number 13. It expanded in the gap and seemed to push the others out of the way. Nothing looked wrong about the geometry. It looked just as natural for the house to be there as it had a moment ago for it not to be there. Of course, non-Euclidean geometry was nothing to wizards, which was odd, she thought, because the field hadn't been invented until the 1800s, so it shouldn't surprise her. "Hurry up," Moody said. "Don't want to be loitering on the street." "Dobby, you may go home," Hermione said as they approached the front step. He vanished by the time she was inside. "Don't go far inside, and don't touch anything," Remus said. "Is there something wrong in here?" she asked. "Let's just say we're still cleaning." Hermione proceeded into the darkened front hallway. It looked abandoned. The wallpaper was peeling, the carpet threadbare, the chandelier, carved like serpents, covered in cobwebs. It didn't look like a pleasant place. "Maybe I should have had Dobby come in with me," she muttered. There was a bustle of footsteps, and Mrs. Weasley rushed into the hall. "Oh, Hermione, dear. It's so good to see you," she said. She was oddly quiet, as if she didn't want to be overheard. "How has your summer been? Let's get you out of here before you wake something up." "Wake something up? Nasty place. Not fit to live in. But we don't have much choice." Mrs. Weasley didn't look well. She looked a lot like Hermione had felt several times in the past 4 years. The stress was getting to her. "Ron, Ginny, and the twins are upstairs. Go ahead and see them, second floor and on the right." Lunch will be in an hour in the basement. Sure, Mrs. Weasley. Thank you. She climbed the stairs with her trunk and upon reaching the second landing was waylaid by a bright red streak. Hermione. Finally. Ginny cried. Oi, boys, Hermione's here. She lowered her voice and added, thank you so much for sending a message to Harry. It would have been awful if I couldn't get through to him. Is he all right? He's fine, Hermione said quietly. I visited him the night it happened. Don't tell anyone. It's so good to see you, Ginny, she added more loudly. Hermione, it's about time, Ron called. He hurried to meet her and gave her an awkward 1.5-armed hug. Fred was less restrained and nearly bowled her over himself. With George, however, they stared at each other for what was probably several seconds too long before he smiled, and they hugged each other normally. So, Lady Archimedes, Fred said. Have you blown anything up this summer? Hermione suppressed a groan. For some reason, she had a feeling she would come to regret giving herself that nickname. No, I've managed to keep my house standing, she replied. How about yours? Well, it's been a bit of a job keeping our work hidden from Mom, but we're making good progress, George said. We can show you some of our stuff later. Fred and George dreamed of opening a joke shop when they graduated, something that Hermione, to her own surprise, thought would be a good career move on their part. However, they were hampered by the fact that, for one, the Weasleys didn't have a lot of money, and they'd lost their meager savings on a Quidditch bet with a man who wasn't good for it, and for another, Mrs. Weasley thoroughly disapproved of the idea. That sounds good, Hermione said, but first, what's going on here? I want the full story. Ron whistled. Well, we've got time, he said. This might take a while. Tonks. Sorry. Filth. Scum. Mutant. Half-blood freak. How dare you befoul the House of Black? What the heck? Hermione said. She was listening to the Weasleys tell their tale when chaos broke out downstairs. She ran for the stairs, wanting to see what was causing some woman to scream blue murder at the top of her lungs. Don't go down there, all of the Weasley kids said. But Hermione didn't listen. Rushing to the front hall, she saw a strange sight. Mrs. Weasley was helping a young woman with pink hair off the floor. She appeared to have tripped over an ugly umbrella stand made from a troll's leg. But the source of the howling was, shockingly, a portrait of an old woman, looking mad and half senile, which had previously been hidden behind a set of curtains. She was screaming loud enough that she'd probably wake the whole street if it weren't for the Fidelius charm. What is that? Hermione screamed as Mrs. Weasley tried to wrangle the curtains. Walburga Black, the pink-haired woman yelled. Tonks, help me. Mrs. Weasley called. The pink-haired woman grabbed the other curtain, and Hermione did her best to help, but some kind of charm seemed to be forcing them open. My name's Tonks, she said. It would have been in a conversational tone if she hadn't had to shout. Don't let anyone tell you different. Pleased to meet you. Thanks. I'm Hermione Granger. Granger. The portrait exploded with such force that Hermione, Tonks, and Mrs. Weasley were all thrown back against the opposite wall. I know of you. Mudblood. Daughter of filth. Child of a whore. You have defiled these hallowed halls. Creature. Remove this unwashed piece of. Creature, do not. Hermione turned and Sirius Black stomped into the front hall, past a very old house elf, who had raised his hand to Hermione with fingers poised to snap. Hermione had once seen Dobby throw Lucius Malfoy down a flight of stairs that way, so she could guess that it was good Sirius stopped him. Sirius managed to force the curtains back together, and the screaming mercifully stopped. Wow, I don't think I've ever been insulted like that, Hermione muttered. Sirius turned around with a flip of his long hair and smiled at her. Hello, Hermione, he said. I see you've met my mother. The Weasleys were right. Number 12 Grimmauld Place was not a very livable place. It had been abandoned since 1985 until this summer, when Sirius reluctantly moved back in. It was infested with pests, both magical and mundane, and filled with dark artifacts. His old house elf creature evidently hadn't been cleaning. His mother's portrait would wake up and start screaming whenever anyone made too much noise in the front hallway, and no one could figure out how to unstick her from the wall. Hermione wanted to take a crack at it, but Mrs. Weasley was strict about the no wands rule in the house. Over the next 2 days, Hermione got a crash course in the Order of the Phoenix. Apparently, it was established by Dumbledore during the last war to fight Voldemort, and they held periodic meetings that the Weasley children weren't allowed in, not that it stopped them. These are handy little devices, Fred told her with a grin. Extendable ears. He held up something that looked like a rubber ear on a string. Slip one under the door, and you can hear every word they're saying, at least as long as Mum doesn't catch on. Several Order members were Aurors who were going behind the minister's back to fight a war he denied was happening. Nymphadora It's Just Tonks or Else was one of them, and so were Kingsley Shacklebolt and Hestia Jones, though she didn't meet them, and the retired Mad-Eye Moody. Mundungus Fletcher, who had ditched Harry when he was supposed to be standing guard, was a petty thief and con man who had joined on a deal with Dumbledore to keep him out of Azkaban. Hermione suspected to pass along information from Knockturn Alley and other shady places in the magical world. Hermione's initial meeting with him had been loud enough that he kept his distance from her afterwards. Of course, she couldn't hold a candle to when Dumbledore tore into him. It was the one time she saw the headmaster over those 3 days, and she was reminded why the old man was the only person Voldemort feared. Harry's neighbor, Arabella Figg, was a squib, and thus could nose around in the Muggle world without being noticed. Since squibs weren't highly regarded by most wizards, she was easy for a sympathetic figure like Dumbledore to sway. A few members, like Professor McGonagall and Alpheus Doge, were personal friends of Dumbledore, and the rest seemed to be talented students whom Dumbledore had recruited straight out of Hogwarts in the 1970s. According to Remus, he, Sirius and Harry's parents had been in that last category. Hermione hadn't met most of the Order yet, but she overheard Mr. and Mrs. Weasley speaking in hushed tones about a meeting when everyone was coming in for Harry's arrival. Mrs. Weasley would need to cook dinner, so it was hard to keep it entirely secret. The Weasley kids didn't know much about what the Order was doing, although they could surmise some of them were keeping tabs on suspected Death Eaters, some were on recruiting, and some were assigned to guard duty, presumably guarding Harry. Hermione passed along what she found out to Harry through Dobby when Mrs. Weasley wasn't looking. The real sore spot in the household was Percy. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's third son had been run through an inquiry at the Ministry after Barty Crouch Sr. was murdered by his own son. That much truth was in the official story, and Percy, his personal assistant, had never noticed a thing. Amazingly, Percy had survived the inquiry, but only by yoking himself to Minister Fudge and his line that Voldemort couldn't possibly be back, and that Dumbledore was just stirring up trouble. Long story short, Percy had told his father it was a bad idea to tie his fortunes to Dumbledore, and when he failed to convince him, Percy walked out. Apparently, he'd said a lot of nasty things about his father, too. It was ugly. Mrs. Weasley started crying every time Percy was mentioned, so everyone tried not to bring it up. Finally, Thursday evening arrived, and Remus and Moody went out to get Harry. The twins had had no luck figuring out how he was coming, but Hermione didn't think it was that important. This turned out to be optimistic. Hermione rushed down to the front hall as soon as she heard Harry arrive to help clear up any problems he might cause, like telling people she'd been in touch with him. She stood on the stairs so she wouldn't be in the way, and she would have been, for it was more than just Remus and Moody. No fewer than 9 witches and wizards entered the house behind Harry. Hermione was just in time to hear Bill quip, "Mad-Eye didn't make you come via Greenland, did he?" "He tried to," Tonks grumbled. "Greenland," Hermione said in confusion. "How did you get here, Harry?" "We flew," Harry said, waving to her. "Moody had us going all over the place to make sure we weren't followed." "You flew brooms from Surrey," she said incredulously. 10 of you. How were you not seen?" "Disillusionment, I think it was called. Wouldn't it have been easier to take the night bus? And have that shunpike brat blabbing it all over Britain?" "Huh," Moody growled. "You'll need to think clearer than that, kid. What about the Flow network? Muggle train. A car," she pressed. Remus stepped in before Moody could criticize her again. "There are ways to watch those, too. When you have both the Ministry and Voldemort on the lookout for you, you want to be careful about that kind of thing. Disillusioned brooms were the most discreet way to do it." She looked at the 9 escorts again. "Fellowship of the Ring, much. And it took 9 of them to do it." "Uh-huh," Harry said. "They said they were the advance guard. I think there was a rear guard, too, but I didn't see them. All that work. I wish I'd known." I could have sent Dobby to fetch you and save them the trouble. It would have been safer, too. Did they really think you're in that much danger? Better safe than sorry, lass, Moody said. Constant vigilance. Bang. Intruders. Blood traitors and thieves. Alistair. Mrs. Weasley yelled. Stop doing that. Is this what you call constant vigilance? Harry and Hermione stared at the scene for a minute. It's good to see you, Harry, Hermione said. You too, Hermione. She hugged him and ushered him forward. Come on. The Weasleys are all upstairs. What was with that painting? She's Sirius's mother. His mother. Harry said incredulously. I think I understand why he ran away from home, now. Everybody. Harry's here. Hermione called when they reached the second floor. Ginny ran out from her and Hermione's room and went full tilt at Harry, but unlike Hermione. Harry was ready for her. He not only caught her, but he actually picked her up and twirled her around before giving her a good, long key. Ron coughed to break it up as soon as he saw it, before they could really go overboard. Ginny wasn't quite 14 yet, after all. Still, they stayed close in each other's arms. I missed you so much, Harry, Ginny said softly. I missed you too, Ginny. I got Hermione's letter the other day. Oh, good. You're not mad, are you? No, I'm just glad you two wrote to me like I wasn't a child. I would have gone spare without that. Oi, we're right here, you know, Ron called. Harry laughed, pulled back from Ginny and gave Ron a typical man hug. It's good to see you too, mate, he said. It wasn't the same without you, Ron replied. Sorry for not writing more, but you know how our mum is. Harry nodded resignedly. Ginny, who still had a grip on his arm, got an idea, leaned towards him, and whispered in his ear, Harry, yell at me. What? He said. Yell at me. Pretend I didn't send you any letters because Mum stopped me. Harry stared at her in bewilderment. But why? Because Mum doesn't know I did. I want to teach her a lesson. Are you sure that's a good idea? Yeah, are you sure? Even I don't if it's a good idea to fool Mum like that, Ron cut in. Maybe not, but she still needs to learn her lesson, Ginny said. It's not just about keeping us apart, Harry. What right does she have to keep you in the dark like that? Well, when you put it that way, okay then Harry could agree with the last bit. He thought for a minute and awkwardly raised his voice. So why does Dumbledore want me in the dark? He said. Did you even bother to ask? We tried, Ginny insisted. He's only been around a couple of times, but we told him we wanted to tell you what was going on. He said it was too dangerous because owls could be intercepted. That doesn't explain why he didn't contact me himself. He must know ways to send messages without owls. Hermione can do it, and Dumbledore's smarter than she is, I think. Why should you all get to know what's happening when I don't? We don't know much either. Mum won't let us near the meetings, even the twins. She says we're too young. Yeah, big deal. Harry said louder. So you haven't been in the meetings. At least you've been having fun here. I've been stuck with those idiot Dursleys all summer. Ginny, this is a mistake, Hermione whispered. Harry was bringing up real grievances. Ron gave Hermione a nervous look, but he didn't say anything. But Ginny held up her hand for her to wait while making a keep it going motion at Harry, like she was directing a film. I know, but she started. I saved Dudley's sorry soul from Dementors when it was his fault we were both in danger in the first place. Harry shouted, loud enough for the whole house to hear, now. What thanks did I get? Stay in your room and don't cause any more trouble. WHO fought off Voldemort 3 times. WHO fought a dragon and killed a basilisk. WHO saw him come back and had to escape. WHO saved you from that diary. Me. Hermione gasped. He was actually bringing up the diary. She didn't care if it was an act. That had to be hurting Ginny. Don't talk to Ginny like that. Ron yelled. Shut up, Ron. All that, and I'm the one nobody tells anything to. No, note the past 3 days after I just got attacked again. I didn't know if you were alright. Just stay in the house and don't cause any more trouble. Fred and George popped into existence behind Hermione, making her jump. They'd been apparating everywhere now they were allowed to use magic, just because they could. It was getting annoying. Whoa, what's going on? Fred said in surprise. Break it up. Break it up. George yelled. Wait, Ginny held up her hand. Wah, shish. She held a finger to her lips and winked at them. They knew a prank when they saw one, even if it was probably a bit mean for their tastes. She wants to teach your mum a lesson, Hermione whispered. They raised their eyebrows, but before they could speak, Ginny said, Harry, we really wanted to write you, but can't have wanted it too bad, or you would have found a way, but Dumbledore made you swear. We tried, but Mum said. Somewhere in the back of her mind, Hermione had to think this act might not be believable. Ginny wasn't shouting back. I've been stuck at Privet Drive for 4 weeks nicking papers out of bins to try to figure out what's going on, and that was before I had to worry if you'd been attacked, too. I was all right, Harry. I wanted to tell you. You know what, I don't want to hear it, Ginny. Just don't talk to me. Harry walked over to the door. Wham! He slammed it as hard as he could. But without leaving the room. How was that? He asked. Not bad, Ginny said appreciatively. We'll make a Weasley out of you yet. I still kinda wanna hit you, Ron said. Wow, Gin, don't you think that was a little much? Asked George. Ginny shrugged. Stopping me from writing Harry at all this week was crossing a line, she said. For both a friend and a girlfriend. Mum needs to understand that. All right, but don't come running to us when this all comes out, Fred said. Hermione was gaping at the Weasley clan. She was now worried about this for a much more serious reason. None of them, nor Harry, seemed to be concerned about the very real injustices Harry had faced in all this. Harry, we're really sorry, she said tearfully. If we had any idea you were taking it that badly. It's okay, Hermione, he cut in. I didn't mean that. Well, I kinda did, but not enough to scream at you like that. I'm madder at Dumbledore for not letting you tell me anything important. Not to mention your relatives, house was supposed to be safe, Hermione said. That was what really made her blood boil. Dumbledore has sent Harry to the Dursleys for a month, where she knew they were emotionally abusive, at the very least, and everybody else went along with it because it was supposed to be the best way to keep him safe from Voldemort. The Blood Wards, tied to his mother's self-sacrifice, but they certainly didn't save him from the Dementors. Yeah, that was a problem, Harry admitted. And then the Ministry trying to expel me, anyway. They were interrupted by a knock at the door. Kids, do you know where Harry went? It was Sirius's voice, sounding concerned. I need to talk to him. Harry bounded to the door and opened it. Sirius, he said excitedly. Harry, are you all right? I had no idea you were taking things this badly. It's not that bad, he assured him. The fight was Ginny's idea. Huh, it's a prank on Mrs. Weasley. Oh, seems a little mean, even by my standards. That's what I thought, Harry whispered, but you don't want to argue with the girlfriend. I heard that, Ginny called. In the heat of the moment, neither of them noticed Harry's choice of words. Although I do have a few questions about what Dumbledore's playing at, Harry added. Let's talk, then. Hermione and the Weasleys watched Harry go off with Sirius for a chat. Finally, Hermione broke the silence. Are you okay, Ginny? Harry said some nasty things about you. It's fine, she said, even though she looked a little shaken. The bits that were true were Dumbledore's fault. He knows I told him everything I knew. I kind of feel like a jerk now, Ron said softly. I just went along with it and didn't write him much. I've been trying to be a better friend after last year. Ginny, to her credit, didn't make a dig at her brother. I don't think he's too mad at you either, Ron, she assured him. I made sure he knew we were in the same boat. Ron smiled a little. Thanks, Gin. Sirius led Harry from the second floor up to the fourth where he led him into a large bedroom. The room was decorated like a cross between the Gryffindor dorms and a Muggle University dorm, all in Gryffindor colors and with unmoving Muggle posters of bikini-clad women. My old room, Sirius explained. By the way, if you find a locked door, don't try to force it. It means the room is unsafe to enter. You're lucky we got the place cleaned as much as we did so you can kip with Ron. When we first got here, we had to have me, Remus, and all 3 of the boys camping out in the kitchen. That bad, Harry said, even though he knew part of that from Ginny. Worse. Rats, tarantulas, ghouls, doxies, pests breeding everywhere. That's what happens when a magical house is abandoned. Anyway, how are you doing? I know you sounded pretty mad in your letter about the Dementors. I just want to know why you didn't write again, Harry said. He tried to be calm about it, but an edge crept back into his voice. I wanted to, Pup. I almost did, but Dumbledore said it was safer not to let any owls near you, just in case that's how the Dementors found you. And Ginny told me she got a message through to you, so I let it go. Yeah, she had to go through Hermione 'cause her mum wouldn't let her write to me. For what it's worth, I'm sorry I wasn't more open with you this summer, Harry, Sirius said. I think Dumbledore was right about this week, but it was wrong to keep you so out of the loop. I've been worried you'd get antsy and do something stupid, Harry offered. I was going to say reckless. I never imagined you'd get attacked on Privet Drive, though, much less by Dementors. Yeah, what were they doing there? I don't know. And neither does Dumbledore, which is the scary part. Voldemort used Dementors last time, but we thought they were still under Ministry control. Something doesn't smell right about this. Harry just nodded and changed the subject. So why didn't Dumbledore want me to know anything? To be honest, I'm not sure myself. Obviously, there are some things it's safer if you don't know. Secrecy's important in war, but I think he's being a little paranoid about it, and I told him so. What did he say to that? Gave me a vague answer and changed the subject. Ah, so he did what he usually does. Harry concluded. Yeah, pretty much. But I'm putting my foot down this time. You were right down there. You've got more right to know this stuff than anyone. Tonight, you can ask us anything you want about the Order, at least until someone sensible like Remus says otherwise. Harry smiled a little at that. Thanks, Sirius, he said, hugging his godfather. While Sirius and Harry were catching up, the Weasley kids and Hermione were trying to find out what was happening at the meeting. Presumably, Remus would tell Sirius the details later. Watching the kitchen door from above on the stairs and dropping one of the twins' extendable ears, they tried to get word of Snape's report. Apparently, Snape didn't come around very often, seeing as he was Dumbledore's spy among the Death Eaters, so this was a big deal. Unfortunately, Mrs. Weasley had charmed the door imperturbable. Can't you break through that, Hermione? Ron asked. Maybe, she said, but even if your mum didn't notice, I'm sure Bill would. She could understand their frustration. She'd only been here a few days, and Mrs. Weasley's determination not to let them know what was going on was already getting on her nerves. They remained unsuccessful by the time the meeting broke up, and the various members poured out of the kitchen. Snape took no time getting out of there, striding up to the front door and making his exit, his robes billowing behind him. How does he get his robes to do that? Hermione wondered. We've been wondering that for 6 years, Fred answered. We think it's some kind of dark wizard trick, George added. Kids, Mrs. Weasley called up the stairs. Don't think I don't see you up there. Come on down. We'll be having dinner in a moment. They descended the stairs to the kitchen. From the look of things, Tonks was staying for dinner along with Merlin Newhite Mundungus Fletcher. And Remus, of course, but he unofficially lived there anyway. It was better than any flat he could hope to get on his own. If it weren't for Sirius, he wouldn't be doing very well right now. Apparently, some woman named Umbridge at the Ministry has pushed through a bunch of anti-werewolf laws in response to Remus being outed as a werewolf last year whilst teaching at Hogwarts. Harry and Sirius were a little later in returning, but they looked like they had reached an understanding. However, when Harry came down the stairs, Ginny deliberately kept her distance from him, and he followed her lead. Mrs. Weasley gave the two of them a very uncomfortable look. So, Harry, tell me exactly how you got here, Hermione said before things could get too awkward. It sounds like you took the long way around. Yeah, pretty much. So, Uncle Vernon was under the impression that he was a finalist for the All England Best Kept Suburban Lawn competition this evening, Harry said with a sly glance at Tonks. In the middle of a drought. Hermione said incredulously. He actually bought that. Yeah. And here's the best part. All month, he and Aunt Petunia have been gossiping about their neighbors wasting water on their lawns. Hermione and most of the table laughed, even if she didn't think it was that funny. To hear Harry talk about it, his relatives were a bunch of clowns, but he had confided to her once how awful they were when he was younger. Hence why he wanted to spend as much time as possible with Sirius. Harry explained how the advance guard had come to pick him up and fly him to London, except that Moody was too paranoid to fly in a straight line. It seemed overcomplicated to Hermione, but it was over now, so it didn't much matter. Ginny mostly amused herself by asking Tonks to make funny faces. Tonks was a metamorphagus, meaning she could change her appearance at will, a talent she liked to flaunt to anyone who was interested. However, Hermione's ear perked up when she heard the name of Ludo Bagman from Bill Weasley. "Ragnar's still pretty mad about him," he said. "See, Ragnar's brother was one of the goblins Bagman owes all that gold to. He's not too keen to help the Ministry because Bagman was their man, but I'm not sure if he believes Dumbledore's line on you-know-who, either." "So no one's heard from Bagman, then?" Hermione asked. "Not since June. Disappeared from the Ministry and everything. You haven't heard anything, have you?" "No, nothing. Ludo Bagman had lost a lot of money in unwise betting decisions last year to Hermione, Fred, and George, and worse, to a trio of goblins from Gringotts. The goblins weren't forgiving when he couldn't pay up. I was hoping that book I gave him would do something, but I guess it was a long shot." "What book?" Mrs. Weasley asked. "Oh, before Bagman left Hogwarts, I had Dobby slip a book into his travel bag. I was just a bit miffed because that maze he built gave me nightmares, and I thought turnabout would be fair play." Sirius raised his eyebrow at her as he made the connection. "You cursed a book," he said. "Oh no, it wasn't cursed. It was the complete works of H.P. Lovecraft." "What? You didn't?" Remus gasped. "Oh, Merlin. That's just evil," Tonks said. "My dad had a copy of some of those. I had nightmares for a month." "That's scary?" Sirius asked. "Well, I wouldn't say so now," Hermione answered, "but I sort of gave him the impression that the stories were true." "You didn't," Tonks said while Remus howled with laughter. "Oh, I did. But if the nightmares aren't bad enough to send him running back, it won't do much good." She sighed theatrically. "Maybe I should consult my copy of the Necronomicon." Remus stopped mid-laugh with an unmanly squeak and clutched at his chest, and Tonks paled albino white all the way to her hair and fell out of her seat. Hermione started laughing. "I'm kidding. Honestly." Sirius roared with a laugh that sounded like barking, and it set off the rest of the table. Even Mrs. Weasley chuckled a little, although she tried to stop herself. "That was brilliant, Hermione." Sirius gasped. "I don't know what it was, but it was the best prank I've seen all week." "About gave me a bloody heart attack," Remus grumbled. "What that muggle thought magic was like, I'd take Voldemort himself over most of the monsters in that book." That comment left Hermione, Remus, and Tonks trying to explain to the shocked Weasleys just what was so horrifying about the Call of Cthulhu. Eventually, the conversation moved on, but the big confrontation came after dessert. "All right, Harry," Sirius said. "I'm sure you have a lot of questions by now, so ask away." "Excuse me," Mrs. Weasley said. "What's Voldemort doing, for starters?" Harry said. "Ginny, Ron, and Hermione told me what they knew, but that wasn't much." "And for good reason," Mrs. Weasley cut in. "You're all too young to be in the Order. You don't need to be worrying about those kinds of things." "And what are we?" Chopped liver. Fred called. "We're of age, and we haven't got any answers out of you lot all summer." Well, Sirius started, but Remus cut him off. "That's between you and your parents," the werewolf said calmly. "But they do have a point, Molly. You can't expect them to stay here all summer and not ask questions." "That doesn't mean they have a right to expect answers," Mrs. Weasley shot back. "Harry has more right to those answers than anyone," Sirius growled. "He's the one who saw Voldemort come back, you know." Mrs. Weasley shuddered at the name, but she held her ground. "Except for the bit where Dumbledore told you not to tell Harry any more than he needs to know," she said. "I know that. And I'll definitely be taking that up with Dumbledore, but..." Most of the kids were watching the exchange like a tennis rally, but Hermione's mind tuned out and started turning over that statement. Dumbledore wanted to keep Harry on a need-to-know basis, regardless of the owls. Why? Did he not trust him to keep a secret? Harry was a bit slower on the uptake, but he started to realize the same thing if his face was any indication. "Not a child," Sirius yelled as Hermione tuned back into the argument. "He's not an adult either." Mrs. Weasley snapped. "He's my godson. He stayed with me last summer, if you recall. He's as good as one of ours, too. Isn't he, Arthur?" Mr. Weasley took a moment to clean his glasses, giving himself time to collect his thoughts. Dumbledore knew Harry wouldn't be able to stay at headquarters without getting a general picture of the situation, he said. "He doesn't need to know all the facts, but he has a right to that much." He's too young, Arthur, she said sadly. All of them are. They shouldn't have to worry. You're not going to stop us worrying, Mrs. Weasley, Hermione interrupted. She had to agree with Harry and Sirius. Under the circumstances, they really ought to know. Harry's the one Voldemort keeps trying to kill, and we're all his best friends. I don't see how it can get much worse to worry about. You didn't live through the last war, dear Mrs. Weasley said coldly. Hermione didn't have a response to that. I think Harry is old enough to decide for himself, Remus said. Mrs. Weasley deflated. She could tell she was outnumbered and that Remus was playing the moderate voice. Fine, but on you head be it. She wagged her finger at him. Dumbledore must have had a good reason for not wanting Harry to know too much. He didn't even tell them why. Hermione wondered. Wow, he really does do that to everyone, doesn't he? Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, you can all go to bed. Now, Mrs. Weasley continued. There was a lot of shouting from the younger Weasley kids and their mother. Hermione just stayed in her seat defiantly until it died down. You can't stop Fred and George, Molly. Mr. Weasley told her gently. They are of age. Oh, all right, then. Ginny, Ron, Hermione. I'm not leaving, Hermione said. Excuse me. I'm staying here. You most certainly are not. You can't order me out, she said, still not raising her voice. The Weasley kids uttered a soft gasp. Molly Weasley was not accustomed to being stood up to like this. I can't, can I? She said warningly. She loomed over Hermione in her seat. You're not of age. You're too young and, Mrs. Weasley. Hermione snapped. She stood up and faced her. You are not my mother. A stunned silence gripped the room. This is Sirius's house. He's acting in loco parentis for me. That means he decides where I can and can't go and what I can and can't hear. Legally, you have no say. No one spoke. Everyone seemed to be expecting an explosion. But instead, Mrs. Weasley seemed to be on the verge of tears. I'm just trying to do what's best for my family, she said shakily. And Hermione, I know you have two wonderful parents of your own, but I do care about you. If she was trying to make Hermione feel guilty, it was working. She probably had been a little too harsh just then. But it wasn't enough to make her back down. She continued to stand her ground. If you're so determined to stay, I suppose I can't stop you, she answered. But Ron. Ron jumped in, but his mother's sudden tears gave him pause. Instead of the angry retort he had no doubt been preparing, he tried to reason with her. You know Harry's not gonna keep a secret from us, don't you? I mean, we've been in the thick of it with him half the time, whether we wanted it or not. Mrs. Weasley didn't acquiesce straight away. She looked between Ron and Harry questioningly, and she shot a vaguely accusing look at Harry for going against her wishes. You'll tell us, won't you, Harry? Ron asked. Harry nodded to Ron, but it was more complicated with Ginny. He and Ginny looked at each other with expressions of feigned annoyance, keeping up their act. Mrs. Weasley's eyes focused on Ginny. This was the moment of truth. If Ginny was the only one excluded from this, it wouldn't be pretty. Would she give up her cruel prank for this? Hermione thought it might be better if she did, but when she saw the worry in Ginny's eyes, she couldn't hold back. I'd tell them both anyway, Mrs. Weasley, she said. Ron's right. We've all been in the thick of it before. I know you don't want your children to be caught up in this, but it's too late for that. Mrs. Weasley sat down, tearful and defeated. This was supposed to be over and done with before she muttered. Very well. I suppose I can't deny it. Mr. Weasley scooted over and put his arm around her. It'll be all right, Molly, he whispered. With that settled, albeit painfully, Sirius and Remus explained what the Order knew about Voldemort's movements. Voldemort hadn't killed anyone in the months since he came back, nor made any other overt moves. His power base was weakened after 13 years of being dead and all his followers abandoning him. Thus, he had intended to kill Harry in that graveyard and keep his return completely secret while he built up again, but now, the best he could do was lie low and take advantage of the Ministry's denial of his return. That had been a very lucky stroke for him, which only made Hermione and Harry resent the Ministry more. When Harry came back from the graveyard and told his story, Dumbledore had started to rebuild the Order of the Phoenix within the hour, and so the two enemies hit the ground running at the same time. Now, The Order was trying to derail Voldemort's plans. He was recruiting the more unsavory sorts of wizards and magical creatures, and Dumbledore was trying to dissuade his potential recruits. Unfortunately, Fudge was afraid Dumbledore was trying to create a scare so that he could take over the Ministry, which sounded completely paranoid, but nothing would convince him otherwise. He was scared of Dumbledore's brilliant mind, and he was even more scared of the prospect that Voldemort could be back, so scared that he simply refused to believe it. It was Fudge's maneuvering that forced Dumbledore out of the Wizengamot and the ICW, and his influence that made the Daily Prophet run all those stories discrediting Dumbledore and Harry. Thanks to him, Sirius was practically the only other person in the Order who could get away with publicly proclaiming the truth, and even that was risky. Fudge could have him charged with sedition, or at least being a public nuisance. But there was one last bit that Hermione and the Weasleys had not even heard a whisper of. According to Sirius, Voldemort was after something. Like a weapon, he said. Something he didn't have last time. What kind of a weapon? Harry asked. That's enough, Mrs. Weasley jumped in. She seemed to have collected her wits about her again because she was being very firm. You've given Harry enough answers, Sirius. This is definitely Order members only. Well, where do I sign up? Harry said hostilely. The Order is for overage wizards only, Remus said. Wizards who have finished school, he added to Fred and George. Make no mistake, this is war. There are dangers you can't have any idea about, any of you. You're too young. And Molly's right, Sirius. This isn't something the children should know. Fair enough, Sirius agreed. Good. Then it's time for bed, Mrs. Weasley said. They acquiesced and went upstairs, but Hermione stopped to talk to Remus first. She knew it would be useless to talk to any of the other adults in the house. Remus seemed to be de facto in charge of Order business, and he sounded the most fair of any of them. Professor Lupin, she started. You can call me Remus, Hermione. I'm not your professor anymore. Remus. Look, Mrs. Weasley is right. I don't know what it's like to live through a war. But I do know what it's like to almost lose my best friend. I know what it's like to almost be eaten by a giant snake and attacked by a dark wizard. I don't know what it's like to lose a parent or anyone close to me, but I do know what it's like to almost get my soul beaked out by a Dementor. I'm smart enough not to speculate on which is worse, but I have a hard time imagining anything worse. Now, is that being wise, or blissfully naive? Remus stared at her a minute and sighed. You have been through far more than you should have had to, Hermione. More than many adults. But this isn't your fight. It will be. Someday soon, I fear, but not yet. It is my fight now, she protested. Voldemort knows me. I hexed him in the face twice when he was still a spirit, and he tried to kill me and my friends several times. You're not going to change my mind, Hermione. You're too young to fight. She shook her head. It's not about fighting, Remus. I won't be in England anyway, but I can still be useful. I can invent spells. I can invent spells even Voldemort hasn't dreamed up. In fact, I'll be inventing spells anyway, but I could be more useful if you told me what sorts of things you might need. I just can't sit on my ass safe and sound in France while you're all in danger. Remus stared at her another minute and sighed again. I'll take it up with Dumbledore. I can't promise more than that. Maybe he'll have a useful project for you to work on. Thank you. That's all I'm asking. Very well. Good night, Hermione. Good night, Remus. Oh, and don't judge Mrs. Weasley too harshly, he told her. She lost both of her brothers in the last war. They were both in the Order. It's incredibly brave of her to come anywhere near this place after that. The next morning, George woke Hermione and Ginny early for breakfast, as Mrs. Weasley wanted to get started on the cleaning as soon as possible. They had been cleaning some since Hermione arrived, but they were doing the drawing room today. Long overdue given the number of people in the house, and it looked to be a bigger job than the rest of it. Mrs. Weasley seemed to be watching the teens more closely than usual today, so that they couldn't have a private conversation after the revelations last night, as if they would forget about it eventually. She also kept eyeing Harry and Ginny, looking for signs of the state of their relationship. They managed to play their parts well, being formal and distant towards each other despite how it must have pained them. But Ginny was a stubborn sort. After a quick breakfast, Sirius undid the seals on a door that Hermione had thus far been forbidden to enter as if they were seals laid on a cursed tomb. Beyond it was a long, high-ceilinged room with ugly, olive-green walls covered in faded tapestries. Every inch of it was filthy, with cobwebs everywhere, dirt and dust on every surface, and scattered droppings of small animals. A buzzing like a swarm of bees emanated from the curtains. The only place that looked untouched was a glass display case filled with suspicious-looking artifacts. "Well, it's a big job, Mrs. Weasley said. "Are you ready to start?" "Not quite, Mrs. Weasley. I think we're going to need backup," Hermione said. "Backup. Dobby. Pop. Yes, Miss Herm, Hookie's tea towel. What has happened to this house?" Hookie's tea towel. Hermione thought. When did Dobby start using figures of speech? But she didn't have time to question it before Dobby sniffed the air and caught a familiar scent. "Who is being responsible for cleaning?" "Creature," he shouted. "Dobby smells Creature." There was a shuffling sound, and Creature, Sirius's old family elf whom Hermione had generally been avoiding, came into the room. "Dobby is being here," he mumbled to himself. "Mistress Narcissa's elf has come to see Creature." "Dobby does not work for the Malfoy family anymore," the younger elf said, crossing his arms. "Dobby is a free elf." Creature gasped and stumbled back as if Dobby were diseased. "Dobby is being free. Dobby has disgraced his pedigree." "Oh, he is being most shamed, yes he is. You is being one to talk, Creature," Dobby sniffed. "I still works like a proper elf, and Miss Hermione Granger is a very good employer. You is a bad elf, letting your house rot like this. You has an employer," Creature whispered as if it were something unspeakably salacious. "You is working for wages. You is a very sick and beaked elf. You is a danger to elf society. I is not a bad elf. The Hogwarts elves is comfortable with me. It is being a lifestyle choice, is that right, Miss Hermione?" "Yes, Dobby. Lifestyle choice." She'd had to introduce that phrase to the elves' vocabulary. "Yes. You is the sick elf, Creature," he said. "You is not even cleaning. Dobby does not speak like a proper elf." "No he doesn't," Creature muttered, half to himself. Dobby was always being the strange one in the pedigree, resenting his master's ideas above his station. Creature's mistress would not have stood for it. She would have taken his head early as an example to other elves. "That's barbaric," Hermione exclaimed. "Please tell me all the families don't do that." "No, Miss Hermione. Only the Blacks, that Dobby knows of." Creature is not listening to Dobby. Creature is a loyal elf. Creature obeys his mistress. You is not obeying your family. You is not keeping the home. You ought to be punished. Dobby, Hermione said. "Dobby is ashamed you is part of my pedigree. You're related," Hermione said, forgetting her previous objection, but as she said it she realized it made sense. Dobby's former mistress, Narcissa Malfoy, was Sirius's cousin. "Creature is being Dobby's uncle, on my father's side," he said, as if that mattered, with the disdain humans reserved for the proverbial red-headed stepchild. Actually, that made sense, too, in the matrilineal house elf culture. Creature will not be insulted by a wage whore and his mudblood client. You will not insult Hermione Granger. Dobby screeched, and he launched himself at Creature. "Dobby, stop," Hermione yelled. "What's going on here?" Sirius roared as he stormed into the room. "Creature, stop." Both elves froze in mid-fight and looked up at their respective master-employer. Dobby was younger and stronger and had Creature partially pinned, but Creature fought dirtier and was going at it with teeth and nails. Harry and the Weasleys, who had watched the exchange in silence, now stared in shock. "Wow, house elf fight," said Fred. "You only hear about those in old stories about dark families," George added. "They used to sell tickets," Fred continued. "Thankfully, we've moved beyond such spectacles, Mrs. Weasley said warningly. Creature Hermione said tentatively. "I called Dobby to help clean the house. I don't know why she looked around. Why it's got into this state but we don't need you," Sirius interrupted. "Sirius," Hermione scolded. "No, I meant it. Every time you show up pretending to clean, Creature, you try to sneak off with something." "Creature would never move anything from its proper place in the House of Black," the elf muttered. "Mistress would never forgive Creature if the tapestry was hurt." "Ha! Your mistress is being dead many years if she is letting you be like this," Dobby cut in. "Dobby, that's enough," Hermione whispered. "And why shouldn't Creature be concerned about your property, Sirius?" "Dark magic," he growled. This place is riddled with it. Safer to just chuck most of this stuff. Master is nasty ungrateful swine, Creature mumbled. No respect for his heritage. Creature, go away, Sirius snapped. Creature must do as master wishes. But what mistress would say if she saw the house now? She swore master was no son of hers, and they say he's a murderer, too. Keep muttering, and I will be a murderer. Sirius, don't, Hermione said. He's not well. Long-term isolation can do awful things to a person. He needs help, not abuse. I've been through worse than him, and I turned out all right, Sirius growled dangerously. Hermione wisely didn't try to contradict that. Well, whatever the reason, he didn't. Look, he just insulted his master to your face. I can't believe I'm saying this, but that is not healthy elf behavior. Nah, that's just because my mother taught him to hate me. He's perfectly loyal to her. Well, if you hate him so much, why don't you free him? She said resentfully. Why would you keep kicking him around like this? Sirius shook his head. He knows too much about the order. Plus the shock would kill him. He hasn't lost that trait. Creature is needing a few good kicks, miss, Dobby piped up. For an elf to willingly live like this, he motioned to the filth in the room. It is being a disgrace, bound or free. Hermione sighed. I don't think it's his fault, Dobby. I think he's gone mad from the isolation, and maybe we could help him. I want you to try to work with him. But Miss Hermione, he calls you. I heard what he called me, Dobby. I'll probably be called worse before this war is over. You don't have to like him, but I want you to try to work with him respectfully. Understand? Dobby's ears drooped. I understands, miss, he said. Good. And Sirius, maybe if you tried to reconcile with Creature, he'd be more pleasant. If you're stuck with him anyway. Huh. Fat chance of that. I've never liked him, and he's never liked me, even before I turned blood traitor. He could see it in my eyes, or so he said. Always liked Regulus better. And how did you treat him when you were a kid? Hermione said shrewdly. She didn't want to think he was anything like Draco Malfoy at that age. Sirius had made Gryffindor, after all, but Gryffindors could be spoilt brats, too, as well as rebels, maybe even at the same time. What do you mean? He was just a fixture of the house. I tried my best to ignore him. Regulus always liked him, but then Regulus was always the perfect little pureblood prince, he said with a bit of a sneer. And you're surprised that Creature liked Regulus back? Hermione said incredulously. Hermione, I never liked my family, Sirius said indignantly. I ran away from home for a good reason. Yes, Harry told me the story. But Creature didn't have a choice in the matter. Oh, Creature can take plenty of initiative, believe me. That's still no reason to abuse him. Sirius, a few months ago, you were praising how I treat house elves. I thought you were above this. But this is Creature, he said without hesitation. I've known him since I was a kid. Well, I haven't, she snapped. All I know is that you're treating an obviously mentally ill person like dirt, and abusing him and threatening him just like all the other purebloods who think their elves are worthless saves. Sirius gasped at the comparison. Dobby sensed his rising anger and stepped protectively in front of Hermione. Sirius had beaten him in a fight before, but he wasn't about to stand by. Sirius took a menacing step towards Hermione, and Dobby raised his hand, fingers poised to snap. The Weasleys started, and Harry grabbed Sirius's arm and pulled him back. Sirius, don't, he whispered, sensing the danger. His godfather's anger management problems had never fully gone away after Azkaban. She does kinda have a point. Creature's an ass, but even I can tell he's not right in the head. At that moment, Ginny strategically scoffed and spoke up. Oh, come on, Harry, you heard what he called Hermione. Not now, Ginny. He snapped back, sounding much more angry with her than with his godfather. But both of them winked when Mrs. Weasley wasn't looking. So what do you say, Sirius? Sirius paused and sighed loudly as he considered his godson's words. Sorry, Harry, that was out of line, he muttered. Attacking Harry's friend would do no good in any case. Sirius, Hermione Mrs. Weasley spoke up before anything else could happen. I think you both need to cool off, separately. Sirius and Hermione looked at her and then looked at each other. I'll be downstairs, Sirius said. Sorry about that, Hermione, he added, more for Harry's sake. Think about what you said. He left the room before she could answer. "I'll keep helping with the cleaning," Hermione said uneasily. She was not expecting to get in a fight with her best friend's godfather today. The mood was subdued as Mrs. Weasley handed out bottles of doxycyde and set them to attacking the curtains. Soon, the air was thick with tiny black biting fairies, and they were too preoccupied to talk much. "So, I guess he's pretty messed up, but creature's still an ass, yeah." Ron ventured after a few minutes. "Unfortunately," Hermione admitted, thinking back to what the elf had said. "That really had hurt a little. I've never heard those insults before. Most elves just look at Dobby like he's gay or something, well, like Muggles would. Anyway, Muggles have a problem with that," Ron said in surprise. "Depends on who you ask. I expect in another 20 years or so, hardly anyone will bat an eye." Oh, there wasn't much opportunity to talk, as they were too busy trying to avoid doxy bites. Hermione saw Fred and George pocketing a couple of the doxies, no doubt for some nefarious purpose. Harry continued to make a show of rebuffing Ginny when she approached him. There was a crisis later that morning as they cleaned out a nest of dead puffskeins from under the sofa, which made everyone in the room queasy. Only the twins had the nerve to actually carry them out and dispose of them. Hermione only saw a pile of dirty, custard-colored fluff, but the smell alone was enough for her. They were very surprised, though, when one of the twins spoke up and said, "Oi! Hold up. This one's still alive." "Alive one," Ginny said with interest. She rushed to see. Fred came back into the room carrying a small, perfectly spherical ball of fur that just fit in his hand, with two beady, black eyes blinking out at them. "Ah, it's just a baby," Ginny cooed. Hermione knew from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them that adult puffskeins were about twice that size. "It must be horrible for it here." "I'm not so sure it's a baby," George said. "Oh, why not?" asked Fred. "Look at the eyes. Too small to be a baby. I think it's a midget." "Huh, I think you're right, brother," Fred said. "Maybe that's how it stayed alive. Didn't need as much food." He started stroking the creature, and it started purring with a very distinctive and familiar trilling sound. Hermione paled, and his eyes widened. "Oh my god, it's a tribble." "A what?" "It's a creature from Muggle stories. But they look and sound just like that. Please tell me those things don't breed every 12 hours. "What? That's nuts. Although, puffskeins aren't that hard to breed," George suggested. I think maybe we'll keep this one," Fred said cagily, obviously not revealing their plan in front of their mother. "Are you barmy?" Ron demanded. "After what you did to mine." "That was an accident," Fred snapped. "What did he do to your puffskein?" Hermione asked. "Whacked it with a beater's bat," Ron said. "Fred, I was 9, he protested. "And Charlie dosed me with a confusing concoction because we tried to prank him into snogging Tonks." Hermione opened her mouth and shut it again. It was best not to question all the crazy things that happened in that family. They broke for lunch after having thoroughly doxied the drawing room. Everyone got bitten at least once, but fortunately, doxy bites were no more than an annoyance if treated immediately. After a light lunch of sandwiches, Mrs. Weasley worked up her nerve and said, "Harry, could I speak with you for a moment?" Harry nodded and followed her up to his bedroom, for lack of anywhere else to go in the house. Before she left, she shot a silent look at her children that said stay. However, Ginny nodded to the twins, and they broke out the extendable ears, all according to plan. Mrs. Weasley leaned against the foot of the bed and motioned for Harry to take the seat at the desk. Harry felt a little nervous. He wasn't really sure how far Ginny wanted him to take this. He also didn't particularly want to lie to Mrs. Weasley. That wouldn't endear her to his side of things, even if he wasn't too happy with her at the moment. "Harry," Mrs. Weasley said, "I heard you had a fight with Ginny yesterday." "Yeah," Harry said after a pause. The whole house had heard it, but he decided to let her go on her own to start with. "You said you were angry because no one was writing to you." "Did he?" Choosing his words carefully, he replied, "I think I said I was mad because no one would tell me what was going on." "Well, Professor Dumbledore said it would be safer not to send you any information that could be intercepted," she said. "Arthur and Sirius did send you letters with as much information as we could safely tell you." "What about how you were doing?" he snapped, feigning anger. "It wasn't hard." "Excuse me." Mrs. Weasley, I was attacked by Dementors, the darkest creatures in the world. That's not supposed to happen. I didn't have any idea who did it or how. Who was to say they weren't coming for you or Hermione's family next? Arthur and Sirius. Yes, they sent me letters, but that was right away. They might have come for you later. No one ever told me if the Dementors were under control again. He paused as it hit him. I still don't know if they're under control again. Did they track down the Dementors that attacked me, or are they still roaming free somewhere? Mrs. Weasley thought it over. You'll have to ask Sirius about that. There hasn't been any other sign of them, though. Well, that sounds like something someone should look into, doesn't it? I didn't get another owl for 3 days. Even Hedwig didn't come back. I thought for sure at least Ginny would send a note to let me know you were all okay. Which was true, for a short time until Hermione showed up. But then I got here and found out you were all fine, and she just didn't write to me. Also true. She had only written to Hermione. So yeah, I think I have a right to be angry. He felt more uncomfortable than angry at the moment, but he had the right under the circumstances. Mrs. Weasley suddenly looked as if she were on the verge of tears. Harry, I am so sorry, she said, looking down at her hands. I wanted to tell you, it wasn't Ginny's fault that she didn't write you, or the boys. It was mine. Professor Dumbledore said it was too dangerous to send any owls to you, period, because they could be followed. That might have been how the Dementors found you. So I made sure she couldn't send you any letters, and believe me, she made that difficult for me. I must have caught her trying to sneak a letter 6 times in those 3 days. Harry was feeling a lot more uncomfortable now. He could see how much this was hurting Mrs. Weasley, who was already on the edge over Percy. But to stop her now would be to out himself early, so he let her keep going. Harry, I really did think I was doing the right thing. But I see now I was so worried about keeping you safe that I didn't think about anything else. I didn't think about how you would feel, worrying about us, and I never wanted to hurt your and Ginny's relationship. She seemed to trip over the word. I don't know if that surprises you or not. Ginny's not quite 14 yet, and an ally. I think she's awfully young for all this, but I've seen the way her face lit up when she talked about you this summer. She's very fond of you. So I hope you won't hold any of this against her. I was the one who stopped her writing. Mrs. Weasley seemed to have finished, and Harry really didn't want this to go on any longer, so he leaned forward and said, I know. Mrs. Weasley's head snapped up. What? I knew it was you the whole time. What? But how? Ginny's trickier than you thought. She got a message to me through Hermione. Hermione. But we told her. Hermione has more ways to send messages than owls, Mrs. Weasley. She slumped back in her seat. Of course she does, she muttered. Oh, I've forgotten what it's like to be a stubborn teenager. So all of that yesterday. You just staged a fight. Harry flushed with embarrassment, but he nodded. And why would you do that? Her voice was rising and turning stern. Harry started to fear a rant was coming, when there was a knock on the door, and a voice called, I put him up to it, Mum. Ginny. Mrs. Weasley rushed to open the door and found her daughter standing just outside. What is the meaning of this? The fight was my idea, Ginny said unabashedly. I wanted to show you how much it was hurting us when you stopped me from writing to Harry. I knew he'd worry if he didn't hear anything, and I knew he was already mad that we weren't telling him anything important. He would have been really mad at me if I didn't contact him when he needed it most. I wouldn't have Harry started. Yes, you would have, Ginny cut him off. Maybe not as it was, but if I hadn't been passing you information through Hermione all summer. Hermione. Ginny. Oops, sorry, Hermione. Hermione sighed as Mrs. Weasley rounded the corner to see her standing on the stairs. It's all right, Ginny, she said. Yes, Mrs. Weasley, I've been telling Harry everything I knew all summer, and yes, I was very careful that it couldn't fall into the wrong hands. I thought Harry had a right to know what was happening. Mrs. Weasley looked unhappy with this development, but she wisely left it for later. Well, I'm sorry, Ginny. You were right. I still think I did the right thing by blocking your owls, mind you, but you were right. Harry needed to know we were all right and thinking about him. I could have. She paused and thought for a minute. Well, I've never quite agreed with Professor Dumbledore about the guards on your house not contacting you, Harry. I should have asked one of them to speak to you. And I'll try to be more considerate of your feelings in the future. Thank you, Mum. That's all we're asking, Ginny said, and Harry nodded his agreement, mostly relieved that this had not turned out much worse. Well, I think it's time we got back to work, Mrs. Weasley said. Her children and Hermione groaned and trudged up the stairs. Harry was about to follow when she quietly called his name. He paused and turned to look at her. There's just one other thing I wanted to say. Yes, he said. Ginny's very young, still, Harry, and I know you don't want to hear it, but you're not exactly grown up yourself. I can tell you're both fond of each other, but I just wanted to tell you to remember that you have time. Even with another war starting, you have time, and please don't hurt her. She's still my baby girl to me, and she's been through too much already. Harry's mouth felt dry. Not quite sure how he should respond, he said, I'll do my best, Mrs. Weasley. Thank you, Harry. That's all I'm asking, she said, and they followed Ginny back to the drawing room. It wasn't until that evening that the teens were able to converse in private, and that after a long day of cleaning under Mrs. Weasley's watchful eye. Is it just me, or is Mum trying to stop us from talking about the order? Ron said. Of course she is, Fred replied. As if she could stop us, said George. She certainly couldn't stop us at school. Although things would become unpleasant for everyone. If we had to wait that long. It's not like we even learnt that much, Ginny observed. We only learnt one new, important thing, you know who's looking for a weapon. We think it's a weapon, Hermione corrected. Sirius was kind of vague on that. That's what it sounded like, though, Harry said. And it's something specific, something he didn't have last time. What could it be, though? I mean, what's worse than the killing curse? Lots of things could be, Hermione said. The Cruciatus curse is, arguably. At least the killing curse is quick. Poison gas so he could kill a lot of people. Magical explosives, maybe. Nuclear weapons, obviously, but I don't think he'd have any practical use for them. You know who's all about magic, though, Ron said. I don't think he'd use that muggle stuff. Could be something magical that kills a lot of people, though. Spells to blow a bunch of stuff up, maybe. Fred suggested. That's what we'd do if we were evil, added George. Hermione shook her head. I don't think so. If I were a dark lady, I'd start by reading up on every dark curse I could find, and then invent something worse. But Voldemort's not a genius arithmancer, Harry countered, ignoring the horrifying implications. The Weasleys still shuddered at the name, although Ron said, thank Merlin, to that idea. He's still smart, though, Hermione said. Or so everyone says. I'd be surprised if he couldn't do advanced spellcrafting, even if it's not his specialty. It would have to be an artifact, or maybe a spell book. But something rare that you couldn't just learn in the library. I wonder if we can figure out what it is, Harry said. No, we don't have enough information, Hermione answered. We could look at what kinds of artifacts are out there, though. It'll be good to know the limits of what Voldemort could possibly do regardless. But how? Anything that powerful will probably be in the restricted section, said Ginny. We can't just go looking for it there. Wait, maybe we don't have to, Ron spoke up. What about how we looked up the Philosopher's Stone back in first year? Come again? Asked Fred. Of course, Hermione exclaimed. We don't need to look in the restricted section just to figure out the limits of magic. We need to look at legends, old stories, maybe even ones that aren't believed anymore. Look for artifacts that could be the kind of thing Voldemort's looking for. You should ask Luna to help when you get to school, too, Ginny. She loves that weird legendary stuff. Great idea, Ron. George whistled. Mark it on the calendar, Fred, he said. Ron got a great idea. Oi. Ron whacked him in the back of the head. Everyone except Mrs. Weasley was surprised when Professor Dumbledore paid a visit to Grimmauld Place the next morning. Hermione froze when she came downstairs at Mrs. Weasley's call and saw him. Professor. Hello, she said. I'll go find Harry for you. No, Miss Granger, that will not be necessary, the old wizard said calmly. I came to speak to you and Miss Weasley. Hermione was even more surprised, but when Mrs. Weasley joined the three of them, she started to get an inkling of what was going on. Ginny must have, too, because she quickly said, Mum, what did you tell Professor Dumbledore? Only what I needed to, Ginevra, she said distantly. We just want to make sure Harry is safe. Ginny tensed at hearing her full name. Hermione also grew a little tense, anticipating a serious confrontation, but she wasn't too worried. She was confident she could explain things, even if the adults were a little unhappy with it. "Please sit," Dumbledore said. They did. "Now, Miss Weasley, I was disappointed to learn yesterday that you have been sending information about the order to Mr. Potter against my advice." Hermione could see a silent scoff on Ginny's face. Dumbledore had a gift for spin. He was a politician, after all. He'd practically ordered them not to tell Harry anything, and if he hadn't, Mrs. Weasley certainly had. "Technically, I only sent it to Hermione," Ginny said. "Ginevra Mrs. Wellesley warned. But you did pass that information on to Mr. Potter, did you not, Miss Granger?" Dumbledore replied. "Yes, sir, I did," Hermione said unrepentantly. "And you knew she was doing so, Miss Weasley?" "Yes," Ginny muttered, looking a little ashamed at that. "What's going on here?" Sirius had entered the room. He shot Dumbledore a very pointed expression. Mrs. Weasley hid a faint scowl. Her difference of opinion with Sirius about how to raise Harry was still simmering. "Sirius, we were discussing Miss Weasley's and Miss Granger's communication with Harry this summer," Dumbledore said. "Molly and I had some concerns about it." "Well, don't mind if I listen in," he said, sitting beside them. "I think I have an interest in this, after all." "Fine, Sirius, Mrs. Weasley muttered reluctantly. "Young lady, I told you not to tell Harry anything more than he needs to know," she started. "Yes, because Professor Dumbledore didn't trust owls," Ginny said. "But Harry explained yesterday why it made things worse to keep him in the dark." Mrs. Weasley nodded in admission. "You read over my letters to Harry," Ginny continued, "but you didn't stop me from owling Hermione, so I told her instead, and she said she could pass it along safely. And that is the other reason I came," Dumbledore cut in. He turned to Hermione, and his eyes seemed to bore into her skull. "I am especially disappointed in you, Miss Granger. You promised me that you would not tell Harry any important information." "Excuse me, Professor, but no I didn't." "What?" he said. "What?" Mrs. Weasley, Ginny, and Sirius repeated. "Surely you remember," Dumbledore started. "Yes, I do remember, Professor," Hermione said evenly, "but that was not what I promised. My exact words were, I promise I will not risk sending Harry any sensitive information that could be intercepted. I sent Harry information in a way that could not be intercepted, by magical or muggle means." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. He clearly hadn't considered that possibility, which was strange. He seemed a paradox, Hermione thought in the back of her mind. He could be a textbook politician when he wanted to be, but he seemed very trusting of other people not to be. Or perhaps he just wasn't used to being challenged. "Oh," Mrs. Weasley said, looming over her. "And you think found a way to do that Professor Dumbledore didn't?" "Mrs. Weasley, I have a house elf in my employ," Hermione said indignantly. "If you tell me that Dobby could have been intercepted popping directly from my house to Harry's house with a letter, I will apologize." Sirius started laughing, and Dumbledore's mouth hung open. "Of course," the old wizard mused. "It is often the simplest solutions that are the most effective, and the most easily overlooked. But still, I wish you had consulted me before you did that, Miss Granger." Hermione couldn't believe her ears. Did he want to keep Harry in the dark? "Professor," she said, "I promised I would not risk having any sensitive information intercepted, which you accepted, and I kept that promise. Now, if there was some other reason you didn't want Harry to know certain things for his own sake, which I would find frankly baffling, you should have told me that outright." Was clearly implied. Dumbledore looked very uncomfortable, as if he were searching for a response, or he didn't want to tell her his real reasoning. "I was concerned about Harry's reaction to some of the information," he admitted. "If he were to do anything reckless, there could be grave consequences." "Well, with all due respect, Professor, I think Harry's reaction to not being told anything might have been worse. Then I suspect we both did as we saw most fit in regard to Mr. Potter's best interest," he said. That would have been a lot more comforting to Hermione if she hadn't heard him say something very similar about Fudge last June. "In any case, he now knows as much as you do, and that by design, now, so the matter is moot." Hermione just stared at him. She had a bad feeling Dumbledore wasn't telling her something important that would come back to bite her, but she couldn't think of any other way to get it out of him just now. Although I do have to ask, Dumbledore went on. Did you have anything to do with this, Sirius? No, but good on them. As long as they were safe about it, I think it's good they kept Harry in the loop. Don't you? I think Dumbledore paused and considered. I think this conversation would be better continued in private. Mrs. Weasley took the hint and ushered Ginny and Hermione out of the room, muttering to herself about teenagers always thinking they know best, leaving Sirius and Dumbledore alone. You can't go on keeping Harry in the dark like this, Sirius said firmly. You know perfectly well why it is dangerous for him to know too much, Sirius, Dumbledore replied. Then start him learning occlumency now instead of waiting for something to happen. It is not that simple, or I would have. Only Alistair, Severus, and I are able to teach him within the order, and all three of us are unsuitable for that very same reason. Then do something. Is your brother any good at it? Maybe. One of the other teachers. Former teachers. Slughorn always seemed pretty bright with that kind of thing. Hell, even that Fleur girl would give him something to train against. Isn't he going to have to learn it eventually, no matter what happens? If I can complete certain other tasks in time, it may not be necessary, Dumbledore said, though he looked strangely uncertain about his words. Sirius seized on that. That's no reason not to prepare him, Albus, and you know it. Hope for the best, but prepare for the worst, right? Sirius, I don't think you realize how fine a line I am walking, Dumbledore said, all pretense of geniality gone from his voice. Every path before me carries with it a serious risk of hindering our ability to fight Voldemort, of hindering Harry's ability to protect himself, and information itself is the deadliest weapon at Voldemort's disposal. I am trying to find the path that carries the least risk, to Harry and to the Order. But it will not be the easiest path, and it will certainly not be the path without secrets. If you cannot accept this, then we have nothing more to say to each other. Sirius glared at him. I'm not convinced you've found the right path just now. Dumbledore sighed. Neither am I. I will speak to Severus again to see if we can find another solution. But for now I must ask that you continue to resist the temptation to tell Harry more than he already knows. Fine, he grumbled, but I'm going to hold you to that promise. I expect nothing less. It took the entire weekend to fully decontaminate the drawing room. Harry was unhappy that Professor Dumbledore had left without talking to him, but he was soon too busy to think about it. By Monday morning, the only undesirable things left were a tapestry of the Black family tree and a writing desk that sounded like it was occupied by a boggart. Most of the items that looked valuable and/or dangerous were stored up in the attic for Bill to take a look at later if he had the time. Creature fought them passive-aggressively by trying to steal back anything they tried to throw away. Nothing seemed to make the old elf more pleasant. Dobby was passive-aggressive towards him, since they disagreed so much with each other's lifestyle choices. Sirius tried to be more civil with him, but Creature just laughed at him. Creature knew he was really the one in control of that relationship because Sirius couldn't afford to free him. And nothing in Hermione's spectrum of nice would convince him to answer a muggle born with anything but insults. Ultimately, Creature would need serious counseling, and they couldn't help someone who didn't want to be helped. On Monday, they took a day off to celebrate Harry's birthday. Despite the dilapidated accommodations, Harry enjoyed the party, especially having all his closest friends and his girlfriend there to celebrate with him. It was certainly an improvement on the Dursleys, with whom he had spent all of his birthdays before last year. For a time, he was even able to forget about his upcoming hearing and his bad dreams at night. Hermione didn't know much about that, but her own dreams were dark enough. For the hearing, she tried to assure him that he was perfectly within his rights to use magic in self-defense. She didn't mention her worry that the Ministry might just not care. By the day before Harry's hearing, and after many more harrowing experiences with magical pests and cursed items, 12 Grimmauld Place was fully cleaned except for the attic and Sirius's brother's old room, which he wouldn't let anyone touch. It was that day that Hermione finally got a chance to talk to Fred and George alone and find out what they were up to. They led her into their small bedroom, which was a little awkward, but she let it go, and they pulled some assorted products from under their beds. We still have to hide this stuff from Mum, Fred explained. Legally she can't really do anything, but she's still Mum. Yeah, it can be hard to stop her sometimes, George agreed. What are you doing about money? Hermione asked them. Well, it wasn't easy, but we've got enough to sustain a mail-order business, George said. Fred nodded his agreement. Yeah. Order forms, catalogs, shipping, materials. Can't hire any labor. And we might be mail order for a couple years. But we'll have our own shop eventually. Hermione thought that sounded pretty optimistic. You do know you'll have competition, don't you? Of course, they said in unison. But we've got two things going for us, though, said Fred. First off, being mail order is actually a blessing in disguise. Gamble and Japes and Zonkos don't do delivery. And the other thing is we've got loads of new product ideas, George finished. We've made some of them. You want to see? All right then, Hermione said. He looked around at the various products. Well, there's this one. Hermione was surprised when he pointed to the dwarf puffskein they had found in the drawing room, which was now in a comfortable-looking nest. The puffskein, she said. Yeah, little guy's doing better now. Course, puffskeins are easy to care for, Fred added. They eat rubbish, and they rarely get sick. A few of the firsties will probably have them as pets, George continued. We're gonna see if they'll let us mate Cyrano here and try to create a dwarf breed. Hermione's jaw dropped. You too. Animal breeding. Seriously. Puffskeins are easy to breed, too, said Fred. We'd be hip deep in them if they were mobile enough to roam around like cats. And you know how to breed animals. She pressed. You know about things like line breeding and outcrossing and humane breeding practices. What? Humane breeding practices, she repeated slowly. Muggles worry about that kind of thing. There are unscrupulous people in the Muggle world who run things called puppy mills and kitten mills, where dogs and cats are bred in unsanitary, overcrowded, and negligent conditions. And as a completely separate matter, they've also inbred some breeds so badly that they suffer serious health problems. Can you avoid all those problems doing this in a school? With limited time and resources? The twins stared at her. It was obvious they hadn't thought of that. We were thinking maybe we could get Hagrid to help us, Fred said hesitantly. But there's gotta be books in the library on animal breeding, George said, cheering up. Yeah, and we could probably get some house elves if we need extra hands. Hermione rolled her eyes. I'm pretty sure that's getting outside their mandate, she said. Although, the elves do know a lot about breeding healthy bloodlines. I'm sure they could give some good advice. Great idea, George said. He started taking notes on what she had said. See, this is why we keep you around. Excuse me, is that all? Just kidding, Hermione. Now these, he indicated some sweets inside an old-style metal lunch pail. Are our experimental skiving snack boxes. She raised an eyebrow at him. Skiving snack boxes, she said. What do they do? They make you ill, Fred said thoughtlessly. Not seriously ill, mind, just enough to get you out of class. Hermione groaned. You shouldn't be helping people get out of class, she chided. Hey, if it's what the market wants. She glared at him. Let's trying something else. Aha. He reached into something that looked like a slush pile of pranks and pulled out a bracelet. Now this is a brilliant idea George came up with. It's called a daydream charm. That got Hermione's attention. She looked at the bracelet with interest. It looked like the charm bracelets that many girls wore, Muggles and witches alike, except the charms were little bits of wood with runes carved on them. It's certainly intricate, she said. I didn't know you did much with runes. We don't, answered George, but we do loads of charms and enchanting, and the simpler rune stuff's not all that different. Plus there are those rune seminars Professor Babbling starting giving in our 3rd year. Right, so this a charm that makes you daydream. Fred chuckled. A little more than that. Say you're in a boring enjoying an afternoon in the sun, and you wonder what it'd be like to be somewhere more interesting. Like, say, having an adventure on a pirate ship with a dashing young buccaneer. George picked up the strain with a grin. Hermione blushed a little. All you have to do is apply a simple incantation to activate the charms, and you will enter a highly realistic daydream about swashbuckling pirates that lasts for 30 minutes. Really? That sounds like extraordinary magic. You can really do all that. Well, we're working on it, Fred answered. Yeah, putting it together bit by bit, said George. Right now, it only lasts 5 minutes. And anything you say in the daydream still comes out of your mouth in the real world. Not very good for relaxing in the sun, you know. Still, you wanna try it out. Hermione's eyes widened, and she looked between them nervously. I assume you've tested it, she said. Sure we have, said Fred. We just want to see how it works for you, take some notes on how we can improve it. Hermione considered for a moment and said, oh, all right, then. George and Fred grinned maniacally. Excellent, they said. Fred placed the bracelet on her wrist and drew his wand. Now, just lean back and tell us what you see, Somnia. Hermione felt an odd, fuzzy feeling in her mind, and then the world changed. The new sights and sounds were clearly not reality, but close enough that it made little difference. The colors were more vibrant than real life, while the shapes were a little fuzzy, especially in her peripheral vision. Everything had a slightly airy, dreamlike quality about it. She could hear seagulls squawking overhead and saw wooden planks beneath her feet. I'm on the deck of a ship, she said, looking more closely at her surroundings. I still feel like I'm sitting in your room. Yeah, we're still working on that, George replied. Yeah, just sight and sound for now, Fred confirmed. What else do you see? Well, I'm wearing a flowing red dress, my wrists are bound. Oh, George said. She was pretty sure it was George from his position. I didn't know you like those kind of daydreams, Hermione. What? No. She could practically see him wagging his eyebrows at her. It's your stupid charm. Fred countered. We only charmed it for pirate adventure. Your mind fills in the rest. What? But she felt the heat rush to her cheeks. She really didn't like those kind of daydreams, did she? But she didn't have time to contemplate that before she saw more movement in the fantasy. Hold on, someone's coming on board, and then she laughed because she understood exactly what was going on now. Oh my goodness, it's the man in black. The who? Asked George. Also known as the Dread Pirate Roberts, who takes no prisoners. Perhaps she swooned a tiny bit. Oh, so now a strapping sailor has to defend you from him. Oh, no, he's here to save me. I've been kidnapped by Vizzini to be married off to the wicked Prince Humperdinck. What now? The twins said in unison. It's a Muggle film, she explained. It makes sense now. The most popular pirate story in my childhood was The Princess Bride. My mind must have automatically gone there when the charm called for a pirate adventure. It's not exactly like the film, but, I am not left-handed either. Yes, sorry. The man in black is dueling Inigo, and they're using all the snappy one-liners from the film. Dueling, George said. Wands or swords? She could hear the scratch of the quill. Swords, like in the film. Soon, Inigo was defeated, and the man in black went on to the next challenge. Now, he's wrestling Fezzik. Fezzik's much bigger, but the man in black is smarter. He's got Fezzik in a chokehold, inconceivable. What? He won. Now he just has to beat Vizzini in a battle of wits, to the death. Do you know what she's talking about, Georgie? Nope, I'm lost. What about you, Freddie? Not a clue, but I think she's enjoying it. Indeed, Hermione was giggling at the battle of wits in the dream as it reached its inevitable conclusion. And Vizzini says, never go in against a Sicilian when death is on the line. She narrated. Okay. There, the man in black's won. He's untying me, he's taking off his mask, and, eep. She felt the heat rising to her face again, and Fred, she thought, said, ooh, looks like it just got personal, with as red as you're turning. Come on, Hermione, who is it? She shook her head. She couldn't tell them. It wasn't Carrie Elwes who was under the mask. Instead, it was a strapping, idealized young man with bright red hair. Come on, it can't be that bad, George said as the red-headed dream man leaned in for a key. Hermione stripped off the bracelet, partly because it would be really awkward since she couldn't feel anything, but mostly for more personal reasons. Sorry, got a little more than I'd bargained for there, she mumbled, not meeting their eyes. I'm not sure you should be selling this to under-16s. Still, this is brilliant magic. How did you do it? George and Fred exchanged a glance, and Fred said, well, we can't reveal all of our secrets. But we started with a very carefully laid Confundus charm and worked our way up from there, George explained. We made it a charm bracelet because it pretty much has to be something you wear, and that won't look suspicious to teachers. Of course, boys will have to wear them on their ankles or something. But it gets even better, Fred continued. See this. George pointed to one of the rune charms. This is a power rune. The way we plan it, it'll be good for about 5 uses, and then you'll have to buy a new one from us. You can't make your own, well, you probably could. And these Fred pointed to the other charms. These control what kind of daydream you have. These 3 are pirates, swordfight, and rescue. If these take off like we think they will, we'll make more charms, and you can mix and match to create your own daydreams. So if you want the pirates to fight a dragon, you just add the dragon charm from the knights fighting dragons daydream. And you're set. They finished together. Hermione's jaw dropped as her mind spun with the possibilities. They watched as she stared blankly into space. Hermione, are you okay? George asked with concern, waving his hand in front of her face. You two are geniuses. She jumped up and hugged both of them before she caught herself and stepped back uneasily from George, turning pink. Wow, Fred said. You're saying that? Yes. Do you realize what you're doing here? You're inventing magical virtual reality. And it works. You're ahead of the Muggles on this, and wizards are hardly ever ahead of Muggles on any kind of technology. A few more bells and whistles, some computer programming, a decent interface system, and you could create the magical Super Nintendo, or maybe even a holodeck, or maybe it'll be something completely different that I can't even think of right now. The twins stared at her again. Okay, I think you just stopped using real words about a minute ago, Fred said. No, I'm serious, she said. She tried to think of an analogy they would understand. Look, say you wanted to fly in the Quidditch World Cup. You'd make a charm bracelet to do that, right? George said. Okay, but you don't just want to have a daydream about winning it. You want to make an actual game out of it. So you set the runes so that the other team plays at a certain skill level, not as good as the real-life team, but good enough that it takes real skill to beat them. In fact, if the charms on the bludgers and the snitch aren't too complicated, you could add those to make them behave realistically in the daydream, and not just how the user thinks they should act. This time it was Fred's and George's jaws that dropped. Hermione, I could key you right now, Fred stammered. Oi, George yelled defensively. Please don't, she agreed. It was already complicated enough with one twin. But seriously, we never would have thought of that in a million years. Fred exclaimed. I don't think it's that big a leap, she said. Remind me to introduce you to Muggle video games sometime. They've been doing it for years. It's not just the game, George corrected. If you can make daydream bludgers behave like real bludgers, you could use it for Quidditch training. Oh, she said in surprise. Well, I don't know about that. It's a valid idea, but you won't build up any muscle that way, and I doubt you'll build up coordination as well as the real thing, either. Oh, he said, disappointed. Well, still, this changes everything. We can do way more than we thought if that works. Might take us years to get there, Fred added. But it'll definitely be a bestseller. What have we been saying for years, brother? Our little Hermione's been shaking things up since day one, recalled George. And don't you forget it, she said cheekily before she squeaked as they grabbed her in a forearmed hug. Hermione was awakened on the day of Harry's hearing by a loud rant from Mrs. Weasley. She missed the beginning of it, but by the time she and Ginny descended, bleary-eyed, to the kitchen, she was warmed up and saying things about the minister that Hermione was shocked to hear her say about any authority figure. If I get my hands on that two-faced, power-mad, kangaroo of an adjudicator. Mum. Ginny interrupted sleepily. What happened? Mrs. Weasley spun around and blushed at being overheard by her daughter. Ginny, Hermione, I didn't hear you come in, she said. Both girls wisely didn't speak a word as to why. Please excuse me. It's just that our esteemed minster saw fit to change the time and location of Harry's hearing. This arrived 10 minutes after he left with your father and Sirius. She held out a crumpled letter. Hermione took it and read it over with Ginny looking over her shoulder. The hearing had been moved an hour earlier, from 9 o'clock to 8, and the location was no longer in the improper use of magic office but an actual courtroom. 8 o'clock. Hermione checked the clock. That's in 10 minutes. Is he trying to? Of course, he is trying to make Harry miss the hearing. He won't miss it, Remus assured them from the kitchen table. He might be a few minutes late, which won't look good for him, but he won't miss it. It's a good thing he and Sirius went at the same time Arthur did, though. The worrying thing is that they moved it down to courtroom 10. What's wrong with that? Hermione asked. In the Muggle world, it would be pretty much automatic to have it in a courtroom. He shook his head. Not in the magical world. That courtroom is for trials in front of the entire Wizengamot. They only do it for the really big cases. I don't think it's been used at all since the last war. It means Fudge is politicizing this hearing even more than we thought. Let me guess, Hermione said. Most of the Wizengamot only get their information from the Daily Prophet. She knew a thing or two about how the government of magical Britain was set up. Right in one. So Fudge has a better chance of convicting him than if it's just Amelia Bones. But he has no idea. Ginny exclaimed. Isn't there anything we can do? Don't worry, Remus said. Professor Dumbledore will be there. He anticipated Fudge might do something like this. He'll sort it out. Hermione tried to relax during the next hour or so, but she wasn't having much luck, and Ginny didn't look like she was doing any better. The law was clearly on Harry's side, but that didn't mean much when corrupt politicians got involved. What would happen if Harry was expelled? He'd lose his wand, certainly, his Holly wand that conveyed a special protection against Voldemort, and he'd be forbidden from carrying another one. He'd have to live with Sirius, or would Dumbledore make him go back to the Dursleys for greater safety? That assuredly wouldn't end well. Could he possibly go to school overseas? Even come to Beauxbatons with her? Dumbledore had the ear of Madame Maxime. If the two of them together could convince the French ministry that Harry was wrongfully convicted, there would be a chance. Selfishly, Hermione thought she would like that, to have her best friend down there, but she was worried about the much greater chance that he would be blocked from his education at least until Voldemort showed himself, and by then, it might be too late. Finally, Harry reappeared, escorted by Sirius and Mr. Weasley as he entered the kitchen. Everyone stared as he stood there with a blank look on his face. Well, Ginny demanded. Cleared, he said. Of all charges. Woo, Ginny yelled. She ran over and keyed him. I knew it, Ron yelled. Hermione slumped in her chair with relief. Oh, thank goodness, she said. I knew they didn't have a legal leg to stand on. Did they give you a lot of trouble? We found out they changed the time and location. Fred and George started doing something that looked like a war dance to a chant of, he got off, he got off, he got off. Harry said. We got there about 5 minutes late. Mr. Weasley wasn't allowed in. They didn't want to let Sirius in, either, but he used some legal trick to get past them. It wasn't a trick. Sirius cut in. I just told them they couldn't try him as an adult on an underage magic charge. Right. So it looked bad at first because I didn't have any witnesses. It turns out Muggles can't see Dementors. And they brought up both of my previous violations, even though I'd been cleared of both of them. Oh, for Merlin's sake, Hermione groaned. Ginny had joined in the twins' chant, he got off, he got off, he got off. That's enough, Fred, George, Ginny, Mrs. Weasley scolded. Yeah, luckily, Dumbledore showed up 3 hours early, by a happy accident, and he brought old Figgy, as a witness, Sirius said. That Mrs. Fig person? Hermione asked. Right. It wasn't easy, though. Fudge tried to block everything. Didn't want her to testify. Wouldn't let me answer questions, Harry added. Didn't want to believe about the Dementors. And Dumbledore took Fudge apart 6 ways to Sunday about not following proper procedure, Sirius finished with a grin. I think that's what really got him off. He got off, he got off, he got off, come on, Hermione. No, thank you, Fred, she said as he tried to take her arm. My God, Harry, he completely railroaded you. That's not the kind of thing you expect to see in a first world country. Not to mention how the Dementors found you in the first place. Your relatives' house was supposed to be safe. Dumbledore said so. Well, even the best can get like that if they turn paranoid. At least Harry got a trial, Sirius said a little sulkily. Harry more or less ignored that last bit. I just wish Dumbledore had actually talked to me, he mumbled. Or even looked at me, ouch. He clapped a hand to his forehead. What is it? Hermione said. Scar, but it happens all the time now he's back. Dumbledore's got a lot on his plate, Harry, Sirius said. I had a talk with him for you, though. He's gonna try to make some better arrangements for you. Harry gave his godfather a weak smile. Thanks, Sirius. He got off, he got off, he got off. Shut up, roared Mrs. Weasley. A week after Harry's hearing, everything changed for Hermione. The day started out normal enough, and she planned to finally wrap up one of her special projects. She asked Harry to bring the Marauders map to look it over with Sirius and Remus, and she called Fred and George, too, since they'd prank her if she didn't let them in on something like this. "I've got nearly everything I need to create my own map of Beauxbatons when I go back next month," she said, and she unfolded her own sample map that she had made by casting detection spells over her dorms at Beauxbatons. "This is just a partial version. I haven't tied it into the wards yet, although I think I know how, and I had to freeze it before the school year ended because the detection spells don't work outside of France. Something about the National Rune Network, I think, but at least you can see what I'm doing." Her map showed a still image of the fourth-year dorms at Beauxbatons with dots of different colors, each with a small name written next to it. "So I color-coded the dots," she explained. "Students who are residents of the dorms show up in black. For the whole school, I'd just make it all students in black. Teachers are blue, and visitors are red." "Colors," Sirius said in surprise. "Moony, why didn't we think of that?" "No idea. I guess we never thought we needed it," Remus answered. "We mainly used our map to hide from everybody. I can choose to show particular groups of people for easier readability," Hermione went on. There was a row of colored circles along the right-hand edge of the parchment. She tapped the black circle, and the black dots vanished, leaving the red and blue ones. The black circle was replaced by a black outline. She tapped it again, and the black dots reappeared. "I can zoom in." She tapped a symbol that looked like a magnifying glass with a plus sign inside it, and the image vanished and redrew itself doubled in scale. Remus's jaw dropped. "Merlin's beard, why didn't we think of that, Padfoot? That would have made things so much easier than trying to read that tiny print." "And I can pan the image," Hermione continued. 4 arrows appeared, one at each edge of the page. She tapped one of them, and the map vanished again and redrew itself in a new position half a page to the left. "What's that green line?" Harry asked, pointing to a dotted line that squiggled around the page. "That's me. I wanted to put in a playback function, where you could go back and show where people were at an earlier time, but the map can't store very much memory. So instead, I made it so you can select a person, and it'll draw a trail on the map wherever they go." She pointed to where the line ended at a special green dot labeled, Hermione Granger. The twins' jaws dropped, too. That would be so much easier than watching all day to see where people were. Fred exclaimed. "Why didn't you two think of that?" George asked Sirius and Remus, who were too speechless to respond by now. Hermione grinned. "Also, I added this feature this summer," she said. She tapped another symbol with her wand, and her label changed to Hermione Jean Granger. "It can display full names so we don't have that senior-junior problem Harry had last term." "Hermione, this is incredible," Remus said in awe. "Just tapping your wand to little symbols and making it do things we never even thought of. How did you do all this?" "It's called a graphical user interface. It hadn't been invented yet when you made your map, but most Muggle computers use it now. It's just like how they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. Well, interacting by using pictures is a lot easier and more efficient than using words. Your map already has most of the information it needs to do this. It's just a matter of changing how it draws things." "Damn," Sirius said. "It's a shame we sealed the Marauders map so no one could tamper with it. This would have been brilliant." "This is a work of art, Hermione," Remus agreed. "I knew you were brilliant, but somehow, I never really expected you to blow right past us like this." "Do you think you could make a map of Hogwarts like this?" asked George. She shook her head. "No. In principle, yes, but I'd have to get into the castle to tie it to the wards." "Sorry. Still, to have one of Beauxbatons." Remus trailed off. "So if you can do all that, what do you need our help with?" "Well, the most important thing is that right now, I can't get the homunculus charm to work through magical forms of concealment. I made it work for elves, ghosts, and cats by reading their magical signatures directly and adjusting the arithmetic terms to match, but I wanted to find out how you got it to work for animagi, invisibility cloaks, and polyjuice, and metamorphmagy," she added, remembering Tonks. "That could be important in the future, after all." "Yes, it certainly could," Remus said. "Now, hold on a minute, Moony," Sirius cut him off. "We've told her before we can't just tell her Marauder secrets." "Yes, but these are more serious times, Padfoot. And who knows? Harry might be relying on her in the future. It's quite the conundrum. Sirius stroked his short beard, which was far less disconcerting than when Dumbledore did it. We could induct Miss Granger into the Marauders. But she doesn't have an animagus form. And her reputation as a prankster is a bit weak. Alright, how about this, Hermione? We'll compromise. We'll tell you what you need to know, but we want to see if you can figure it out from the map itself, first. Oh, Hermione blinked for a moment, trying to sort out the rambling conversation. Sirius and Remus were starting to sound a little like George and Fred. Well, I can try, but your map doesn't like being probed much. Who does? Sirius said with a chuckle. But I think you can pull it off if you talk to it right. Oh, very well. Hermione tapped her wand to the blank map and said, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The map appeared, and she decided to try one of the magic manipulation spells she had learnt last year, Stratusepare. Layers of enchantments floated up and hovered above the map, sheets of magic in different colors, some covered in runes and others in scrawling handwriting. But before she could read any of them clearly, all of the layers clamped back down and vanished, as she suspected they would from her prior studies, and the map of Hogwarts Castle was replaced by writing. Mr. Prongs detects the use of unauthorized spell manipulation on the Marauder's map. Mr. Mooney expresses surprise that anyone would think such a laughably simple trick would work. Mr. Padfoot agrees with Mr. Mooney and requests that meddling arithmancy students quit messing with our stuff. Mr. Wormtail requests the intruder identify himself or herself and explain why they wish to access the map. Sirius grunted at seeing Wormtail's name. Can't we get him off of there? You're the one who just said we sealed the map, Remus chided. Hermione's mouth hung open for a moment as she considered how to proceed. She lifted her wand from the parchment and said, will it remember my previous conversation with it? No, Remus said. No memory. We programmed it to recognize a few people, and that's it. Alright, then she got an idea and tapped her wand to the parchment again. My name is, Lady Archimedes. And a wise mentor once told me, never trust anything that can think for itself if you can't see where it keeps its brain. The ink vanished for a minute before new writing appeared. Mr. Mooney agrees with Lady Archimedes that this is indeed wise advice. Mr. Padfoot advises Lady Archimedes to be more adventurous than that if she wishes to get anywhere as a marauder. Mr. Wormtail would like to point out to his colleagues that the name Lady Archimedes is ambiguous with regard to gender, and they should be more careful not to offend him or her. Mr. Prongs bids Lady Archimedes good day and advises him or her that Marauders' secrets are not available to the general public. Hermione grimaced at the traitor being the most considerate of the bunch, but she pressed on. I should think that the lady part of my name would be clear enough. And I've figured out a few of your secrets already. Mr. Wormtail apologizes for his earlier confusion and thanks Ms. Archimedes for her clarification. Mr. Prongs approves of Ms. Archimedes' use of a code name but suggests that her claim is an audacious ruse reminiscent of his own exaggerations. Mr. Padfoot agrees with Mr. Prongs and demands Ms. Archimedes put her money where her mouth is. Mr. Mooney agrees with his colleagues and challenges Ms. Archimedes to prove her knowledge of Marauders' secrets. Hermione's lips curled into a smirk as she rubbed her findings in the map's proverbial faces. The map works by tying a homunculus charm into the castle wards. You got ghosts to show up by copying their magical signature into the arithmetic expansion of the charm. You have several high-powered spells extracting information from the wards, a hidden rune layer to convert it into more useful information, and a set of simple artistic charms to draw it in map form. From the look of things, you're talking to me with a simple interface that detects certain spells, words, and phrases spoken in the presence of a wand and writes down pre-prepared responses. It's intent-based, so it's more flexible than writing out every possible combination. It's similar to the enchantments used to make magical portraits, but they would have to have been heavily modified to work with the written word and to stick to your formal speaking Marauders' personas. The map went blank for a minute, as if stunned speechless. Even Sirius and Remus looked surprised by that last deduction, but it wasn't that hard. Simple computer conversation programs like Eliza had been around for years in the Muggle world. Eventually, the writing on the map reappeared, not orderly, but jumbled together all at once. as if she'd stumped its programming and caused it to produce an error, although the words were still coherent. Mr. Prongs admonishes Mr. Mooney for not hiding our secrets better from intruders. Mr. Mooney defends his runes and arithmancy skills and proposes that Ms. Archimedes had help learning our secrets. Mr. Wormtail points out that what one student can hide, an equally talented student can reveal, and would like to inquire as to Ms. Archimedes' own runes and arithmancy skills. Mr. Padfoot demands Ms. Archimedes state her intentions regarding the Marauders map if she thinks she can investigate into it so brazenly. Hermione said, "Would they react well if I said I wanted to make a better map?" Sirius whistled softly. "I don't know. We were pretty arrogant back then. We'd probably just challenge you to do it all yourself." "Ah," she groaned. She considered her answer and spoke to the map again. "I've passed 4th year runes, and I just took the NEWT in arithmancy as an independent study because I'm just that good," she grinned. "And I think I can help the real Marauders solve their polyjuice problem." Mr. Prongs is impressed by a boast worthy of himself. Mr. Wormtail is skeptical of Ms. Archimedes' claims because of said resemblance to Mr. Prongs' antics. Mr. Padfoot is skeptical that the real Marauders would allow a lady friend such intimate access to the Marauders map. Mr. Mooney would like to get to the point already and ask, "What polyjuice problem?" Hermione glared at Sirius. "What? I was 16. He defended himself. She rolled her eyes and continued, "The map can see through polyjuice potion, but it doesn't tell you when it's in use. A dark wizard with an unassuming name could kidnap and disguise himself as the defense professor, and you'd never know it until it was too late." Mr. Mooney inquires as to when that would ever be a problem. To Hermione's surprise, no other words seemed forthcoming. "Is it supposed to do that?" she asked. She hoped she hadn't broken it. "You're pretty far outside what the charms were intended to do," the real Mooney answered. "I'm not surprised it started acting strange." "Oh. Well," she tapped her wand again and said sternly, "It happened this past year." Mr. Prongs withdraws his objection to allowing Ms. Archimedes access to the map on the grounds that she can clearly get in as much trouble as we can. Mr. Padfoot also withdraws his objection and inquires as to whether Ms. Archimedes is dating one of the Marauders. Hermione flushed pink and went straight to magenta when she glanced at Sirius. That wasn't something she wanted to think about. She flailed about for a moment, grasping for an answer before it came to her. A lady doesn't key and tell. The map seemingly accepted that and continued. Mr. Wormtail sustains his objection on the grounds that this could all be an elaborate ruse. You would, Hermione thought. Mr. Mooney inquires as to how Ms. Archimedes would solve the alleged polyjuice problem. Well, from what I know so far, I suspect. It's a simple matter of adding an extra drawing charm to draw a different symbol when polyjuice is detected, or any concealment, for that matter. I've already been playing with drawing charms and produced similar results. But I need to see how the homunculus charm is tied into the identification wards and presumably hack in the arithmetic expansion for polyjuice potion to figure out how to implement it. There was a long pause from the map, but finally, the reply came. Mr. Mooney overrules Mr. Wormtail on the grounds that Ms. Archimedes could probably create her own map at the rate she's going. And just like that, runes appeared across the pages of the map and revealed its inner workings for all to see. Whoa, Sirius, Remus, Fred, and George all said at once. I never thought I'd see someone just talk their way through it like that, Remus said. Even we had trouble with it when we were making the thing. Are you sure we can't make her a marauder? Sirius asked. Even the map thinks she's worthy. Well, maybe, Remus said, although at this point, I'm not sure she needs us. Hermione started happily analyzing the rune work on the map, now that she could finally see it clearly. Say, Ron, you wanna give me a hand with this? Ron looked up from the Quidditch stats he was poring over. What, me? He said. Yes, you've got as much of a knack for runes as I do. Come take a look. Yet another swotty overachiever in the family, Fred said melodramatically. Where did we go wrong? George said. Ron and Hermione whacked them both in the backs of their heads. All right, then, Ron said. You know, I always wanted to get a look at this thing. So this stuff looks like something's feeding into it. There's a bunch of stuff. This looks like your arithmancy stuff. It's taking whatever's being fed in and doing a bunch of calculations. Yes, that'll be the data from the identification wards being run through the kernel to turn it into a form the user interface can use. Huh, Ron said. Never mind. Just look for something that identifies different types of magical signatures. Okay, Ron muttered names of runes under his breath as he scanned over the parchment. He didn't have as much technical precision or depth of knowledge as Hermione, but he had a head for languages, and he was surprisingly adept at getting the gist of an arrangement of runes from a lazy once-over. It made him quick in a way that she wasn't. A skill honed over many years, she was sure he would claim. There. He pointed to a particular cluster that had several arithmetic formulae written into it. That's taking the data and checking for certain patterns. Don't ask me what patterns those are, though. That's your thing. Hermione mentally converted the formulae to the way she had written them on her map while Ron surveyed the rest of the runes. To her surprise, he started tapping with his wand and uncovered hidden handwriting, presumably how the messages to the reader were created. Okay, she muttered to herself, so that's humans, that one is ghosts, that one, those are transfiguration equations, holy cricket, that must be Animagi. Suddenly, Ron burst out laughing so hard that he fell over. Ron, Hermione spoke over his squawking. Ronald, what did you do, put a laughing jinx on it? She demanded of the alleged adults in the room. No, Remus said, he must have just seen. Merlin's beard, Ron stammered, gasping for breath. Why you actually charmed it to insult Snape? Remus and Sirius sniggered at that. Oh, that's what he found, Sirius said. That was a good one. Hermione shoved Ron aside and looked at what he had uncovered. Mr. Mooney presents his compliments to Mr. Snape and begs him to keep his abnormally large nose out of other people's business. Fred and George collapsed in laughter as well. Hermione didn't think it was nearly as funny, but even she found herself giggling. It figures, she said. You two actually went to the trouble to charm it to insult him in particular. Hey, we really couldn't stand him, Sirius defended himself. Oi, Harry, you wanna take a look? He called across the room. It's charmed to ask your mum on a date, too. Harry blushed red, but Hermione saved him when she said, excuse me, but getting back to the point, I'm looking at these formulae, and there are a bunch of arithmetic expansions of magical signatures already written in here. This is Animagi, this looks like the kind of number theory you get in potions, so that should be polyjuice. I think this one is disillusionment. How do you already have all this? Well, it's pretty simple. The Hogwarts identification wards can see through pretty much any concealment, Remus explained, but we couldn't get the map to show what they told it without knowing what to look for. Normally the wards themselves don't do much. So many people go in and out of the castle, and so many different magics are used in there every day that there aren't really any alarms set or anything like that, but the information was there. Yeah, sorry to be anticlimactic, but we figured out all those forms of concealment by reading the magical signatures directly like you did for ghosts and elves, Sirius agreed. Animagi, polyjuice, disillusionment, course, it was a pain in the ass to figure out Prongs' invisibility cloak. Actually, how did we figure that out, Mooney? We didn't, Remus said flatly. It didn't behave like a regular invisibility cloak. Nothing we did would get it to show up. The thing was, its invisibility was too perfect. It left a blank spot in the wards, so in the end, we identified it by the hole it left. That was odd, Hermione thought. She didn't know of any artifacts that blocked all magic like that. She wondered if Mad-Eye Moody could actually see through it, or if he saw it the same way, a blank spot to an eye that normally saw everything. Well, now we're getting somewhere, Hermione said, scribbling down formulae. But when did you brew polyjuice? Remus almost giggled as he remembered. That was James's harebrained scheme to sneak into Lily's dorm in 6th year. Fun fact, it turns out the wards will let you in if you're transformed into a girl, but as soon as you change back, they'll throw you out the door. Yes, Lady Ravenclaw was smarter than any lovesick teenage boy there ever was, Sirius said with an exaggerated air of resentment. As it should be, Hermione said primly. Let's see. Is that one metamorphmigi? Sirius leaned over to see. Yes. We got that one when I visited Little Tonks over the summer. And this one, she pointed to the next line. Filch's cat. We never did understand that one, George pointed out. Mrs. Norris is the only cat that ever shows up, and you would have never even met her. It's not Mrs. Norris, Remus corrected conspiratorially. It's her collar. Her collar. George and Fred said in unison. Of course, Remus said. It has a homing charm on it. That's how Filch always shows up where she is. All of the teens' jaws dropped, even Hermione's. Didn't you know that? No. No idea, Hermione said. So what's this last one? Peeves, Sirius and Remus said together. Peeves. How did you get him to sit still long enough to copy his magical signature? Sirius laughed. Oh, that's a funny story. See, Moony got the idea to copy a Muggle cartoon he saw once. Remus smirked as he told the story. We propped up a box on a stick and put a case of dung bombs under it as bait and hid around the corner. When he went to grab them, we dropped the box on him. Hermione gave them a confused look. But Peeves is a spirit. He could just phase right through the box, she said. Yes, but Peeves is practically a cartoon character himself. He was too thick to realize he could get out until we surrounded him and got a good reading. Of course, once did he realize he could get out, he blew up the entire case of dung bombs in our faces, Sirius added with a grin. Oh, we paid for that one. Well, Hermione said, giggling again, I think that's all I need to finish my own map. Thank you so much. You know, I'd like to be able to mark possessed people on the map, too. We could have used that feature in our first year. But I don't think I'll get the chance. Pop, eep. Hermione jumped when a very flustered-looking house elf appeared in the middle of the room. Dobby, what's happening? Is something wrong? Please be pardoning Dobby, Miss Hermione, he said. Your parents is being very upset. They is wanting you to read these. Dobby handed over 3 letters, which she took with a confused expression. Her confusion only grew when she read the first one. Dear Hermione, you need to come home right away. These letters arrived for you at home on Tuesday. We assume it's because of those magical protections where you're staying that they came here instead of going straight to you, but we're sending them with Dobby, since regular post owls can't get to you. Needless to say, we are proud of you about the first one, but we are not happy about the second, and we want answers. We'll discuss this when you get home. Love from Mum and Dad. That's strange, Remus said. I wonder what's so urgent. I don't know. I don't know why I'd be receiving letters over the summer. I told everyone I write to I'd be out of contact. She opened the second letter and read it. Dear Miss Granger, we are pleased to inform you that you have been selected as the co-winner of Transfiguration Today's Most Promising Newcomer Award, alongside Rebecca Gamp, for your work on discovering the 6th exception to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. This is truly extraordinary work and is most worthy of recognition. We invite you to attend an award ceremony at noon on the 26th of August at our headquarters at 42 Bagshot Row in Hogsmeade. Kindest regards, Sir Cesena, lead editor. Transfiguration Today, said Fred. That's amazing. George finished. That's truly extraordinary, Hermione, Remus said. Professor McGonagall won that award when she finished school. Yeah, but Mad Eye will have a field day checking them for funny business, Sirius teased. Hermione was indeed pleased, but she was still concerned. Mum and Dad had said there was a problem with the last letter. Nervously, she unfolded it and read. Then, the color drained from her face, and she stood still, silent and shaking. Hermione, Ron said worriedly. She didn't respond. Hermione, what is it? George said. Hermione let the letter fall to the table so they could see. Dear Miss Granger, we are writing to inform you of recent changes to the Ministry of Magic's education standards that will affect your future schooling. As of the 7th of August, 1995, Educational Decree No. 21 is in effect, which reads, in part, all students from the ages of 11 to 17 residing in the British Isles must be enrolled in a program of magical education within the British Isles that conforms to a ministry-approved curriculum. Your current enrollment at Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in France does not fulfill the ministry's education requirement to be educated in Britain. Furthermore, its lack of fifth-year qualifying examinations classifies Beauxbatons's program as a substandard magical education under the new standards and would disqualify it from receiving an exemption. As such, you are required to enroll in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in Scotland, or a ministry-approved tutoring program, before the 1st of September. Hoping you are well. Yours sincerely, Elidora Dewey, Department of Magical Education. So can you explain this, Professor? Dan Granger demanded of Minerva McGonagall. After some confused back and forth of owls and flow messages from the hopefully innocuous location of the leaky cauldron, Remus had fetched McGonagall, and the two of them had escorted Hermione back home. McGonagall had an odd sense of déjà vu, sitting here with the Grangers, except that the last time she was in this position, they were in a hotel in Italy, and the Grangers were even more hostile to her than when she'd first revealed the existence of magic to them. "I'm afraid I only have part of the story, Mr. Granger," she said. "I was only informed of the new decree yesterday. However, I believe I can speculate. Has your daughter told you about the, political unrest going on in our world this summer? If you mean about Voldemort being back and your government refusing to believe it, yes, unfortunately," Emma said bitterly. McGonagall flinched at Voldemort's name, but she collected herself and answered, "Precisely, Mrs. Granger. The minister's campaign to unseat Headmaster Dumbledore from his position of influence in our society has hit a snag. That is, he cannot be removed from the school without cause. Likewise, Fudge's effort to have Harry Potter expelled also failed. In short, he cannot suppress our message any further, so instead, he seeks to take control of the message by having all children in the country educated under ministry standards. I do not believe he is singling out Hermione, if you were concerned about that." Among other things, Emma replied, "But if Headmaster Dumbledore is still in charge of the school, how does this help Fudge?" "We don't know yet," Remus said. McGonagall sighed. "I fear the ministry will try to interfere at Hogwarts this year. It is the only explanation for such a decree. But beyond that, I cannot say anything." "So what are our options?" Dan asked. "No offense, but we still don't want Hermione going back there if we can help it, not after her first 3 years. Could we send her to one of our schools for a year or two?" "A Muggle school, Dad," Hermione said, but her father cut her off. "We want to know all of our options, Hermione. If putting things off a couple years until you're of age is what we need to do." "It won't work," Remus cut in. "Excuse me. Magical education is compulsory up to age 17, McGonagall explained. It's enforced by the DMLE the same as your truant officers enforce Muggle education. If you are still in the country, they will come for you, all of you." Hermione shivered at the implication. Were her parents subject to magical law? She'd have to look into the jurisdictional issues. "Lovely," Emma grumbled. "And we can't move on this short of notice. Is there any chance we could get Hermione's residence legally changed to France, Professor? She already goes to school there." I don't think so," McGonagall said. It was an intriguing idea, but she couldn't see it working. "No, you couldn't," Remus said. "Not with her being underage, and you two still living in Britain. Maybe under Muggle law, you could, but the ministry doesn't think very highly of Muggle law." Hermione spoke up then. "What about the tutoring option?" she asked. "Even if it's ministry standards, at least I wouldn't be stuck in the castle, no offense, ma'am." "In principle, yes, you could take private tutoring, Miss Granger," McGonagall replied. "But in practice, it is very unlikely you would be able to do so." "Why not?" "For 2 reasons. One is expense. No student is ever turned away from Hogwarts for lack of money, whereas private tutoring is very expensive. Most students who choose not to go to Hogwarts are homeschooled by their parents, an option the ministry just closed. I can see you are well off here, but the second reason is more important and follows from it. Quite frankly, the only people who take private tutoring are rich purebloods. You can try and ask. One of the licensed tutors might make an exception for a student as bright as you, but probably, they won't accept a Muggle-born." "That's not fair," Emma yelled. "Is that even legal?" Remus raised his hands apologetically. "The magical world isn't like the Muggle world where you have laws against all kinds of discrimination. I wish it were. Things have actually got worse in the past couple years, especially for werewolves. I'm sorry, but there's not really anything you can do." Dan and Emma both slumped back in their seats, looking defeated. "So we have no legal recourse, then?" Dan asked. McGonagall shook her head. "Sorry. I'm very sorry," she said. "Except in the unlikely event that you can find an approved tutoring program for her, you have no legal alternative to sending Hermione back to Hogwarts." Hermione could see the pain on her parents' faces. She couldn't rightly imagine how it felt, To be systematically blocked from every option to keep their child from harm. Maybe it won't be so bad, she said, trying to comfort them somehow. Her mum sighed and looked at her, tears welling in her eyes. We really hoped we were done with that place, Hermione, she murmured. Harry was still nearly killed again last year, wasn't he? Yes, but, well, things have changed in the past year. I've changed, Mum. I know it's not the answer you want, but I'm not helpless anymore. I can hold my own in a duel against Harry, and, well, it was mostly luck that he survived against Voldemort, but she remembered her map. And I have much better ways to spot suspicious characters than before. There are ways to detect invisibility and… Hermione, Emma cut her off, laying a hand on her shoulder. We know how gifted you are with magic. We've seen. She stopped when she saw McGonagall raise her eyebrow and Remus grin. Your grades. And you told us all about how you helped Harry train, too. But you're still our daughter, and we want to keep you safe. I know, Mum. As his wife and daughter hugged, Dan gave McGonagall a stern look that rivaled her own and said, well, Professor McGonagall, if we have no legal recourse, we'll send Hermione back to Hogwarts. But we'll be looking into our options to move to France before Christmas holidays. And we'll be sending a complaint to the ministry about this. You can, but I doubt anything will happen, Remus said. If the person behind this is who I think is behind it, she won't even read a letter from a pair of muggles. Great. Well, at least we know Madame Maxime likes us. She should take our side if anyone tries anything, especially after the ministry called her school substandard. Hermione started laughing incongruously. Oh, they're really asking for it, aren't they? Remus chuckled as well and said, well, then, since this is settled, as much as it can be, anyway, what are your plans, Hermione? You do have that awards ceremony next week. You can come back with us now or stay here a while longer. Dumbledore doesn't want you coming and going too much, though. Yeah, because Dumbledore's so great at security, she thought. I think she said. I think I'll stay here until after the awards ceremony and then go back to headquarters. I really don't get enough time to spend with my parents, and I want to go to Diagon Alley this week, too. You should have an escort for that, Remus said at once. I can take you on Monday, if you like. Monday's fine. Thank you, Remus. So I probably should have asked at the beginning, where did you actually want to go? Remus asked when they reached Diagon Alley on Monday. Well, I need new Hogwarts robes, and then I want to stop by Ollivander's, she said innocently, although Remus raised his eyebrows. Since it was school shopping season, old Mr. Ollivander was manning the counter, and he certainly looked pleased to see Hermione. Ah, Miss Hermione Granger, he said with a smile. A pleasure to see you again. 10 3/4 inches, vine wood, and dragon heartstring. Yes, excellent wand, that. It's good to see you, too, Mr. Ollivander, Hermione said. I saw your work on Gamp's Law, Miss Granger, along with Miss Gamp and Professor Vector, he said. Extraordinary work. I knew you had potential, but this is beyond even my expectations. It takes a rare talent to do that. And how have your experiments in wandcraft gone this summer, may I ask? Hermione was blushing at Ollivander's praise by now. The one I was working on burned out when I tried to hold a Patronus charm on it too long. I'm guessing that was due to the emotional power of the charm. Oh, most definitely. The Patronus charm is in a different league entirely from most spells. A pity. I would have liked to see your work. Ollivander seemed to notice Remus for the first time. And Remus Lupin. 10 1/4 inches, cypress, and unicorn hair. A very fine wand, if I do say so myself. It's still serving you well, I hope. Very well, Mr. Ollivander, Remus said. Excellent. Well, then, how can I help you today, Miss Granger? Well, sir, I'd like to buy a second real wand, she said. One to wield with my left hand alongside my old one, or in case something happens to it. Mr. Ollivander's eyes widened, and he seemed to draw back a little. If that's allowed, Mr. Ollivander, Hermione added apologetically. Well, he said. It is allowed, Miss Granger, but I should warn you about the nature of second wands. It's not as simple as just carrying two wands on you, certainly not just duplicating your old wand. Your wand is a reflection of you. The one you bought 4 years ago has grown with you, changed in subtle ways, so that it still works as well for you as the day you bought it, even though you yourself have changed. A new wand will be a reflection of who you are now, and it is usually a good deal more difficult to fit a second wand than your first. Okay, she started. There is more, Miss Granger, Ollivander interrupted. There are reasons why most wizards only carry one wand. First, a second wand is more expensive than your first, he explained. There is a tax on extra wands. Also, many people, if they know you are carrying more than one wand, will regard it as suspicious, will think you are up to something. And most importantly, there is a small, but significant chance that your old wand will resent you choosing a new one, and it will no longer work as well for you in the future. Oh, Hermione said, thinking over his words. But she needed a backup wand, she reasoned. She had a bad feeling her life would give her ample opportunities to use both of her wands, so she couldn't see her old wand getting jealous. And it was a reflection of herself, and she wasn't a very jealous person, she thought. Just the same, Mr. Ollivander, she decided, I'd still like to get a second wand. Are you sure, Hermione? Her mum whispered. Definitely. The benefits definitely outweigh the risk on this. Very well, Ollivander said, and he paused to think for a moment. I think this would be a good teaching exercise, if you don't mind. Garrett, come out here, he called. A moment later, a young man came out from the workroom, old Ollivander's grandson, whom she had met last Christmas holiday. What is it, Grandpa? He asked. Garrett, Miss Granger, here, would like to buy a second wand, a left-handed wand. Old Ollivander nodded significantly to indicate she was sure about it. Perhaps you could help fit her. All right, then. Could I see your current wand, Miss Granger? She handed it over, and he examined it. Vine wood, 10 3/4 inches, dragon heartstring core. Very good. And you want one for your left hand? Yes. She held out her left arm. Garrett snapped his fingers, and the tape measure on the counter started measuring. Interesting, he said. Not many witches or wizards ever try left-handed casting. You can cast left-handed, Miss Granger. I've been practicing for over a year. I see. Well, this won't be easy to fit. Just reason it out, Garrett, his grandfather encouraged. Well, the wand core is attuned to your magical talents, and those rarely change, so you'll want another dragon heartstring wand. Probably a little longer than your old one to symbolize your personal growth since you bought it. But the wood and flexibility are tricky, very tricky. Let's try beechwood first, since you've worked with that before in your own studies. He disappeared into the stacks of wands and returned with one that looked superficially similar to the blood-bound wand she had made for herself at the beginning of summer. Unlike when she bought her first wand, she knew some magic now and could easily cast spells with it, but she could also feel at once that it was not as responsive as her vinewood wand. Old Mr. Ollivander could tell from the moment it touched her fingers and almost moved to take it from her, but he restrained himself. Garrett picked up on it pretty quickly, too. On her first visit, Hermione was fitted with her wand on the third try, almost immediately after she started asking questions about how they worked. Mr. Ollivander had laughed when he worked it out, as if her inquisitive personality had made it obvious. This time, however, she had no such luck. She was shown wands of dogwood, walnut, pine, hornbeam. Old Mr. Ollivander seemed disappointed about that one: ebony, acacia, ash, multiple beech wands, and larch. After half a dozen tries, old Mr. Ollivander jumped in and showed her some himself. After more than a dozen tries, he and his grandson started arguing about what to try next. Maybe another vine wand would be best, the old man said after a few suggestions. You're the one who told me replacement wands are almost always a different wood, Grandpa, Garrett responded. What about red oak? For her non-dominant hand. Don't be ridiculous. But she's a spellcrafter. You can't wield red oak with a non-dominant hand, Garrett. Now, maybe you. The old man shivered. You. No, completely not the type. It could happen. You isn't all about the dark arts. She's shown herself as a protector of her friends. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I'm just not seeing it. You still have much to learn, then. Old Ollivander disappeared into the stacks and returned with a wand of yew. Hermione tried it, but it was still no more responsive than the others. I still think we should give red oak a shot, Garrett said. Then go find one and try it, Garrett, his grandfather snapped. Garrett did just that. He took his time looking through the stacks and came back with an excited look on his face. I have a good feeling about this one, Miss Granger, he said. Red oak and dragon heartstring, 11 3/4 inches, nice and springy. Hermione had a premonition as well. As she eyed the reddish-brown wood, and from the instant it touched her skin, she knew it was the right one. Here was a reflection of her first wand, changed through her 4 years' experience as a witch. Her first wand was light and carved with a vine pattern. This wand was a handsome medium tone and carved, improbably, with a double helix design. Her first wand felt warm and inviting in her hand. This one felt cool, but a pleasant cool, less raw power and more precise and calculating. She could still feel its power, though. In her first wand, it was like a beam of sunlight and had produced pure white sparks. This one, however, felt like a taut bowstring, ready to be released at a moment's notice with perfect accuracy. When she waved it, it lit up the shop in a subtle continuum of blues and silvers. Old Mr. Ollivander's jaw dropped. I stand corrected, he said. I told you, Grandpa. Hermione passed the wand to her right hand, where she could feel less power and potential, but its devastating precision leapt in her fingers, like a perfectly balanced sword. Not that she'd ever used a sword before. Then, she passed it back to her left and drew her first wand with her right. The hot and cold side by side seemed to make the perfect combination. It's wonderful, she said, just what I needed. Well, it seems that the instincts of the young can sometimes surpass the experience of the old, the elder Ollivander said. Very good work, Garrett. Curious, a very curious match, Miss Granger. I haven't been this intrigued since I fitted your friend, Mr. Potter. Hermione flinched. This wand isn't a brother to some dark ladies I don't know about, is it? No, I meant the choice of wood. Red oak has a dual nature, you see. It makes a spellcrafter's wand, probably the best wood of all for spellcrafting, but it is also a duelist's wand. It will accept only a hand with fast reactions and a light touch. You must have put in an extraordinary effort for it to submit to your non-dominant hand. Daily practice for over a year, sir, she explained. Most wizards don't ever practice anything they don't use regularly for more than a few weeks. You see, Grandpa, Garrett said. Perfectly logical. Very well, then. That will be 10 galleons, 9 sickles, Miss Granger. Hermione thought that markup sounded like less of a tax and more like highway robbery, but she paid it, and when she did, she felt more protected than she had in a long time. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad. Professor McGonagall was back on Saturday to escort the Grangers to Hogsmeade. Muggles rarely entered the all-magical village, even if they had family there, so in these troubled times, it was not a good idea to go there alone. Plus, McGonagall wouldn't miss this for the world. I can't tell you how proud I am of both of you, she told Hermione and Rebecca when they met the older girl at the offices of Transfiguration today. I've had many students win this award, but never such a talented pair as you two. And since it'll be made public soon, I'll tell you, I've nominated the two of you and Professor Vector for the Gamp Prize this December. Rebecca looked extremely excited by that, and Hermione wasn't surprised. The Gamp Prize wasn't a scholarly journal award, which wasn't hard to win in the tiny magical world, but a global prize, like the Nobel, for the greatest advance in transfiguration in a given year. Though unlike the Nobel, it was still awarded for work actually published during that calendar year. Rebecca gasped, squeaked out, "Thank you so much, Professor." And actually hugged McGonagall before she came to her senses. You're quite welcome, Miss Gamp, she said before taking her seat. Wow, Hermione whispered, trying not to giggle too much. You just hugged Professor McGonagall and lived. Rebecca blushed, but she stayed courteous. Well, it's just that no one in my family's won a Gamp since great-grand-aunt Hesper in 1919. Really? No one? Hey, it's a global prize. It's not easy. And most of my family's well-known work was centuries ago. It would be a great honor for another Gamp to win it. Then I hope I don't sound too self-serving when I say I hope we do. I'm mostly hoping for the Wenlock Prize, myself. Well, you would, Rebecca said with a smirk. The Wenlock Prize was another global prize, this one for arithmancy. The girls expected to see nominations for that soon as well. The awards ceremony was conducted with little pomp, by Muggle standards. Even though Transfiguration today was subscribed in America, Australia, and even parts of continental Europe and India, it was a small community and a small audience. Hermione and Rebecca were handed certificates, posed for photographs for the Daily Prophet, and were asked to speak about their research for a couple minutes, and that was about it. "Well, it was good to see you again, Rebecca," Hermione said when it was over. "I'll see you at Hogwarts." "What?" she sputtered. "I thought you were going back to Beauxbatons." "Unfortunately not. The ministry passed some educational decree that I have to go to school in Britain. Believe me, I'm not any happier about it than you are." "I'm not unhappy about it." "Oh." Hermione and Rebecca hadn't got on very well before, but apparently, collaborating on this project had genuinely brought them together. "Well, thanks, Rebecca." After dropping her parents off at home and saying goodbye, Professor McGonagall took Hermione back to Grimmauld Place, where she faced the mostly pleasant task of meeting up with her friends with whom she would once again be going to Hogwarts. The unpleasant part was the bit where she left for over a week without telling them. They weren't happy, but they understood. It was hard having Muggle parents in a magical world that seemed to be out to get you. Actually, there was one other unpleasant part to it. After dinner, George pulled her aside. She noted at once that Fred wasn't with him, and said, "Hermione, could I talk to you for a bit?" "Sure, George," she said, already having some idea of what this was about. He led her to the currently unoccupied drawing room and leaned against the back of a sofa. "So, Hermione," he said, "you're going back to Hogwarts with us?" "Yes, I am. For now, at least. I'm guessing this is about what we discussed on the train ride last spring." George flashed his boyish grin. "You see, that's what I like about you, Hermione. You're always on top of things." But she sighed in return. "George, please don't make this any harder." He frowned. "You did say something about things changing if we could go to the same school. I would never push you to go against your parents and leave Beauxbatons, but now that you have to go back to Hogwarts anyway." "George, please stop," she held up her hand. "Look, we both still like each other, okay? I'm mature enough to admit it. And we're both people for whom maybe that's not the easiest thing. Not many girls can see the brilliance behind the class clown, and surprisingly few boys are interested in a witch who can best them at blowing things up. Well, I wouldn't go that far. Do you remember what I taught Harry to do to that dragon last year?" Hermione said sweetly. "Fair enough," he admitted. "The point is, there aren't many. I know, I've looked. And if I knew I was coming back to Hogwarts for good, I don't think I'd have any reservations, but this is probably only going to be for the autumn term. Come January, I'll probably be back at Beauxbatons, and I'll have 2 more years there. And you'll be working on your shop, and you don't know how that's going to go. I don't want to take that away from you. So you're saying you don't want to take the leap because you don't know what the future holds?" "Yes, no," she said as she saw his trap. "Arg, George, I'm not like you, okay? I can take risks, sure, but I can't risk everything on one Quidditch bet." But George started chuckling. Okay, that was too far," he admitted. "Just, please sit down. Let me take a minute and tell you what I'm seeing from my perspective." Hermione stood stiffly, but she nodded and took a chair. George swung his legs over the arm of the sofa and sat across from her. "I don't want to pressure you unfairly," he started off. "Ron probably would just because he's clueless. Fred might, heck even Ginny might if you were a boy. But you've shown me I don't have to be Fred's doppelganger. I want to be better than that." "Thank you for that," she said softly. "The point is," he went on, "we both like each other, but here we are, stuck 1,200 miles apart all year. And every time we're apart I think, maybe it'll go away, and then, every time I see you, you do something that brings it all back. Like that bit with the daydream charms. That was just so, Hermione. It was so effortlessly brilliant you acted like it was obvious. I never get tired of it. I don't know if you feel the same way, but..." Hermione blushed as she remembered the ginger pirate from that daydream charm. Maybe," she admitted softly. "Maybe more than I'd care to admit." George didn't say anything to that, so she just stumbled on. "So you're saying, maybe it's time we stopped lying to ourselves and admitted these feelings aren't going away." "I think that's what you're saying, now," he quipped. "George, sorry, just kidding. But basically, yes. I mean, if you really feel the same way I do, Then this has been going on for 8 months with us being apart and trying to avoid the subject. Now, we know we're gonna be around each other every day till Christmas. Can you honestly say you don't want to look into it further?" Hermione just stared at the older boy. Even after all this time, he could still surprise her. "When did you get so mature?" she managed. "Oi, I resent that," George said, but he was still smiling. "And you didn't answer the question." I don't know," Hermione said. She bit her lip nervously. "This would be so much easier if we were just a normal couple." "No, not normal. I mean, well, it doesn't matter because I still probably won't be here come January." "Hermione, at the rate things are going, I don't know if we can even predict that far," George said seriously. "And if you do go away after Christmas, well, we can still work it out like we've been doing already. I know you're not as, you know, carefree as I am, but what's life without a little risk?" Hermione continued biting her lip as she considered his words. Was she being too afraid of the unknown? She thought back to some of the private conversations she'd had with her mum this past summer. Mum had seemed to be pushing her to live a little. "Hermione, you can't go through life without getting your heart broken once in a while." Her therapist, the one she seemed to visit a couple times each July with increasingly contrived non-magical stories to help her deal with whatever horrible thing had happened that June, had said much the same thing in more clinical terms. And then there was George flashing his winning smile. "Oh, who am I kidding? Yes, already. Yes. Yes what?" George said impishly. Yes, just key me, will you?" she snapped, unable to articulate her feelings any further. George didn't need to be told twice. Their key was a good deal longer than their previous ones, and it started Hermione's heart racing, and a part of her was glad when they broke apart because she needed to calm down after all that. Then George said, "You're still gonna pay for that mature comment, though." Hermione Granger sat bolt upright in bed. "Of course. It's so simple," she said. In a crowded house like number 12 Grimmauld Place, few things could stay secret for long, so Hermione and George had decided not to try to hide their relationship. The day after that awkward conversation, they had started holding hands as if it were perfectly normal. It took 7 minutes before anyone noticed. The fact that they were now dating was met with squeals of glee from Ginny, incredulous sputtering from Ron and, oddly, Mrs. Weasley, a knowing smile from Mr. Weasley, and threats mostly from Hermione to Fred to lay off the wisecracks or else. But after the initial shock had worn off, it had been a pleasant week. In practice, not much had changed except for the hand-holding and the occasional key, but Hermione knew she had a new kind of emotional support in George that she hadn't had before, and she thought she appreciated that most of all. But this had nothing to do with any of that. Hermione woke early and raced downstairs to catch Mrs. Weasley making breakfast because she was pretty sure she had just had the most brilliant idea she'd had all month. And as she was going back to Hogwarts tomorrow, she wanted to investigate it as quickly as possible. And Mrs. Weasley was just the person to ask. "Good morning, Mrs. Weasley," she said as she entered the kitchen. "Why, good morning, Hermione, dear," Mrs. Weasley said brightly as she fried up some bacon. "You're up early this morning." "Yes, ma'am. I had an idea, and I was wondering if I could talk to you." Mrs. Weasley stopped and looked at her. "To me?" she said in surprise. "Yes, ma'am." "All right, then. Actually, I've been wanting to talk to you, too." "You have?" "Yes. I just wanted to apologize if I made you and George feel uncomfortable about your relationship." What? You haven't been making me feel uncomfortable, Mrs. Weasley. I'm glad to hear that, dear. I was just concerned that I wasn't being fair to you. I did ask you multiple times if you were playing a prank, after all." "Oh, that," Hermione chuckled. "I've really just come to expect that around George and Fred." Mrs. Weasley smiled sadly. "It still sounds so strange to hear someone say that, George and Fred. You don't notice that you've been saying it one way for 17 years until someone points it out to you. I do think you're good for George. I hope Fred and find someone who can handle him just as well. I was just surprised. I was surprised you went to that Yule ball together last year, and I'm still a little surprised. You're just so different." "I know," Hermione said with a smile. "It took me by surprise, too. But I think we have quite a bit in common where it counts." "Well, I'm sure your own mother is doing a very good job, but if you ever want to talk, you're welcome to come to me. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, she said. But I had something different I wanted to talk about. Oh, what was that? Could you teach me how to cast the imperturbable charm? What? Mrs. Weasley thought. You want to learn how to cast the imperturbable charm, she said, certain she'd misheard. Yes, ma'am. In retrospect, Hermione should have thought of it weeks ago, when she first saw it cast on the kitchen door. It only came to her now because Mrs. Weasley had used it again for a meeting last night. And may I ask why? Mrs. Weasley said suspiciously, which Hermione had more or less expected. After all, if she could cast it, she might be able to reverse it. Actually, Hermione could probably reverse engineer it on her own with the spell manipulation techniques she'd learned last year, but it would be more reliable to learn it properly. The imperturbable charm stops anything from touching the door, everything just bounces off. I thought if I cast the imperturbable charm on a crucible, it could withstand the heat of really hot molten metals. I was experimenting last year with forging metals in small amounts, but some of them melt at temperatures so high that a normal crucible can't hold them. Mrs. Weasley blinked in confusion at Hermione's nonlinear explanation. That happened to her sometimes, when her mind got ahead of her words, and she couldn't get everything out in order. You want to cast the imperturbably charm on a crucible, she said. Like a potion's crucible. So it can hold molten metal, yes. Do you think that will work? She had clearly never thought of such a use for that charm. I think it will, unless it can't stand up to very high heat. Do you know any reason it wouldn't? Well, no, I suppose not. It's just very strange way to use that spell, and dare I ask why you're working with molten metal? She demanded, getting to the more pressing issue. Just an arithmetic curiosity for now. Mostly, I'm trying to figure out how to work with tungsten because essentially no non-magical methods will work on it. I might find a better use for it later. Mrs. Weasley stared at her for a minute, trying to process all this. Hermione, she said at last, I wish I could understand a fraction of this arithmancy stuff the way you do. I never would have thought to do that in 100 years. I suppose you can't use it against us at this point, so I'll show you. She walked Hermione through the wand motion and incantation, which Hermione picked up quickly, and even let her try it a few times. Just don't tell Ron and Ginny, she whispered with a grin. You know, I would have let Ginny try a few household charms if she asked, but she never seemed interested. Hermione wasn't surprised by that. If Ginny Weasley ever became a house witch, she'd check her for Polyjuice Potion. Around mid-morning, the Hogwarts letters finally arrived, and not a minute too soon. Professor McGonagall had explained that they were having a hard time finding a defense professor, hence the delay. The new first years had still been sent their letters in July, since they would need their full supply list, and they were told that the missing book would be provided when they reached school, but the board didn't want to spare the expense to supply the rest of the school with an as yet unknown defense text. Hermione opened her letter and saw that there were only 2 new course books set this year. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 5 by Miranda Goshawk and Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkhard. Everything seemed in order, until everyone converged on Harry's and Ron's room, and things took a turn for the surreal. Get Ron red and gold pajamas to match his badge, George told his mother, smirking. He winked at Hermione when she walked in the room. His what? Mrs. Weasley said idly. His badge, Fred repeated. His lovely, shiny, new prefect's badge. Wait, Ron, a prefect? Hermione stammered. That was impossible. Obviously, the best choice was Harry. Ron could probably manage it, but, well, he was Ron. But Mrs. Weasley screamed when she saw Ron was holding a prefect's badge. I don't believe it, she cried. Oh, Ron, that's wonderful. That's everyone in the family. Excuse me. Hermione defended her boyfriend. Wow, that still sounded weird to think. George wasn't any happier. What are Fred and I? Next door neighbors, he said. I think she means everyone in the family who had a chance at it, Fred said more quietly as their mother continued to gush over Ron. George smiled at that. Everyone who actually cared. Everyone who actually wanted to be a perfect little teacher's pet. No offense, Hermione. Hermione rolled her eyes. It's all right, George, she said, loud enough to be heard over Mrs. Weasley. I didn't make prefect either. Everything stopped. All eyes turned to her. Hermione. Harry said in shock. You aren't a prefect either. No, she shrugged and held her envelope upside down. At least, I didn't get a badge. I assume Parvati got it. You're not having us on. George said cautiously. He'd come to recognize her sometimes deadpan sense of humor. No, I really didn't. Has Dumbledore gone mad? Ginny broke the silence next. Harry not being a prefect is one thing, but you're the best by a mile. Hermione shook her head calmly. I don't know about Harry, but for me, I'm sure it's because I won't be there in the spring. I wasn't expecting to get it in the first place. Everyone stared at her, as if they were worried she'd explode at any moment. What? We thought you'd flip, not being one, said Fred. You. Well, it's aggravating that I won't get the chance because of this stupid ministry decree, but it's not like I need it for my resume, like some people I won't name. In my field, it's your scholarly papers that are important, and I've got that covered pretty well already. Huh. Well, this is a day I never thought I'd see, George said. Mrs. Weasley wanted to reward Ron, as she had her older sons when they became prefects, and after some discussion, Ron decided he'd prefer a new broom. I think we can manage that, she said once they'd settled on that. I'll get all of your books for you while I'm out, if you like. It'll save a trip. Thanks, Mrs. Weasley, Harry muttered. He fished in his pockets for some money to pay me. Right and left-handed editions for me, please, Hermione said, and she handed her 4 galleons that she thought would cover the cost plus some cushion. Mrs. Weasley gave her a queer look, but she said, of course, Hermione, and went on her way. Hermione wasn't sure what to do about Harry. He looked really let down by being passed over, especially as Dumbledore seemed to be all but ignoring him lately. Unfortunately, she couldn't do much about it because Ron was hanging around all day, and that would be an awkward conversation to have in his presence. Not that her red-headed friend wasn't sympathetic. He seemed as baffled as everyone else as to why he'd been made a prefect, and he seemed genuinely concerned with Harry's plight. But it still didn't help matters that Mrs. Weasley decided to throw a party for him. After a long day, Hermione decided she'd have to leave it for the train ride tomorrow. They made their way to King's Cross the next morning on foot with a guard of order members. That bit was just for Harry, which he took about as well as most of them expected. They were running late because Sturgis Podmore had failed to show up, and once they got on board, Ron had to go to the prefects' meeting at once. Hermione, Harry, and Ginny soon found themselves a compartment with Neville and Luna. Hermione had to explain why she was back at Hogwarts, but they were both pleased to see her. She made a note to talk to Luna about potential magical weapons in private later. At least that bit of work would be streamlined. I'm surprised you two aren't the prefects, Neville told Harry and Hermione. Ron and Parvati are all right, but they don't really seem like. I know, Hermione said, I probably won't be here for spring term, though, and Harry, we're not really sure what happened with Harry. Dumbledore doesn't like me this year, he muttered. I'm sure he doesn't, Ginny assured him, patting his arm. You're one of the few people who's still on his side. I still think the stress is getting to him. Harry gave a disagreeable sort of grunt, but said nothing. It is odd, Hermione agreed. I know you'd be a controversial choice, what with what the prophet's been writing all summer, but Professor Dumbledore certainly hasn't been shy about inviting controversy. The Daily Prophet has clearly been infested with Raxperts, Luna said over her upside-down copy of the Quibbler. Sure. And Dumbledore can't possibly think you're not prefect material after all you've done, Harry. I mean, just look at last night. What happened last night? Asked Neville. Hermione glanced at Ginny and let her tell it. It had happened just as everyone was going to bed. Hermione was changing into her pajamas when she heard a faint sobbing sound, which concerned her some, but it wasn't until she heard Harry shout, "Expecto Patronum," that she became alarmed. Fearing the worst, Hermione moved faster than Ginny had ever seen her move, threw on a bathrobe over her underwear as she banged through the door, flew down the stairs and charged into the drawing room with her own shout of, "Expecto Patronum." Her otter Patronus appeared at once, where it immediately joined Harry's stag in, trampling a Dementor into submission. "Back up, I've got it," Remus yelled as he rushed into the room. He jumped in front of Harry, and the Dementor turned into a silvery orb. "Ridiculous," he bellowed, and the orb turned into a balloon and flew out the window. Hermione turned pink as she realized the threat was actually the boggart from the writing desk, not a real Dementor. She turned around and saw a tear-stricken Mrs. Weasley staring up at her and Harry in awe. Without even consciously commanding it, her Patronus swam over to her and nuzzled her cheek, and the older witch started to calm down. It wasn't hard to guess what a mother of 7 who had already lost family to war would see in a boggart. Hermione hadn't heard all the details, but she knew that Harry had found Mrs. Weasley and jumped between her and the boggart when her own ridiculous failed. Mrs. Weasley had thanked both Harry and Hermione when she came to her senses, and everyone was impressed with their Patronuses. Mad-Eye Moody even complimented them for their quick thinking. Courage, chivalry, quickness to action, and magical talent, all great traits for prefects and Gryffindor ones in particular. And that certainly wasn't the first or most significant time Harry had shown those traits. I don't know why Professor Dumbledore didn't pick you, but it certainly wasn't because you're not good enough, Harry, Hermione concluded. And I agree, Ginny said. Thanks, girls, Harry said, but he still looked unhappy. Hermione didn't blame him. Dumbledore was being more mysterious than usual this summer. She was pretty sure he was hiding something, the same way he didn't want Harry informed of what was going on at headquarters, but it didn't look like he was any more likely to tell her his reasoning than Harry. And it was doubly mysterious because the heads of house were supposed to have some input into the selection, and Professor McGonagall seemed even less likely to pass Harry over. Ron came back about an hour into the trip and reported that he'd traded with Padma so that she and Parvati could patrol the train together. The other new Ravenclaw prefect was Anthony Goldstein. It was Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott for Hufflepuff and, unfortunately, Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson for Slytherin. That was definitely Snape's influence, Hermione thought. Theo Knott and Daphne Greengrass would definitely have been better choices. But Cedric was head boy, and Rebecca was head girl, so that was good. Malfoy showed up to annoy them at one point, but he didn't cause too much trouble. Once they got to Hogwarts, they got a new surprise: Hagrid wasn't there. A witch with a prominent chin and a severe haircut was escorting the first years to the castle. Parvati informed Hermione that she was Professor Grubbly Plank, who had substituted for Hagrid briefly last year. No one knew where Hagrid was, but they didn't have time to ask around. They climbed aboard the Thestral-drawn carriages and rolled up to the castle. The Great Hall was already filling up when they arrived. Hermione's eyes immediately sought out Septima, who was sitting at the end of the high table, as usual. She waved back when Hermione waved at her, but she looked less happy than she had last year. "It's that Umbridge woman," Harry hissed. "Who?" Hermione looked around. Harry pointed at a short, squat witch sitting beside Professor Dumbledore. She had a toad-like face and wore a hideous pink cardigan with a matching pink Alice band in her curly, mousy hair. "She was at my hearing. She works for Fudge." "She works for Fudge? Why would she be? Oh, dear." "What?" Harry said. Hermione scanned the high table and counted the familiar faces. 14. Plus McGonagall, Filch, and that grubbly plank woman made 17, and the only remaining post left unaccounted for was the Defense Against the Dark Arts post. "No, surely not. What is it?" Ginny asked. Hermione leaned close and dropped her voice to a whisper. Professor McGonagall said she was worried the Ministry would interfere at Hogwarts this year. "I think they chose the defense professor." Ginny's eyebrows shot up. "Can they do that?" she asked. "Legally, I don't know, but I think they did. Did any of you read any of the new defense textbook yet?" "Did anyone besides you, Hermione?" George asked. She ignored that. "It's horrid. It's all about avoiding a fight and how you should use only defensive spells instead of fighting back. The third years probably know more practical defense than what's in that book." "But why would they send such a bad teacher?" asked Fred. "I don't know." Their conversation was interrupted as Professor McGonagall led the first years into the Great Hall. It was another big class, born in the first years after Voldemort's previous defeat. There were also several older students at the back of the line. Those must be the students who were forced out of homeschooling to attend Hogwarts, Hermione thought. None of them looked all that happy to be there. The Sorting Hat song was different this year. It was twice as long as the ones Hermione had heard before, and instead of extolling the virtues of the four houses, it told the history of their split early in Hogwarts's history. Hermione's frown deepened as she heard the tale. She knew that Slytherin had left early in the school's history because of the dispute over his pureblood prejudices, but what she hadn't heard was that never in the ensuing 1,000 years had the four houses been united. According to the hat, something always came between them, probably still the pureblood prejudices most of the time. Some of the hat's closing words truly chilled her. Though condemned I am to split you, still I worry that it's wrong. Though I must fulfill my duty and quarter every year, still I wonder whether sorting may not bring the end I fear. Were the divisions at Hogwarts so deep that the whole school could collapse under their weight? Was the sorting a mistake from the start? What did this portend for the war? She had no idea, but the hat had 1,000 years of experience, and its advice wasn't to be taken lightly. Many of her fellow students looked worried, too. The hat gives warnings to the school when it detects periods of great danger, said nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost. It must think something very serious is happening. That much she was sure of, but the rest, well, Hermione would just have to wait and see. Professor McGonagall called the roll, and the first years were sorted, from Ewan Abercrombie to Rose Zeller. But when they were done, McGonagall didn't take the hat away, as she usually did, and there were still half a dozen students standing in the middle of the hall. Congratulations to all of the first years, Professor McGonagall said. However, we are not quite done. Due to new educational regulations from the ministry this year, she shot an annoyed look at the newcomer at the high table. We have 6 transfer students from homeschool and tutoring programs and 1 from Beauxbatons. I invite these students to also step forward when I call your names. Hermione was still trying to figure out whether someone had miscounted when McGonagall called the 4th name, Granger, Hermione. There were surprised whispers throughout the hall, and Hermione stood up. Excuse me, Professor. Miss Granger, please come forward. But Professor McGonagall, I've already been sorted. I'm a Gryffindor. Yes, you were sorted 4 years ago, but technically, your Gryffindor affiliation was cancelled when you transferred to Beauxbatons. Since you have re-enrolled here, you need to be resorted. It is an eventuality that has not happened in my lifetime, but the rules require it. Oh, okay, Professor. Hermione suddenly felt very self-conscious as she walked to the stool like a little firstie. What if she was sorted into a different house? Could she be sorted into a different house? She'd already bought her Gryffindor robes, not to mention all the other problems with that. She sat on the stool and placed the hat on her head. It must have been magically enlarged at some point because it still covered her eyes. Hello, Mr. Hat, she whispered. Hello again, Miss Granger, the hat's voice whispered in her ear. It's not often I get to talk to a student more than once. You've certainly grown since I last spoke with you. It's good to talk with you again, too, I suppose, she said. Even after 4 years, it didn't feel any less strange to be having a conversation with an article of clothing. I really wasn't expecting this. But it's my pleasure. I haven't done a resorting in 100 years. It's always interesting to see what's changed. Aren't you going to just send me back to Gryffindor, though? Please say yes. Please say yes. I don't have to send you there, Miss Granger. And I almost never have this much material to work with. What do you mean? She said nervously. I've often thought we sort too soon here at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's expressed the same sentiment a few times. People change even by their 2nd year, let alone their 7th. And you, by virtue of age and experience, have the qualities of all 4 houses in greater quantity than many of the first years have any of them. Hermione goggled at that. She couldn't imagine herself being one of those presumably rare people who were balanced amongst all the houses. But I must have a dominant aspect to my personality, she argued. The sorting hat actually started to laugh. She could imagine her friends seeing its tip quivering and wondering what it was talking about. Everyone must be wondering what was taking so long. They'd already gone longer than her first sorting. My dear, it said, the dominant aspect of your personality is and always has been Ravenclaw, but that's not the only reason I sort children where I do. It's not all about being around people who are like you. It's about putting you in the place that will suit you best, and hopefully, where you can do the most good for the school. Do you remember why I sorted you into Gryffindor before, Miss Granger? You said Ravenclaw wasn't what I needed, she recalled. You said I had, well, it must have been some kind of Gryffindor-ness that needed to be cultivated. Precisely. You would have been a brilliant Ravenclaw, but if I had sent you there, You would have always been a shy, rule-abiding numberphile with few close friends, living a fairly uninteresting life. You might have still found the sixth exception to Gamp's law, but you never would have started smelting metal, making magical maps, or casting left-handed. In fact, I doubt whether you would have even been adventurous enough to befriend the house elves. But instead, I sent you to Gryffindor, and it's done you a world of good. Gryffindor has taught you to loosen up and think outside the box, and as a result, it's enriched your life beyond what you could have imagined 4 years ago. It nearly got me killed 4 times, but fair enough, Hermione quipped. So what's the problem? Simply that you've already learnt the lesson that you needed to learn from Gryffindor. You have daring, nerve, and chivalry that would have made old Godric proud. You have friendships there that won't be broken if you change houses. You have the faculties to be great no matter where you go. You don't need Gryffindor now any more than you need Ravenclaw. Well, I have to go somewhere, Mr. Hat. So cheeky, Miss Granger. Yes, you have to go somewhere, but the where is not so clear. This is a very rare privilege for you, and it shouldn't be wasted. So what are you thinking? Aren't you supposed to be sorting me, after all? The Hat laughed again. What do you think I've been doing while we were talking all this time? There's a lot more to look through in your head than there was last time. That's a little creepy, you know. That's what all you Muggle-borns say. So I'm left with a conundrum. I could send you back to Gryffindor, and with your history and friendships there is something to be said for that. I could send you to Ravenclaw, your natural fit, but I stand by what I said before, Ravenclaw would be wasted on you. There's also Hufflepuff. Loyalty, justice, hard work, and inclusiveness, you have. You can't befriend the house elves without being at least a little Hufflepuff. You could do well there, but I honestly don't see much point. You've already learnt the most important lessons you could learn from them. I might have done it to give Hufflepuff House a kick in the pants, they could do well to strive for more. But I think the ordeal their own head boy went through last year will do that well enough. No, they would do well to have you, but they don't need you. But, the Hat continued, there is another option. A place that could benefit you and would benefit from your presence. No. Would you consider Slytherin, Miss Granger? Are you mad? I'll be murdered in my bed. She hissed. The Hat fell silent, but she had the prickling sensation of it giving her the equivalent of a stern look. She could hear whispers building from the tables. Hardly anyone's sorting ever took this long. I just proved your point about the divisions between the houses, didn't I? She said. What do you think? Okay, not murdered, but I still wouldn't trust Parkinson and Bulstrode not to try something. I really don't think it's a good idea. Think before you dismiss it, Miss Granger. I can see in your mind that you took my warning to heart. Yes, it would take more courage than going back to Gryffindor, but how would it be if a former Gryffindor crossed over to Slytherin? How much good could you do to repair the divisions between the houses simply by being there? Hermione did think about it. It didn't sound completely crazy. There were decent Slytherins out there, even though the loudest of them were disgusting bigots like Malfoy, whose father was an actual Death Eater. At present, though, Gryffindors and Slytherins wouldn't so much as associate with each other even if they had been friends before Hogwarts. The prejudices and pressures of the older students ripped apart those fragile first-year friendships before long, and that was the fault of both houses. Having someone who could bear the slings and arrows reach out between them would be something unheard of for a generation at the school, at least to hear the older Gryffindors tell it. But could Hermione be that person? She wasn't so sure. I'm not just any former Gryffindor, though, she said. I'm a Muggle-born and a close associate of known anti-Voldemort fighters. Neither of those types of people would do very well in Slytherin. So much the better to show your house doesn't define you, the Hat replied. Well, maybe, she said, glossing over the implications of that last line. But do you really think I could make a good Slytherin in the first place? Oh, yes. Of that much I am certain, Miss Granger. You have more cunning and ambition than most of the first years I just sorted into that house. Ambition doesn't have to be about power, after all. Your drive to earn a NEWT in your 4th year and to open up new frontiers of arithmancy is ambition enough. And as for cunning, just as an example, blackmailing Rita Skeeter was a Slytherin scheme if I ever saw one. Her pulse quickened for a moment. I hope what we're discussing will remain confidential, she said. I am magically bound not to reveal students' secrets. So, Suddenly, for no apparent reason, there were audible gasps from around the Great Hall, including Professor McGonagall next to her. "What's that about?" Hermione wondered. The hat read her mind and said, "We just passed 5 minutes on the stool. I never take more than 5 minutes to sort a student unless they're someone very special." Thanks, I think. "So," it repeated, "I've demonstrated that you have Slytherin traits. But they're not well developed in you like the traits of the other houses are. Slytherin still has something useful to teach you. And you have something to teach Slytherin, how to reach out to the other houses, how to be defined by more than their ambition and the purity of their blood. What do you think, Miss Granger?" Hermione's pulse started to quicken again. The hat was really serious. But she did know it took one's preferences into account. Perhaps it could be swayed by logic, too. "I can develop my cunning and ambition without being in Slytherin," she said. "And I probably will. I'll need it if the war heats up. Isn't that the definition of not being defined by your house?" "True enough. But what about reaching out to the other houses? I can only do so much good for Slytherin if I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, Mr. Hat. And even if it would be easier to reach out to Slytherin as a Slytherin, even as a Muggle-born, it's going to be hard to reach back out to Gryffindor, since most of them would see me as a traitor. You would still have your friends. I can see in your mind that they are true to you. Even your boyfriend, despite the animosity of his family. Your fellow Slytherins, the better boys and girls among them, would also understand you wanting to maintain your old friendships. I'd still lose the larger support network of Gryffindor House, and I'd have to reach out to both houses at once. The way I see it, it wouldn't be any harder to reach out to Slytherin from Gryffindor, anyway. Professor Vector and Georgina are already friendly with me, and there are others who have never given me any trouble like Greengrass and Davis. I'd rather stay where I am and try to work for the good of the school from there." The hat was silent for a moment, as if giving her own words time to sink into her mind. "You would do that?" it asked solemnly. "You would reach out to a house you have almost no connections with? Against the advice of your friends and the ire of your own house? On the advice of a ratty old hat?" Hermione felt the weight of the words, but they didn't shake her resolve. "Yes, I would," she whispered. "It's the right thing to do. Then you've chosen your true colors, Gryffindor." Applause broke out at once, although that might have been more that people were glad she was finally done than actual congratulations. She could hear a few groans, too, likely because people were annoyed that she took so long only to go to the same house. When Professor McGonagall took the hat back from her, she gave her an intrigued look and whispered, "I should very much like to know what that was all about sometime, Miss Granger," before motioning her along. Hermione took her seat again as the other 3 transfer students were sorted quickly, and Dumbledore opened the feast. "It's about time," Ron said as he dug into his food. "What took you so long?" "That hat kept trying to put me in Slytherin," she said. They laughed, but when she didn't laugh with them, they grew concerned. "Wait, you were serious?" George said. She nodded. "Is it mad? You'd be murdered in your bed." "That's what I said, which was probably a bit hyperbolic, I admit. But still, Slytherin," Fred said, scandalized. "That's insane." "Well, I say good show, Miss Granger," nearly headless Nick cut it. "We haven't had a hat stall in ages." "What's a hat stall?" Harry spoke up for the first time. "A sorting that takes longer than 5 minutes, when a student is equally suited to more than one house. They're very rare. If my memory serves, though, that was far from a certain thing for a ghost. The last one we had was Professor McGonagall. I might have forgotten one, though. That would explain why she was so interested," Hermione said. "But that can't be right," George protested. "You can't be equally suited between Gryffindor and Slytherin. You're nothing like a slimy Slytherin." "Slytherins aren't slimy, George. I do have 2 friends who are Slytherins." Fred started coughing and sputtering. "You do," he said. "Who?" George finished. "Professor Vector and her grandniece, Georgina." "Well, they're all right, I guess. But you're still nothing like one," Ron said. Hermione sighed. No, it was much more complex than that. The hat told me my personality has always been Ravenclaw. I'm not a natural Gryffindor or Slytherin, but I do have some traits of both. In fact, most Gryffindors probably have more cunning and ambition than Crabbe and Goyle do." Her friends looked over at Malfoy's goons and laughed. "But why would the hat want you in Slytherin?" Ginny said, getting back on track. Basically, it thought it was the house that could help me grow the most. Yeah, grow into a pompous git, Ron scoffed. She glared at him. There was more to it than that, Ronald. The hat also thought if I switched houses, it would help bridge the divide between them. You mean trying to get all the houses to be friends? Harry said, suddenly growing angry and looking back at Malfoy. Fat chance. Hermione was surprised. Harry had nearly gone to Slytherin himself. Harry, she started. No, I mean it. You've got one friend there, sure, but that's only 'cause she's Vector's grandniece, and she couldn't hate you if she tried. Malfoy practically runs the place over there, and he'd just as soon see us all dead. I'm sure Malfoy doesn't speak for all of them, Harry. I'd bet there are quite a few Slytherins who don't toe his line, only they're afraid to say it. Maybe if we could connect them with one another, they would. Yeah, well, I'll believe it when I see it. Hermione frowned. She'd thought her best friend was more open-minded than that. Well, maybe you will, she said. I told the hat I'd try to reach out to Slytherin anyway. What? Harry and all the Weasleys were aghast. Hermione, you can't do that, George pleaded with her. They'll hex you into next week. The others nodded their agreement. Relax. I'm not going to just walk up and ask them. I'm going to use my Slytherin subtlety, since I apparently have some. I'll ask Septima and Georgina to sound them out. Oh, well, that's not so bad, he said. I still think you're a little nutters, mind, but only your usual level of nutters. Hermione whacked George in the back of the head, but then she leaned against him affectionately, which was about as much as she could get away with in the Great Hall. After the dinner, Dumbledore made his usual announcements, including introducing Dolores Umbridge as the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, but then, something happened that horrified most of the Great Hall. Umbridge interrupted Dumbledore. No one said anything, but the shock was palpable. She'd cut in right in the middle of his announcement about Quidditch tryouts. No doubt, many of the students were thinking that if Dumbledore weren't under such a thick cloud, they'd be scraping the new teacher off the floor right now. The pink-clad woman cleared her throat with an affected, hem sound and said, "Thank you, headmaster, for those kind of words of welcome," as if she were talking perfectly in turn. Her voice was high and girlish to match her outfit, as if she had never really grown up from being a no doubt highly disagreeable little girl. She greeted the school like a bunch of 5-year-olds and then launched into an alarmingly long political speech. Hermione wished she'd brought her dictaquill with her, but at least she always carried a Muggle mechanical pencil and parchment on her, in case she wanted to do some figuring, so she jotted down notes on Professor Umbridge's main points lest she miss anything important. What it boiled down to was that the Ministry was allegedly concerned that students were not taught at Hogwarts in a way that preserved the great traditions of wizarding culture, or some such platitudes. Proper education was to be supported by a balance between old and new, between permanence and change, and other such Orwellian doublethink, and she mentioned, pruning practices that ought to be prohibited, a few too many times for Hermione's liking. To those in the know, it was pretty clear that the ulterior motive was to stop Dumbledore from teaching the school his point of view about Voldemort being back, and, if her brief skim of the defense textbook was any indication, to make absolutely sure he couldn't use the defense classes to foment insurrection against the Ministry. The very thought would have been ludicrous had it not been for the behind-the-scenes information she'd heard from the Order that was precisely what Fudge feared. This was definitely not a good sign. As they climbed to the dorms, Hermione started to notice that Harry was getting odd looks. Fearful looks, even. She might have thought it was because of his show of power against that dragon last year, but having read the Daily Prophet all summer, she knew better. Harry Potter was mental unstable and might go nuts and try to hex you at any moment, thinking you were you-know-who, or something like that. Looking across the hall, Cedric didn't look to be in much better shape. He still walked with a bit of a limp on his wooden leg, and people were giving him a wide berth. He claimed he'd lost his arm and leg to Barty Crouch Jr., and that particular Death Eater was still officially on the loose, but he admitted he was unconscious for most of the encounter. Who knew what really happened? But Lily, this is Harry Potter we're talking about. You've been saying how great a hero he is yourself for 4 years. Hermione didn't realize she was walking into an argument in her dormitory until she was literally in the middle of it. Her old roommate, Lily Moon, looked almost like a different person from when she'd last seen her. Gone were her irregular braids and relaxed expression. Instead, she had her hair in one long plait down her back, and she looked far more serious than she had last year. Her girlfriend, Sally Ann, was pleading with her to see reason, but she wasn't having it. "I told you what the papers said. Potter's off his rocker. Fainting spells, confusion, headaches, you can't trust what he says. In Dumbledore, he's either going senile, or he's using him. He is not." Hermione and Parvati stared at each other as they had said the same thing at the same time. "Dumbledore is the only person Voldemort was ever afraid of," Hermione said. All four of her roommates jumped when she said the name. "He knows him better than anyone. If he and Harry say he's back, I believe them." "Hermione, you know who died 14 years ago?" Their remaining roommate, Lavender Brown, jumped into the fray. "Magic can't bring people back from the dead. Ever. Voldemort isn't dead, Lavender," Hermione protested. "I saw him with my own eyes. He was possessing Quirrell in first year as some kind of dark spirit." "That's impossible," Lavender protested. "Who says so?" "Come on, Lav, you know Hermione isn't a liar," Parvati said. Lavender sighed. "No, she's not, but that doesn't mean she saw you know who." "I don't know what you think you saw, Hermione, but..." Quirrell had a second face on the back of his head. Hermione snapped. "A face with glowing red eyes and slits for a nose. Sound familiar?" All the other girls cringed. Voldemort's appearance was always discussed in hushed tones if at all in the wizarding world, but Hermione knew her words would ring true. They had so much of an air of dark magic. Sally Ann was the first to recover. "You see, Lily," she demanded. "Hermione knows what she's talking about." "Hermione's just trying to scare you, Sally Ann," Lily said. "She should be scared," Hermione said. "I'm scared. Don't you see? We're both Muggle-borns. This is the kind of thing we need to be on guard for. But if you and Lavender want to keep on believing the Daily Prophet over people you've personally looked up to for the past 4 years, there's nothing more I can say to you. Oh come on, it's just one escaped Death Eater. We had scares like that before." "No," Sally Ann cut her off. "What?" Lily said in disbelief. "Hermione's right, Lily. I don't believe it's just one escaped Death Eater. Muggle-borns know how to spot a propaganda campaign, and that's exactly what the Daily Prophet is turning into. If you want to keep believing them, I don't have anything to say to you." Sally Ann Lily pleaded, but the Muggle-born girl was already climbing into her bed and closing the curtains. "Sally Ann," she repeated, but there was no answer. Unable to get through to her, she despondently climbed into her own bed. While Lavender said, "I can't believe she did that. She kind of has a point," Parvati said. "What, you too, Parv?" "Yes, me too, Lav. Honestly, you're the one who kept saying how brilliant Harry is after he fought that dragon. And why would Dumbledore want to discredit Fudge now instead of after the Dementor incident or something? And I'm not very happy about how you're treating Hermione and Sally Ann. Well, they shouldn't be following that loon and apoxamize." There was one bit of reprieve the next day, which was that the school had the whole weekend to relax before classes started. That gave Hermione some time to catch up on some important work. If only everyone else weren't drawing on her time. "No, I told her to keep her big fat mouth shut about you, actually," she told Harry after he snapped at her for mentioning her credulous roommates. "And it would be quite nice if you stopped jumping down Ron's and my throats, Harry, because if you haven't noticed, we're on your side." "Sorry," said Harry in a low voice. "That's quite all right. Hermione, control your boyfriend and his idiot brother." "Parvati," she said in confusion. "What is it?" Parvati was very excited to hear last night that Hermione had an official boyfriend, but she was looking much less pleased now. The prefect waved a piece of parchment in Hermione's face, which had been ripped from the notice board. She grabbed it and read, "Gallons of galleons. Pocket money failing to keep pace with your outgoings. Like to learn a little extra gold? Contact Fred and George Weasley. Gryffindor Common Room. For simple, part-time, virtually painless jobs. We regret that all work is undertaken at applicant's own risk. Virtually painless." Hermione read, "Applicant's own risk. They can't do this." "Yeah, well, tell them that. I will as soon as I see them, Parv. Don't worry." Hermione didn't see hide nor hair of the twins in the common room, but she soon ran into them at breakfast. "There you two are," she told them. "George, Fred, you can't advertise for testers on the notice board." "Says who?" Fred demanded. says Parvati and Ron. Wait, what? Ron said cluelessly. And me, she added. Hey, we're just trying to make sure our products work as advertised, George said with his winning smile. Hermione wasn't buying it. What, you're skiving snack boxes again? There are safer and more worthwhile things you could be working on. Fred grinned at her. You say that now, Hermione, but you're in OWL classes now. You'll be begging for a skiving snack box by Christmas. I completed a NEWT course in arithmancy in just 1 year, Fred. I think I can manage. She does kinda have a point, George agreed. Fred didn't have an answer to that. There was a break in the conversation as the mail was delivered. Hermione thumbed through her daily prophet. She wanted to know what the enemy was thinking, but she didn't see anything relevant to the war or the cover-up of the war, so she returned to mentally planning her weekend. She had a lot to do, and much of it she wanted to finish as much as she could before classes started, but when she thought about it, it was really no contest what to do first. After breakfast, she headed straight to Septima's office. Septima Vector had only been Hermione's teacher for 3 years, but she was still her favorite by far. Hogwarts's arithmancy professor was brilliant, open-minded, and still active in research and thus eager to learn about new advanced maths. Not everyone could pull that off. Hermione had had far too little contact with Septima over the past year, and she wanted to catch up. However, Septima wasn't in her office, not surprising, since classes hadn't begun, so Hermione tried her apartment instead. Hermione had first joined Septima for tea in her apartment early in her first year after being one of the few students to figure out where the teachers' quarters were. She talked her way past the absent-minded portrait of Bridget Wenlock, and the door opened just a crack, held back by a chain. Septima gave a delighted exclamation and shut the door to undo the chain and let Hermione in. Hermione, it's so good to see you, she said, hugging her former student. You too, Septima, she replied. You're not expecting trouble, are you? She indicated the chain. Oh, that. No. I just wanted a little warning to make sure our new defense professor couldn't barge in unannounced. Ah, I understand completely, said Hermione. I've only seen her welcome speech, and I already don't like her. Yes, but do be careful, Hermione. Professor Umbridge is very shrewd and ruthless in pursuing her goals. Anyway, come in, I'll get you some tea. It was a different feeling taking tea with Septima now that she had her NEWT, and now they had some major collaborations under their belts. They were much more like equals now, even if Hermione didn't have the same official qualifications yet. It felt more like a professional setting, which she enjoyed. I wanted to congratulate you on finishing your NEWT, Septima said. Completing it at all at 15 is a major achievement, let alone with your usual level of excellence. Thank you, Hermione replied with a smile. Of course, we'll all be getting the recognition if we get the Wenlock or Gamp prize. That's what I'm really hoping for. And you deserve it. I know I didn't do all that much. Of course you did. Alright, but you were definitely the leader. And I think our work will be a shoo-in for the Gamp, at least. So have you given any thought to what you want to do next? Of course. Hermione withdrew a textbook from her shoulder bag. I've already started on my next Muggle Maths course. Real analysis. She handed the book over for Septima to thumb through. It's all about the underlying principles and generalizations of the techniques of calculus. So, things like convergence, limits, differentiability, generalized operations like Lebesgue integration, alternative expansions of functions, like Fourier series. I think I get the picture, the professor said. This looks complicated. Hold up. Is this one of those fractals you were talking about a couple years ago? She held the book open to a page that showed a spiky, zigzagging graph. Oh, yes, that's the Weierstrass function, the first fractal that was clearly described in the mathematical literature. Of course, Weierstrass wasn't thinking in terms of fractals yet. He just constructed it as an example of a function that is everywhere continuous and nowhere differentiable. It took 100 years of work and a lot of complex analysis and computer calculation to develop it into the field of fractal geometry. Everywhere continuous, but nowhere, my goodness. Septima had nearly forgotten how hard it was to keep up with this girl's mind. Hermione, if I go mad from the revelations you're giving me this year, I'm taking you down with me. Hermione couldn't help giggling. Wizards hadn't quite come to terms with the more mind-bending aspects of mathematics yet. And that's why I'm a Gryffindor, and you were a Slytherin, she thought. It's really not that bad, Septima, she insisted. I don't suppose this is a good time to ask if I could do my mastery with you. Septima nearly dropped her teacup. Your mastery, she said. Hermione, I'm flattered. I know I talked about you doing your mastery with me before you graduated, but then you switched schools. I know. And it's even more complicated now. I'll be back at Beauxbatons next spring and the following autumn, and after that, I'll be of age, and God knows what will be happening with the war, and I really don't know where I'll be. But I want to keep on track this autumn. I want to get started on my mastery, at least. I thought we did pretty well collaborating at a distance last spring, and you're the best. Arithmancer, I know. To be perfectly honest, I don't think Monsieur Oppenord at Beauxbatons could keep up with me if I tried to work with him. Hermione, I'm not convinced that I'll be able to keep up with you, but if you want to work with me, I'm sure we can find a way to do it. I'd be honored to mentor you. Thank you so much, Septima. Hermione jumped up and hugged her. You're welcome. Oh, I've missed you, Hermione, she said wistfully. It's not the same without you at Hogwarts. So do you have any idea what you want to do for your mastery? Not really. By next summer, I'll have done enough courses to get a Muggle bachelor's degree in maths, the equivalent of our mastery, so I won't have a complete picture until then. And in the meantime, I'm going to be researching spells to fight the Death Eaters, and that's the kind of thing I can't really publish. So we'll just have to see what comes up this autumn, Septima said. That's fine. For now, I can keep teaching you the advanced arithmancy techniques you'll need for your mastery. We can continue meeting on Saturdays, like we did in your third year. That sounds wonderful. And I'll see if I can help you wrap your mind around real analysis. Oh, joy, she muttered. So, what did you think about the Sorting Hat song this year? Hermione asked. It was really different from usual. Yes, very worrying. The Hat said those kinds of things a couple of times in the last war. I don't need to remind you how that went. Most of the teachers have been worried about the disunity between the houses for a long time, and the war made it worse. I believe Professor Dumbledore, by the way. After your first 2 years here, I'd have too. Thank you. I appreciate that, and I know Harry does. She nodded. By the way, what took you so long with your resorting? I would have thought that would be just a rubber stamp. Oh, that. You might not believe me, but the Hat wanted me to switch to Slytherin. At that, Septima gave her a very appraising look and stroked her chin. If you weren't Muggle-born, I could see that, she said. You could. Of course. The Hat only puts Muggle-borns into Slytherin if they really can't fit anywhere else, but with the way you've grown over the past 4 years, you have a personality to do well there other than that. Well, thanks. That's more than my friends could say. You know, now that I've thought about it, I really think the Hat was right. They say, if a house be divided against itself, that house cannot stand, and a school won't do any better. I quite agree. But there's only so much we can do. I've never seen anyone make much headway in bridging the gap between the houses. And the fault lies on both sides. Oh, I know the fault lies on both sides. But still, I feel like there ought to be something we can do. I don't think the Sorting Hat would say all that if the situation were hopeless. Septima opened her mouth and paused for a moment. It wasn't easy to keep up with Hermione, but she was starting to get an inkling of what she was thinking. You're planning something, aren't you? She said. I don't know how much I can say that right now. I would like to try to make some connections with the Slytherins, though. Try to undo some of the damage. Right now, you and Georgina are the only Slytherins who will give me the time of day, and that's not right. I just don't know how to go about it, though, or really even whom to talk to. She thought about it. You know this is a dangerous path, don't you? Your friends probably won't appreciate you reaching out to Slytherin, and Slytherin really won't like you trying to interfere with them. That's what the Sorting Hat said. I'd still like to try, though. It's just the right thing to do. And there's the Gryffindor I know so well. Well, if you're not going to listen to reason, I suppose I can give you some advice. I was hoping you'd say that, Hermione said. Septima chuckled. Of course you did. The main thing is don't just walk up and ask people. Find some other reason to talk to them. Ask Georgina about her friends and see if she'll introduce you. Find one of the friendlier Slytherins in your year and ask to study with them, ideally on a subject they can genuinely help you with. And of course you can help them with arithmancy. I am a little behind in charms and magical creatures, she admitted. Beauxbatons's fourth-year curriculum wasn't quite as rigorous at Hogwarts's, and the teachers in those two subjects in particular weren't as good. The same would apply to herbology, but she could ask Neville for that, and everyone knew it. That would be a good start. And I think your best chance would be Tracy Davis. She's a half-blood, and she's not close with the more bigoted. Well, yes. And her friend, Daphne Greengrass, has excellent marks in most of her classes. If you really want to do this, try asking to study with them, and don't even mention making connections with the other Gryffindors to start with. Even when you do bring it up, start by asking if they're interested in expanding the study group. I believe your friend Ronald is gifted in ancient runes, for example. Ron might not be the best person to start with, but I get the picture. But does it really matter that much? Won't they get suspicious if I approach them even with something so benign? Of course they will. But they'll still appreciate you getting to know them before you start talking politics. In Slytherin, making that kind of investment in someone is a big deal. Patience is a valuable asset there. If you play your cards right, I think you can at least make some Slytherin friends, and that's a worthy goal in itself. It's been too many years since I've seen a successful friendship between a Gryffindor and a Slytherin in this school. I'd be glad to see you do even that much. Well, I'll certainly do my best, Septima. Hermione spent the rest of the morning talking arithmancy with Septima, and they agreed to meet each Saturday morning afterwards. After lunch, although she still had a lot of people she wanted to catch up with, there was one particular project that was most pressing, the Marauders map, or rather her own version of the Marauders map. She'd spent much of that last week at Grimmauld Place copying down the runic programming from the original map and putting together a high-quality copy of her own. She would have preferred to figure it all out on her own and really do it right, but she needed to be able to use it for security purposes as soon as possible. By the time she got back to Hogwarts, she'd done as much as she could without having the actual data coming in from the wards. To pull that bit off, there was only place in the school she could go, so she made her way to the kitchens. Miss Hermione Granger. Miss Hermione Granger has come back. Hermione had been friends with many of the Hogwarts house elves since her first year. The elves loved any witch or wizard who took the time to visit them regularly, and they were overwhelmed by someone treating them like actual people, as Hermione did. As soon as she walked in, they swarmed around her legs. Dobby was there, of course. Hermione had told him to renew his subcontract with Hogwarts as soon as she knew she was coming back. The other elf she was most eager to see was Sonia. Hermione had met Sonia when she was still a rebellious teenage elf, rebellious by elf standards, anyway. She had matured some since then, but she was still an exploding snap. Card shark as of last year, and she still wore a tool belt cinched tight enough around her waist to show an elfin figure. Hermione had always thought Sonia looked a bit more human, by elf standards. That was probably mostly down to her little snub nose, although the cobalt blue eyes and scraggly blonde hair didn't hurt. There were other elves she knew well, like Tilly, Sonia's grandmother who was the elves' schoolteacher, Vanny, Remy, Flory the head elf, and a tiny little elfling named Smidgen, and all of them were talking over each other to greet her. After greeting them all and wading through them and explaining that, yes, she was back at Hogwarts this year, though just for the autumn term, she finally managed to speak uninterrupted with Dobby and Sonia. She first inquired how Winky was doing. Winky was an elf who was unfairly dismissed by her master and had spent most of the past year drunk. She was pleased to see that Winky was now working with the cleaning crew and didn't break down in tears when she talked to her. Sonia has been making sure Winky is taking care of herself, Miss Hermione, the younger elf said proudly. I is making sure she is not touching the butterbeer. Winky thinks Sonnet has too much fun with that, miss, Winky grumbled. Oh dear, what did you do to her, Sonia? Hermione said. I is hanging Winky up with the pots and pans when she is bad, miss, Sonia said as Winky gave her a dirty look. Hermione tried not to giggle. Well, it's good to see all of you again. I had a favor to ask of you, Sonia. Yes, Miss Hermione, she said eagerly. I'm working on a special runes project, and, could you help me get down to the anchor stones of the castle? Sonia's ears drooped. Oh, she said sadly. I is sorry, but it is off limits to students without a teacher, miss. We cannot be helping students break the rules. Oh, Right, could you show Dobby how to get there? His contract with me trumps his contract with Hogwarts. Sonia grinned. You is very tricksy, Miss Hermione. That will work. Sonnet. Tilly hissed. You shoulds not be doing that. You will be causing trouble. It's all right, Tilly, Hermione assured her. This project will help make the school safer. My parents even asked me to do it. It will, miss. It'll help make sure there aren't any bad wizards around. You see, Grandmom, Sonia said. Miss Hermione is being a responsible witch. Tilly grumbled a little more, but she let them go. Hermione knew very little about the anchor stones of the castle, but her friend Michelle at Beauxbatons had explained the principle. A large, magical building like Hogwarts had to be built on a major ley line convergence. The anchor stones were a stone circle built underneath the castle that channeled the energy from the ley lines to fuel the magic of the building and grounds. Hagrid had mentioned to her once that the tunnel leading from the crystal cave where the boathouse was led to the anchor stones, but she didn't know anything else about them. Sonia led her and Dobby across the basement to the base of the grand staircase. Hermione had seen this place before when she first started mapping out the castle. At what appeared to be the bottom of the stairs were a large pair of double doors that were kept locked at all times. Now, Dobby, there is being a special way through these doors for elves if we needs it. Students is not supposed to go down there, though, without a teacher. She showed Dobby the elfish incantation to unlock the doors, and they swung open. Behind the doors was another staircase, this one a large, circular spiral cut directly into the rock face. Directly beneath the mosaic floor at the base of the great tower turned out to be a shaft sunk deep into the mountain on which the castle stood. The steps were wide, but the walls were angled so that the shaft widened as it descended, and it clearly led all the way down to the lake level, if not lower. There were no torches on these stairs, but the whole shaft seemed to be lit with a soft, white light from below. The three of them descended the staircase. It was dark, with just enough light to see, but already, Hermione could see light glinting off pieces of quartz jutting out from the granite walls. Sonia is glad Dobby is back, the younger elf said conversationally. You are, Hermione said. You is, Dobby echoed, equally surprised. The two of them hadn't got along well when Dobby first started working there. Yes, it is being much more interesting with you here's, Dobby. Hermione smiled. That was certainly true. Dobby was the most unusual elf she'd ever met. As they climbed down further, the quartz became more common, and she soon realized that it was itself glowing with a faint white light, which grew brighter as it descended. As they drew closer, they could see what was at the bottom clearly. It was a stone circle, but nothing like any stone circle Hermione had ever seen. In fact, there were two concentric circles of a total of 24 perfect trilithons of pure, white, glowing quartz standing on the black and shimmering floor of the shaft. The walls and stairs were also solid quartz, though of varying pale hues, up to a greater height than the standing stones. The trilithons were not quite evenly spaced, but were clustered just slightly towards the north and south ends of the shaft. Hermione was sure the spacing was significant, but she wasn't sure what it meant just yet. Sonia has never been down here before, Sonia whispered. It is so beautiful. Dobby has never felt magic like this. Hermione knew from ancient runes class that quartz was the hardest mineral that could be found in large quantities, and thus made the most powerful runes, so it wasn't surprising that the anchor stones were carved in that material, but she'd never expected them to look like this. When they reached the floor, she finally got a clear look. The trilithons were about 8 feet wide and 12 high, and every inch was covered in runes. The outer circle of 16 trilithons was about 60 feet across. Most of the light wasn't coming from the stones as a whole, but specifically from the runes that were carved into them, which glowed very brightly. The amount of magic flowing through them to do that must be enormous. The floor turned out to be a smooth sheet of black onyx, which was also carved with runes that glowed in soft silver. The runes were mixed Norse, Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, as well as geometric designs. She could feel the magic radiating from the stones crackling on her skin. She knew now why Hogwarts was considered the most powerful concentration of magic in the British Isles. Hermione was moved almost to tears. The most complicated runic enchantment she had ever seen was Professor Babbling's protection for the Philosopher's Stone in first year. That had been incredibly complicated and powerful, but it was child's play compared with these anchor stones. She felt small, seeing how much she still had to learn. The founder's work here was possibly the greatest masterpiece of magic she would ever see in her life. And the marauders had gone and defaced this. A small chip of rock and no more, perhaps, in a whole anxious day. The words came to her mind unbidden from Tolkien, and they fit. It seemed almost like sacrilege. She couldn't believe that even they would be disrespectful enough to do something like that. She wasn't sure she could even bear to cut the runes to link her map with the marauders' previous work. But as she looked and walked around the stones, she started to see an odd pattern. Certain squares of rock on the floor had a different texture, one behind each of the trilithons, about 6 feet square each, and the runes in those slabs glowed less brightly. She knelt down for a closer look, feeling the surface, running her fingers down the grooves. Examining how the light played off them. "This isn't onyx," she muttered. She drew her wand and cast a few charms she had learnt in ancient runes, charms to identify rocks and the quality thereof. They never had to use them in class except for a few exercises, and she had to think for a minute to remember what the patterns of light from her wand meant, but she soon had it. "Obsidian," she said. "It's obsidian." Obsidian had a long magical tradition of its own, though more so in the Americas. It had a similar composition and was also jet black, but it was only half as hard as the onyx. And on closer inspection, the runes carved in the obsidian slabs weren't quite as perfect as the others. A slightly different size, not quite in alignment, cut with a different tool, possibly a later addition. Hermione laughed out loud as she realized what the obsidian slabs were. "Scratch parchment," she exclaimed, to the elves, confusion. "They're scratch parchment. What is you meaning?" Sonia said. "This is not parchment. Not literal parchment. They're slabs of softer rock for later generations of headmasters and teachers to write their own additions and improvements to the wards. They could even test new wards before carving them into the anchor stones. It's brilliant. The founders thought of everything. And that means the marauders didn't have to ruin this masterpiece." She started walking around the circles quickly, searching for the slab that had the runes she was looking for. They could have carved their runes into the obsidian, and no one would have noticed. There. Carved into a corner of the east-facing obsidian slab of the outer circle was a cluster of runes that fed information from the castle wards to a particular linked cluster somewhere else, specifically on the Marauders' map, up in Harry's dorm. Hermione withdrew her reference sheet and quickly worked out the runes she needed to add. There weren't many, the Marauders had done most of the work, just a couple to tie in another rune cluster and a few more to expand the one on the slab to send all of the information she needed from the wards. She used a hammer and chisel to cut the new runes. It was backbreaking work, kneeling over the stone slab, but it was best not to use magic or any items that were enchanted in any way to cut powerful runes to avoid magical interference. Sonia asked what she was doing, and explained as best she could to the elf. Sonia was pleased that she would be able to detect bad wizards like Barty Crouch Jr., who had slipped in under everyone's nose last year. When she was done, Hermione pulled out another piece of parchment and read the information it was receiving through the linked runes. The raw data was hard to interpret, but she worked out that she had everything she needed. Well, it was everything the Marauders' map had, anyway. The places in the castle where space didn't behave normally would need some more work. "Perfect," she exclaimed. "Thank you so much, Sonia, Dobby." She hugged them both at once. "Everything's all set. I'll have the new security measures working soon." She made a note to take a more thorough look at this place later, and to figure out what was up with the alignment of the stones, and started climbing the stairs again. Hermione had the data now, but she still had to make her own runic programming work properly. It took her the whole rest of Saturday and part of Sunday to fully debug it and make sure it was all working the way she wanted. She hid away from the world until it was done, but now, she was ready to make her big debut. She quickly tracked down George and Fred and dragged them to a secluded classroom. "All right, Hermione, so what's this big secret?" asked Fred. "Just a little project I've been working on for the past 2 weeks," she said with a smirk. She produced what appeared to be a blank piece of parchment. Her version was only 3/4 the size of the original, 18 by 27 inches, and it folded to about the size of a standard road map. And, of course, it only had a single sheet. She unfolded it to a half fold, then touched her wand to the parchment and spoke the passphrase, "Dos moi pas santo, kai tangon canezo." Archimedes. "Give me a place to stand, and I will move the earth." A sketch of Hogwarts castle overlooking the Black Lake appeared on the parchment, and above it was written a title in Hermione's tidy script. Lady Archimedes is proud to present the Mathemagician's map. You finished it, they whispered. I finished it, she replied. George grabbed her by the shoulders and snogged her hard. She was stunned for a moment, but she went with it eagerly, wrapping her arms around him, leaving her breathless when he let her go. You were brilliant, he said with a grin. I had a lot of help. Still brilliant. I'd key you, but I'm in too good a mood to duel George over it, said Fred. Oi. Technically, this is still a work in progress, Hermione admitted, opening it up and showing a perfect magical rendering of the ground floor. At present, she didn't have anything definite for the other side of the map. For now, she just had the sketch of Hogwarts on the front cover, and a map of the grounds on the back, but she was considering other options such as a user manual. Right now, it only shows what the original Marauders map does. Only, she says, George said, laughing. Only, she says, Fred repeated. Well, the original doesn't show the Chamber of Secrets or the Room of Requirement or the Elf Quarters. And I'm not sure what to do about that mess at the top of the grand staircase. I'll have to examine the wards more carefully to figure that out. Plus, I want to make it automatically open to the floor you're on instead of the ground floor. George cut her off by keying her again. How did I land a girl like you? He said. Clearly, I was confounded, she deadpanned. Hermio, phew. History, double potions, arithmancy, and double defense, Harry said, examining his schedule. Gonna be a long day. Maybe it won't be so bad, Hermione said, not really believing it. 2 and likely 3 of those classes were not pleasant at Hogwarts. Suddenly, she remembered something she hadn't had time to think about all last year. Before she left Hogwarts last time, she had presented a rather extensive list of complaints against Professor Snape to Professor McGonagall. Had anything ever been done about them? She wondered. But she tried to encourage Harry. We could probably do worse than a ministry worker for defense professor, have done worse, depending on how you think about it. And I think you'll like 5th year arithmancy, Harry. You'll get to make your own spells this year. And the advanced algebra techniques are much more useful for. Will you lay off, Hermione? Harry snapped, and Hermione jerked back with wide eyes. Everyone knows how much you love arithmancy. It doesn't come so easy to the rest of us. You're always going on about it, and it drives me mad sometimes. And then, he stood up and stormed out of the Great Hall without finishing his breakfast. Harry. Hermione called after him, but he didn't look back. What on earth was that? She said. I've never seen him snap like that before. I have, Ginny said. You have? She asked in shock. Well, sort of. When he had that fake fight with me, it started to seem pretty real. He's never talked about getting annoyed with arithmancy, though. Why would he say that, then? Dunno. I think he's just on edge today. He already yelled at me when I mentioned my roommates don't believe him about you-know-who, even though I told them to shut their big, fat mouths, or I'd shut them for them. Really? He did that to me on Saturday. He really shouldn't be taking out his anger on his friends, Hermione said with a frown. Who else does he have, though? Ginny said. I guess Sirius, but he doesn't like fighting with Sirius. I just let him let off some steam as long as he doesn't push it too far. Hermione could understand that. Harry was so neglected growing up he didn't have healthy ways to deal with his anger as much as most people, and he saw Sirius as such a father figure, he wouldn't want to hurt their relationship. But that still didn't explain why things were so different this year. Stress about Voldemort being back. Plain teenage angst. Hermione's gut told her she was still missing something, but she couldn't guess what. History was by far the most boring class at Hogwarts. Professor Binns was an absent-minded ghost who lectured about things that were largely irrelevant and might still have possibly been interesting if he didn't speak like he was trying to bore you to death. Given the Sorting Hat's warning and the old saw about people who didn't learn from their history, Hermione had to think that wasn't doing anyone any favors. But she'd asked in first year and found that with the tenure system at Hogwarts, it would be almost impossible to get rid of him. The double potions lesson turned out to be a disaster for most of the class, who failed miserably at brewing a usable draft of peace. Snape vanished Harry's entirely, and not without reason, Hermione thought privately. The draft of peace wasn't a very forgiving potion. Fortunately, Harry's bizarre outburst of anger at breakfast seemed to have subsided, and he didn't dig himself in deeper. So far so good. Hermione had a free period after lunch when many of the other fifth years had either arithmancy or divination, including Harry. Interestingly, hardly anyone ever took both classes. She never had quite figured out how Percy had managed it. Harry wasn't quite sure why he had snapped at Hermione at breakfast, or Ginny before, or Hermione again over the weekend. He'd been feeling these odd flashes of anger that came upon him for seemingly no reason, and it just happened. Fortunately, he was calmer now, which was good because arithmony wasn't particularly friendly territory. Dean Thomas was there, but no other Gryffindors. Most of the class were Ravenclaws and Slytherins. Worse, Malfoy was there, though he at least didn't have his goons with him. Harry was sure Malfoy would use what he learnt in the class to invent some nasty new curses at the first opportunity, although according to Hermione, that probably wouldn't until 7th year. Luckily, Professor Vector ran a tight ship, and Malfoy rarely caused half as much trouble in this class as he did in potions or magical creatures. Despite being a former Slytherin, she was one of the most impartial teachers. She cared about actual talent more than anything else. Hence, she absolutely loved Hermione. Since you will be sitting your ordinary wizarding level exam in this class next spring, Vector said at the beginning of class, we will be stepping up the work. I will be assigning OWL level problems for homework to prepare you, and I will be grading by OWL standards. A few of the class groaned. They'd already got this from their other teachers. But not that many, considering the class had so many Ravenclaws. Professor Vector went on to outline what they would be studying this year. According to Hermione, it was roughly equivalent to a Muggle Algebra 2 class. And they would also begin crafting simple charms. Apparently, it wasn't as easy as Hermione made it. Look, no surprise there. It took a lot of practice to be able to craft spells that weren't 15 or 20 syllables long. Or that required a prohibitively complex wand movement. Or had to be cast whilst facing true north or something weird like that. Hermione never really talked about how many spells she discarded in her work, but it had to be at least a few. There wasn't much else he didn't know about this year's class, and it seemed pretty similar to his previous 2 years of arithmancy. A lot of hard work with a long way to go to a big payoff, but at least it was a welcome break from his other classes that day. Defense class didn't go so well. Professor Umbridge had foregone her pink hair band today in favor of a black bow, which looked like a large fly perched unwisely on an even larger toad. She still talked to the class like nursery school children and expected them to answer her in unison like it was the 1950s or something. At least, that was the impression Harry got from the little television he saw growing up. Even if she hadn't tried to railroad him at his trial, he still wouldn't have liked her. Hermione was wary of Umbridge both because of Harry's dislike for her and because of her opening speech. Granted, the "wands away" instruction by itself was only a small red flag. The headings she wrote on the blackboard, defense against the dark arts, a return to basic principles, sounded good on parchment, especially after so many years of failed teachers. However, the theory-centered, ministry-approved bit was more worrying. The course aims, emphasizing the legal aspects of defensive magic, weren't problematic per se, but knowing Umbridge's agenda, they were very suspicious. But the real deal breaker was when Umbridge told the class to read Chapter 1 of the textbook for the entire period. That was too much for Hermione even if the woman didn't have an agenda. Hermione raised her hand. Umbridge ignored her. Well, two could play that game. Hermione kept her hand up, despite rapidly growing numb, for several minutes, pointedly ignoring the book and waiting her out. When more than half the class were watching her instead of reading, Umbridge finally conceded defeat, in the most condescending manner possible. "Did you want to ask something about the chapter, dear?" she asked. "Not about the chapter, no," said Hermione. "Well, we're reading just now," said Professor Umbridge, showing her small, pointed teeth. "If you have other queries, we can deal with them at the end of class." "I've got a query about the course syllabus," Hermione said before the woman could go back to ignoring her. Umbridge raised her eyebrows in mock surprise, or perhaps a little actual surprise. She probably expected a more direct protest, but Hermione was already putting her Slytherin subtlety to good use. "And your name is Umbridge?" asked. "Hermione Granger, Professor. No need to be impolite just yet." Although she did wonder why Umbridge hadn't bothered to call the roll, regardless of whether she knew Hermione by reputation. Well, Miss Granger, I think the course aims are perfectly clear if you read them through carefully. Really, what did she think she was accomplishing? Even normal 16-year-olds didn't like being talked down to like that, let alone Hermione Granger. I understand the aims you've written, ma'am, Hermione said. I'm just concerned that they seem narrow. I would have thought that a major aim of a Defense Against the Dark Arts course would be attaining practical proficiency with defensive spells. Umbridge unsettlingly smiled widely. An understandable misconception, Miss Granger, considering that you have been exposed to some very irresponsible wizards in this class, not to mention extremely dangerous half-breeds. If you mean Professor Lupin, Dean Thomas started. Students will raise their hands before speaking. Umbridge cut him off. Your name, Mr. Dean Thomas. And Professor Lupin was the best defense teacher we ever had. As I was saying, your education has been managed in a fragmented, irresponsible, and dangerous manner, leaving you with serious misconceptions. It is the view of the Ministry that a purely theoretical instruction in defensive magic is all that you will need to pass the examination. You mean we're not going to use magic? Ron jumped in. Ron, Hermione hissed. She was trying to stay in control of the discussion, but he didn't hear because at the same time, Umbridge yelled, "Your hand is not up, Mr. Weasley," he said, thrusting his hand into the air. Umbridge ignored that and continued, "You will be learning about defensive spells in a secure, risk-free way." Risk-free, Harry yelled. Harry. Hand, Mr. Potter. Of course, Umbridge knew his name. By now, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and a few others all had their hands raised, but she ignored them. Umbridge clearly didn't like class discussion. It let people think too much. She finally called on Parvati and asked her name, perhaps noticing her prefect badge. "Professor, if we're going to be attacked, shouldn't we have practice so we can be sure our spells will work?" she asked. "Are you expecting to be attacked in class, Miss Pottle?" "No, but Hermione was seized by a sudden inspiration and called out, "Maybe we are." "Hand," Umbridge said, but she stopped, apparently surprised by that answer. "And whatever do you mean, Miss Granger?" Hermione mirrored her broad smile and said, "It's public record that I have been personally attacked multiple times in this school, including twice by your predecessors in this post and once by the Dementors that Minister Fudge placed around the grounds. It's why I transferred to Beauxbatons in the first place. I think we have good evidence that this school isn't perfectly safe, ma'am," she added as an afterthought. "Well, there are no Dementors here now, and the Ministry would never condone a teacher attacking a student," she replied, her voice turning hard and losing her false sweetness. "With appropriate management, no one will want to attack children like you here." "Oh, really?" Harry cut in. "What about Lord Voldemort?" That certainly got a reaction. Ron flinched. Lavender screamed. Neville actually fell out of his seat. But to Hermione's surprise, Umbridge didn't flinch. If she was afraid of the name, she didn't show it, though she took 10 points from Gryffindor on the spot. "Let me make one thing perfectly clear," she said coldly. "You have been informed that a certain dark wizard has returned. This is a lie." "It is not a lie," said Harry. "I saw him, I fought him. Detention, Mr. Potter. Tomorrow evening, 5 o'clock. My office. I repeat, this is a lie." "So Cedric just cut his own arm and leg off?" Harry demanded. Cedric Diggory was viciously attacked by the escaped Death Eater, Barty Crouch Jr., who is the original perpetrator of this little conspiracy, which certain interests have exploited to their own ends, Umbridge insisted. "Crouch is acting alone and is clearly deranged. In any case, he cannot enter the castle and will soon be apprehended by Ministry licensed Aurors. As such, there is no cause for concern. Except he brought Voldemort back, and you know it. That's cause for concern." Everyone was silent for a moment, but then, Umbridge's voice came back, even more girlish than usual, which seemed even more foreboding than when she was cold and angry. "Come here, Mr. Potter, dear." She sent Harry to Professor McGonagall with a note. Hermione had never seen that happen at Hogwarts except once during the Chamber of Secrets debacle. Hermione later learnt that Harry was given a whole week's detention, including during Quidditch tryouts on Friday. Professor McGonagall gave him 2 biscuits for calling Umbridge a liar, so it wasn't a total loss, only 90% of one. "I'm not sure that was quite accurate, Harry," Hermione told him at dinner. I think it's more likely Umbridge actually believes her own rhetoric. Do I look like I care, Hermione? To be fair, it didn't much matter whether the woman believed it or not. The effect was the same. You shouldn't have lost your temper like that, she said. She deserved it. Yes, she did, but she has power, and right now, you don't. And after your trial, she'll be looking for any way to get rid of you. So, Dumbledore would never. She's trying to get rid of Dumbledore, too. Do you really think he'd let her ruin the class like that if he could stop her? You really need to pay more attention to the prophet. I'm not gonna waste my time with that bloody rag. Harry, I'm trying to help you. Oi, lay off him, Hermione, Ron cut in. He's already got enough trouble with the detention. He'll be lucky if Angelina doesn't kill him for missing tryouts. Harry groaned and dropped his forehead to the table. Hermione sighed. Clearly, it would take a little more time before they realized how dangerous that woman was. Oh, fine, she said, but I'll have you know I had Umbridge right where I wanted her before you two interrupted. Yeah, what were you gonna do? Take her down with arithmancy? No, not a completely crazy idea, though. I was simply going to question why the standards for defense don't include practical spells when they do for charms and transfiguration. Don't do that. Ron gasped in horror. She'll just wreck those classes, too. Well, that's when I use the arithmancy. Show that those two classes have some of the best OWL scores. Even if she doesn't listen to that, other people will. Well, maybe. The trio returned to the common room, and Crookshanks immediately monopolized Hermione's lap. She stroked his fur as he curled up contentedly. She didn't think her ginger cat was especially impressed with all the work she'd done over the summer whilst ignoring him, so he was coming back to her with a vengeance. She let him lie there for a few minutes while they complained about Umbridge, classes in general, and Snape's homework. However, Hermione became rather distracted when George and Fred and Lee Jordan came into the common room and started handing out sweets to the first years. That was too much for her. Ron, you need to do something about your brothers, she said. Ron looked over at the first years who were chewing on some sweets that had come out of a suspicious-looking paper bag. What makes you think I can control them? He said. Besides, George is your boyfriend. God, that still sounds weird, he muttered to himself. But you're a prefect, Ron, she replied. It's your official responsibility. Do you even know what they're giving them? Fainting fancies, Harry said. What? They're fainting fancies. How do you know? Harry pointed. One by one, the first years wobbled and dropped to the floor. That's it. Hermione stood and stalked over to the older boys. That's enough, you three. Yes, I'd say this dosage looks strong enough, George said. George, she chided. I told you this morning you can't experiment on the first years. We're paying them. Fred cut in. That doesn't matter. Will you pay extra if something goes wrong with your potions? Nothing's gonna do wrong, Lee insisted, not looking worried at all. He popped a purple sweet into each of the unconscious first years' mouths. They'll come around pretty quick. Indeed, the children started to blink awake at once. Yeah, we did good work, George agreed. This was a tricky one. We had to make the antidote quick dissolving so someone could give it to them while they're out. Yep, melts in your mouth, not in your hand, Fred said cheerily. Say, maybe we should put that on the wrapper. You'd be ripping it off of M&Ms, Hermione said flatly. And anyway, how do you know it's safe? Well, we tested everything on ourselves first, George reminded her cheerily. We're always careful about that. Hermione resisted the urge to roll her eyes. It seemed as if her boyfriend really was that clueless. Oh really, she answered acerbically. And did check your recipes against the reaction tables to make sure there were no bad reactions with other common potions. Sure we did, Fred and Lee said at once. She was a little surprised by that. That was more of a Newt-level topic. Did you check if they contain common allergens? Yes. Did you check the ingredients in your antidotes? Fred and Lee both droned, suddenly looking worried. Exactly. You need to think about things like that. Did you check what happens if someone takes just the antidote without the thing it's supposed to cure? Or fails to take the antidote at all? Or takes too much of it? Or takes the wrong antidote, for that matter? All those sweets look alike to me. Okay, this is a little more complicated than I thought, George said with wide eyes. Hermione turned back to him. You think? And I don't appreciate you using yourself as a guinea pig, either. If you must invent new potions, you should start with animal tests. Honestly, she knew they wouldn't know anything about the Medicines Control Agency's standards for clinical trials, but she thought a boy like George would at least have some common sense. Oi, we did some, Fred protested. You did? Yeah, George said. Well, sort of. We tested what we could on garden gnomes at home before we moved to. He coughed as the Fidelius charm tied his tongue. Well, you know where. We didn't take anything that would have killed them. Hermione rolled her eyes. Yes, because dying is the only bad thing that could happen. Lee glared at her in annoyance. All right, Miss Smartypants, how would you test something like this? Oi, only I'm allowed to call Hermione Miss Smartypants, George protested, followed by an, ow. As Hermione smacked him in the back of the head. This is the benefit to dating a dentist's daughter, George, she said primly. I actually know how these things are done. In the Muggle world, new drugs, Muggle healing potions, were rigorously tested in multiple rounds of carefully controlled experiments. You start with direct exposure to blood samples and animal tests to accurately establish effective doses and toxicity levels before they're ever given to a human being. Then, you give them to a small number of healthy people, usually adults, with round-the-clock monitoring in case something bad happens, in tiny doses starting at 1/10 the intended dose or less, and gradually increasing to find out what the safe dosage is for humans. And you do it at different times of the day, to see if anything changes if they're taken in the morning or evening, or with or without food. Only then do you even think about giving them to patients as an actual cure. Bloody hell, we don't have time for all that. Fred exclaimed. Well, you have some advantages, she conceded. It looks like you've done most of the legwork with safety thanks to your idiotic methods, and the magical world is so tiny, the standards are lower, but still, you can't be experimenting on the first years. Merlin's beard, take it easy, Hermione, Fred replied. We're just trying to make sure the dosage is right so it lasts the right amount of time and gives just the right symptoms. Then do it properly, she said. If you want to experiment with these sweets, you need to start with the 7th years. People who are of age. 7th years want more money, George interrupted. She sighed. If money is a problem, ask for them to help you test them in exchange for early access to the skiving snack boxes. You're the ones who keep saying people will want them right away. I thought you didn't even approve of the skiving snack boxes, he said smugly. I don't, but I care more about safety. If you won't stop with them, I can at least make sure no one gets hurt. Test all those things I mentioned about wrong dosages and wrong antidotes and time of day and such to make sure you've got all the kinks worked out and then try them on the younger students. Fred just shook his head at her. Hermione, which of us have been in this business longer? You have, but then trust us that we understand the business better than you do. You may be brilliant, but we have the street smarts. But that's not the point. We don't have the time to run all those tests you want. We have to start somewhere. Actually, I think she kinda has a point, George interrupted his twin. Fred and Lee both gasped loudly, and not a fake gasp that they would make as a joke sometimes. This was a real one. They were actually shocked at George's words. Hermione suspected that wasn't a good sign. George, you know we're already backordered on the snack boxes, Fred said worriedly. We can't afford to miss a delivery when we're just getting off the ground. So offer the experimental batch to the people who've ordered already, George said. Starting with the 7th years, he added to Hermione. Have you gone barmy, George? Fred said. We can't give an unfinished product to paying customers. Think of our reputation. It could work, Hermione said. Tell them it's an early batch and give them a discount in exchange for detailed notes on how it works for them. Muggles call that beta testing. They normally used it for computer programs, but whatever. It doesn't work like that, Hermione. People are buying this stuff to get out of class. They're gonna want to make sure it's reliable. We could at least try it, George protested. I'm not gonna take chances like that with our business, Georgie. You always take chances. Not with this. Besides, you designed the potions. You know they work right. Yeah, if they're used correctly. What if something goes wrong, like Hermione said? It'll be just as bad if we put a little Firsty in the hospital. You're still taking chances, like always, just on something different. What is this, bro? You've never been like this before, Fred asked. I think Hermione's been a bad influence on him, Lee jumped in. Excuse me. Hermione said indignantly. George glared at his two partners. Hermione's been known to have a good idea or two from time to time, he said without a hint of humor. Including all last month. Yes, but she's also one to play it safe, switching schools and all after third year. Oh, you did not just go there, she said. Hey, I'm just saying you can't start a business without taking a few risks. Risking a lawsuit doesn't sound like the kind of risk to be taking to me. Well, that's why you're a Swati Arith Manser, and were. But they didn't get to hear what Fred thought they were because George stepped in directly in front of him and said, Oi, Fred, lay off Hermione. She's just trying to help. And I happen to like her idea. Well, I don't. And I never thought you'd side with her over your own twin. Oh, really? And what if Angelina told you to cut it out? But she hasn't, Fred snapped, conspicuously ignoring the question. So how about you do this your way, and I'll do it mine, huh? George glared at him silently for a long time. Lee looked too afraid to step into the argument again. Or are you gonna try and stop me? Fred pushed his twin. Fine. Deal, George grumbled. We'll see whose idea is better. He turned and stomped away. Hermione watched him go with wide eyes. She'd never seen the twins like this before. Merlin's pants, they were actually fighting. She turned back to Fred and Lee, and opened and closed her mouth a couple times. Somehow, she felt a little too guilty to actually tell them off. Instead, she just mumbled, we might not try to stop you, but Parvati might, before hurrying after her boyfriend. Sorry you had to see that, Hermione, George muttered sulkily when she caught up with him. You're sorry, she said in surprise. I'm the one who should be sorry. I never meant to start a fight between you two. I just wanted to make sure you were being responsible. It's all right, he said, though he didn't really sound like it. Fred'll come around. You're right, too, he does need a kick in the pants once in a while. Always has, even when we were little. I remember when we were 8, Fred roped me into trying to get Ron to take an unbreakable vow to be our save. We wouldn't have actually been able to do the spell, of course, but it was still the only time Dad ever spanked us instead of Mom. And when he figured out whose idea it was, he made sure Fred got the worst of it and then gave me a good, long talking to about keeping him in line because somebody had to do it. He's always been like that. We just don't like to show it in public. Wow was all Hermione could think to say. Yeah, that's what everybody says when we tell them. You didn't have any idea, did you? I had some, but I didn't realize it was like that. You're sure you're all right? Yeah, I am. Come here. George's key did made it pretty convincing. Hey, Hermione, what's up with Fred and George? Ron said at breakfast the next morning. They're not talking to each other. I have seen them like that since, I don't even know when. They do that once in a while, Ginny said, but it's usually a part of a prank. They actually look mad today. Oh, that, Hermione groaned. We had a disagreement about how they should do their potions testing. And by we, you mean Ginny said shrewdly. George and me against Fred and Lee. We were trying to get them to be a little more careful not to hurt anyone with their testing, and they weren't having it. Wow, I didn't think even you could split them up, Ron said. Hermione wasn't sure whether he looked amused or angry. What have you been doing to George to pull that off? Ronald. Ginny hissed as Hermione gave him a scandalized look. What? Do you ever think before you open your pie hole? What? He protested. Never mind. You don't think it's serious, do you, Hermione? She asked worriedly. No. Or at least I hope not. It should be sorted by the end of the week, if all goes well. I hope it does, then. On the bright side, no Snape today, Harry said, trying to sound cheerful and failing. Angelina had already chewed him out over the detentions today. Ah, speak for yourself, Ginny groaned. 4th year Gryffindor Slytherin at 9 o'clock. The 5th year's day wasn't too bad. Charms featured a review of summoning charms, while in the Transfiguration class that followed, Professor McGonagall started a new unit on vanishing spells. It is too simplistic, she said, to say that vanished objects cease to exist. As a practical matter, this is true enough, but you cannot master the spell by thinking of it in those terms. Alternatively, a philosopher might say that vanished objects go into non-being, which is to say, everything. A poetic statement that delves into the deep meaning behind vanishing and other related branches of magic. And if you continue to NEWT level Transfiguration, we will explore it more thoroughly. However, to pass your OWL, you will need to understand the magical theory of vanishing spells, and this is easiest to understand as the inverse of conjuring spells, even though vanishing spells can be used on non-conjured objects. Conjuration is also a NEWT topic, but briefly, it is a transfiguration of something from the null element, nothing. Arithmancy students, this will be familiar to you. Conjuration is the special case of a transfiguration spell where the left side of the equation is zero, rather than a particular antecedent that leads to a particular solution. Vanishing is the inverse spell, which unmakes the conjured object and disperses the magic in it into the environment. Hence, we say it goes into everything. Gamp's law still applies to conjuration, with one notable limitation: some transfiguration is permanent and some is not. However, conjuration is never permanent. A conjured object is always a magical construct rather than the real thing. If it is a simple, inanimate object like a chair, it may serve as well as the real thing, but it will not last. However, Gamp's law does not apply to vanishing. Vanishing has its own, different set of limitations, thanks to its ability to disperse magic. Vanishing is a quick and easy way of getting rid of a conjured object, and it can also be used to get rid of small, unimportant real objects such as bits of rubbish, even if that rubbish includes food, cloth, or potions that cannot be transfigured. However, nothing of great value can be vanished, nor can any true living animal. That seemed odd to Hermione. Not any living animal. Some animals were nearly microscopic. If you vanished a ratty old pillow, would it leave the thousands of dust mites living in it behind? Would the average wizard even notice? She made a note to investigate that more closely, if she could ever find the time. Professor McGonagall taught them the first vanishing spell they would need to know and set the exercise for the day. They would be vanishing small, conjured snails, of which she had prepared a bucket full. That also surprised Hermione, so she questioned Professor McGonagall directly on that one. Why are we practicing vanishing on conjured animals when the more practical use of the spell would be to vanish bits of rubbish and such? Excellent question, Miss Granger, McGonagall answered. It is because you should learn the most general form of the spell first, and the general form is the inverse of the free conjuration spell. Moreover, just as we begin learning untransfiguration spells early, it is essential to be proficient in vanishing before attempting conjuring, including being able to vanish the conjured animals we will often work with. Conjuring is purely intent-based magic and so can easily go wrong, much more easily than with ordinary transfiguration, with unexpected and disturbing results. That sorted things nicely, and Hermione found she did pretty well with vanishing spells, successfully vanishing her snail on the third try, earning 10 points for Gryffindor. "Oh, I've missed saying that to you, Miss Granger," Professor McGonagall said. She even exempted Hermione from the homework after that performance. In Care of Magical Creatures, Professor Grubbly Plank started them off with bowtruckles. There was no news on Hagrid, although Malfoy smirked at them and implied he knew something. Anyway, Hermione thought Professor Grubbly Plank was a better teacher, although she couldn't say that in front of Harry and Ron. After that, Professor Sprout had them all spreading dragon dung in herbology, which was unpleasant but not as much as certain teachers she could name. At that point, after a long day, Harry had his first detention with Professor Umbridge. Hermione waved him off with a simple, "Good luck, Harry. See you at dinner," but he never came to dinner. When she looked up at the high table, she noticed that Umbridge was absent as well. Even as the meal drew to a close, neither of them appeared. Hermione assumed Umbridge was keeping him through dinner and was planning to raid the kitchens for herself afterwards, and so, Hermione made a sandwich for him to eat when he got back, wrapped it in a napkin, and set it by the fire in the Gryffindor common room while she did her homework and waited for him to return. By 10 o'clock, Harry still didn't show, and she was starting to get worried. What if Umbridge had tried another ploy to get him expelled or otherwise removed from school? She discreetly pulled out her Mathemagician's map and searched for Harry. He was still there. His and Umbridge's names were still sitting motionless in the woman's office. She bit her lip with worry. What would happen if he was caught out after curfew? She has a nasty feeling Umbridge would toss him out to fend for himself with no note, even though that was probably against the rules. The last thing Harry needed was to get yet another detention from Filch. By midnight, Harry and Umbridge were still in the defense professor's office. Hermione was appalled. What was Umbridge playing at? There had to be rules against detention running this long or taking this much of a student's time. She'd have to check the student handbook the next time she was in the library. If Harry got a detention from Snape because he didn't have time to do his homework. Hermione, aren't you coming to bed? Parvati said wearily, interrupting her thoughts. Ron and pretty much everyone else had already gone to bed, even Crookshanks. I'm waiting up for Harry, Hermione said, equally wearily. The sandwich sat cold and nearly forgotten on the side table. Oh, where is he? Still in detention. This late. It can't be. No detentions run this late. He's probably just avoiding you for some reason. No, I know. Hermione stopped herself. I think I know him better than that. I don't know. I still believe him, mind you, but he seems troubled this year. He could be hiding things from you. I'm pretty sure this isn't one of them. Well, if you say so. But remember, you told me and Lav to make sure you always go to bed at a decent hour. You know how you get when you don't get enough sleep. I know, Parv, she said with a sigh. She'd run herself into the ground more than once with that problem. This is one of the exceptions, though. I want to make sure Harry's all right. Parvati pressed her lips together, trying to look stern. She was filling her prefect's role admirably. All right, then, but I really hope you're right about him. I know I am, Parv. And thanks. When Harry finally got back to the dorm, it was 1 o'clock in the morning, the common room was long since empty, and he looked like something Crookshanks had dragged in. Harry. Finally. Hermione exclaimed, jumping up to meet him. Hermione. He said in confusion. What? I was worried when you didn't come to dinner. And I knew it was your detention because Umbridge didn't show up either. And then it just went on, and I wanted to make sure you're okay. Oh, I'm fine, he said flatly. Hermione wasn't convinced, but she let it go for now. What did she have you doing all night? Lines. For 8 hours. She did the maths. That had to have been at least 1,000 lines. Maybe 2,000. Yeah, you know she hates me. Yes, but still, I saved you a sandwich from dinner. Not hungry. He started up the stairs. But you missed it completely. Not hungry, Hermione. I need to get some sleep. And he climbed out of sight, leaving her once again wondering what she was missing. Harry didn't show up to breakfast the next morning, nor did he come to History of Magic. He finally appeared in Potions, where he looked harried and rushed and barely even tried to make a passable potion. What happened to him? Ginny asked Hermione at lunch. He looks awful, and he's barely talking to me. His detention ran late last night, Hermione said quietly. He didn't come back till 1 o'clock. How do you know? Ron said. Because I waited up for him. Umbridge had him doing lines for 8 hours straight. Blimey, and I thought I had it bad, Ron muttered. What? Nothing. Never mind. You look pretty tired, too, Hermione, Ginny said. You don't have to wait up for him again. I can do it tonight. Really, Ginny? Sure. You should get some sleep. And if Umbridge is that bad, I think we'll need to take it in shifts. Harry still wasn't speaking to them as he picked at the food on his plate, but he certainly had something to say when Angelina tracked him down. Harry, the Quidditch captain said, looking stern, where were you last night? You never came back. Harry visibly gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Detention ran late, he said without looking up. So did you get her to move your Friday detention for tryouts? Harry glanced at her with a positively withering look. What do you think? I told you I want you there. Then ask her yourself. With a clatter of plates, Harry shoved his breakfast away and stood up. He came nose to nose with her, his fists clenched, white-knuckled at his sides. For a moment, Hermione was genuinely afraid he might hit Angelina in front of everybody. She'd never seen such bottled-up anger from her friend. Ask her your bloody self, he hissed, and you'd better pray that she doesn't give you detention just for asking because I wouldn't put it past her. And with that, he pushed past her and left the Great Hall, leaving his food almost untouched. Harry. Hermione called after him. Angelina looked too stunned to speak. After a moment's consideration, Hermione got up to follow him. He was long gone. She had no idea what would have caused him to react that badly. What had happened last night? The next Hermione heard from Harry was in defense class. He didn't speak to her himself, but Dean informed her that he hadn't handed in his arithmancy homework. Hermione was disappointed, but unsurprised, since he surely hadn't had time to do it. Septima had docked him 10 points for that but thankfully hadn't given him any more detention. Defense class went much the same as the previous one, except that Harry didn't challenge Umbridge again, and Hermione didn't bother raising the issue of the curriculum, either, not quite yet. Harry, of course, was stuck in detention again that evening, but Hermione had work to do. Several of her side projects had become more pressing this year, and she was just getting started with them. Today on her list, she had Luna and Cedric, though for very different reasons. Luna she tracked down in the library before dinner. She motioned for the odd girl to follow her, and she led her to the most obscure corner of the library, sitting at the last table. "Hello, Luna. How's your year starting off?" she asked. "It's been quiet so far," Luna said. "It's like everyone is waiting for something to happen, but they don't know what." "Probably for Umbridge to make a move," Hermione said darkly. "She's an unknown quantity, more so than usual. And she definitely doesn't like Dumbledore." "Yes, that's true. Things could get very messy here, especially if the Rotfang conspiracy gets involved." If you say so. But I was hoping you could help me with something. I need someone with your unique expertise." "Oh, are you going snarkak hunting?" "No," Hermione said. "Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. I meant your knowledge of arcane lore. Well, first I need to ask, you believe Professor Dumbledore and Harry about Voldemort being back, right?" "Of course, Hermione." "Good. But have you asked yourself why Voldemort hasn't acted openly yet?" Luna tilted her head in thought. That does seem odd. I suppose the most logical answer is that he isn't ready yet." Wow, that was surprisingly coherent for Luna. "Well, other people think that too," Hermione agreed. "And the thing is, I heard a rumor, just a rumor, mind you, that Voldemort is looking for some kind of magical weapon, something he didn't have before that could give him a leg up on the Ministry this time. I'm trying to research what kinds of magical weapons might be out there that he might be looking for. If I can piece together the clues, maybe it will help the war effort. I may not be able to find anything, but I want to do something." "That's very noble of you, Hermione. Not many people would try to take action like that at our age." "Well, I'm just doing what I can. But I wanted to ask you because you know a lot of obscure magical legends and stuff like that. Can you think of any magical weapons that Voldemort might be looking for?" Luna said again. "It's a very interesting puzzle. I haven't thought much about that sort of thing. Of course, there's always the Deathly Hallows." "The Deathly Hallows," Hermione said. "Okay, I know this one, I think, but as she racked her brain, she couldn't place where she'd heard of them before." "The Tale of the Three Brothers," Luna reminded her. "The Tale of the Three Brothers. Oh, of course, I remember." She scribbled down some notes. "We came across that story when we were researching the Philosopher's Stone in first year. Let's see, there was a wand that's unbeatable in a head-on duel, a stone that lets you communicate with the dead, and an invisibility cloak, but those are all over. Wait, the Deathly Hallows are real." "Of course. The Elder Wand is well documented. There's a long chain of wizards who held a seemingly unbeatable wand that was always passed down by backstabbing and subterfuge. Of course, there are far fewer clues to the stone and the cloak. Do you think Voldemort could get hold of the Elder Wand?" Luna shrugged. "Anything is possible. But it would be very difficult. The thread was lost in the 18th century. And anyway, that seems like a very Gryffindor way of thinking, doesn't it?" "What do you mean?" "Well, you know who was a Slytherin, wasn't he? It would be a Gryffindor who would be the sort to seek out a very powerful weapon. A Ravenclaw would seek a source of lost lore, like Ravenclaw's lost diadem, or a powerful spellbook that isn't in the Hogwarts library. A Hufflepuff would seek powerful friends and allies. And a Slytherin would want a way to accomplish his goals by secrecy and intrigue," Hermione finished thought. "It's an interesting idea, although a really smart Dark Lord would go for all four." "Yes, I suppose he would. It's a thorny question. Are there any legendary lost spellbooks that he might be looking for, or any other artifacts you think he could make a serious effort to acquire within, I don't know, a year or two?" "Now that narrows it down," Luna said with a smile. "You're starting to think like a lore seeker. There are quite a few artifacts of Merlin and Morgana, and Circe, for that matter, that are held with a special reverence, but the true experts believe few if any of them hold real special powers." Hermione knew enough to take anything Luna said about experts with a large pinch of salt, and she made a notation in her notes to that effect, but she let the girl continue. On the other hand, the founders of Hogwarts all had special artifacts of their own. Gryffindor's sword, Hermione said. Yes, and I believe Slytherin had a locket, and Hufflepuff had a small goblet, but no one agrees on what they were supposed to do. Really? Then I think we can put Slytherin's lock high on the list. Professor Dumbledore says Voldemort was the heir of Slytherin, so he probably knows things about it that the rest of us don't. That makes sense, Luna agreed. If you know who doesn't have the locket already, he would probably want it. Say, Luna, people talk about Merlin and Morgana all the time in the magical world. Are the artifacts from Arthurian legend real, like Excalibur and the Holy Grail? To Hermione's surprise, Luna gave her a confused look and said, I'm not sure I understand. What do you mean? She'd managed to confuse Luna Lovegood. That'd be a first. Well, Excalibur is certainly real, and there must have been a cup that Jesus drank from at the Last Supper, but the Holy Grail is a French story. It is. Yes. Didn't you know that? No, I only know the Muggle stories. I'm sure Professor Binns must have covered it at some point, but he's rather difficult to follow, isn't he? It's all right, though. Dad taught me the history of the Arthurian legends. It really comes down to Merlin. The real wizard Merlin was born Merthin Emrys in the late 10th century. He was named for the 6th century Welsh seer Merthin the Wild and the 5th century Roman tribune Ambrosius Aurelianus. He was a member of Salazar Slytherin's inaugural class at Hogwarts, and after his death, his own story was conflated with his namesake's, and the Muggle stories began to cast him as his 6th century predecessor. The real King Arthur was a Welsh Muggle nobleman who was Merlin's partner, and together, they united all of the wizards of the British Isles and Scandinavia and several major chivalric orders under a single council. The Round Table? Hermione asked, feeling overwhelmed. Exactly, Luna said brightly. You should read the wizard's story sometime. It's very good. Unfortunately, the Round Table was disbanded and replaced by William of Normandy's and Armand Malfoy's Wizards' Council in 1067. When the Muggle stories moved Merlin to the 6th century, they moved King Arthur with him, but his legends were mostly invented out of whole cloth. And Luna Lovegood had just called something made up. This day was turning surreal. And Excalibur, she ventured. A goblin-made sword probably made by the same smith as Gryffindor's sword. Most lore seekers believe it's been in a vault under Gringotts since Arthur died. And the Holy Grail? Well, there must have been one, but it was probably just an ordinary cup. I doubt anyone would have saved it after the Last Supper. Jesus' disciples were a little preoccupied, after all. It was only the medieval French writers who said it had special powers. But King Arthur did put out a search for the cauldron of Bran the Blessed, which really did have healing powers. Ah, now we're getting somewhere, Hermione said, and added the cauldron to her list. What about the Lance of Longinus? Probably just an ordinary spear unless you belong to a church that believes in the power of holy relics. Luna had such a simple matter-of-fact way of putting such things that it ironically left Hermione's head spinning. But after a little more questioning, she had a list of things that Voldemort might want. Organized by how useful they were likely to be and how likely they were to be obtainable. Now, perhaps, some careful questioning of the Order of the Phoenix could tease out some clues about which, if any of them, they were worried about. And maybe some of them could even be useful to the light side, too. She thanked Luna and asked her not to spread their conversation around before going on to dinner. Hermione found Cedric patrolling the halls shortly before curfew. This one was a social call. She hadn't seen much of Cedric since she moved to headquarters over the summer, and she wanted to see how he was doing. So how's head boy treating you, Cedric? She called, waving when she saw him. A lot of work, he answered. Evening, Hermione. Honestly, I considered turning it down because I'm so busy trying to catch up in my classes. I know won't be finishing first in my year anymore. I'm sure you'll do brilliantly for someone who's working with one hand tied behind his back, almost literally. Hey, Rebecca's gonna wipe the floor with me, though. It's all I can do to keep up in charms and transfiguration. I could give you some more pointers if you want, Hermione offered. Thanks, but I just need more practice. It's awfully slow going, Cedric said ruefully. Did you know there are countries where they punish murderers by cutting their hands off so they can never use a wand again? Hermione raised her eyebrows. Cedric never used to be this morbid. No, I didn't, she said. Might still be more humane than Azkaban, though, she added after a moment's thought. He shrugged at that. Anyway, don't mind me. She wasn't about to let that go. Cedric, you really shouldn't be so negative. Are you doing all right? She asked. I'm getting by as well as I can. Not too much else has changed. I can do almost everything I did before. Except the wrist joint on this thing keeps sticking. He held up his wooden arm. Could I take a look? She asked. He held out his hand to her. Taking it and twisting the wrist gently, she could feel it sticking. It reminded her a little of a stuck key on a computer keyboard. Did they tell you anything about cleaning it? They said it's washable, soap and water won't hurt it. Other than that, it's supposed to be self-lubricating. That might not keep it perfectly clean, though. And the soap and water might not get into the joint well enough. Did any other liquid get into it? Spilt orange juice, maybe, or something similar. It certainly felt like there was some sticky substance in there. Could have been, Cedric answered. Well, if it won't respond to cleaning charms, you might just need to get the soap in there a little better. She pulled on the hand experimentally to see if it would separate a bit from the wrist. Ow, Cedric yelped. I can still feel it, you know. It's enchanted. Sorry, Hermione said sheepishly, letting go. But if it's washable, you might try working the soap in through the gap and giving it a good, long rinse. Really, that should have been obvious, but she realized people didn't deal with this sort of mechanical contrivance much in the magical world. I wish it were that easy with computer keyboards. What? Muggle stuff. Never mind. Anyway, I hope things get easier for you. I can't imagine what it's like. And then to have Umbridge and half the school thinking you've gone round the twist. Cedric groaned. Don't remind me. That woman actually had the nerve to call me delusional in front of the entire NEWT class, not to mention she doesn't even try to teach. At least you didn't get detention. If she pulls a repeat of last night, Harry will be writing lines past midnight. That late? Yeah, it was 1 o'clock last night. So if you could not dock points if you catch him, no problem. I owe him that much and a lot more. I almost blew up in front of Umbridge myself. It was only because I heard what happened to Harry that I didn't. I swear, I don't know if I can take her for a full year. Well, just take it a day at a time. And thanks. They walked in an awkward silence for a minute, Hermione not wanting to make Cedric even more uncomfortable, until he changed the subject. It's a shame you couldn't be a prefect, Hermione, he said. Parvati's better than I expected, but I know you'd be brilliant. Hermione smiled a little. Thanks, Cedric. It's annoying, but I think part of me is relieved. I have enough to be getting on with as it is. I'm more worried about Harry. He won't show it, but he took it pretty hard. Yeah, I don't understand why he didn't get it, even with the ministry being against him. Well, I don't know. And Dumbledore isn't talking. Just one more screwed up thing this year. So, I see you finally got together with George. Hermione broke into a wide grin. Yes, there's one good thing about this year. He finally talked me into taking a chance since we'd both be here this autumn. You wouldn't think it, but he's actually really sweet in a devil-may-care sort of way. Cedric shook off the seeming contradiction. It didn't surprise him where the Weasley twins were involved. Well, I'm happy for you, Hermione, he said. You deserve some happiness after all you've been through. Honestly, I never got the worst of it. What about you and Cho? Are you doing any better? He frowned and sighed disappointedly. Not really. I try to talk to her, but she's still uncomfortable around me. Our relationship is kind of in limbo, I think, but I don't think it'll last much longer at this rate. Hermione suppressed a scowl. That girl didn't know what she was missing. She needed some sense knocked into her. Do you want me to talk to her? She asked. What? Really? You deserve happiness too, Cedric. I want to help if I can. You aren't gonna hex her, are you? No, just talk. You know, girl to girl. Well, if she really deserves it, she thought, but she didn't say it. And probably, it wouldn't come to that. Well, alright. And, thanks for helping out. Just trying to be a good friend, she told him. I'd better get back to the tower. I'll see you later. Astronomy class was Wednesday night at midnight, and Harry didn't show up there either. Hermione discreetly checked her map a couple of times and saw that Harry was once again released from detention sometime around 1 o'clock, but he went back to the dorm instead of the astronomy tower. Professor Sinistra wouldn't like it, but Hermione could understand why he would feel the need to prioritize. Astronomy was interesting and surprisingly in-depth this year, though. They would be doing a major unit on Jupiter in preparation for the Galileo spacecraft reaching the planet in December. Hermione always appreciated how well-versed Professor Sinistra was in Muggle astronomy and space travel. When the class returned to the dorms, Harry was still up in the common room, doing his homework. Ginny appeared to have gone to bed as soon as he returned. The food Hermione had left out hadn't been touched. "Harry, I left this out for you," she said. "You need to eat." "I'm not hungry," he grumbled without looking up from his parchment. "Harry, that can't be true. You've just skipped 4 meals straight. You don't want to pass out in potions or something tomorrow." "Fine." He grabbed a sandwich with one hand and took a bite while he kept writing with the other. "Happy now. Harry, what's happening in those detentions?" He slapped his quill down and looked up at her. "Just lines again," he snapped. "God, Hermione, do you have to stick your nose into everything?" Hermione was taken aback. This was so unlike him, puberty or no. But she could tell trying to push him more would only backfire. "Well," she huffed, "when you're ready to talk, you know where to find me." Yes, this year was getting off to a fine start. Harry did make it to breakfast the next morning, but he looked awful. Hermione knew that look. He looked like she felt when she hadn't got any sleep. She wouldn't be surprised if he'd been up the whole night doing homework. She didn't bother talking to him in more than a perfunctory fashion. She was still in a mood to let him stew and wait for him to come around. He seemed to pass through his classes in a daze, and she let him go his own way when they were over. Hermione herself made her way to the library. That afternoon, they had just had magical creatures class with the Slytherins, so she took a chance about the two of them. She was looking for being there rather than in their common room. That would be a smart move if they were distancing themselves from the rest of their house, and with the loudest voices in their house coming down on Voldemort's side in all but name, they had good reason to do so, to stand aloof from it. Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis were sitting at a table by themselves, poring over references and working on essays for some class or other. Hermione briefly wondered what would have happened if she had gone to Slytherin this year. These two would almost certainly have been the closest to her, based on what Septima had said, and she probably would have needed their protection against the rest of their house, which could well have led to a very asymmetric deal. Steeling herself, she walked up to their table and said, "Excuse me." The two girls looked up. "Can we help you, Granger?" Greengrass said with a trademark Slytherin sneer and a flip of her long, blonde hair. "Greengrass. Davis. What are you working on?" Both of their eyes narrowed. "What's it to you?" Greengrass demanded. "I was just wondering if you two could give me a hand with our magical creatures' homework." Greengrass's and Davis's jaws dropped, and they stared at Hermione like she'd grown a second head. Greengrass recovered and closed her mouth first, but she seemed to have trouble finding words. Finally, Davis managed, "If this is a prank." "It's not a prank. Like we'd believe that with that idiot boyfriend of yours," she shot back. "I strive to be the responsible one in our relationship," Hermione said. "And only I'm allowed to call George an idiot." "If it's not a prank," Greengrass said evenly, "then what could possibly possess you to ask us and not one of your Gryffindor friends?" "Because most of my friends don't have a lot of first-hand experience with magical creatures, and Professor Vector recommended you." That gave the Slytherin girls some pause. They turned and stared at each other. Professor Vector, Greengrass said thoughtfully. "Not completely mad, then," Davis said. "No, but why do you need help at all, Granger?" Greengrass asked her. "You're supposed to be a super genius." "Only in arithmancy," she answered. "In the rest of my subjects, I'm merely gifted. Plus, the fourth-year curriculum at Beauxbatons is a little slower than it is here, and honestly, the teacher wasn't as good as Professor Grubbly Plank. I need to catch up." By now, Davis looked genuinely intrigued, although her friend still kept her expression neutral. "I have to hand it to you, Granger, that actually does make sense," Davis said. "Although I would have thought you be for Hagrid over Professor Grubbly Plank." Hermione shook her head. She debated for a moment how much to reveal, but she decided that little harm could come of telling her thoughts. "Hagrid's a good soul," she said, "and an especially good friend to Harry. But personally, I think he's in over his head with teaching. Anyway, that's not the point." "No, it's not," Greengrass said with a smug tone of knowing exactly what was going on. Here's the thing that really doesn't make sense, though. Even with Professor Vector's recommendation, you've got no reason to associate with Slytherins, and a few good reasons not to. You could have asked any old Ravenclaw and caused a lot less trouble. So is studying really all this is about? Hermione had already decided not to hide her true motives, especially after Septima said they'd be suspicious anyway. But of course, she put a good spin on it. No, it's not. But I'm not trying anything. It simply strikes me that I barely know any of the Slytherins at all, and this seems like a serious oversight. Huh. Like any of you other Gryffindors ever care about that, Greengrass said. Well, most Gryffindors' most notable contact with Slytherin is people like Draco Malfoy, and you have to admit, he's not the best representative of your house. That depends on your point of view, Davis said. And what's your point of view, Davis? I never see you hanging around with Malfoy's crowd. I'm only a half-blood. I'm not good enough for him, she said. That's no secret. But we won't bore you with internal house politics, Greengrass said, noticeably more as a warning to her friend than to Hermione. And as for friends, I'm thinking this has more to do with the Sorting Hats song and how it wants all the houses to be friends. Isn't that right, Granger? Wow, she was even quicker than Hermione expected. I admit that's on my mind, she said, but I'm still not asking you to do anything more. Just studying, no strings attached. No strings attached, Greengrass said incredulously. Seriously, I think I can see why you're a Gryffindor. Would you ever agree to this otherwise? Hermione countered. The two girls gave her a curious look, debating the question to themselves. Davis looked a little offended, Hermione thought, but it was hard to tell. You're really serious about this, aren't you, Granger? Greengrass said. Yes, I wouldn't bother if I weren't, she said indignantly. Huh, so, if we help you, will you help us with arithmancy? I should think that would be obvious. That actually made Davis smile. She was no doubt considering the advantage that would give her as a half-blood in Slytherin house. All right, Granger, you've got a deal. Greengrass raised an eyebrow at her friend, but she didn't protest, and Hermione took a seat at the table. The next hour taught her several important things. 1. Looking for bowtruckles was a quick shortcut to finding wand-quality wood, which could come in handy someday. 2. Both Greengrass and Davis were very serious about pushing ahead in arithmancy. That could be basic Slytherin ambition, or because of some more immediate concern. 3. While Davis was the more personable of the two, Greengrass might be a natural Ravenclaw like herself. She was definitely smart enough. Of course, Hermione didn't learn much about them personally, and she restrained herself from asking more than trivial questions. She would need to practice patience for this, but it was a start. By mutual agreement, Ginny was going to wait up for Harry again so Hermione could get a full night's sleep. But Hermione was surprised to find that he was sent back to the dorm shortly after dinner ended tonight. She was even more surprised by the way she found out. She had apparently just missed him when she climbed up to her dorm room to get one of her other course books. She was almost there when a loud klaxon sounded, and the stairs beneath her feet turned into a stone slide. Hermione screamed as she slid down 90 feet of nearly frictionless slide all the way back down to the common room, picking up more and more speed until she shot out of the end so fast that she bowled over 4 people, and they all landed in a heap. She groaned and staggered to her feet, checking herself for broken bones. All right, whose idea was it for all 7 flights of stairs to turn into a slide when the alarm goes off? She demanded. That could be really dangerous in the morning when it's crowded. No one had a good answer for that. Who tried to come up the stairs, anyway? I did, came a soft voice. Hermione looked and was shocked to see that one of the girls she had knocked down was Ginny, who was looking very red-faced and was holding Harry's hand. How would she make a mistake like that? The other girls who were brushing themselves off were 2 of Ginny's roommates, who were giggling at the couple like mad. Ginny, she said, scandalized. It's not what it looks like. Ginny and Harry said in unison. She dragged me up there to find you, Harry clarified. What? Hermione yelped. Not like that, Ginny said. Harry, we need to talk to you. Privately. She shot a glare at her roommates, who just giggled all the more. She dragged Harry and Hermione out of the common room and to the nearest empty classroom. You know, there's always the room of requirement if you want to. Hermione started. Not now. Just look at this. Ginny grabbed Harry's wrist and held out his right hand. Hermione's eyebrows rose as she noticed some cuts on the back of his hand, cuts in an odd pattern. She turned her head around, and her breath caught as she realized that the cuts spelt words, cut as if with a scalpel and oozing blood. I must not tell lies. Oh my God, Harry, Umbridge did this. Harry glared at both of them, but his silence was proof enough. You said she only gave you lines. She did. It's the quill that did this, he growled. What? It cuts the words as you write them and then heals them. But after a while, they don't heal so well, okay. He yanked his hand back. So, 8 hours on Tuesday. Hermione was almost sick with horror. 8 hours again yesterday. And then, she let me go early because it stopped healing. Still have to go back tomorrow, though. That ch. That evil, sadistic, does Dumbledore know about this? She demanded. Harry scoffed at the very idea. Does McGonagall know about it? He rolled his eyes and shook his head again. Harry, you have to tell somebody. Ginny yelled. You can't let her do that to you. No, I'm not letting her know she's got to me. I won't give her the satisfaction. Don't be an idiot, she snapped. I'm not. It's not like I could do anything. Harry, she's torturing you. Hermione said. That's illegal as hell. You could get her arrested. No, I couldn't. The Ministry's on her side, remember. You said it yourself, Hermione. Dumbledore's powerless, and he doesn't want to talk to me anyway. He'd want to know. No, Hermione. I'm doing this myself. He turned to go, but Ginny stopped him. Harry, at least talk to Sirius on your mirror, she said, snaking one arm around him. He'll have a better idea of what we can do, legally. Harry stared at her, and his face softened, but he still didn't speak. Please, Harry. For me. I can't stand to see you like this. He sighed wearily and said, I'll think about it. Harry really had no intention of calling Sirius, at least not about that, but his plans changed on Friday. Sitting in detention writing lines very resentfully for 2 hours whilst trying to get a distant view of the Quidditch tryouts through the window, the cuts on his hand no longer fully healed from the outset. At first, they almost healed up, leaving scrapes barely deep enough to draw blood. But he could feel the quill cutting deeper into his flesh with every repetition of, I must not tell lies. Maybe if he cut all the way through the tendons of his hand, he wouldn't be able to write anymore, and Umbridge would have to let him off. But tonight was his last detention anyway, so it didn't matter. What changed things, though, was when Umbridge inspected his hand to let him go. When she touched him, his scar burned, and he felt a strange, incongruous feeling in his gut. That was enough to make him want to talk to Sirius. Now, Harry was sitting with his hand soaking in a bowl of essence of murtlap, holding his communication mirror with his other hand so that Sirius couldn't see it. Hermione had made a discreet enquiry with Madame Pomfrey that morning, not mentioning his name, and had successfully procured a potion to help heal his cuts. Since they were magically induced, they wouldn't go easily. Unfortunately, when he called Sirius's mirror, Creature answered it. Blood Traitor Master's godson calls. The elf mumbled back at him. What does the half-blood mutt want? Creature. Where's Sirius? Master is off with the half-breed scum, howling at the moon and causing all manner of mischief to disgrace his family. The moon. Oh, right. I forgot it was full moon tonight. Should Creature take message for Master? No, just tell him I'll call tomorrow. There was always something, wasn't there? Nay started to show them how the map worked, tapping a series of icons with her wand that hid the students, staff, elves, and ghosts, including Peeves, and highlighted anyone anomalous. She scrolled through the floors, but didn't find anything. Well, there's no one here who isn't supposed to be tonight, she concluded. So that's something. Good to know, George agreed. Well, brother, said Fred, it looks like it's gonna be an interesting year. So I did try to get Umbridge to postpone your detention for tryouts last night, Harry, Angelina Johnson said as Hermione sat down for breakfast. And, Harry said disinterestedly. Well, she didn't give me detention for asking, but she did try to suggest that you weren't suitable for the Quidditch team. Don't worry, I told her you're the best we've got, but you were right. She's a piece of work. At least your detention's over, Harry, Hermione said. At least as long as you can control yourself around her. So you just want me to keep my head down? Harry growled. Like McGonagall, I want you to choose your battles wisely. Focus on battles you can actually win and wait and gather information about the ones you probably can't yet. Harry might have said something in response to that, but Hermione was distracted by the arrival of the Daily Prophet. Though she had little faith in the quality of that rag, she still dutifully scanned it every morning in case there was some major development. But today was not one of those days. The front page story was a fluff piece about the bass player from the Weird Sisters getting married. Hermione, what's that? Harry said. Huh, what? Sturgis Podmore. He pointed at a story on the other side of the page. She turned it over and began to read. Sturgis Podmore had been arrested a week ago for trying to break into a secured area of the ministry at 1 o'clock in the morning and had just been sentenced to 6 months in Azkaban. Wasn't he the one who didn't show up to escort us to the train last week? She asked. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Harry said. But 6 months in Azkaban just for trying to get through a door. That's not so surprising. In the Muggle world, 6 months for trying to break into a top-secret facility would be pretty normal. It's just that Muggle prisons aren't Azkaban. She shivered. Reckon he was doing something for the Order. Ron said. Shish. Ron, not so loud, she hissed. What I want to know is why he refused to speak in his own defense. It could be the you-know-what, but why would Dumbledore be having him do something illegal? I really hope he wasn't Imperious instead. You'd think they'd check for that. Maybe it's a frame-up. Ron exclaimed. What? No, hear me out, Ron said. The Ministry suspects he's with Dumbledore, so they lure him down there somehow to find an excuse to arrest him. Huh, that is, scarily plausible, Hermione agreed after a moment's thought. See, this is why it's good to have a chess master around. Ron beamed proudly. Harry, however, raised an eyebrow at the two of them. Seems a little far-fetched, don't you think? Not at all. It's perfectly in line with the Orwellian script Fudge is following. Orwellian, he said skeptically. Hermione sighed. No offense, Harry, but you weren't a big reader growing up. I'd loan you my copy of 1984, but I think it might make you a little too paranoid at this point. Fudge already controls the papers. You know that. He set up a kangaroo court to get you expelled from Hogwarts, which was way outside his jurisdiction. And she leaned closer and whispered, and we still don't know who sent those Dementors after you. If they could do that. She left the thought hanging. That was by far the scariest part for her. Those Dementors could have been feral, or might have been sent by Voldemort, but given the circumstances as she knew them, there was a very real possibility that it was an assassination attempt against Harry by someone inside the Ministry. If they could do that with impunity, then nowhere was safe. Well, another voice said, I calibrated the dosage for all of the skiving snackbox sweets and their antidotes so that they have useful effects on 1st through 7th years, without a single firstee being sent to the hospital wing. Oh, great. More of this, Ron groaned. Fred and George had joined the breakfast table and were still arguing about their testing procedures. Hermione had been helping George with his part, but she's still trying to sway Fred. Well, I discovered that the fever fudge is stronger in late afternoon, and the puking pastilles are more painful than we expected on an empty stomach, George informed his twin. Did you figure that into your dosages? It's not a big enough difference to be important, Fred insisted. And I also tried giving a couple of the firsties one of everything, sweets and antidotes, and they came out just fine. That doesn't sound right, Hermione cut in. Golpalot's third law states that. He cut her off. Even if our sweets count as poisons, which they shouldn't, they weren't blended. I gave them one at a time. And the test still worked fine, didn't it? Then you fixed the problem with the antidote to the fainting fancies? George asked. Fred's face fell. What problem? Hermione rigged up a couple of live rat traps to get some rats to test all the antidote combinations. It turns out if you eat a nosebleed nougat and then take the antidote to the fainting fancies by mistake, it makes the nosebleed way worse. It nearly killed the rat when we tried it. Not to mention the questionable wisdom of skiving off with something you need a friend to give you the antidote for, Hermione muttered. Wait, you're serious? That combination makes it worse? Fred asked. Not surprising considering the primary effect of the fainting fancy antidote is raising blood pressure, she replied. She had guessed from her parents' medical books that that was the most likely combination to cause problems. Fred was stunned. He clearly hadn't expected any problems like that to show up. Granted, George was pretty surprised, too. He was reeling for a while, unsure if they would be able to make production at all, but Hermione eventually nudged him to try to look for a fix. So, if we'd put them out there as is, it could have gone really badly, Hermione said. Did you at least find a way to fix it, George? I'm working on it. I should have it sorted this week. Okay, that's not too bad, Fred said, slumping a little and taking a calming breath. So I'll admit that proves Hermione's point about more extensive animal testing. But it doesn't necessarily prove that testing on the first years is a bad idea. Hermione groaned and dropped her forehead to the table with a soft thud. Maybe not, but it does prove that you're going about this out of order, George insisted, rubbing her shoulder gently. The problems Hermione brought up are a bigger deal than getting the dosage exactly right. Well, sorry for trying to put a good product out on time. I'm not trying to fight you, Fred. No, I get it. I made a mistake. I got carried away trying to, make sure we stay in the black. Yeah, it'd be easier if we had some money. Let's just try to stay on the same page from now on, and not freak out Hermione. Fine, Fred said. He looked unhappy to concede defeat, but he'd been backed pretty well into a corner. So anyway, while I was testing on the first years, I did find one who has a female puffskein that isn't spayed, and she's willing to breed it. Really? George perked up at once. We can start our breed of midget puffs with Cyrano. Yeah, just one thing. It's not a common puffskein. It's a fancy red breed. We'll take what we can get. Besides, it'll match our hair. We're making progress here. How long does it take to breed puffskeins? Asked Hermione. About a month for pregnancy, George said. We looked it up. Average litter of 7, you can wean the kits at 1 month, breed them at 4 months, and they can bear 4 to 6 litters a year, about the same as rabbits, actually. Hermione began counting on her fingers, month by month. The arithmetic started to get complicated at 8 months or so, but she didn't need to go much further. She said, at that rate, you could theoretically turn 2 puffskeins into 277 puffskeins before the beginning of next school year. Of course, you'll need more founders to establish a healthy line. 277, Fred said in amazement. I think we're in business. We'll get on that later today, George agreed. We need to get going soon. Yeah, no homework this morning, Hermione, Ron said. We've all got Quidditch practice. That's all right. Ron's jaw dropped. Fred and Harry stopped and stared at her. George and Ginny snickered at them. If you paid attention, you'd know that I've got my arithmancy master class with Septima this morning. Oh, right, Ron laughed. See you later, then. Hermione finished her breakfast and headed up to Septima's apartment. This week, Georgina was there with her. Septima's grandniece was friendly enough with Hermione, probably because of the family connection. She was starting her second year and from what Hermione had heard had a pleasantly uneventful first year in Slytherin, at least until the final few days. Good morning, Hermione, Septima said when she walked in. It's good to see you. I hope you don't mind, I invited Georgina to tea. I was just asking her how her first week of classes went. It was pretty good except for the usual, Georgina said eagerly. History and defense were boring, but the other classes were interesting. Well, if your defense class was only boring, you did better. Than I did, Hermione grumbled. Oh, did something happen to you? Septima asked worriedly. I heard something about Mr. Potter getting detention. That was what happened, she said. Harry mouthed off about Voldemort. Eek. Georgina jumped so high that she knocked over her tea and fell out of her seat. Honestly, it's just a name. Not in Slytherin. The younger girl squeaked. You say his name there, and they'll curse you into the hospital wing. Have you seen that? Hermione said in horror. Georgina averted her eyes and fell silent. Hermione remembered the rule she'd mentioned before that what happens in Slytherin stays in Slytherin. And she might disagree with most of Snape's actions, but as a marked Death Eater, he probably really did have to look the other way on things like that. I'll speak with Professor Snape about that, Septima said. I don't know if anything can be done right away, but it's my duty as a teacher. It doesn't matter, Aunt Septima, Georgina said. They only need to make an example of one person a year. After that, no one's stupid enough to say it again. Make an example of them. Hermione exclaimed. Do you hear what you're saying? Hermione, Septima said sternly. I appreciate your concern, but this isn't the time or place for you to get involved. Now, what happened to Mr. Potter? Right, she sighed. Harry was mouthing off about, you know who being back, and he basically called Umbridge a liar, and she gave him a week's detention. That was a little harsh, but what she did to him. Septima raised an eyebrow, and Georgina looked at her seriously. What? Septima asked. It was Hermione glanced at Georgina. It was pretty nasty. Honestly, I'm 12 years old, Georgina said with an indignant toss of her hair. Hermione took a deep breath. I know, but Harry didn't want it spread around. We're looking into what we can do about it, but I won't tell anyone, Hermione, she promised. Hermione thought for a moment and decided she could trust her. Not only had Georgina been friendly with her in the past, but they both knew full well that if this did get out, it would be quickly traced back to her. And anyway, Harry couldn't hide the cuts on his hand forever. All right, she said, Umbridge made him write lines, but not with a normal quill. According to Harry, she has this quill that cuts into your hand as you write and writes the words in blood. Septima and Georgina both gasped. They knew better than most that blood magic was widely considered dark. It heals your hand after you write, but with enough repetitions, after a combined 18 hours, it stops healing fully. That's awful, Georgina cried. 18 hours. Septima gasped. In 4 nights. 16 in the first 2. 8 hours a night. With that kind of punishment she looked a little faint. Georgina was turning green. That's why he didn't hand in his arithmancy homework, isn't it? He literally didn't have time to do it. That's right. Harry was in Umbridge's office until 1 o'clock in the morning. I have my ways of knowing. Of course you do, she muttered. I'm sorry if you don't believe me, but Hermione started. No, I believe you. What? You knew? She gasped. No, I didn't know, but I believe you. That's completely within Umbridge's character. How? She burst out. How can they let that woman teach children? Because she knows how to work the system. And you will both do well to remember that. But why hasn't anyone stopped her? She's too smart for that. Believe me, I know, she trailed off uneasily. Septima, what is it? Hermione asked. Septima looked between the two girls with an implicit plea for discretion and said, all right, then, I suppose it's only fair I tell you. My secret about that woman, Hermione, Georgina, Dolores Umbridge was my roommate for 7 years here at Hogwarts. Georgina's and Hermione's eyes bugged out. That changed their whole perspective instantly. So you knew her, Hermione said. She was an unpleasant girl at 11 and an even more unpleasant girl at 17. Even as a student, she was controlling, manipulative, power-hungry, and a consummate tattletale. She loved to manipulate the rules to her advantage, and the more people she had to tear down to get ahead the better. Fortunately, Professor Slughorn saw right through her and never gave her any real power, but she was still a nasty piece of work. She fit in just fine with all the pureblood bigots in Slytherin, too. She's not a Death Eater, is she? Hermione asked worriedly. No, she'd never join them. She's too wedded to her ministry job. She likes things the way she's doing them. I'm sure she wouldn't hesitate to use dark magic if she needed to, but her preferred methods are bending the laws and rules to her will and sending the Aurors after anyone who crosses her. How can she do that? Georgina said. How can she be so mean? Septima sighed and looked down at her tea, shaking her head sadly. Georgina, she said, and Hermione, I want you to listen carefully, because this is an important lesson for both of you. Not all villains in this world wear black robes and white masks. Some of them are government bureaucrats in ugly pink cardigans who would rather use the system against people rather than dark curses. And Dolores Umbridge is as expert with that as you know who is with the killing curse. She can manipulate the rules to ruin almost anyone, and right now, she's set her sights on the hardest target in the country, and she has every intention of winning. Dumbledore, Hermione breathed. Yes. Believe me when I say that she is a real threat to Professor Dumbledore's position as headmaster, especially considering she's now in a position to make the rules and not just enforce them. You have to be very careful when the government gets that kind of power. I understand, Septima, Hermione said. Muggle-borns know a lot about oppressive governments. Oh, we've seen examples that make Cornelius Fudge look like a boy playing at soldiers. But I do appreciate the perspective. I need to know what I'm getting into. Just so you don't underestimate her. I know you've faced a lot of danger in your time, but trust me when I say you do not want to go up against her. Yes, that's what I've been telling Harry. By the way, is there anything you can do about Harry's homework? Septima shook her head. No, I'm sorry. I can't change the rules for one person, especially if it's over detention. I might consider bending them, but Umbridge will be watching me, too. I don't think she's ever forgiven me for being picked as prefect over her. Lovely, Hermione groaned, and another thought struck her. Septima, back in my second year, you told me one of your roommates said she wished the heir of Slytherin would get rid of all the mudbloods. Georgina squeaked with alarm at the profanity, but Septima nodded solemnly. Yes, she said. Dolores Umbridge. Hermione decided to change the subject, and they moved on, although Georgina still complained about her housemates some. Of course, Draco Malfoy is swaggering around like he owns the place, she said, rolling her eyes. And if anyone tells him off for being an ass, he'll try to scare him off. That didn't surprise Hermione. Oh, she said. Did he say something about, you know who? No, but you can tell what he means. But I'm not so worried about him. Astoria and her sister can stand up to him, so I'm alright. Georgina had befriended Daphne Greengrass's sister. Astoria, last year. Astoria was a year ahead of her, and if Daphne was any indication, that would put her on the anti-Death Eater axis as much as it was possible in Slytherin. That seemed encouraging to Hermione. I met Astoria's sister this week, she told her. I managed to start an informal study group with her and Tracy Davis. You did. Daphne's nice, but I didn't think she'd work with a Gryffindor. Well, a lot of people respect arithmancy skills. You and Astoria can come find me, too, if you want help. You're both in third year arithmancy, aren't you? Uh-huh. I'll ask her. She might want to meet you if Daphne did. Great. Thanks, Georgina. So far so good, Hermione thought. Harry might have tried to put it off a little longer, but at Ginny's insistence, he called Sirius on his mirror right after Quidditch practice. Like any good godfather, Sirius asked him how his week had gone and so forth. Harry glossed over the subject of his detentions, and Sirius gave him much the same response that Professor McGonagall had. Good on you for calling Umbridge a liar, but don't do it again because it's not worth it. He spent some time talking about his classes and a little more before he explained what had happened with his scar. That made Sirius turn very serious, no pun intended. You need to tell Dumbledore, Harry, he said. He doesn't want to bother with me, Harry said. He'll want to know about this, Sirius insisted. Harry, Dumbledore means well. I don't fully understand why he's doing what he's doing, but I know he has a good reason. I'm still working him over to try to get him to tell me his plan, to tell you his plan I should say. Couldn't be bothered to this summer, could he? It's more complicated than that. Dumbledore's walking a fine line between Voldemort and the Ministry. If it seems like he wants you out of the way for now, it's because he does, Harry said irritably. I didn't mean it like that, Sirius said. You might as well say it. He's trying to keep you alive and not expelled, Harry. I don't fully agree with his methods, but I would hope we can all agree on those goals. And he needs to know about your scar to do that. Harry could see Sirius's point, but he really wasn't in a mood to admit it, so he just changed the subject. Do you think Umbridge could be possessed, like Quirrell? No, I don't see how she could be possessed by Voldemort, Sirius replied. Voldemort has a body, now. And I don't think she's a Death Eater, either, possible, but unlikely. It was probably just a coincidence she was there at the time. Your scar was aching all last year, wasn't it? Yeah, Harry admitted. A part of him actually felt disappointed. It almost would have been easier if Umbridge were with Voldemort, one less enemy to deal with. Dumbledore said it was when Voldemort was feeling a powerful emotion or something like that. Well, there you go. You still need to be careful around her, though. What else can she do? She's already not letting us use magic in class. Not to mention the detentions, he added mentally. She can still try to expel you. Harry had to concede that point. Anyway, I'm not surprised she's not letting you use magic. Our insider sources at the Ministry say Fudge doesn't want you trained in combat. Trained in combat, Harry said. What, he thinks we're gonna make an army out of a bunch of kids. It's not as crazy as it sounds, Sirius said. Half the Order was recruited straight out of Hogwarts last time around. It's crazy to think Dumbledore's going after the Ministry, mind, but no one ever said Fudge was sane. Yeah, tell me about it, Harry said. He must have shifted his hand somehow when he wasn't paying attention, because Sirius suddenly noticed it. Harry, what happened to your hand? Nothing, he said quickly, putting his hand farther out of sight. It looked like it was cut up. It's nothing. It's not important. Now, that tone means it really is important. Sirius's parental lie detector was getting pretty good. Sirius, do we really have to do this? Harry pleaded. Yes, I've got it sorted. I'll be the judge of that, Harry. Really? Harry, I'm your godfather, and I need to know if something's wrong with you. Now show me your hand. Harry sighed heavily and showed his hand to the mirror, eliciting exactly the response he expected. After Sirius had stopped swearing, he called a weary-looking Remus over to see, and after he had stopped swearing, Harry was surprised to find Remus swore even more than Sirius. He asked Harry to explain exactly what had happened and considered the problem. I've never heard of a quill that does that before, he said. I can think of a vague idea of how you might make one, but I've never heard of anyone doing it before. I thought she was just a pureblood supremacist by .ch, Sirius growled. I never thought she'd hurt Harry. It's Umbridge. What do you expect? You know her, Harry said. Not personally, thank Merlin. But she hates half-breeds. She's behind all that new anti-werewolf legislation, wants to have merpeople rounded up and tagged, the works. He growled. We've got to do something about her. Easy, Sirius cut him off. Don't think with Moony, Remus. Whatever we do, we need to make sure Harry isn't expelled. But you can do something, Harry said, a spark of hope appearing for the first time. I don't know. We don't have a lot of room to maneuver. The trouble is, anything we do, the Ministry can try to block it. Let me think. Okay, how about this? Harry, you check the school bylaws and see what it says about corporal punishment. And I'll approach Amelia Bones privately and see if she can do anything. But I'll warn you, pup, Fudge has this locked down pretty tight. There might not be much she can do without risking her job, and she's more useful in the government than out of it. Mind you, you say the word, and I'll push this as far as it'll go, but... No, stopping Voldemort's more important. And I'm not giving Umbridge the satisfaction of losing to her. You don't have to put up with her doing that to you, Remus said. It doesn't matter. The detentions are over anyway. All right, just try not to get any more, Sirius conceded. We'll let you know if we get anywhere with this. Thanks, guys. Dear Mum and Dad. So, honestly, it's been a long, hard week here at Hogwarts. A lot of things happened that are worth writing about. And I'm just going to take them chronologically so I'm not just spewing words incoherently across the parchment. The first night, it turned out that because I left Hogwarts and re-enrolled, I had to be resorted. Don't worry, I went back to Gryffindor, but the Sorting Hat made a disturbingly good case for me to go to Slytherin instead. The hat sang a long song about the dangers of the divisions between the houses and how we all need to come together to defeat our enemies. I'm going to try to do my part with that, but it's a slow process at best. We have 2 new teachers this year. Professor Grubbly Plank was subbing for Hagrid last year, and she's back this year since Hagrid is mysteriously absent. The other one is Professor Umbridge, whom Hermione had to put her quill down and take a few deep breaths at this point. Whom the Ministry appointed to teach defense. I'm not sure what authority they had to dictate hiring here, and she isn't a very good teacher. To start with, she actually interrupted Professor Dumbledore's welcome speech to make a big political speech that basically boils down to the Ministry wanting things done its way here. In class, she tells us to read from the course book, and that's it, no lecture or demonstration or anything, and even the course book itself I don't think is very good. I really don't think she's adequate preparing us for the OWL exam. And then she gave Harry a week's detention for mouthing off and calling her a liar because she denies Voldemort's back. But now I'm getting out of order, aren't I? Sorry. The school is pretty divided about the Voldemort thing. Out of my roommates, Parvati and Sally Ann believe Harry and Professor Dumbledore, but Lavender and Lily don't. It's really hurting Sally Ann's and Lily's relationship, and I had to tell Lavender to shut her mouth the first night. I talked to Septima last weekend, and she's very pleased I still want to do my mastery with her. We think we can make it work even when I go back to France. She gave me some advice about reaching out to the Slytherins without making too many waves, too. Something stopped Hermione here. She hadn't exactly held back from her parents about what she was doing with regard to mapping the school, even if she hadn't quite conveyed how much it was against the rules. But she remembered what Dumbledore said, owls can be intercepted. She didn't need to tell her parents all the details, and she wouldn't want the enemy finding out about her little security system on the off chance they got a hold of this letter. Got those extra safety measures I mentioned up and running. Meanwhile, George and Fred have been getting a little carried away about their product testing. I tried to rein them in, and it worked with George, but we're still trying to convince Fred. Classes are much more difficult this year because we've gone straight into OWL preparation. Professor Snape threw us all in the deep end even more than usual. Hardly anyone was able to make a decent attempt at this week's potion. I never did find out what became of those complaints I made against him in third year. I'll ask this week. The other classes have been fun, though. We started with vanishing spells in Transfiguration, which may have opened some new avenues of research I want to look into. I'm still worried about Cedric and Cho. I think the shock of what happened last spring really strained their relationship. I'm going to try to talk to them this weekend to see if I can help. But I think I've started to make some new friends. I formed a new study group with Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis, who are probably the two most pleasant Slytherins in my year. Anyway, about Professor Umbridge, she gave Harry a week's detention, and once again, Hermione stopped. Something told her she should maybe hold back here, but it took her a minute to pinpoint it. It probably wouldn't be a good idea to broadcast what she knew about Harry's precarious emotional state. Not when there was a risk of being intercepted by the enemy. Well, suffice it to say I'm pretty sure something illegal is going on, and we're looking into what can be done about it. Professor Umbridge seems like a pretty nasty woman. She was Septima's roommate when they were students, if you can believe it, and Septima didn't have very nice things to say about her. Ron made the Quidditch team this year. He's the new keeper, although it sounds like he needs a lot of practice. I hope things are going well with you. Keep me posted on things back at home. Love from Hermione. Hermione took her letter up to the Ollery just after leaving Septima's office. Interestingly, she spotted the caretaker, Argus Filch, lurking around the entrance. "Hello, Mr. Filch," she said cheerfully and waved when she saw him. "Yeah, and what are you up to?" he demanded with a scowl. "Ordering dung bombs." No," Hermione said, confused. "I'm just sending a letter to my parents." "A likely story." "What do you mean, a likely story?" "I've got the letter right here." She showed him the envelope, which read, Drs. Daniel and Emma Granger, 17 Salisbury Road, Crawley, West Sus. Filch snatched the letter and inspected it suspiciously. "Why would I be ordering dung bombs, anyway?" she demanded. "Given your choice of boyfriend, it wouldn't surprise me." Oh, so that's what this was about. Filch had been friendly with her since second year when she figured out a runic array that allowed the squib to brew potions, but he also considered the twins to be his archenemies, and he wouldn't appreciate her dating one of them. "Honestly, Mr. Filch, I think I'm a little old for such a juvenile prank," she said. "And I will be trying to keep George and Fred in line while I'm here." Filch didn't reply to that, but he handed back her letter and went on his way. The Ollery was not a particularly hygienic place, and Hermione tried to spend as little time there as possible. There were owl droppings everywhere, and she was surprised she hadn't managed to take one on her head in the past 4 years, although perhaps magical owls knew to avoid people when they did their business. There really ought to be some charms to keep it cleaner, though, she thought. At the moment, there was only one other person in the Ollery, Cho Chang. "Hello, Cho. Nice day," Hermione called. "Hi, Hermione," she said flatly. Yeah, good Quidditch conditions today." Cho was affixing a letter and parcel to a barn owl. "Special occasion?" Hermione asked, noting the parcel. It wasn't often that someone would be sending a package from school. "Yes, it's my mum's birthday today. Are you writing home?" I always write home every Saturday." "That's nice of you. My parents worry about me. Especially after what's happened the last few years here." Cho grimaced, but she quickly hid it. She finished sending her parcel and left, saying, "I'll see you around, Hermione." Hermione sent her owl on its way and hurried to catch up. Actually, Cho, I've been meaning to talk to you, she said. Cho turned in surprise. What about? She asked. Well, I'm sorry if it's not my business, but, how are things with you and Cedric? Cho gave a soft squeak and turned away, tears rapidly forming in her eyes. Cho, Hermione said worriedly. I don't know, she stammered. Why? Because Cedric is my friend, and I want him to be happy. He told me you've been distant with him all summer. He thinks you're going to break it off soon. He does, she gasped. Yes, what is he supposed to think when your relationship is on the rocks for so long? He says he can't even hold a proper conversation with you. I didn't mean to. Cho started again. He was such a brilliant wizard. He still is, Hermione cut in. What's the problem? I don't know, she repeated. I don't want to end it, but I can't bear to look at him like this. What? Hermione demanded. What? Because of the arm and the leg. When Cho continued to give her an uncomfortable silence, she couldn't help herself and started shouting at the older girl. What's the matter with you? Cedric survived. He fought a vicious Death Eater, and he came out of it alive. Do you know it was only by a narrow margin that he wasn't killed by Crouch's first spell? It was incredibly brave of him to fight that fight for Harry. I know, it's just. What? She snapped. He lost his wand hand, Hermione. Cho yelled back. Do you realize how awful that is for a wizard? That can't ever be fixed. And it's not a custom or a superstition like the taboo on breaking someone's wand. He'll never be as good a wizard as he was before. Bollocks, she said. There was a brief silence, as she'd surprised even herself. Sometimes she wondered what was becoming of her vocabulary with all this trouble going on. So Cedric's not as good with a wand as he used to be. He's still brilliant, kind, and brave, not to mention he's making a lot of progress casting left-handed. But what he doesn't have, what he needs, is a girlfriend he can count on. One who will stay by his side and help him recover. Cho was looking more and more uncomfortable, but Hermione didn't let up. He still cares a lot for you. Do you know how hard it is for him, you stringing him along like this, refusing to look at him, but not coming out and breaking it off? Okay, I get it. Cho shouted. I don't know what to do. Do you love him? Hermione blurted it out without thinking, but it seemed like the right question. Normally, she would have thought it was too forward, but it made sense when she thought about how much Cedric seemed to be hurting. Cho looked almost wounded when she said it. It must have cut deep, but it definitely brought them to the real point. Cho said, and then she fell silent for a long time, but she finally decided, yes, I think I do. Then quit being an idiot and go back to him, Hermione said firmly. It's not that simple, Cho glared at her. Is it? She asked. Since when are you an expert? Okay, yes, I'm new at dating and I'm not an expert on that, let alone love. I admit it, Hermione answered. But I do know one thing. Professor Dumbledore says love is the most powerful magic in the world. Maybe it can't fix Cedric's hand, but I know it can overcome a lot more than a couple of missing limbs, if you really are right for him, that is. What? Cho said indignantly. Well, if this is how you react, I have to question it. You believe is that Voldemort's back. You know there's a war coming. Things are going to get a lot worse before they get better. A lot of people are going to get maimed or killed or tortured before this is over. She took a breath to keep a quiver out of her voice. Hermione had thought more than she'd cared to on this over the summer. It was going to be hard. But she shook off her thoughts and pressed on. If Cedric can't count on you to stand by him, then he needs better. He deserves better. I can stand by him, Cho said fiercely. Hermione raised her eyebrow. Really? Because you haven't done such a good job of it so far. I don't want to lose him, she said. Now, that much I can believe. But if you really mean that, you need to decide whether you can get over this complex of yours and be there for him properly, because I will not let you hurt him anymore. Cho took a step back. Hermione knew she could be intimidating when she wanted to be. I'm sorry, Hermione, she said weakly. I never meant to hurt him. I think I need some time alone. Cho walked away, and Hermione let her go. She did hope she could get her act together, for Cedric's sake, but she really wasn't sure the girl was up for it. Well, only time would tell. Sunday passed pleasantly uneventfully. Hermione convinced Ron and Harry to do their homework and was happy to help them out with a rather detailed essay about the moons of Jupiter. She'd had to hold herself back from laughing when Harry wrote that Europa was covered in mice rather than ice. The only unpleasant thing was when Ron received a letter from Percy of all people ostensibly congratulating him for becoming a prefect. However, the bulk of the letter was warning Ron to stay away from Harry given that both he and Dumbledore were under a cloud, and Harry had been in court and got off on a mere technicality. As is self-defense as a technicality. Hermione fumed. Percy was even there in the courtroom. He suggested that Ron talk to Umbridge, a really delightful woman, if he worried about Harry becoming violent, and alluded to something that was going to appear in the paper the next morning that might threaten Dumbledore's position as headmaster. And then, to top it all off, Percy tried to convince Ron to cut ties with their parents, like he had. Honestly, if Percy were her brother, Hermione might actually send him a howler. Besides deliberately trying to tear apart his own family, she didn't see how anyone could consider Dolores Umbridge really delightful, even if he agreed with her. The mystery of Percy's not-so-cryptic clues was solved when the prophet arrived the next morning and trumpeted right on the front page that Umbridge had been named the Hogwarts High Inquisitor. Is that even legal? Hermione asked. I thought the Board of Governors had final authority over the school. Her friends shrugged. It was worth looking into, she thought. She was pretty sure she was right about the board. She's need to look up the exact legal status of the school, but the board's authority was presumably set down in a school charter. And since Hogwarts was older than the Ministry of Magic, the Wizards' Council, and the Round Table, that is, older than every national governing body for magic, that charter must either have been backed by the estates of the founders themselves, or have been a royal charter under the Muggle King of Scotland at the time. It would take some research to figure out what the successor governing bodies were and their relationship with the current ministry. The newest educational decree, number 23, gave Umbridge the power to inspect the other teachers' classes and determine if they were meeting the ministry's educational standards. Of course, that wouldn't stop her from teaching herself. Hermione didn't disagree that there were a couple of teachers at Hogwarts who weren't up to snuff, but she doubted she'd list the same ones as Lucius Malfoy, who was quoted in the article, and she didn't trust Umbridge as far as she could throw her. Meanwhile, Hermione received her usual letter from her parents, but even that seemed a little off. Dear Hermione, we're pleased to hear that you're settling back in at Hogwarts very well, despite the trouble with your roommates. We hope that you can understand each other better and come to a reconciliation with them. It sounds like you've been very busy. It was a surprise to hear you had to be resorted. Of course, we would be proud of you no matter which house you joined, but just the same, we're glad you didn't go to Slytherin, as it sounds like the students there would be unfriendly with you at best, and, frankly, we would have worried for your safety. Speaking of which, we'd like you to refresh our memories a little. What new safety measures does the school need? Is there a reason you can't trust the teachers with them? And what's this about product testing with George and Fred? Are they breaking the rules with what they're doing? If so, we want you to stay out of it. We hope your classes go well and that you are managing your time well. We know this year will be difficult for you, so please let us know if you start to fall behind or fall into a rut like you have before. We know you can do well in all your classes. You just need to pace yourself, make sure you get enough sleep, and talk to someone if something's really bothering you. We were a little concerned about those detentions you mentioned Harry got with the new teacher. Why did you say you think everything is legal? Is there some reason it wouldn't be? We're sure she can't be too bad if the school agreed to hire her. And you said she and Septima were roommates in school. That sounds very interesting. You'll have to tell us more about what she said. We'd love to hear what those two were like as students. Love from Mum and Dad. Hermione put the letter down when she finished it and said, "Okay, that's definitely not right." It was subtle. Her parents had clearly written most of it, but there were little clues that not all was as it appeared. The most telling line was, "Is there a reason you can't trust the teachers with them?" But there were others, too. They seemed inordinately concerned with any rule breaking and more trusting than usual about the authority figures in the magical world. If this was her first or second year, that would be understandable, but after everything she'd been through, she knew they weren't too confident about the school or the ministry, and they mostly trusted her judgment about when the rules needed to be broken. And then there was that fixation with what Septima had said about Umbridge. But the oddest part was where they said she said Harry's detentions were legal. Could they have misread that line? Hermione thought that pretty sure something illegal is going on was pretty clear. She didn't see how they could have got read that wrong unless someone's been tampering with our mail, she whispered. Rethinking it in that light, it made much more sense. If she had been a normal student, she probably wouldn't have noticed the other slips because they wouldn't have been so far out of the ordinary. And with fewer red flags, she might have chalked up that last one to a simple misreading. But she could tell. Someone had read and changed her letter after she sent it, and had probably changed her parents' letter on the way back. Just enough to encourage her to spill her secrets about her rule-breaking and Septima's badmouthing of Umbridge. That line of thought led to one worrisome conclusion: the person intercepting her mail wasn't Voldemort. It was Umbridge. At least that was certainly what it looked like. She needed to find a way to test it for sure without looking suspicious. Luckily, she had a way of passing information without being intercepted. I consider Slinkhard's view of counter-jinxes to be a straw-man argument, Hermione said in defense class that day. Through a slightly obsessive effort, she had managed to plow through Wilbert Slinkhard's drivel of a textbook in the past week and was now being quizzed on it by Umbridge for her effort. "Excuse me," the disagreeable woman said. "Well, using the word counterjinx in the context he does isn't even standard terminology. A counterjinx more commonly means a spell to reverse a jinx. Slinkhard seems to be using it to refer to a more offensive sort of spell to make a point." "Oh, really? And what point would that be?" Slinkhard's central thesis seems to be that defensive magic should be purely, well, defensive. And yes, I know that sounds tautological, but it's really not. He goes on at length about shielding and concealment, but he looks down on mostly harmless offensive spells that are designed to incapacitate an opponent, like tongue-tying jinxes or stickfast hexes, as in the counterjinx passage. I think that's a very incomplete way of looking at self-defense. That didn't go over so well. The exchange immediately ended with Umbridge taking 5 points from Gryffindor for disrupting class with pointless interruptions, and then Harry sticking his foot in it. He just had to mouth off about Voldemort when she brought up Quirrell. There was a silence in which Hermione barely restrained herself from smacking herself in the forehead, and then, "Another week's detentions will do you a great deal of good, I think, Mr. Potter." Hermione gasped in horror. She chanced a look at Harry and saw he had turned pale, but he still wore a defiant expression. She was so angry at Harry and Umbridge both that she had snapped 2 quills by dinner time. She didn't even try to defend Harry when Angelina laid into him again for missing Quidditch practice or when Professor McGonagall took points from him. But as foolish as he was, Umbridge was worse. Another week like the last one could do serious damage to Harry's hand. The one spot of good news that day was that she heard through the grapevine that Cho had cornered Cedric, keyed him, and apologized for being such a lousy girlfriend all summer, so it looked like Hermione's talk had made an impression on her. She didn't know if it would last, but it was a start. That night, Hermione demanded that Harry call Sirius and Remus again. They also laid into him, even Sirius, who said it was one thing to fight the power, but he had to be smarter about how he did it. They had some bad news for him on their end, too. Amelia Bones was justifiably angry about Umbridge's punishment, but she didn't have the political leverage to make a move against her. She was more likely to be fired herself if she fought that fight. Sirius then asked an annoyed Harry if he had looked into the school bylaws yet. He hadn't, but Hermione had. Unfortunately, she'd found that corporal punishment was still allowed at Hogwarts so long as it didn't cause serious injury. It wasn't clear what constituted a serious injury, but she was mindful about what Septima had said about bending the rules. If Umbridge is as sneaky as Septima says, she told them, she'll be able to make the argument that it's not serious. "Well, that's no good," Sirius said. "I don't get it. I thought they'd change the bylaws. Filch would hang us by our ankles sometimes when he caught us sneaking around, but he stopped after our 4th year." Hermione ignored how absurd that punishment sounded and said, "I don't know. I can ask Septima about it, though." "Yeah, you should try that. Maybe McGonagall, too." The next couple days passed like a whirlwind. Hermione's first class to be inspected by Umbridge was Transfiguration on Tuesday, which was highly entertaining given Professor McGonagall's condescending remarks to the High Inquisitor's interruptions of her class. Umbridge also inspected the Care of Magical Creatures class and sounded a little too interested in why Hagrid wasn't back yet. Professor Grubbly Plank was professional and still took Professor Dumbledore's line, though. That afternoon, Hermione spoke to Septima about school punishments. She learnt that while the bylaws hadn't been changed, Dumbledore had thought Filch's punishments were excessive, especially given the stress of wartime, and used his discretion as headmaster to forbid him from using them. Harry was in detention till nearly midnight that night, but as soon as he got back, she demanded he call up Sirius on his mirror and told them. Harry's godfather laughed. "That makes it easy, then," he said gleefully. "Just tell Dumbledore what that woman is doing to you and ask him to use his discretion to stop it." "I don't want to bother him," he started. Hermione cut him off and asked the more important question, "Is that safe?" "I mean, Professor Dumbledore is the one she really wants. He may not have the leverage he used to, but he cares about his students, especially Harry," Remus said. "He won't want to let this go, and he does still have the influence to take care of it. If it goes to the public, or even to the Board of Governors, they'll take his side." Harry still didn't really want to do it, but Hermione insisted. "You still need to tell him about your scar, anyway," she said. On Wednesday morning, Harry showed his hand to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall reportedly had a fit that was most unbecoming of a teacher and then told Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore made a note of Harry's scar hurting, but said he was probably just picking up emotions from Voldemort like before. Harry said Dumbledore didn't seem very supportive and barely even looked at him before sending him on his way, so he wasn't confident about the outcome. However, by that afternoon, he was told that his detention had been reassigned to Mr. Filch. Hermione went to bed that night feeling pretty pleased with herself. Then, on Thursday, a new notice appeared on the bulletin board. By order of the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. The High Inquisitor will henceforth have supreme authority over all punishments, sanctions, and removal of privileges pertaining to the students of Hogwarts, and the power to alter such punishments, sanctions, and removals of privileges as may have been placed by other staff members. The above is in accordance with Educational Decree No. 24. Signed by Dolores Jane Umbridge, High Inquisitor. "Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Nice going, Hermione. I was only trying to help." Harry didn't feel like talking to Hermione the rest of the day. And to add insult to injury, his first class that morning, arithmancy, was under inspection by the High Inquisitor herself. It didn't surprise him at all when Umbridge smiled her wicked smile at him when he walked in the door and told him, "Mr. Potter, your detention has been reassigned back to me. Please report to my office at 5 o'clock. Despite this, Harry was interested to see how Umbridge's inspection of Professor Vector would go since, according to Hermione, they had known each other for a long time. He hoped that meant Professor Vector would run circles around her like Professor McGonagall had. Professor Vector didn't play it quite as aloof as McGonagall. She nodded to Umbridge and said, "Good morning, Dolores," when she entered. But she then collected the homework and began lecturing as if nothing unusual were happening. They were beginning the year with a detailed study of functions and how they described relations between one aspect of spells and another. Harry didn't really see the importance so far. Professor Vector spoke like there was some deep meaning behind the idea that equations themselves could be looked at as objects to be manipulated, but to him, it still looked like they were just moving variables around in the equations. True, not all functions were equations in the normal sense, but most of the ones they'd be using in spells this year certainly did. Now, most piecewise functions won't be relevant for the spellcrafting we'll be doing, Professor Vector said, but one particular class of them. Hem, said Professor Umbridge. "Yes, Dolores. I take it that you received my note telling you the time and date of your inspection, Professor." Umbridge said with her usual sacchariness. Professor Vector raised an eyebrow at her. "Oh, was that today, Dolores? I was under the impression that you were interested in a refresher course in my class. If you want to arrange an independent study, I'd be happy to talk at the end of the period." "Excuse me," Umbridge said amid stifled sniggers from the class. Even Draco Malfoy looked like he was trying not to laugh. "Oh, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Most witches and wizards are simply too busy to keep their arithmancy skills sharp after graduation, especially an esteemed ministry representative such as yourself. And we both know I have some experience with one-on-one tutoring, Dolores." Most of the class caught on at once and had to fight even harder not to laugh. Harry could see Umbridge turning red and wondered if this is what the two professors were like as students. He thought Umbridge might spout off some personal insult, but she restrained herself and said, "I am merely here to inspect your class, Professor Vector." "Then by all means," Vector said. "Now, the piecewise functions that most commonly appear in spellcrafting are absolute value functions. We'll discuss later the proper usage of absolute value functions versus square roots." Harry had to admire Professor Vector. It seemed like a classic Slytherin move, subtly questioning Umbridge's maths skills without actually saying anything. It was a bit risky, maybe, but Umbridge didn't try anything the whole rest of the class, just made notes on her parchment, so that was a plus. Hermione was still in a bad mood that afternoon when she went to her study group with Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis, and she wasn't exactly subtle about it as she unthinkingly dropped her books onto the table and collapsed into the chair with a scowl. "Oi, Granger, what's got into you?" Davis asked. "Huh," she snapped out of it. "Oh, just this stupid feud between Harry and Professor Umbridge." "Of course it is. Is this about the new educational decree this morning?" "Yes." Harry, found a loophole to get his detentions this week reassigned, but Umbridge went around him and changed the rules. Hermione didn't mention her own part in the affair. Harry wasn't the only one who was unhappy about the new rule, after all. "Ah, the wonderful life of the boy who lived," Greengrass said smugly. "Don't you start, Greengrass. Let's just pretend like we don't disagree about Voldemort and all that, shall we?" Greengrass and Davis both yelped in horror. I know. Don't let the other Slytherins hear that," Hermione said. "Ah. And that's why you're a Gryffindor, Granger," Davis said. "No Ravenclaw would be that crazy, no matter how smart she was." "It's not about the houses," she snapped. "It's about not being intimidated. Honestly, had people at this school defined each other by their houses this much her first 3 years here? Come on, let's just get to studying." They did and managed to be civil about it. The Slytherin girls didn't want to arouse Hermione's ire, and Hermione was too tired to start an argument. It took a while, but they gradually relaxed around each other. Really, Hermione didn't particularly need their help, even for charms and magical creatures, which they were nominally helping her with, although it was nice to have them to lean on. And Greengrass, at least, didn't really need Hermione's help to pass arithmancy, although she would definitely help improve her marks. Actually, that was more of a learning experience for Hermione. She needed to learn how to teach the 5th-year basic algebra concepts without losing her patience. It was a lot different from trying to talk septima though real analysis, or even through linear algebra. And even now, she still felt the need to interject interesting, but irrelevant university-level background to the maths they were talking about. Anytime she saw the other girl's eyes glaze over when she went off about discrete functions or number theory or some such, she knew she needed to tone it down. Greengrass looked annoyed with her frequent digressions, but Davis seemed to think it was funny, probably laughing at how she couldn't stay on topic, she guessed. "So how did you get to be an arithmancy super genius, anyway?" Davis asked after the 3rd or 4th time it happened. "I was born that way, I suppose," Hermione said. "Granted, it also took a lot of hard work, but I needed something to work with to get anywhere." "Well, I didn't think it was all natural talent," Greengrass said, "but how do you go from not knowing anything about magic to doing groundbreaking research in only 4 years? "First off, I knew loads of maths before I came to Hogwarts," Hermione said, ignoring the subtle dig at her heritage. "I'd been learning that since before I can even remember." "Seriously. You must have been one weird kid," Davis exclaimed. Hermione noted the jibe, but took it in stride. "Oh, I'll admit that. It's just that numbers came so easily to me that I wanted to learn all I could. And then, when I found out I could invent magic spells with them, I felt like, where have you been all my life?" Both of the other girls giggled at that good-naturedly. Greengrass smiled and said, "Trust you, Granger, to be married to your numbers." "You're just jealous," Hermione grinned back. "Debatable. So what do you want to do with it? Is the professional arithmancer life for you?" Hermione didn't mention many of her ideas that might be helpful in the war and just said, "That's what I'm looking at. I have enough research ideas to last me a long time. And I feel like I'd like to have a proper office or laboratory, like an enchantress or an unspeakable." "Unspeakable," Davis said. "Ambitious. Not many people interested in that straight out." Well, that's me. So what about you two? Any grand plans for the future? It wasn't quite as safe a question to ask a pair of Slytherins as a Gryffindor, especially these days. They didn't telegraph their intentions so much, and not without reason. They looked at each other and seemed to hold a silent conversation. But Greengrass shrugged and answered, "Oh, you know, learning magic, practicing my political and social skills, becoming a skilled witch able to manage a large estate, and ideally finding a future husband befitting a proper pureblood lady." Hermione secretly wondered how Greengrass felt about how close Malfoy was with Parkinson. He was on the top of the social ladder, but then again, they didn't share the same politics, which were pretty important around here. "Is that it?" she asked cautiously. "HMPF. I'm not locked into it if that's what you mean, Granger," she said with a touch of indignation. "But if my mother and a lot of my friends' mothers are any indication, a well-connected witch can always find something interesting to do in her normal life. Well, I wish you luck with that. You have any plans, Davis? I'm not as well connected as Daphne, here. I might go ministry. Might just take a job in a shop for a while, a nice shop," she added for clarity. It was an interesting conversation. Hermione wasn't much aware of what work was available in the magical world outside her own narrow field. And without, in the best case, Muggle history, science, and literature, most witches and wizards would need remedial classes to find good work in the Muggle world. It seemed like that was one of those isolating factors that had always worried her a bit about magical life. The problems of magical education simmered in the back of her mind, and she discreetly checked her watch. 5 o'clock. Harry would be going to Umbridge's office right now for his 7th detention with the Wicked Witch, and Hermione had a bad feeling she'd keep him past midnight again as punishment for weaseling out of it yesterday. It was barbaric. In the Muggle world, Umbridge would have been arrested after the first night and would be facing 10 years in prison for cruelty to a child. Hermione had looked up the penalty when she first realized how awful Harry's relatives were. After a while, she realized that maybe there was something else her new acquaintances could help her with. "Greengrass, you're from an old family that's been involved in politics for a long time, right?" she asked. "What's it to you?" Greengrass said suspiciously. "I was just wondering if you knew what the final governing authority is over Hogwarts. I've been trying to trace the history, and it all seems very complicated." "Oh, it's not that complicated. Hogwarts was founded, funded, and operated by the founders themselves before there was any government for wizards. It's always operated independently ever since, and the Ministry recognizes its legal status, of course. So it was presumably grandfathered into the law as a non-profit organization. I have no idea what that means, Granger. They let it exist as is because it was there before the Ministry and is a respected institution." She tried. "Well, sort of," Greengrass explained. "Hogwarts is independent, but under Ministry law, all school-aged children in Britain are required to attend an accredited school or education program. That's why you're back this year, isn't it? Changes to accreditation rules. And the Ministry gives Hogwarts its accreditation." Hermione frowned. "So they could take it away if they wanted to. That would be very bad." But Greengrass and Davis burst out laughing. "Oh, Merlin's beard, Granger," Greengrass gasped, "please tell me you're not that naive. I mean, sure they could in theory, but there'd be a riot. People would keep sending their kids here anyway because there's nowhere else to go in the country. Employers would still accept Hogwarts diplomas because there's nothing better around. The Ministry would lose all credibility. Even the High Inquisitor couldn't do that. Then how can they force the school to hire a High Inquisitor at all? Isn't that up to the Board of Governors, then? It's supposed to be, but it's not that simple. I get where you're coming from. I wrote my grandfather after I saw how Umbridge was teaching. We agree with you Gryffindors on one thing, that woman is teaching a completely crap class. He explained to me how they got it all done. I asked just to be sure, and yes, the Board of Governors does have the final authority over the school. It always has. So how did they do it? Easy. Fudge forced through a bunch of new accreditation requirements right before the term started. That's what all these educational decrees really are, accreditation requirements. But you said the board didn't have to follow them. She never said that, Granger, Davis cut in. The Ministry can't take our accreditation, but if the Board of Governors openly defied the rules, there'd be just as big a protest against them. They'd never get away with it. Unless the rules got so ridiculous that everyone could see how wrong they were. Hermione said hopefully. "Huh. You'll be waiting a long time for that," Greengrass said. "I bet most voters who don't have kids here don't even know what's going on yet." "Arg, but," that Hermione sputtered as her brain short-circuited and tried to reconnect. "So the ministry can't afford to take away the school's accreditation, but the board still can't get away with defying the ministry?" she demanded. "Now you're learning, Granger," Davis quipped. "But that's completely ridiculous." "Yes, but that's the way the world works," Greengrass told her. Hermione packed up her books and stood up. HMPF. "Excuse me, I think need to go hex something." Both girls raised their eyebrows. "Don't let Umbridge find out about that," Davis advised. "Don't worry. I won't." It was the first time that year Hermione had had occasion to visit the Room of Requirement. The marvelous space on the 7th floor must have been designed by Rowena Ravenclaw herself. It acted as a catch-all magical storage room for the whole castle that only appeared when it was needed, and it could turn into any kind of room you asked for as long as everything in it could be transfigured, copied, or delivered up from its storage. In the past 4 years, it had supplied her with useful objects like dictaquills and broken wands for study and even a room full of cushions to teach Harry the banishing charm last year. Today, Hermione felt her anger boiling over, and she wanted to fire off some hexes like she should have been doing in defense class. True to form, the room supplied a training room, which, based on her Muggle upbringing, looked like a police shooting range, with man-shaped silhouettes with bull's eyes drawn on them. And so, she started casting spells. She was alarmed to find that her aim wasn't as good as she'd thought. She could usually hit the stationary targets, but not near the center, and she knew Muggle police officers could do a lot better with pistols. Her limited duels with Harry last year had been at closer quarters, and without formal training, her self-study had been haphazard. She also found that she didn't have a great idea of what spells to cast in a duel. She knew quite a few, but the tactics and strategy of stringing them together wasn't something she'd thought a lot about. She mostly just threw them randomly, and she worried about herself a little when she started setting the targets on fire. Even with her prior experience, she was painfully aware of her shortcomings compared with what she'd read about Aurors and professional duelists. And even if she couldn't reach that level, wasn't this what she was supposed to be learning in class? How to defend herself against an experienced wizard who meant her harm? No, this would not do. Harry stumbled into the common room at 1:15, weary, bleary-eyed, and cradling his right hand, which was wrapped in a blood-stained scarf. He felt dead on his feet. He already hadn't got much sleep last night because OWL year students apparently didn't get the luxury of sleeping in the night after astronomy class. He saw that Ginny, Ron, and Hermione had all waited up for him. Ginny jumped up and ran to him when she saw the state he was in. "Harry, you finally got out," she said. "I can't believe she kept you this late again. There ought to be a rule." She wrapped her arms around his chest, careful to avoid his injured hand, and keyed him, but he barely returned it. She frowned, but led him to sofa so he could sit. "I got you some more Murtlap essence," Hermione said, pushing a bowl of sickly yellow fluid towards him. Ginny helped him unwrap his hand. She hissed when she saw blood oozing from the gashes and immediately staining the bowl orange. "I swear, the next time I see Percy," she growled. "If I can't hex Umbridge, I can definitely hex him." "Uh-huh," Harry nodded absently. Hermione sighed when she saw the condition of her friend. "You can't keep doing this, Harry. It's getting harder for me to justify taking out Murtlap essence. If you get any more detentions, you'll have to go to Madame Pomfrey directly. And get her in trouble, too," he grumbled. Ron shook his head from where he sat, leaning across the back of a chair. "They can't stop Madame Pomfrey from helping you, mate," he said. Healer's oath. She might not be able to stop Umbridge, but Umbridge can't do anything to her, either. "I'm more worried about that hand," Ginny said. "Any more of this, and you'll have to go to Madame Pomfrey to get it healed properly anyway. Will you all cut it out?" Harry yelled. He bolted to his feet and pushed Ginny aside. "I'm sick of everyone trying to give me advice when you all know there's not a damn thing anyone can do about it." His 3 friends sat in stunned silence. Ron's and Hermione's eyebrows were both raised, and Ginny looked like she wasn't sure whether to be sad or angry. However, she was the first to collect herself. She slowly stood up behind him and started rubbing his shoulders. He slumped, and, with a little bit of prodding, she convinced him to sit back on the sofa and lean against her. You look exhausted, Harry, she said soothingly. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I know you've already got that in spades. You know, you've been snapping at us a lot this year, and I mean more than usual. I've known enough teenage boys to know. I know, I'm sorry, Ginny. It's like I can't help it, he muttered. Everything makes me so angry lately. It's all so unfair, and worse, it's gonna get people killed. I just wish there was something we could do about it. Hermione considered the idea that had been brooding in her mind all day. Maybe there is. Harry looked up. What? Maybe there is something we can do. Now, Ron and Ginny stared at her, too. What are you on about? Ron said. Doing something about Umbridge. Ron perked up. Really? What are you thinking? Poison, or feeding her to something mad and hairy that Hagrid dragged in from the fur. Ow. Hermione whacked him in the back of the head. I didn't mean that, Ronald, she said. I was thinking maybe we could teach ourselves. What? Harry said. The three of us. You know, like a study group. You can come, too, Ginny, although it's not really your curriculum. Harry shook his head. Umbridge won't go along with that. Sirius said she thinks Dumbledore's building an army. If she finds out we're practicing defense spells, then we'll have to make sure she doesn't find out. We can use the room of requirement and come off it, Ron said. We're already behind on our homework. You want us to do more, now. This is about a lot more than homework, Ron. It's about making sure we can defend ourselves. I was practicing in the room of requirement today, and I realized how far I still have to go. Harry, you and I dueled a few times last year, but were you really ready to face Voldemort? Face Voldemort, he said incredulously. Have you gone barmy? You don't get that out of a book. You don't get it from a class. Don't you remember what it was like when we fought the Basilisk, or the Dementors? When there's nothing between you and dying but your own wits, and you can't remember half of what you learned in class. When you have to try to think straight when you're about a second from dying or watching your friends torn limb from limb. He trailed off, seeing his friends actually weren't ignoring his words, like he'd thought. But Hermione stepped forward and tried again. I do remember, Harry, she said. When those Dementors attacked us, it was the most terrifying moment of my life. All four of us were there, remember? We know what it's like, at least a little. But I also remember drilling myself day after day for months to learn the Patronus charm. And you did the same thing, and it worked. And in fact, if that happened now, we could probably hold out long enough to get to shelter. I think if we work together, and find some good books written by Aurors or war veterans or something, we can teach ourselves properly. And we can definitely teach ourselves better than Umbridge ever will. Just think about it, please. Hermione went up to bed, but both Weasleys seemed to take her side. You know, I think that could work, Ron said. Plus, if we're teaching the class, we wouldn't have to give ourselves homework. Harry threw a cushion at him. Oi, I'm going to bed. You coming? In a minute. Ron went upstairs, and Harry examined his hand, dripping with murtlap essence. It was still bleeding a little. He reflected that if things were going to keep getting worse, he really ought to get a first aid kit. Maybe he could buy one when they had a Hogsmeade visit. Right now, all he could do to keep from getting bloodstains on his bed was to wrap it in tissues and maybe wear a glove. He looked and saw Ginny watching him worriedly. I'm guessing you're all for this idea, too? He asked. Ginny placed her hand on his shoulder again. I think it'd be nice to actually learn some defense this year. Harry suppressed a groan and started to turn away, but Ginny gripped his shoulder harder and stopped him. Harry, I hate that you're involved in all of this, she said. Umbridge, you know who, everything. I wish you didn't have to worry about it, but if you know who isn't gonna leave you alone, isn't gonna leave us alone, we need to do more to be ready. Please think about it, okay? All right, I will, Harry promised. Ginny smiled and keyed him briefly before going up to bed herself. What is your qualification in defense, Professor? Dolores Umbridge's sickly smile faltered for a moment at Hermione's words. With her newfound knowledge of how the school worked, Hermione's new line of attack was to try to fight Umbridge at her own game by using the rules against her. Hermione had no illusions that she'd win, but it should at least help expose the woman's fraud. Are you questioning my teaching skills, Miss Granger? Umbridge asked dangerously. Not at all, ma'am. I didn't mean to imply anything. I just thought that, given your concern about the quality of our previous instructors, we could all be more assured if you were upfront about your own qualifications. I believe the ministry's accreditation standards require all teachers to have at least an outstanding NEWT in their subject. One more reason they couldn't get rid of bins, too, unfortunately. Umbridge glared at Hermione, and she knew the woman was onto her. I assure you that I am certified fully qualified to teach the new curriculum, she said curtly. Hermione noted that she didn't just come out and say she had a sufficient NEWT score, and therefore, she probably didn't, not that it mattered with her, theory-based, curriculum. She decided to risk another play, however. Who wrote the new curriculum, anyway, Professor? Was it the Wizarding Examinations Authority? Why should that matter, Miss Granger? Umbridge said, looking even sourer. I was just curious, ma'am. It seems strange that the new defense curriculum removes the practical spellcasting component when the Charms and Transfiguration curricula, which were written by the WEA and have been praised for many years, direct that it should be a large share of classwork. Hermione, what are you doing? Ron hissed from behind her, but she ignored him. You do not understand what you're talking about, Umbridge snapped. 5 points from Gryffindor for your continued interruptions. A girl who co-opted her supposed greatest achievement from a respected scholarly family ought to be more careful with her words. What? Several people gasped. Hermione's jaw dropped. Excuse me, Professor, are you referring to my work on Gamp's Law? She said, struggling to maintain her smile. Your work. Umbridge giggled inappropriately. I don't know who you think you're fooling, girl. A fourth-year Muggle-born girl with little formal training, a mediocre arithmancer who couldn't get a better job than teaching, and the pureblood daughter of the most famous spellcrafting family in Britain, who's been steeped in magical theory from an early age. I think we all know who did the real work on that paper. Her wicked smile had returned. Several of the Ravenclaws in the class gasped softly to hear the insult at one of their favored professors. That paper was a collaboration of. You are out of turn, Miss Granger. Another 5 points. Hermione had to literally bite her tongue to force her retort down, and she clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. She heard Harry start to speak beside her, but she shot him a glare that said, "Don't you dare." His detentions were finally done again, and she wasn't about to let him go for a third round, no matter what Umbridge said about her. Fortunately, though he was fuming, he held his tongue as well. But still, insulting her blood status, her favorite teacher, and her arithmancy skills in one go. That one hurt. Hermione's birthday passed with little comment, and frankly, she was too focused on everything going on at school to care. Her, sweet 16, didn't feel like that big a deal under present circumstances, although she did get a very nice key, or several, from George. Harry's general bad mood didn't improve much by Wednesday, and it didn't much surprise Hermione when Umbridge inspected their potions class that day. How does that woman find time to teach her own classes? She whispered to Parvati, but she didn't have an answer. Of course, being a Death Eater, Professor Snape wasn't one to be intimidated by the likes of Dolores Umbridge. Harry was alarmingly distracted trying to listen in on the byplay between Snape and Umbridge, and Hermione had to stop him from blowing up his potion 3 times, but the only interesting thing that happened was that Umbridge tried to get under Snape's skin about him being turned down for the defense post every year. But Umbridge's inspection gave Hermione another opportunity to needle her. At this point, some might have considered it foolhardy, but she had one more idea to try, and she was too stubborn to back down until she had exhausted all her jibes. Excuse me, Professor Umbridge, she said as Snape was grading the potions. Fortunately, Snape, for the moment, didn't interfere. Umbridge's nostrils flared at her, but she replied sweetly, "Yes, can I help you, Miss Granger? Since you're inspecting all the classes, if I had complaints against some of the teachers, would I be able to submit them to you somewhere?" "Complaints?" she said, taken aback. "And just whom might you have complaints against?" "Oh, nothing specific at the moment. But I might want to bring some to you later on. Some of the older students and I compiled a list of them on the entire staff the year before last. Which were dealt with at the time," Snape interrupted, swooping over to them. Umbridge eyed the two of them, and Hermione could see she was putting 2 and 2 together. About half the class had stopped their exit to listen. "Good. Of course, being away for a year, I wasn't sure what had been done to address them, Professor." Hermione said. Umbridge eyed her curiously. Hermione knew she'd put the woman in a bind, her dislike of Hermione set against her desire to dig up dirt on the staff. All of the teachers, Miss Granger. Yes, ma'am. We had concerns about the teaching at this school, just like the ministry did, and we wanted to be fair and thorough about it. And what sort of complaints did you make? I wouldn't want to try to repeat such allegations purely from memory, but Professor McGonagall should still have the list, if you're interested. Incidentally, Professor, while we're on the subject of evaluating teachers, if you're inspecting all the classes, who inspects you? Snape raised an eyebrow at Hermione. Umbridge looked offended. Excuse me, Miss Granger. Are you insinuating that I am not qualified for my post again? I believe we already addressed this matter in class. I know we did, ma'am. I just thought that if you wanted to appear truly fair and impartial to the public, if all of the teachers were being inspected, you should have the same assessment done, and it would be a conflict of interest to inspect yourself, wouldn't it? Umbridge's face went through what Hermione suspected was a flurry of emotions, mostly visible through twitches. This time, instead of trying to antagonize her outright, Hermione had tried to get under her skin by forcing her to agree with her logic. However, she quickly formulated a comeback. The minister is personally seeing to the quality of my work, Miss Granger, so you need not worry on my account. Professor Snape, you will receive the results of your inspection within 2 weeks. She walked out of the room with her nose in the air. Everyone else left the classroom, and Hermione sighed and turned to go. She had expected this, but it didn't make it any less disappointing. She could only hope that she'd set the rumor mill going. But before she could leave, Snape called out, Granger. Hermione stopped. The rest of the class had gone, except for Harry and Ron, who remained in the doorway. Snape shot them a sharp look and said, Go on. They vanished from sight, although Hermione was sure they were listening just outside the door. Snape gave her a harsh stare and said, Miss Granger, do you think it is easy serving 2 masters? Either he will hate the one, and love the other, or else he will hold to the one, and despise the other, she quoted. Very apt, but I know you know precisely why I asked that question, he said, continuing to glare at her. Hermione lowered her gaze a little, and said, I'm sure it's very difficult, sir. She was vaguely surprised he had recognized the Bible quote. Yes, extremely, Snape said. And my presence at this school is desired by both of them, as you can probably guess with that insufferable intellect of yours. If you do anything to jeopardize that arrangement, Miss Granger, the consequences will be as severe as it is within my power to make them, and my resources are substantial. Hermione shivered. She had definitely taken this a step too far. Yes, Professor. I understand, Professor, she said shakily, and she hightailed it out of the room as fast as she could. The nerve of that Snape. Ron fumed at lunch. Everyone knows he's the worst teacher in school. You're just trying to help. He oughta want Umbridge gone as much as we do, Ginny said. She'd been equally furious when Harry and Ron told her. You know, if he's really on our side. What's all this about? George said, sitting down beside her. Fred wedged himself in next to Ron, much to Ron's dismay. Snape threatened Hermione, Ron said. What, Ron? It wasn't really like that, George, she pleaded with her boyfriend. He did say there would be severe consequences if you got him fired, Harry pointed out. Harry, you're not helping, she hissed. I may have brought up the complaints I made against Professor Snape in 3rd year with Umbridge, she said, picking at her food. And, George said, was she really that easy for him to read? She sighed. In front of him. Fred whistled loudly. I think we've been a bad influence on her, George, he said. That's gutsy even by our standards. I didn't mention him by name. She protested. I just mentioned the complaints to Umbridge, and Snape said there would be severe consequences if I got him fired. She heard George hiss. And don't you do something stupid. Are you sure? We could prank him, you know. George, in 6 years, have you ever pulled one over on Snape? Well, George and Fred said in unison. No, right. I've been through enough with Harry. I don't need you two getting in trouble, too. She is right, Fred, George admitted. Even with the map, Fred agreed. I swear, it's like that man can read minds. It doesn't matter anyway, Hermione said. I'm out of ways to try to deal with Umbridge to her face. We're not gonna do more than chip away at her by using her own rules against her. And unfortunately, we'll still have to live with Snape as long as Dumbledore needs him. We've gotta do something, though, George insisted. You can't let Umbridge walk all over you like that. She suspected he would have put his arm around her if it weren't for Umbridge's crusade against PDA. You can be very sweet, George, when you want to be, she teased, but I can take care of myself. It's still no good, Ginny said. There's gotta be some way to deal with her. Well, Harry said hesitantly. Yes, she said. There's still Hermione's other idea. What other idea? George and Fred said together. Not here, Hermione whispered, sending a significant glance to the high table. I'll explain it tonight. Teach ourselves defense, the twins said with interest. The six of them had met in Harry's and Ron's dorm room for more privacy, where Hermione told them her idea. Well, technically, I was just thinking me, Harry, Ron, and maybe Ginny, Hermione clarified. Why not us? They replied at once. I didn't mean to exclude you. It's just that you're 2 years ahead of us. Yeah, but we've only had 2 decent teachers in 6 years, said Fred. And one of them was secretly an evil maniac, George added. Yes, I suppose so. I wouldn't mind if you joined us, myself, but I wanted to make sure we could be on the same page, and I also wasn't sure how Harry would feel about more people. Everyone turned and looked at Harry. He didn't look happy to have all the eyes on him. What? He said. Have you thought about the idea, Harry? Hermione asked. He shrugged his shoulders, a bit. At first, I thought it was completely mad, but then. Then what? Well, Ginny can be pretty persuasive. Ginny put one arm around him and grinned. Ew, Ron said. We're right here, you know. Oh, shut up, Ron, she shot back. It wasn't just that, though, Harry protested. I thought about it some more, and I couldn't help, you know, planning a little. And then the way Umbridge went off on you, I wanted to do something, and Sirius and Remus thought it was a good idea. They did, Hermione said, unsure what to think. It was great that his guardian was standing by him, but Sirius wasn't the most responsible sort. On the other hand, Remus usually was. Oi, they didn't tell Mum, did they? Asked Fred. They didn't mention it, Harry said. So you said you had some ideas? Hermione said. Uh-huh. Remus said he could send me his upper year course books and class notes from when he taught, and we could pick out the most practical parts since it's about actually defending ourselves and not passing exams. And I thought we could start by drilling basic stuff we know for sure we'll need, like disarming and stuff. That'll work even though we're in different years. Disarming, Ron said, seems a bit simple, don't you think? It still helped me against Voldemort. And Hermione said she needed to work on her aim. That's true, she said. Are you up for it with 6 of us? I guess so. Not that much different from 4. So how do we want to do this? George asked. Hermione smiled at them. I was thinking we should use the room of requirement. We'll need to keep this from Umbridge, of course. She definitely won't appreciate it. We have the maps to track her, though, so we can avoid her. Maybe Saturday night. Harry still looked a little bit surly about the whole thing, but he sighed and said, yeah, I guess we might as well. We need to do something this year. With their plans set, Hermione felt a little better. She felt more relaxed on Thursday and went down to the library early so she could sit in silence and consider the way forward while she waited for Daphne and Tracy to arrive. She still had an awful lot to do. She normally had little trouble keeping track of all of her various projects in her head, though she took copious written notes whenever it was applicable. She had a pretty good memory, after all. But between overlapping arithmancy projects at multiple levels of study, several things she wanted or needed to do to prepare for the coming conflict, and a few other fun things she wanted to work on, it was starting to get unwieldy. So when she looked over her sheaf of personal notes, Hermione decided she to do one of those big reorganizations she felt an itch to do every once in a while, something to keep track of everything better. For starters, she put a new piece of parchment in front to list her projects. Should they be categorized? She soon decided they should, and 2 obvious categories presented themselves. She divided the parchment in half, and the left half, she labeled war effort, while the right half, she labeled academic research. Then, she looked at the page for a minute. No, that wouldn't do. If someone saw that written there, she'd be in trouble. She applied the same charm she'd got from the Marauders map and spent several minutes making the entire page look like indecipherable arithmancy notes to anyone who didn't have the password. Now, for the actual lists. In the war effort column, she wrote, research magical weapons, invent curses, in defense practice, and, after another moment's consideration, she added a bullet point under defense practice and wrote left-handed casting. Next, came her academic research. She was being a bit loose with her definition here, it was true. That's what allowed her to write magical metallurgy alongside real analysis paper. Her main project, of course, was to put together a new scholarly paper from her real analysis studies that would contribute to her mastery. She wasn't quite sure where she was going with that, but she had a few ideas written down on the pages she'd already devoted to arithmancy, fractal geometry, Fourier series, convergence of sequences of functions, that sort of thing. She also needed to be more careful now that she was getting into cutting-edge work that she didn't publish anything potentially useful to the enemy. It wasn't as confining as it sounded. Many particular formulae were non-obvious and would take someone extremely skilled to replicate even if she published the basic techniques. She started to write down Gamps' law, antimatter, but she stopped. Her ultimate project since she got deep into linear algebra last year was proving that it was impossible to transfigure antimatter. It was the worry that possibly it wasn't that had led her to study Gamps' law in the first place. But that project had needed months of hard work and a lot of help just to prove that it was impossible to transfigure radioactive isotopes. To tackle antimatter would take even more work to understand enough quantum mechanics to even start looking for a solution. And it wasn't like she was about to stumble on a way to do it by accident in the unlikely event it was possible, probably, so it really wasn't much of a priority. Thus, after some thought, she drew a third section at the bottom of the parchment and labeled it long-term projects. Her other, academic, project, though it didn't exactly fit in anywhere, was the Mathemagician's map. Her improved version of the Marauder's map was still unfinished, and she had a to-do list in her notes for that project, adding areas of the castle that currently didn't show up, adding a user manual, making it automatically open to the floor you were on, adding a text interface, and then there was that business with the ghosts. Hermione had noticed that most of the ghosts in the castle showed up by their real names rather than their ubiquitous nicknames on both maps: Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, Nearly Headless Nick, Martin Beckett, the Fat Friar, Robin Greengrass, the Black Knight, Myrtle Warren, Moaning Myrtle, and so on. But there were two ghosts who did not show up as their real names. The Bloody Baron was named as Bloody Baron, and the Grey Lady was named as Grey Lady, and she couldn't account for that. Presumably, they were keyed into the wards that way, but how or why, she couldn't guess. If she could find the time, perhaps she could go down and search the anchor stones for those names, since they presumably had to be carved into the rock somewhere. Afternoon, Granger, a voice sounded. Ah. She snapped her notes shut worriedly before she realized what was happening. Oh, it's you two. Hello, Greengrass, Davis. Working hard? Greengrass asked, obviously angling for information. Right. Just my, advanced arithmancy. Really? She quickly showed them her indecipherable cover page and they bought her story at once. All right, so, Porlocks? Hermione asked as they sat down. The two Slytherin girls spent the next half hour with her revising the characteristics of the Odd Horse Guardians and their subtle relationships with centaurs, winged horses, nogtails, and moonkelves. They didn't correspond to any creature in Muggle folklore than Hermione had ever heard of, which surprised her, since few magical creatures were complete unknowns to the medieval bestiaries. But when she mentioned this, Greengrass only said, well, you can't expect Muggles to get them all right, and moved on. Davis, she noticed, seemed a little tenser and more distant than usual today. Hermione didn't pry, but she got an answer for free when they switched subjects. So, anything you wanted to go over with arithmancy? She asked. Greengrass nodded noncommittally and took out her arithmancy notes while Davis muttered something that Hermione couldn't make out, but Greengrass replied, Tracy, calm down, it's not that bad. Trouble? Hermione ventured. Not with arithmancy, Granger, Greengrass said quickly. How are your defense marks? Davis asked. Tracy, Greengrass hissed. Hermione could guess this was one of those things that they preferred to keep in Slytherin, but in response to her continued stares, Greengrass sighed and said, Tracy seems to be under the impression that she's going to flunk her OWL. And you're not, Daphne. She said. You have to sit through the same awful class one do. Honestly, all theory. No practical work. Davis was complaining as much to Hermione as to her friend, now. And it's not like Umbridge will sit by if we try to do it on our own. I know, Hermione agreed. She colored a little when she thought of how she was sidestepping that rule. She isn't even trying. I thought I'd seen some bad teachers before, but Umbridge takes the cake. Yeah, but that's politics, Greengrass said. You can always practice at home over holidays, Tracy. Maybe you can, Daphne. You know how uptight my mum is about the underage magic thing. So come to my place. Better wards, anyway. Hermione's eyebrows shot up. She'd almost missed it, but why would they care what the strength of her house's wards? Did they actually know something? With as connected as Greengrass's family was, she probably had plenty of inside information. And as for why they would care, well, Davis was a half-blood, and they weren't in with the popular crowd in Slytherin. But that was all conjecture, and Hermione didn't think it would be civil to press the issue. On the other hand, getting a read on Slytherin in general could be valuable. So, no love for Umbridge and Slytherin, either. She tried. Well, I can't speak for Malfoy's crowd, Greengrass said. They look like they get on swimmingly with her. Hermione had another brainwave and decided to take a chance with a minor bit of her own inside information. Well, if you believe the rumor about her being here to get rid of Dumbledore, then they want the same thing, don't they? Greengrass and Davis both regarded her with interest. Hermione hoped she was learning to navigate these circles properly. Of course, she had no doubt that they knew her drop of information was deliberate. So that's what they're saying in Gryffindor? Greengrass asked. Hermione saw the ploy coming easily and answered, that's what they're saying a lot of places. Why? Isn't that what they're saying in Slytherin? I should have thought it was obvious if you read the Prophet. Oh, it's obvious enough, she said idly. She paused and thought for a moment. Good to see you know what's what around here. Actually, Malfoy's been bragging about it in the common room, Davis said. Tracy. What? Whatever happened to subtlety? Well, it's not like Malfoy even had any, Hermione jumped in, and Davis snorted. Malfoy is a prat. There, I said it, Greengrass snapped. But don't you underestimate him. She looked back at her best friend. Either of you. Saturday promised to be a busy day. Tonight would be the first meeting of their secret little defense study group, and Hermione felt oddly eager. It felt exciting, breaking the rules. Okay, so it wasn't technically against the rules, yet. And she'd broken more than her share of rules before. But against Umbridge, it felt like she had a real cause this time. She was becoming quite the little rebel, wasn't she? She blamed George. Harry, however, was not looking eager. In fact, he looked listless and had dark circles around his eyes, despite having the opportunity for a lie-in. She of course asked him if he was all right as they went down to breakfast. Yeah, just didn't sleep well, he mumbled. Bad dreams? Ginny asked. He nodded. Do you want to talk about it? Harry opened his mouth and looked about to brush her off, but he thought better of it and said softly, it's weird. It's not like it's even that bad, but I always wake up in a cold sweat afterwards. You've had it before? Hermione asked. Uh-huh. I've been having the same dreams since around the Dementor attack. I'm walking down this dark corridor, and I'm trying to get to this big locked door. I know I need to get through it. It's really important that I get through it, but I never can. I always wake up first. That's all. Ron said. I didn't say it made sense. He snapped. It still keeps me up at night, and no, I don't know why. It just does. It's okay, Harry, Hermione tried to assure him. Just, try to take it easy today, alright? She lowered her voice to a whisper. At least you'll get a chance to fire off some hexes tonight, right? Yeah, I guess there's that. So, instead of a sequence of numbers as a function, this is a sequence of functions. Septima asked. That's right, Hermione said. It's pretty simple, defined in nearly the same way. The sequence might be as simple as, function number n of x equals n times x, and the sequence might converge or it might not. And if you take the sum of the sequence, you get a series, and you've already done some work with those, power series and Fourier series. But that would imply that many spells that are constructed as truncations of power series are actually part of an infinite family of spells that correspond to different elements in the sequence. Yes, now you're getting it, Hermione said happily. But that's not really that radical, is it? I mean, everyone knows you can truncate the power series wherever you want. Yes, but they don't normally construct all of the possible spells as a family. And if you could find patterns. Going down the power series, maybe you could find higher order spells that are degenerate in some way you could actually cast them. She bit her lip in thought. I suppose it's possible. I'm more interested in things like the Weierstrass function that don't have the nice, smooth behavior of the functions that usually go into spells. I mean, who knows what new applications that could open up. That's a very speculative project, though, Septima suggested. I know you want to continue these studies, but something a little more concrete like our work on Gamp's law would be better for your masterwork. Well, I'm still looking at different projects, of course. But if I'm going to take 2 or 3 years on this, I have time to explore a little. Actually, her antimatter proof might work nicely as a 2 or 3 year project, but since most wizards didn't even know what antimatter was, that might not be the best choice, either. Septima sighed. 2 or 3 years. I know, things don't look so certain at the moment, Hermione said with a frown. I don't know that I'd worry too much about you, though. You're a pureblood and a former Slytherin, not that there's anything wrong with that. Hermione, don't you remember your first year here? I defied you-know-who to his face, well, to Quirrell's face, but, oh, Merlin, I still can't believe I did that. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Septima, I hadn't thought of that. But you know you have allies here. Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall will back you if it comes to it, and I'm sure there are others, Hagrid, when he comes back. Whatever happened to Hagrid, anyway? Septima said suddenly, changing the subject. Where did he go? I don't know for sure, but oops, she caught herself too late. Why did you think I knew something? You hear rumors on the staff here, too, Hermione. I don't know much about your summer, but I know you had contact with Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall. Oh, well, the giants, I think, she whispered. Giants. Why would we want to deal with those brutes? Hermione was taken aback. Sometimes she could forget about the other prejudices that were far more prevalent amongst wizards than the ones about blood status. Well, I don't know if they're brutes, she bristled, but it's better than having Voldemort court them unopposed, isn't it? Septima still flinched at the name. I suppose when you put it that way, she admitted, rubbing her forehead. It's never easy, is it? My apologies. I shouldn't be laying my worries on you. It's all right. I think there's plenty to go around. She took a sip of tea. I really worry about Georgina. She's only 12, and she doesn't deserve what's coming. She barely even knows. And the worst part is, she's not learning to defend herself. Umbridge's class is worse than useless. I try to help her on the side, but even I have to do it in secret. There's only so much I can do. I know how you feel, Hermione agreed. Trying to get myself and my friends some semblance of prepared, well, it's hard, she finished, not trusting herself to say more. The plight of Georgina and the other younger students gave her pause, though. If it was bad for the upper years, who'd had decent teachers the last 2 years, it would be even worse for the first and second year. She'd have to think about it. At 8 o'clock that night, Hermione paced slowly back and forth past the blank wall that concealed the room of requirement. She'd offered Harry the option of setting the room, but he deferred on the grounds that it was her idea. She thought a little more carefully about how she wanted the room arranged this time. We need a place to learn defense, she thought. We need a place to learn to defend ourselves. We need a place to teach ourselves properly. An ornate door appeared in the wall, and the 6 of them filed inside. The room was big for a group of 6, but that was because it had several sections to it. There was a reading corner with shelves full of defense textbooks and lost library books from generations of former students, probably some from before Voldemort cursed the job. She added the books Remus had sent to them. There were large cushions for seats and for learning the stunning spell. Another set of shelves held artifacts delivered up by the room like sneakoscopes and probity probes. Interesting that they'd be included. Hermione hadn't thought of them, but perhaps the room thought they were part of teaching themselves properly. At the far end of the room were some more of the paper targets Hermione had destroyed before, but now enchanted to move around on stands, and, while still man-shaped, they were now marked with the Death Eater's skull masks. Fred and George both whistled when they saw the room, and Ron and Ginny looked around in awe. Harry appeared pleasantly surprised by her mental handiwork, and he scanned the room appreciatively. A shooting gallery? He asked, pointing out the targets. Yes, I thought if it works for police, well, American police, mostly, it could be useful. I know I need to work on my aim, and this'll help us hit things that are Death Eater sized, you know. Harry chuckled a little. The masks are a nice touch, he said. This is bloody brilliant, Ron exclaimed. I'll say, Ginny agreed. This'll be great. Lots of room to practice spells and no one to stop us. And here I thought this room was only good for snogging, George quipped. George. Hermione started, but he cut her off with a key. Fred Wolf whistled, but he ignored him. So, my brilliant girlfriend, where do we start? Well, I think the planning is more Harry's department. All eyes turned to Harry. He looked dazed for a moment, then glared at her briefly, but he went ahead anyway. So, I guess the first thing is to practice the disarming charm, like I said before. Do it enough that we can get the wand movements right and fast every time and so we can actually hit each other with it. What do you think? Sounds good to me, Ron said with a grin. Should we use the targets or just hex each other? Expelliarmus! Ginny cried, and a bolt of red light flew at Ron's face. His wand went spinning into her hand. Oi! He yelled. Wow! That's really good aim, Ginny, Hermione complimented her. You don't make reserve chaser if you don't have good aim, she grinned. Not to mention her bat bogey hexes, Fred pointed out. All right, then, let's pair up, Harry said. 3 pairs of duelists soon formed. Ginny faced off against Ron, Fred against George, and Hermione found herself facing Harry. Well, this seems familiar, she said, remembering her duels with him last year. Harry said. Back up a few paces. I know we can hit each other at this distance. Voldemort and I were farther apart when. Oh, right, Hermione said, blushing a little. She took a few steps back. Come to think of it, you and Malfoy were this far apart at Lockhart's dueling club in second year, too. I guess 10 paces should be standard. Maybe even 20. On 3? He asked. She nodded. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus! They both yelled. Hermione's spell whizzed by Harry's right ear. Harry's caught her in the left arm, which set her spinning as it tried to pull her second wand out of her sleeve. They all took it in turns from there, switching partners every few spells. They were pleased to see that everyone in their little group could at least cast the spell reliably. Harry and Ginny definitely had the best aim, but between Hermione consulting the books and Harry drawing on his experience, they were all able to make little adjustments to their wand motions to improve, and all of them could soon pretty reliably hit each other at 10 paces. All right, this is good, Harry said after a while. Hermione could see he was starting to loosen up and get into the role. But remember, in a real fight, your opponent won't be standing still directly opposite you. So, let's try it again, but this time, actually try not to get hit. Dodge, dive for cover, even run around the room if you want. There's no rules in a real fight, you know. This could get messy, Fred said. I like it, George replied. It did get messy. Even with only 6 of them, it was chaos. They started running around, casting from behind cover, and Fred and George even tried to use Ron and Harry as human shields. Ginny pinned down Hermione behind a bookcase and tried to shoot all the books off the shelves to get a clear shot at her, scattering them all over the floor, something Hermione was not happy about. Before long, they lost track of whom they were supposed to be disarming and it turned into a free-for-all. Okay, stop, stop, stop. Hermione yelled. The spells stopped flying, and she and Harry exchanged an understanding look. Okay, I think that might have been a little too complicated, he admitted. We should probably have tried just dodging first or something like that. We should try different spells before long, too, Hermione suggested. The different wand motions might affect the aiming. Good idea, let's try something more like the dueling we did last year. We can use simple jinxes and stuff, and we can dodge, but we have to stay in the same general area. Works for us, the twins said. Me, 3, Ginny said. All right, then, Ron said. Flipendo. Ginny, caught by surprise, was knocked off her feet. Hey, she yelled. Don't get any warning in a real fight, do you? Oh, it's on. Another round of dueling, and some discussion afterwards, and they had a better idea of how to move forward. There were too many spells to do all of them in depth, but they would definitely need to practice a few different ones to get good at this. By then, it was getting close to curfew, so they checked the maps and slipped back to the common room. And this is why you need a practical component, Hermione concluded when they were done. Yes, well, not like Umbridge cares, Harry said darkly. She doesn't want us to be able to fight. So she's an idiot, then, said Ginny. Even without you-know-who, there's criminals and stuff. No, not an idiot, Hermione corrected. She knows exactly what she's doing. She just doesn't care. It's all politics. Bloody politics, Ron grumbled. Bloody politics, Fred and George agreed. I thought you made a pretty good teacher, Harry, Hermione tried to lighten the mood. Harry looked like he wanted to be annoyed, but she could tell he had enjoyed himself back there. Still, he said, you did as much as I did, though. Maybe, but I think you're more of a natural leader. I can organize and coordinate, but you're the one who really took charge by the end. Harry just shrugged his shoulders. This was fun, Ron said brightly. Same time next week, then. Works for me, Hermione said. And that would have been that, except things never quite went so smoothly at Hogwarts. It was only 2 days before Harry came to Hermione with a sheepish look on his face. Hermione immediately got a bad feeling about it. Harry, what's wrong? She said. You didn't get more detention, did you? No. Why is that the first thing you thought of? Sorry. Look, I don't really think it's that big a deal, but we might have a bit of a problem, he said. What is it? Well, Ron and I might have mentioned our defense study group in front of the other guys in our dorm. Hermione smacked her forehead. Ow. Harry, what happened to being discreet? I'm sorry. Ron brought it up, and we tried to throw them off, but they wouldn't let it go, so we had to explain, and didn't tell them when or where we were having it, but they didn't tell, did they? No. Ron told Seamus to keep his mouth shut or else. But, Harry, she asked with a hint of warning. Neville and Dean asked if they could join us. Doubtless to Harry's surprise, Hermione grew calmer upon hearing that. Well, she said cautiously, I've been thinking, we're talking about protecting ourselves from Voldemort. It'd only be fair if we offer to teach other people who want to learn it. Harry's eyebrows shot up. Are you serious? It's one thing with us. We were all at headquarters and stuff. We know what we're up against. None of them do. But the exercises we did on Saturday would work for most anyone, wouldn't they? I didn't mean right away, anyway. I'd thought about it, but I was concerned about keeping it under wraps, and I wanted us to get settled in and know what we were doing before we worked out how to bring in more people. Well, if it's not too many, Harry conceded. Not like many people would want to learn from a nutter like me. Although if you're a teacher, too. I think you might be surprised either way, but we can cross that bridge when we come to it. So what do we do about Neville and Dean? Ask George, Fred, and Ginny if they're all right with it, and then invite them to come Saturday night. And in the meantime, tell everybody not to tell anyone else. Got it. But if Hermione thought that would be the end of it, she would be sorely disappointed, as one of her own roommates approached her that night. Hermione, could I talk to you for a minute? Sally Ann said in a small voice. She looked nervous. Hermione hadn't spoken with her much since that first night when she'd cautiously backed Harry. She looked more fearful now, with a worn-down look in her eyes that hadn't been there before. Of course, Sally Ann, Hermione said with concern. How are you doing? I've been getting by, she said. I just wanted to ask you, I heard that you're organizing secret defense practice, she blurted. Oh, Hermione groaned, where did you hear that? Sally Ann flinched. From Dean, she said. Dean. Yeah, I've been talking to him more this year. He's Muggle-born, well, he thinks his dad was a wizard, but… Okay, I get it. You haven't told anyone else, have you? No. I just wanted to ask if I could join you. Hermione suppressed another groan. Any particular reason? She asked. Hermione, we're both Muggle-born. You know we need to protect ourselves, the way things are. I wanted to talk to you before, really. I want to learn, and Umbridge never teaches us anything, and Lily's still being a stubborn by.ch, and you're always so busy. Sally Ann, please. Hermione hugged her. She could feel the tension in her muscles. She could recognize it from all the times she'd hugged Harry. Her roommate was really having a hard time of it. Sorry, she whispered. It's all right. We're all under a lot of stress right now. I know how you're feeling. I think I've been feeling it longer than you have, honestly. Look, just don't tell anyone else, okay? I'll talk to the rest of our group, and if they don't mind, I'll tell you where to meet us. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Hermione. Sally Ann squealed. She squeezed her back uncomfortably tight and keyed her on the cheek. For her part, Hermione was pleased she could help another friend, but she really hoped this wouldn't get out of hand. Ginny, please tell me you didn't tell anyone about our you-know-what practice. Hermione was agitated again by breakfast the next morning, and it didn't help that Ginny suddenly looked very uncomfortable. Oh, come on, she yelled a little too loudly. I only told Luna, Hermione. And I told her to keep it a secret. I trust her. I'm her best friend, though, and it just sort of slipped out. Of course it did. Did she seem interested? She did kind of ask if she could join in, Ginny said. Hermione rolled her eyes. Well, she's a Ravenclaw, and she actually believes Harry about you-know-who. I couldn't hurt, could it? Her, too, Harry said uncomfortably. Ginny gave him a quizzical look. Neville and Dean asked us to join yesterday, he said. And Sally Ann asked me last night, Hermione added. Dean told her. Harry and Ron colored. Sorry about that, Ron said. Well, what's done is done. George, Fred, did you tell anyone? She asked, afraid of the answer. But Fred answered proudly, nope. No one. He shot Ron a smug look. Fred wanted to tell Lee, but I said we should ask you first, George said. Whipped, Fred grumbled. Jealous, his twin replied. Anyway, Hermione cut in before an argument could start. I was thinking we could bring in more people. Maybe even should, but we need to slow down and figure out how to make sure Umbridge doesn't hear about it. Also, we don't want to be teaching half the school, Harry pointed out. I'd mostly be concerned about the secrecy, but I agree it would be a bit much. But before we even get that far, I wanted to ask you if you were all okay with bringing in more people. We're all in this together, aren't we? The other 5 all stopped and thought, though the twins didn't have to think very long. Works for us, Fred said. Yeah, I wanted to ask you first, but we thought Lee and the girls might interested, George added. Which girls are these, George? Hermione said with exaggerated suspicion. George said. Fred sniggered at him. Oh, shut it, Fred. I meant from the Quidditch team. Angelina, Alicia, and Katie. All right, then. Ginny, I don't have many different friends from you to ask, maybe Colin and Dennis. But I don't mind. It might be fun. Ron, might as well. Say, do you think Parvati would wanna do it? Hermione rolled her eyes. Ron was still trying to chase after her roommate off and on, but she really thought they'd be better off as just friends. Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves, she said. Merlin's beard, they'd be up to 17 already. Neville, Dean, Sally Ann, and Luna. We'll invite the 4 of them this Saturday, but don't tell anybody else until we meet and discuss it then. Agreed. Dan and Emma Granger had just got home from their practice when they received an unexpected visitor. Pop. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Dobby. Dan said in surprise. What are you doing here? Is something wrong with Hermione? Miss Hermione is fine, sir, Dobby said. I has a letter for you from Miss Hermione. He held out a parchment envelope. A letter. Oh, good. We were wondering why it was late, Emma said. But why did she send it with you? Why didn't she send an owl? Miss Hermione says she also sent an owl, Mrs. Granger. Also sent an owl. But why would she trailed off and opened the envelope? The letter was a long one, and she soon found it a surprising, and then a truly disturbing one. Dear Mum and Dad, I'm sorry this letter is late. I needed some extra time to decide how I wanted to do this and get the wording exactly right. I'm sending this letter with Dobby to deliver directly to you, and I also sent another letter by owl. If I timed it right, you should receive that one soon after this one. I wrote 2 letters because I need to test something. I'm sorry if I just really misread you, but I thought there were a couple of things in your last letter didn't look right, and call me paranoid, but I'm worried that someone may be tampering with our post, namely Professor Umbridge. She's so deep into propaganda and political manipulation that I honestly wouldn't put it past her. I wrote the exact text of my other letter below. When it arrives, I want you to compare the 2 and send a letter back with Dobby telling me what you found. If they're identical, I'll quit worrying, and we can forget this whole thing, but if not, then it means our post is being tampered with, and we'll have to correspond exclusively through Dobby to make sure Umbridge doesn't find out something she shouldn't. Here's the correct letter. Dear Mum and Dad, if you've been reading the Daily Prophet, you'll know about Professor Umbridge being appointed as High Inquisitor by now. She's been given the power to inspect all of the teachers to see how well they're teaching. I thought it was odd for her to be a teacher as well, so I asked her who got to inspect her classes, but she just said the minister was handling it. She's inspected a few of the teachers so far, but I don't think she really found fault with any of them, except Professor Trelawney, the divination teacher. I pointed her to my complaints about Professor Snape, but I don't think that went anywhere, and Snape was really unhappy that I brought it up, so I think I need to let it go for now. I found out from Daphne Greengrass how the ministry is able to do all of this stuff when the school is supposed to be independent. Apparently, the ministry does the accreditation for all magical education, and they've been writing a bunch of new accreditation requirements with the educational decrees. It's the same system they used to force me to come back to Hogwarts this year. Unfortunately, Harry got another week of detention from Professor Umbridge for mouthing off about Professor Quirrell from first year. I'm sure you remember. His second week was just as bad as his first, plus the Quidditch captain was furious with him, and Professor McGonagall didn't show him any sympathy this time because he should have known better. Professor McGonagall did convince Professor Dumbledore to modify Harry's punishment, but Umbridge just got the ministry to pass another educational decree giving her the final say over punishments, and since the school bylaws still allow corporal punishment, there's nothing else we can do. Umbridge's classes aren't any better, either. She even tried to suggest Rebecca Gamp was the one who really wrote our paper on Gamp's Law and that is a Muggle born. I couldn't possibly have been done it. I wish there was something we could do about her, but with her ministry contacts, she's pretty much unassailable. I tried to reason with her about her curriculum, but she wouldn't hear anything against it. I'm worried the lack of a practical component to the class will hurt everyone's OWL marks, and a lot of the other students are starting to worry about the same thing. So aside from that large problem, most things are alright at Hogwarts. I talked to Cho to try to get her and Cedric back together. It seemed to work, but I don't know if it will last. Greengrass and Davis have been nice to me, and helpful, and I'm getting some clearer ideas for my next arithmancy paper. My other friends are doing as well as they can. Ginny's worried about Harry. He's been having nightmares lately, and he's really moody this year, even by his standards. Percy Weasley, who works at the ministry, sent Ron a letter saying how great Professor Umbridge is and suggesting he should cut ties with Harry. That was just awful. Luna's as cheerful as ever, and George and Fred can always find something to entertain themselves. They're still up to their usual mischief, but I think I've got them to tone down their worst excesses. Yes, I'm still getting enough sleep. It's not always easy, but it's worry more than overwork that's weighing on me now, and that's never caused much trouble for my sleep schedule before. Love from Hermione. Dan, I have a bad feeling about this, Emma said. She put the letter down only for him to pick it up again and examine it closely. Yes, so do I, he said, trying to break down what was in there. She thinks someone's tampering with our post. I suppose it's possible if they're really trying to control the students, Emma mused. If they're doing questionable things and don't want it getting out, like corporal punishment. They still use that in the magical world. This year, at least. I think she would have mentioned it if they were using it regularly. I wonder what they're doing to Harry that has her so worried, though. Does it matter? I don't know, Dan mumbled. I feel like Hermione wouldn't get so worked up if it was just a paddling like they did in the old days. She makes it sound like they're caning Harry or something. But they wouldn't need to do that on multiple days for one offense, Emma pointed out. Right. That's what worries me. Since when did they do that for any corporal punishment? I feel like she's leaving out something important. It doesn't add up, like she always says. She could be leaving things out if she's worried about her letter being intercepted. We'll have to wait and see what the other letter says. True to her word, Hermione's other letter did come that evening. Emma and her husband both had steady hands, but she found hers on the verge of shaking a little as she unrolled the parchment she took from the owl. They compared the letters side by side with bated breath. Both were written perfectly in Hermione's tidy script, but there were, indeed, differences. I pointed her to my complaints about Professor Snape, but I don't think that went anywhere, and Snape was really unhappy that I brought it up, so I think I need to let it go for now. I pointed her to my complaints about Professor Snape, but I think he passed his inspection pretty well, so I think I can let it go. His second week was just as bad as his first. He's really causing a lot of trouble for himself, and he's alienating all the more sensible students and teachers. And since the school bylaws still allow corporal punishment, there's nothing else we can do. She said Professor Dumbledore was showing favoritism and being too soft on him, letting him get away with his lies. And to top it off, the part about her questioning Hermione's authorship of her paper was omitted entirely. Okay, that's bad, Dan said. And illegal, Emma agreed. I assume tampering with the post is illegal in the magical world just like it is here. Well, there's definitely something going on. It's not quite Orwell stuff, but it's getting close. It looks like they're trying to paint Hogwarts and this Umbridge woman in a better light and suppress anything words about them that make them look fishy. That's what it looks like to me, too. Oh, dear. Now, I'm starting to worry about Hermione's last letter. Do you remember, she said something about Harry's detentions being probably legal. What do you want to bet she originally wrote, illegal? Oh, God. After seeing this, I wouldn't put it past them. Should we do something, then? What can we do, Emma? We can't go to our government, and it sounds like the corruption in theirs goes all the way to the top. I think all we can do is find a way to move to France by New Year's, like we planned. Then, we can at least get Hermione out of there. I suppose. And in the meantime, we'll have to write her back right away. It took Hermione a bit by surprise when Dobby reappeared to her late that night, and by more surprise when he handed her 2 pieces of parchment and 1 sheet of paper with writing on them. Your parents is wanting you to have all of these, Miss Hermione, he said. Thank you, Dobby, she said, taking the letters. That'll be all for now. Yes, miss. She read her parents' letter first. It was just as bad as she feared. Dear Hermione, we're sorry to have to tell you that you were right. Someone did tamper with your letter in transit. We've sent both of your letters back with Dobby so you can see for yourself. Hermione stopped and looked at the other letters, finding the differences. As she'd suspected, Umbridge was changing or taking out the worst parts and trying to make herself and the school under her command look better. Obviously, we think it's very disturbing and probably illegal that they're doing that, and if this Professor Umbridge is as bad as you say, it's probably her. It was a good idea to test it with Dobby. Now we know for sure, at least. You're right that from now on, anything we don't want the wrong people to know will have to go through him. If the ministry is that corrupt, we know of a few things you've done that they could use against you. However, if they're watching you this closely, we think we should also continue to send each other decoy letters by owl, or else they might get suspicious that we've stopped writing each other, just the unimportant details of your social life and such. From Mum, try to think like a normal teenager. You'll figure it out. So now that we have secure correspondence, we want details. What was so bad about Harry's detentions? Did you get into some kind of trouble with Professor Snape? Are your boyfriend and his brother doing anything dangerous? Please keep us informed if you're in trouble. We might not be able to do anything just now, but we want to know whether you're alright. We're still working on moving to France by New Year's, and we don't think there will be any serious trouble with that, so all of this should be dealt with by spring term, for you, at least. We know you want to help your friends, but it doesn't sound like there's much you can do right now. Love from Mum and Dad. Well, that settled that. She'd have to write them again soon. She wasn't sure just yet how much she wanted to tell them about Harry's detentions. Would they do something rash if they knew the full depths of Umbridge's depravity? And she wasn't sure about telling them about the defense practices, either. She was proud of herself for helping her friends more than her parents probably could have guessed, but they might not see it the same way. Hermione. Harry approached her on Friday night. Yes, I've been thinking about our defense group tomorrow. What about it? Well, you said we need a way to make sure nobody tells about it. And, I was thinking about last year with the Goblet of Fire, and, what if we had a magical contract? A contract, she said in surprise. You really want to get into one of those again? Well, I thought it would be a good idea. We've got to do something, right? I didn't mean anything by it, Hermione said quickly. In fact, I'd thought of the idea myself. It's just that with your history, I didn't think you'd go for it. Well, the goblet of fire caused a lot of trouble, sure, Harry replied, but I thought if we could control it and what it did, maybe it could work. It doesn't have to be as bad, just some kind of consequence to make people think twice about telling. Do you think you could do that? Sure, Harry. You could. Probably do that if you had to. Harry gave her an incredulous look. Okay, but I think you and Ron together could. I do think it's a good idea. How about I put something together tonight, and we'll tell the Weasleys to meet us early at the Room of Requirement so we can work out exactly what we want in it. Alright. Sounds good. So Harry and I were thinking that we should use a binding magical contract to make sure nobody can tell anyone about the group unless we say so. Nothing really bad, like the goblet of fire, just enough so they wouldn't do it. That could work, Ginny said. You're probably right about the rumors spreading too far too fast. So what do you think the contract should do to them? Oughta be something suitably nasty, George suggested. In public, added Fred, so we can see who told. That's what I was thinking. Hermione produced a second sheet of parchment with arcane runes and arithmetic diagrams written across it. My idea was to give them the worst case of acne in school. Harry's and the Weasleys' eyes widened. Ginny paled a little. Worse than Eloise Midgen, she said. It'll make her case look like a couple of cute freckles. And have it spell, sneak, across their face. They all stared at her in what she thought was a slightly exaggerated fashion. Wow, Ginny said. That's even more devious than I thought. Well, I wanted to write, traitor, but I wasn't sure if it would fit. Ron chuckled and spoke up. Well, I guess it's true. The female of the species is more deadly than the male. Everyone silently turned to face him in astonishment. Yes, I read a poem. Try not to faint. You know, that poem is really kind of sized, Hermione told him. Ron shrugged. It fits you pretty well, though. Excuse me, you do kind of have a vindictive streak, Hermione, George said hesitantly. Hermione automatically glared at him before she could catch herself. My beautiful, brilliant girlfriend, who are very glad turns that streak towards our deserving foes, he added. Hermione rolled her eyes, but their words did make her second-guess herself a bit. Was she being too vindictive? She'd told herself she was just doing what she had to survive. You don't think it's too much, do you? I don't think so, Harry said. I think it's brilliant. We all know there's a war coming. We ought to be serious about it like we believe it. All right, then, she said with relief. Everyone else. Yes. No. If what Umbridge did to Harry is any indication, she's gonna fight just as dirty, Ginny said, having quickly recovered herself. I say yes. Works for me, said Ron. A bit nastier than our usual fare, Fred began. But if they're smart, they won't do it, George continued. And if they're dumb, they'll deserve it, Fred finished. Good. We'll go with the sneak, Hermione said, combining her arithmetic parchment with the sign-up list. So before we bring anyone else into the group, and especially before we show them the room, we make them sign the contract. I was thinking we should make it so only Harry and I can talk about the group. Why not us? The twins said at once. At least we didn't tell anyone, said Fred, looking at Ron. Yeah, because I said so, said George. Will you cut that out? Ahem, Hermione interrupted. I was thinking it should be only two of us because the more people who can talk, the greater the risk that someone we don't want will hear about it. I also wrote the contract so we can change who has privileges later if we need to. I can see that, George conceded. I'm not crazy about it, but okay, Ron said. They all soon agreed, and, after making a few minor changes to the wording, they signed the contract just in time for their 4 new members to show up. Whoa, what is this place? Neville said in awe when they let him in. Luna, Dean, and Sally Ann looked around appreciatively. It's called the Room of Requirement, Hermione explained. I'm not sure what it is, exactly, but it can take the form of whatever you need. This is where we practiced last week. So you're really learning actual defense in here? Dean said. We're trying to, Harry told him. We've got old books from when the class was actually good, and we've got targets and stuff in here to practice on. How does it work, then? Sally Ann asked. First off, we need to swear you to secrecy, Hermione said in a business-like tone. Umbridge doesn't want us learning real defense. If she found out we were doing this it would be bad. I don't think you even know how bad. She thought of Harry's detentions. As they'd feared, the lines had left a scar that read, "I must not tell lies. We wrote up a contract that says you won't tell anyone about this group without our say-so, or else." "What's the, or else?" Sally Ann asked. "Let's just say you'll be marked as a sneak for all to see. If there's someone you want to invite to join us, tell Harry or me, and we'll talk to them. Now, if all of you are okay with that." The 4 newcomers read over the contract carefully and signed it, and it looked like they were in good shape. Without further ado, Harry began the lesson. "We're going to start with basic dueling skills," he told the group. "There's a lot more to fighting than just dueling, but it's a good place to start. Do you all know the disarming charm?" They nodded, although Dean questioned whether it was too basic to start on. "Don't knock it until you're sure you can cast it," Harry said, "and besides, I still used it against Voldemort last year." That convinced them, and they soon started casting. Unfortunately, the 4 newcomers were not as proficient as Harry, Hermione, or the Weasleys, many of whom had faced real foes before. Their aim wasn't as good, and they couldn't cast the spells as consistently. Neville's spells in particular were very weak at first, although he improved significantly with perseverance until he managed to disarm Harry. Luna put in great effort, but she wasn't a natural fighter, and her results were very patchy. Dean and Sally Ann weren't much better. Harry, however, got into his role again as he began wandering around and helping them correct what they were doing wrong, although he still wasn't entirely happy doing it alone. "So you need to make sure your grip doesn't slip and make your wand line up wrong," and Harry stopped in the middle of one explanation and turned to look at Hermione. "Hermione, get up here," he demanded suddenly. "Why should I do this on my own?" "Excuse me. You're the one who told me about the different wand grips, weren't you? You should explain it." "But you're the teacher, though," she protested. "And who says you're not a good teacher, too? You know more spells than I do. You were teaching me last year." "Oh, I know that. I was just trying to help your self-confidence." Hermione came up and stood front and center beside Harry, showing them her wand. "Each wand grips a little bit differently," she said, holding her own vine wood wand out for them to see. "My wand is thinner than average and doesn't have a well-defined handle, like most wands. Luna, I think yours is the one that's most like it. It's easiest for me to hold it like a pointer, and I need a little bit more precise grip because I can't close my whole fist comfortably around it. But even if you can with yours, it's a bit ham-handed." "It can work," Ron makes it work, "but it won't be the most accurate way of casting for most of you. You need a good range of motion to really get the wand movements down." Hermione had never paid much attention to how different people held their wands until this year. There were a few universals of wand handling, and a few precision spells that needed a particular grip, but for the most part, Professor Flitwick had taught them to find a grip that felt comfortable for them. Hermione always held her own wand the way a professor would hold a pointer. She had previously noticed that George used a tight sloth grip with just his fingers, while Fred used a very loose grip similar to a Muggle stage magician. It was funny to think how they were so similar, but their wand handling was so different. Now that she looked, Harry and Ginny both held their wands similar to herself, but Ron indeed held his in his closed fist like a rounder's bat. Predictably, Luna's grip was the oddest. She held her wand almost without using her thumb, gripping it between her fingers and her palm. There were a lot of variations among the group, but with a bit more explaining, Harry and Hermione worked together to help the others find the right grip. Much of this was revised in Charms class in first year, but Professor Flitwick never really did a refresher, so it was definitely relevant. In the end, all 10 of them finished up the lesson feeling distinctly more confident. "You see, I think you're a pretty good teacher, too, Hermione," Harry told her. "I suppose," she agreed. "I don't think it's my calling, but I can definitely help." "So," she told the group, "before we go, 2 things. First, Harry and I have our ways of knowing where Umbridge and the other patrols are, but I think we still shouldn't leave all at once. Maybe 3 at a time so we don't attract unwanted attention. And second, we need a list of people we want to invite to the group. I'm talking about people we trust and who would be interested in joining." She already had Parvati, the Creevy brothers, the rest of the Quidditch team, and Lee listed, so that was mostly covered. No one listed anyone new except Neville, who said, "I think maybe we should ask Susan Bones from Hufflepuff." "You know her?" Hermione asked. "Yeah, from Herbology. She's really upset about Umbridge's class. Is she related to Amelia Bones? Harry asked. Uh-huh. She's her niece. That could be good, if she'll sign the contract, Harry said. Amelia Bones was the one who took my side at my trial. She's also the director of magical law enforcement, Neville said. That didn't sound so good to Hermione, even if she was on Harry's side. Do we trust her? She asked. I know she's no friend of Fudge, Neville said. She always complains about Fudge cutting Auror funding and stuff. Alright, then. I guess I'll approach her. Tell Harry or me if you think of anyone else. That'll put us at 18 if everyone shows, so we'll have plenty of people. Hey, do you think we can do Friday night for the next meeting? Ron asked. Saturday's a Hogsmeade day. Everyone'll be tired out. Good point, Harry said. Any problems with Friday? No one objected, but Ginny said, Friday's fine, but maybe we should have a secret way of telling each other when meetings are, so we can reschedule if we need to. Maybe, Hermione said. I'll think about it. Any more business? No one spoke. Meeting adjourned. The recruiting went surprisingly well. Apparently, a lot of people shared her concerns about passing their exams and/or about Voldemort, and everyone she and Harry approached signed the contract, at least once they were informed Harry was teaching. Even the prefects, Parvati and Angelina, were eager to join. It was hero worship, sure, but it did work to their advantage. She did have to tell little Dennis Creevey that he might not be able to do the more advanced spells, but the basics they were currently learning would definitely be useful to him. Hermione approached the last person on her list on Thursday after herbology. She'd had a passing acquaintance with the girl in her early years, and, embarrassingly, they had crushed on Gilderoy Lockhart together in second year, but they hadn't spoken to each other in over a year. Still, Harry didn't even know what she looked like. Boys, so Hermione was the one to approach her. Excuse me, she said, it's Susan Bones, right? Susan looked up and smiled. Oh, right, Hermione. Wow, it's been a while, hasn't it? Uh-huh. Listen, I just wanted to talk to you because I heard your aunt is the director of magical law enforcement. Hermione was amazed by how quickly Susan turned stiff and guarded. She could guess that her aunt was on the defensive a lot lately, both politically and physically, if she believed the truth. Yes. What do you want? She said. I just want to talk, and maybe make an offer. If you want to talk to Aunt Amelia, you'll have to do it yourself. Susan turned up her nose and started to walk away. Susan, wait. Hermione stopped her. She could see how her words could be misconstrued. That's not what I meant. This really isn't even about your aunt at all. I just mentioned it because I thought it was more likely that you and she believe Harry, you know, about Voldemort. Susan flinched, but she started to relax as the words sank in. Sort of. It's more like Fudge is acting shiftier than usual, and Aunt Amelia doesn't trust him as far as she can throw him, she corrected. Okay, then, but do you believe Harry? Hermione said. No, wait, that isn't really that important. The real question is, what do you think of Umbridge's teaching? And boy, did that get Susan talking. Hermione was treated to a lengthy rant about how Umbridge was awful, and everyone was going to flunk their OWL and be unprepared to defend themselves in daily life, let alone go into the Auror Corps, and how Aunt Amelia had had a row about it with Fudge, but she couldn't do much about it because she was trying to keep her job. Hermione stared in silence for a minute when she finally wound down. Right. Susan, what would you say if there was a group of students getting together to learn real defense and not the drivel Umbridge teaches? Susan's eyes widened. Why haven't I heard about this? She demanded. Because it's being kept secret because Umbridge definitely wouldn't approve. Oh, right. I should have thought of that. So, a secret defense club. How does that work? Hermione was whispering. Now, we use the old textbooks from when Professor Lupin taught here. Harry and I teach, and we do a lot of practical drills. What do you think? Harry's teaching. Susan gasped. You mean, the actual Harry Potter? Do you know any other Harrys? No, but I mean, is it true he can cast a corporeal Patronus? Oh, sure. Actually, we both can. No way. She gasped. It's true. Professor Lupin taught us. No way. Susan repeated. Hermione grinned, looked around, and pulled her into the nearest empty classroom, where she produced her wand. Expecto Patronum. She cast, and her glowing, silver otter appeared. No way. Susan said again. Aunt Amelia says not even all the Aurors can do that. Privately, Hermione suspected quite a few Aurors didn't have the sense to practice that spell daily if they weren't on Azkaban duty. She still did at school because she didn't ever want it to get rusty. So what do you say? She asked. Sign me up. When is it? Well, that's the complicated part. We really want to keep this secret, so we're asking everyone who joins to sign a contract not to talk about it outside the group. Harry and I are the only allowed recruiters, too. A contract, Susan said nervously. With her close association with the ministry, she probably knew the uses and dangers of magical contracts better than most. Would I be able to read it? Yes, I have it here. Hermione handed over the parchment for Susan to look over. The Hufflepuff girl read the whole thing carefully, twice. Not bad, she muttered to herself. Uses the word, willingly, that's good. She looked up. What happens if I break it? It won't be good for your complexion, and we'll all know you told. Hermione had left the consequences intentionally vague whenever one of her recruits asked, in the hopes that their imagination would dream up something really horrible that would keep them in check better. Maybe not the best policy, but it seemed like a good idea at the time. Susan looked over the contract once more to make sure she hadn't missed anything, and she gasped when she noticed the list of names. That many people believe Harry, she said in amazement. I'm not sure they all believe Harry, but they're all willing to go against Umbridge. Susan took a deep breath and said, okay, I'm in. She signed her name. So when's the meeting? Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. 7th floor, by the tapestry of the dancing trolls. Great. I'll be there. Oh, but do you think you could recruit a few more people? Hermione took a calming breath and nodded. Who were you thinking of? My friend, Hannah, and Cedric and Cho. Cedric and Cho. I can't believe I didn't think of them. The next night, the Secret Defense Club assembled in the room of requirement 21 strong, including the head boy, and they were hanging on Harry's every word. With all the new people, the reaction was much stronger when Harry mentioned Voldemort's name, and quite a few more of them were only there for tutoring purposes, or to see if all the rumors about Harry were true, but they all stayed for Harry's and Hermione's lesson, which moved a little faster this time, but still began with the disarming charm. But since the group was unlikely to grow a whole lot more soon, they would be able to move on from there. Just remember, Harry said at the end, this isn't just about passing ROWLs and NEWTs. This thing will help you get there, but the really important thing is to learn to defend ourselves from Voldemort. The Ministry's no help. They're in complete denial. And they sent us the worst teacher ever, Hannah Abbott spoke up. She's doing everything she can to stop us using defensive spells. We think, Hermione said solemnly, that Fudge thinks Dumbledore's after his job, and Umbridge has some mad idea that Dumbledore is going to use the students here at Hogwarts as a private army. Which was uncomfortably close to the truth, considering how many Order of the Phoenix members Dumbledore had recruited straight out of Hogwarts, but they weren't aimed at the Ministry. Nearly everyone looked stunned at this revelation, except for Luna, who said something about Fudge having an army of heliopaths, but Hermione shushed her before they could get off track. So we're on our own, here, she said. We have to prepare ourselves because nobody else will. Now, we might have to move the meeting times around to accommodate Quidditch practices and the like, so I made these. She handed out 21 fake galleons, similar to the ones she had made for communication between herself and Harry last year. They look like real galleons, enough to fool a casual search, but they're not, really. Look at the lettering on the edges. I've put a protean charm on them, she said, to general astonishment. I learned it while I was helping Harry last year. This way, we'll be able to send a message to the whole group about when we're holding a meeting we really need a name for this group, don't we? That led to a lively discussion. After toying with a few names, Ginny suggested the DA, short for Dumbledore's Army, since that was what Umbridge was afraid of. Hermione wasn't sure that was the wisest choice, but to her surprise, a majority of the group went with it, so she wrote the name at the top of the contract to make it official, Dumbledore's Army. The next few days went smoothly. Saturday was a pleasant and uneventful Hogsmeade visit, and classes continued with little trouble except for the announcement on Monday that Professor Trelawney had been put on probation. Since Hermione had never had her as a teacher, and she reportedly wasn't very good, it was hard for her to care much. In the meantime, she set up her system of letters and decoy letters to her parents and updated them on most of what was going on at Hogwarts. She did mention Dumbledore's army to them, but not by name, and not in great detail. It occurred to her that if her post was being monitored, other people's post might be, too. Certainly, Harry's and the Weasleys would be, but would Umbridge bother with anyone else? Susan Bones, probably, but people who were towing the line and not causing trouble. Hermione didn't think she'd bother. And if it got out that people thought their post was being monitored, and Umbridge really was doing it to only a few people, Hermione could be implicated in telling them very quickly. It was a conundrum that troubled her for some time until she realized she could use Hogwarts's notorious rumor mill to her advantage. All she had to do was think like a normal teenage girl, like Mum said. She didn't approach any of the gossip mongers directly. That might be too easy to trace. Instead, she approached Susan first and told her the problem in broad strokes. They then approached Padma together, since Parvati had asked Hermione to recruit her to the DA. Padma was excited about the prospect to learn proper defense and a little disappointed that they didn't come to her sooner. Hermione and Susan then dropped a few deliberately vague and speculative comments about their post being monitored in Padma's presence. Sure enough, Padma told Parvati, and just like that, the rumor was around the whole school by dinner time, with no one able to say where it came from or whether it was true. Most probably thought it was a joke, but those in the know would know better. It seemed the perfect plan. Although, was it her imagination, or was Umbridge glaring at Hermione in particular at meals, now, and not just Harry? She tried not to let it bother her. After all, Umbridge had plenty of other reasons to dislike her. Over the course of that week, Hermione spent much of her free time improving the Mathemagician's map, since the safety measures it contained were of the most immediate importance. She got the house elf quarters to show up pretty easily. The map was already receiving the data it needed for that from the wards. She just needed to tell it to draw them. The other missing areas of the map were harder. The Chamber of Secrets turned out to be unplottable. She found that out when she tried to physically draw it, and a magical force stopped her hand from making the pen strokes. The Room of Requirement turned out to be unplottable for a quite different reason. Apparently, as far as the wards were concerned, it literally didn't exist when it wasn't there, so there was nothing for the map to draw. In the end, she came up with an alternative solution. The map would simply monitor when a name dropped off the floor plan at those two locations and write a list of names that were in the unplottable areas off to the side. With a few tweaks, she also got it to automatically open to the floor it was on and improved the text interface some. The space above the Great Tower was still giving her headaches, though. The weird space that looked like bits of the rest of the castle jumbled together refused to register on the map, and it would take a protracted search of the anchor stones to figure out where it fit into the wards. Maybe it was a space that the monitoring runes couldn't mathematically handle. Anyway, she decided to just use the same, off-the-map, method there, and it was good enough for now. If only Harry's problems were that easy to solve. Harry was walking back to the castle from Quidditch practice on Tuesday when it happened. It started as a flare of pain in his scar, stronger than he had felt in months. He brushed it off in front of the team as having poked himself in the eye, but Ron could tell it wasn't that. "Was it your scar?" he said. Harry nodded. "Yeah, bad," he stumbled as he cringed again. But he can't be here, can he?" "No, he's probably miles away. I think it's hurting," because Harry felt a stab of pain like an ice pick being driven into his skull and he leaned against the wall. "Because he angry," he grunted. Then, he had a vague image of the world spinning and Ron shouting at him as he collapsed to the floor. He was in an ornate, but dimly lit room. He heard a hissing sound and saw a bone-white wand in his hand, but it wasn't his hand. A man was cowering at his feet. "You did not retrieve it," Harry heard himself say, except it wasn't his voice. "Master," the cowering man said, "the door is guarded at all hours. Dumbledore's people are there all the time. And being caught inside there is even worse. Dumbledore couldn't even save his own man from the Aurors. I have had enough of your excuses," he hissed. Crucio. With another stab of pain, Harry was jolted back into his own body. He was lying on the floor. When did that happen? He blinked up into the light and saw Ron, Ginny, and Hermione standing over him looking worried. How long had he been out? Harry, what happened?" Ginny said frantically. I saw him, he whispered. I saw Voldemort. Eep. Where? She squeaked. Not here. He couldn't tell them that he had apparently seen the vision out of Voldemort's eyes. Dunno. He was angry, furious, something didn't go his way. With a lurch, he realized what the odd feeling he had felt weeks ago in Umbridge's office had been. It had been happiness. This time, though, it was anger. How do you know, Harry? Hermione asked. I dunno. I saw it. He was torturing somebody. Hurts. Come on, mate, we'll get you to the hospital wing, Ron said. No, he groaned. Need to see Dumbledore. You can't wait any longer, Albus, Sirius insisted. He pounded his fist on the headmaster's desk. Harry needs to start learning occlumency now. He's having visions of Voldemort, and Ginny says he's having recurring nightmares about a long, dark corridor that he can never get to the end of. Voldemort's already starting to exploit the link between them. Leaving it alone isn't working. Sirius, you know we will have the same problem teaching Harry as before, Dumbledore said with his usual annoying calm. Damn it. You told me you would do something if he started getting worse. Hell, I'd even take Snivelus teaching him over what we're doing now, which is jack squat. I did have an idea for Severus to teach Harry. I fear it may not be the most effective possible method, but I believe it will hold the least risk for everyone involved, and if nothing else, Harry will at least be forewarned of Voldemort's tricks. Then do it, Sirius demanded. Just do something for the kid. He can't keep going on like this, or it's going to get a lot worse really. Fast. Very well. I will speak to Severus and Harry. Harry wasn't sure which emotion was most appropriate at the moment. Amazement that Dumbledore had actually willingly called him up to his office for once, confusion because Sirius was there, worry because Snape was there, or anger that Dumbledore still wouldn't look him in the eye. You wanted to see me, Professor. Harry said. Yes, Harry, Dumbledore said, gazing fixedly at Sirius. Please have a seat. There is something we must discuss with you. Harry sat. He wondered why they hadn't discussed whatever this was last time. He assumed it was because of his vision, but when he first reported the vision, Dumbledore just ran some kind of scan on him and asked some probing questions that eventually got him to admit he'd seen the vision from Voldemort's point of view. He still didn't know what that meant. Your godfather, Dumbledore continued, recently gave me an ultimatum regarding a measure we had been considering, but that I had hesitated to enact because of the difficulty of the task. Harry, Sirius spoke, and Harry was pleased to see he did look him in the eye. These visions and moods you're getting from Voldemort, we're worried that he could use them to hurt you. He's already hurting me, Harry said, rubbing his scar. Yes, sorry. But we think that's mostly spillover. Like he's focusing other things. If he really turned his attention to hurting you, it could get a lot worse. Harry paled. He didn't realize the visions were that bad. Now, we have good news and bad news, Sirius said. The good news is that there's an obscure branch of magic called occlumency that can help you. It's the art of protecting the mind from intrusion, and it should help you shut Voldemort out. The bad news is that the only person who can teach it to you properly is Professor Snape. Snape. Harry's head spun around to look at the scowling potions master, and then to Dumbledore. You can't be serious, Professor. He glanced back at Sirius, but his godfather didn't make the obvious joke. I'm afraid it was unavoidable, Harry, Dumbledore said, still not looking at him. None of our other options were viable. But Snape. That's Professor Snape to you, Potter, the man in question scowled, and I assure you I have no desire to do this either, but we must all make sacrifices for the greater good. Harry looked back at Sirius pleadingly. Sorry, pup. I tried to come up with something better, but we really didn't have much choice. But for you and Snape, I want you to try to be civil to each other. I will not coddle him, Black, Snape said. I'm not asking you to, Snape. I'm just asking you to treat him like one of your own students. And Harry, give me a call on your mirror if he gives you a hard time. You really want me to learn some arcane branch of magic I've never heard of from him? Harry demanded. He looked around the room, but no one seemed ready to give. Turning back to Dumbledore, who still wouldn't look at him, his anger boiled over. Look at me, he yelled. Dumbledore's eyes met his in surprise. Bam! A stab of pain in his scar and a flash of rage far stronger than his own made him squeeze his eyes shut. He felt like drawing his wand on the old man, but the feeling vanished in a moment. An awkward, relative silence filled the office. Harry, I think it is best if you return to your common room, now, Dumbledore said in a voice that had lost all of its joviality. Harry considered protesting, but thought better of it and stood up. Potter, Snape snapped at him. I expect you in my office immediately following supper on Monday and Wednesday evenings. If anyone asks, you are taking remedial potions lessons. Merlin knows you could use those. too. Yes, sir, Harry grumbled. Harry was in a bad mood after that, but it lifted when Hermione announced she had once again made the executive decision for the core of the DA, herself, Harry, and the Weasleys, to meet a half-hour before their scheduled meeting time. Though initially resistant, Harry and the others were receptive to her idea when she told them her rationale was to teach them new spells she had invented. This ought to be good, Ginny said. Harry had lots of good things to say about the ones you taught him for the tournament last year. Yeah, used 2 of them on you-know-who, didn't he? Ron added. Well, Cedric used 1, but yeah, Harry confirmed. Hermione frowned a little. Yes, she said. To be honest, I'm a little uncertain whom to teach these spells to. Some of them worry me more than others, you know what they can do. I might teach some of them only to Harry, and others, I might bring in Cedric and Cho or even the whole group. I hope you don't mind. Well, as long as we get some cool spells of our own, Ginny said. Yeah, Fred agreed. We're the inner circle of the DA. That should count for something. Harry shuddered. Can we not use that phrase talking about us? Oh, sorry, Harry, he said, turning redder than usual. Anyway, whatever you call us, let's get started, Hermione cut in. It was time to really get down to business. The spell I want to teach you today, I call the Vertigo Hex. Harry, you're probably the most resistant to motion sickness. Would you mind demonstrating? Sure, he said uncertainly and stepped forward. Thank you, Harry. Now, watch closely. She swirled her wand in a quick spiral and cast Labyrinthitis. A pale yellow beam struck Harry, and he immediately began wobbling dizzily. Well, it works. As you can see, the hex induces dizziness to throw off an opponent's aim by disrupting the vestibular system of the inner ear. It was a nifty little spell, in her opinion, and the first that she figured out by thumbing through her parents' old medical textbooks. It's relatively easy to dispel, but it is powerful. Now, I found that if you shake your head quickly, it dissipates faster. Harry did so and promptly fell over. Hermione winced, but if you do, it gets worse before it gets better. Yeah, I noticed, Harry groaned. Sorry, Harry. Still, could be useful, Ron said. So how do we cast it? By order of the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. All student organizations, societies, teams, groups, and clubs are henceforth disbanded. An organization, society, team, group, or club is hereby defined as a regular meeting of 3 or more students. Permission to reform may be sought from the High Inquisitor, Professor Umbridge. No student organization, society, team, group, or club may exist without the knowledge and approval of the High Inquisitor. Any student found to have formed, or to belong to, an organization, society, team, group, or club that has not been approved by the High Inquisitor will be expelled. The above is in accordance with Educational Decree No. 25. Signed by Dolores Jane Umbridge, High Inquisitor. The sign appeared on the Gryffindor notice board on Monday morning to general horror. This is terrible, Angelina Johnson yelled. I'll say, Hermione said. How did she know? What? How did who know what? Hermione looked at Angelina in confusion, then checked that there were no non-members standing nearby and whispered, how did Umbridge know about the DA? Huh, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are all of you talking about? A new voice demanded. It was Ron, with Harry by his side, along with more people who were rapidly congregating around the notice board. Umbridge disbanded the Quidditch team, Angelina wailed. What? She disbanded all the student organizations, Hermione clarified. We have to ask her permission to reform them. Bloody hell, Harry said. He stepped up and read the notice. He started shaking with anger, his hands clenching into fists. This can't be a coincidence. She knows. But we've got the contract. Ron said. How does she know? I don't know, but she must, Hermione said. She's here to discredit me and Dumbledore and stop him from building an army, Harry said. None of the regular clubs are a threat to her. It's gotta be because of the DA. Do you reckon someone will come down to breakfast all spotty? Ron said. If they broke the contract, Hermione started, then froze. I'll be right back. She ran up the stairs back to her dorm and took the DA contract from her stash of papers. Like her notes on the war effort and the Mathemagician's map, she had disguised it as arithmancy notes, so she wasn't worried about it being discovered, and quick look at the real document gave her her answer. No one in the DA told, she informed her friends when she reached the common room again. I charmed the contract to write their names in red if they did, and no one was highlighted. She must have found out some other way. Ah, such a chore, Alicia Spinnet said. Half the tower was gathered around the notice board by now. You know Cedric, Roger, and I will have to ask permission to reform our arithmancy study group. Your study group? Oh, crud. I'll need permission for my study group, too, she realized. Your study group? Ron spoke up. What study group? My Thursday study group with Greengrass and Davis. It's a regular meeting of 3 students, and I don't think Umbridge will be in a mood to let it slide because it's informal. She might even say no just to spite me. Oh well, that's not that bad, Ron said. Why'd you start a study group with a couple of Slytherins anyway? Slytherins aren't all bad, Ron. They've been pretty shirty this year. And either way, is a study group with a couple of Slytherins that big a deal? I've been trying to be friendly and reach out to the other houses, remember? And I owe it to them after they took a chance working with me. Well, I wouldn't worry too much, Angelina assured her. If they ask her, I think she'll probably do it. She seems to like Slytherins. I still don't get how she knew, Harry said. No one could have written home about it, could they? No, not to anyone who didn't already know. So you could write to your parents about it, Hermione pointed to the Weasleys, but we agreed on no letters because they could be intercepted. You don't think they told, do you? Nah, Fred answered. Percy would, but Mum and Dad are smart enough not to tell him. I could maybe see Sirius getting drunk and telling some woman, Harry conceded. It was possible, but it didn't ring true. Sirius had been keeping the secrets of the Order just fine. Hermione might have considered Hagrid a possibility for the same reason, but he still wasn't back from wherever he went. I don't know, Harry, she said. I think it was most likely someone in the school did it. If no one on the contract told, then someone must have let it slip before we drew up the contract. Or Harry said, coming to a realization, or they never signed the contract. But who didn't? Seamus never signed, remember? He said. We told him before we wrote the contract, and he didn't want to join. That git. Ron yelled, and he turned and ran up the stairs. Finnegan. Ron. Harry followed him. Ron. Harry. Wait. Hermione rushed up after them. She reached the boys' dorm to find the place rapidly descending into chaos. Seamus, who had clearly been having a lie until the last minute to head down for breakfast, was running from an angry Ron while Harry tried to hold Ron back. Why'd you do it, Finnegan? Ron yelled as he tried to take a swing at him. Thought you'd get Harry back for ragging on your mum, did you? Ron, stop. Hermione yelled, grabbing onto him. Ron, wait, don't you think we should ask him if he did it? Harry said. Yeah, good idea. Seamus said. Tell me what the bloody hell I'm supposed to haven't you done? You told Umbridge about our defense club, Ron bellowed. Ron, Hermione said. Bugger off, Weasley. Why would I tell that ch anything? Seamus demanded. Hermione sighed exasperatedly. Ronald, let me explain it to him. Seamus, Umbridge put up a notice today disbanding all the student organizations. They all have to be reapproved by her. We think it's because she found out about our defense group and wants to stop it. We're pretty sure no one in the group told, and we're also pretty sure you're the only other person in school who knew. That was true, she hadn't even told Septima so far, not wanting to put extra pressure on her with Umbridge breathing down her neck. And I doubt you would have told Umbridge, but if you told someone else who told her. I didn't tell anyone about your stupid club, he cut in. Weasley told me to keep me mouth shut or else, don't you know? Merlin's beard, it's like you've all gone barmy. What if you're lying? Ron said. Ron, chill, Harry said before Hermione could chastise him again. 'Cause I knew you'd go nutters on me like this, Seamus said. I don't know, Harry, Ron said. Say, Hermione, what if we make him sign the contract? Ron, I'm not going to make anyone sign the contract. And it wouldn't register anything from before he signed, anyway. What contract? Seamus asked. Harry and Hermione glared at Ron. Oops, the redhead muttered. Hermione rolled her eyes and turned to the Irish boy. Seamus, I have an actual, serious question for you. Are you worried about failing your OWL in defense? She thought she saw a flicker of worry cross the boy's face, but he answered, not really. I mean, if everyone flunks, they'll grade it on a curve, won't they? Maybe, but what if half the class gets secret training that the other half doesn't? Seamus's face fell. Are you trying to get me to join your club? Yes, as a matter of fact. This club is practicing spells that we'll need for our OWL that we aren't learning in class. And before you ask, there's no requirement that you have to believe Harry about Voldemort to join. There's no requirement that you even have to like Harry. Harry and I are teaching it together, so you don't even have to work with him if you don't want to. All you'd be there for is passing your exams. What's the catch, Granger? He said shrewdly. The catch is that if we let you in on where and when the meetings are, you could tell someone else where to find us, so you have to sign a magical contract not to tell. Bugger that. I'm not signing a magical contract for you lot. Me ma'am didn't even want me associating with Potter. Ron and Harry bristled, but Hermione waved them back. You won't even read it. She pressed on, keeping her voice calm. Susan Bones signed, and her aunt works for the ministry. She conveniently left out that Susan's aunt wasn't fond of the minister. She did, Seamus said in surprise. Yes, she did. And if you're worried about Harry, I'm the one who wrote the contract, not him. Seamus sighed heavily and glanced at a still intimidating Ron. Well, I guess I can take a look. Thank you, Seamus, Hermione said. She pulled what appeared to be a sheet of notes from her robes and tapped her wand to it, saying, now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their country. She'd thought something a little weightier than her usual motto was called for here. Seamus stared as the writing appeared. Dumbledore's army. Are you serious? It was Ginny's idea, Hermione said. I wanted to call it the Defense Association. You really want me to sign that? No one will ever see it. We have as much interest in keeping it a secret as you. Do you want to pass your OWL or not? Seamus grumbled a lot, but he read over the contract and found it wasn't too onerous, and despite his leeriness around Harry, Hermione correctly surmised that even he didn't like Umbridge much. All right, he decided. But just to pass me OWL, ear. He signed the contract. Good, that's one less security flaw, Hermione thought. Thank you very much, Seamus. Yeah, well, you owe me one, he said, and then he twigged on something else. Wait a minute. All student organizations. Does that mean no more Quidditch? She wouldn't reform the team. Harry said in horror. But I didn't even say a word to her. I know, Angelina said. She reformed all the others, didn't she? Hermione asked. She knew Umbridge had reconstituted the Slytherin Quidditch team already. Draco Malfoy had been boasting about it earlier. She remembered because Harry, Ron, and Neville narrowly avoided detention with Snape when Malfoy said something that Neville took as a slight against his parents. Yeah, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff all got their teams back today. What's her problem? Harry said. Has she just got it in for Gryffindor? Angelina shook her head. Remember what she said when you got detention? She told me she had concerns about the composition of the team. She's trying to make me boot you from the team, Harry. No, you can't. Harry makes the whole team. You can't get rid of him. I know. Angelina yelled over her teammates. You can tell we don't want to get rid of you, Harry. I told Umbridge we didn't have anyone even close to your level to replace you with. No offense, Ginny, but she just said she needed more time to think it over. Do you think she'll do it? Harry asked. I don't know. Look, Harry, I really don't want to take you off the team, especially seeing as it's not your fault this time, but if Umbridge doesn't let up within a week or so, I'll have to. We need time to practice before the first match. Oh, well, that's just great, Harry groaned. Sorry, Harry, but look on the bright side. It's not like it can get much worse. He glared at her. Sure it can. I've got remedial potions with Snape after dinner. Remedial potions? Angelina gasped. Good lord, how did that happen? That's cruel and unusual. Yeah, tell me about it. The remedial potions, so far as Hermione could tell, did not go well. Harry had come back from his occlumency lesson with Snape pale, nursing a headache, his scar inflamed somehow and even more irritable than usual. He didn't really explain what the whole occlumency thing was all about. He wasn't in the mood to talk much at all, in fact, but he did relay to them that somehow, in the course of the lesson, he had realized that the dark corridor he had been dreaming about was actually the corridor that led to the Department of Mysteries in the Ministry. That led to a lively discussion of why he was dreaming about that corridor and what it meant, which ultimately concluded next to nothing, although Harry was of the opinion that whatever weapon Voldemort wanted was in there. That was plausible, but they had no evidence. Hermione still didn't really understand what occlumency was. No one had clearly explained it to her beyond the fact that it was some kind of mental discipline, and it would help Harry block out the visions he was getting from Voldemort. It was apparently an obscure art, not widely practiced and even less widely written about, so she couldn't easily learn it from the library. She felt a little jealous of Harry for having the opportunity, but mostly confused and worried for him, especially with Professor Snape teaching him. It was definitely odd. Dumbledore and Sirius, of all people, wanted Harry to learn a new type of magic from Snape. Because of his visions. That was one of the weirder things she'd seen in the magical world, and she'd seen a lot. She could feel for him. She still didn't understand why Dumbledore was having so little to do with him this year. It had to be very frustrating. Meanwhile, taking Alicia's advice, Hermione approached Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis before going to Umbridge to reform their study group, which they decided to do first thing the next morning. Umbridge didn't exactly have office hours, but she could usually be found there when it wasn't class or meal times, so they figured right before first class would be a good time to catch her. "Come in," the saccharine voice called when Hermione knocked on the door. The three girls walked in and couldn't help but stare at the decor. So much pink. Hermione thought. She wasn't so much of a girly girl herself, but she thought even Lavender would overdose on pink in this room. And really, fluffy kittens. The walls were covered with pictures of them. Hermione wasn't sure what that said about Umbridge that she could have an office like this and be so cruel, or have an office like this at all, for that matter. Maybe they could get her sacked for being crazy. Huh. If only. Miss Granger, Umbridge said sharply before she noticed the other two and became curious. And Miss Greengrass and Miss Davis. What brings you to my office today? Greengrass stepped forward. Umbridge seemed to like her best, and they agreed she should be their spokeswoman. "Professor, we have a study group we'd like to ask your permission to restart." "A study group?" Umbridge said in surprise, looking them over. "I was not aware of any study group involving your two houses." "It was a very recent thing, Professor. We've only been meeting the past few weeks. It's been very informal, really. However, it is a regular meeting of 3 students, ma'am," Hermione added, "so under Educational Decree 25, we need your authorization to continue it." Naturally, Umbridge gave her a suspicious look, but they were clearly following the rule to the letter, so there was nothing she could say. What was it that Orwell said? Hermione thought. Keep the small rules, and you can break the big ones, or something like that. "I see," Umbridge said. "And what is the subject of this study group, Miss Greengrass?" "Whatever we're working on at the time, ma'am. They had decided it would be best not to limit it. Although the majority of the time, we've been helping Granger with charms, and she's been helping us with arithmancy." Umbridge gave Hermione a suspicious look. "And what program are you using for the arithmancy studies?" "The 5th-year curriculum, of course, ma'am," Hermione said. "Including the practical exercises. To the extent we can in the library. Those are included in the curriculum set by the Wizarding Examinations Authority, Professor." Umbridge did her level best to find some fault with the group. She asked them where and when their meetings were. Did they have any other members? Were they planning to bring in any? Did they have any membership requirements? But they didn't say anything that she could use to deny them, and why would they? It really was just a study group. If it had been mostly Gryffindors, she might still have used her arbitrary power to deny it, but she did seem to like the Slytherins, so she went ahead and wrote up their approval just in time for them to get to class. "Did you ask her about the Gryffindor team while you were there?" Angelina asked Hermione at lunch. "I'm sorry, Angelina. It didn't seem like the time with Greengrass and Davis there. Plus I didn't want to jeopardize our chances in front of them by bringing up what was sure to be a sore topic." "Well, that's all well and good for you," she huffed. "I'm still sitting on a Quidditch team that can't play. You ought to do something for your house." Hermione rolled her eyes. This wasn't her job. Look, if you think it will help, which I doubt, I'll speak to her about it, but why don't you just go to Professor McGonagall? She said. I did. Umbridge just said the same thing to her. She needed to think about it some more. She's probably not going to bend, you know, Hermione concluded. To hear Professor Vector tell it, Umbridge will manipulate any rule she has to get what she wants, and right now, she wants to stick it to Harry. So you just want me to quit the team? Harry snapped at her. No, Harry, I don't want you to. I'm just saying that Umbridge can probably push harder than you can. So we'll have to play without our best player, Angelina grumbled. Great. I'm sorry, Angelina. Sometimes, politics screws you over like that. We're fighting it the best we can, at least, you know, Hermione had a thought. In the Muggle world, if a school did something this blatantly unfair, and if people cared enough about it, they'd write letters to the editor in the newspaper. Or write to the Board of Governors. But Fudge is controlling the Daily Prophet, Harry said. They won't print any letters. They don't have to, but Fudge still has to worry to public opinion. If enough parents write in to complain, someone will notice. You know, that could be a pretty good idea, Hermione, George said. We could write Oliver, too. Without the Gryffindor team, the professional teams will lose half their recruiting season. That's right, Angelina said. I didn't even think of that. All the professional teams will be annoyed, and that's a lot of money. Yeah, but what if you know who in a cardigan intercepts our mail? Fred asked. Hermione snorted at the nickname, then was a little surprised that Fred was being the practical one here. She considered the problem for a minute. Write the letters anyway, she decided. It'll look suspicious if she doesn't see anything. Her finding out isn't the problem. It's getting the messages through. I have a couple of people I can contact without fear of interception who can spread the word if all else fails. She was mainly thinking of Sirius and Mr. Weasley, since she could send Dobby to Grimmauld Place. Sirius certainly had the clout to contact all the professional teams. You know, that just might work, Angelina agreed. Let's do it. Everyone spread the word to the rest of Gryffindor. And maybe Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, if they'll go for it. Hermione smiled. Umbridge may have foiled her direct efforts, but there were still ways for the people to make their voice known in this society. As it happened, Hermione decided to call Harry alone to come to the Room of Requirement early that Saturday night. Part of her motive was to cheer him up after the past week, but she also had more practical considerations. I only wanted to share this spell with you, at least to start with, she told him. That's both because it's a powerful and dangerous curse, and because, well, I thought it would be fitting if it was mostly your spell. Why? Harry said in confusion. Why not tell the others? You can if you want, but I thought you should see it. She spun around and flourished her wand, Fulmina. Suddenly, with a loud crack like a whip, but louder, a bolt of lightning shot from her wand and leapt 10 feet through the air before dissipating. Whoa, Harry said, flinching back. Yes, I know. I just thought, if you wanted lightning to be your thing, with the scar, you know. There are other spells that do the same thing, of course, but with my knowledge of electromagnetism, I made some improvements. Harry blushed and ruffled his hair self-consciously. I never really thought about it that way. So, it's dangerous. It's a curse, Harry. Of course it's dangerous. It shouldn't kill a healthy adult, but it's still too much to do human trials. The main thing is it packs a bigger punch than Stupefy, and it's faster. But on the other hand, its effective range is pretty short. Close quarters only. That wasn't ideal, but he quickly made his decision. Well, it still would have been useful last June. Let's do it. The lightning curse was harder than a lot of the other curses she had taught him, but Harry was a quick study, and she managed to get him passable in it before the rest of the DA arrived. Why do we call it the DA? She thought idly. That's what everyone's calling it, but isn't the kind of redundant. Anyway, the full DA assembled, including Padma and Seamus. There were 23 of them, now, although Seamus didn't look very happy to be there. Actually, quite a few of them looked nervous and were chatting quietly about the new educational decree. Hermione decided to start by drawing the lines clearly. Good evening everyone. Yes, I know this new educational decree has a lot of us worried, she told the group. It worries me, to be honest, not least because I don't know how Umbridge found out about us. And I want to be clear on this. By being here tonight, we are all technically committing an expellable offense. So if any of you want to back out, you should leave now, but you'll still be bound by the contract not to talk about the group." She looked around. There were some fearful looks and nervous laughter, but no one made a move to leave, not even Seamus. "Good," she said. "I'm glad you all still came. It shows that you understand how serious Umbridge's willful lack of teaching is." And really, would they actually expel 23 students? No, probably just the leaders, her and Harry. So, since we're throwing ourselves headfirst into rule breaking, let's get to it. Harry stepped forward. "So tonight is about basic incapacitation spells. Leg locker, jelly legs, body bind, and so forth. If we have time, I want to work up to the impediment jinx. You don't want to rely on them too much because they're easy to cancel, and dark wizards certainly won't hold back like that, but..." "Yeah, because dark wizards are such a big threat," Seamus interrupted. Silence fell. People looked back and forth between him and Harry. "Are you going to work with us tonight or not, Finnegan?" Harry asked, his voice hard. "Hermione said I could come. Isn't she supposed to be teaching, too?" "Yes, and I'll be happy to help you once we get started," she said, "but I would urge you to listen to what he has to say. I don't need to listen to a nutter like Potter." That was all he got out before half the DA shouted him down. "All right, enough. Hermione shushed them. "That's enough. We don't all have to agree, here. We're just here to study for our exams, right?" They reluctantly nodded. "I just have one question for you, Seamus. You do remember, don't you, that the Ministry does admit that Barty Crouch Jr. is still on the loose?" "That's right," Cedric spoke up. "I may not have seen you know who, but I definitely fought Crouch." He waved his mechanical arm for emphasis. "Well, yeah," Seamus agreed. "So there are still dark wizards out there," Hermione said. "You ought to prepare to defend yourself against them. I'll work with you if you want to steer clear of Harry." Seamus grumbled a little. "What was that?" she asked. "I said, do you even duel? I thought you were all about numbers and stuff." She glared at him. "You may not like Harry, Seamus, but you have to admit, he cleaned up in the Triwizard Tournament, and I was the one who trained him as much as I could last year." "It's true," Cedric agreed. "She taught me and Harry spells that saved us in June. Or we could just try a practice duel," Hermione said innocently. Seamus arched an eyebrow. As much as he didn't want to be there, it seemed he was up for a challenge. The rest of the DA backed away from them, and Hermione reached for her wand, but when she laid her hand on the handle, she stopped. Something didn't feel quite right. She'd done a little bit of dueling this year, but this was her first, well, not quite an honor duel, but something close to it, her first since she bought her second wand, the wand Ollivander said was a duelist's wand. It was almost like it was calling to her. She didn't believe Ollivander's line that wands had minds of her own, but even so, it didn't feel right to neglect it at a time like this. She drew her handsome red oak wand instead and held it in her left hand. Seamus didn't seem to notice anything out of place. She thought she heard Harry start to say something, but she turned and winked at him to stop him. At a motion from her, Harry counted them off, and they dueled. Not having ever dueled left-handed before, Hermione was slow and clumsy, not nearly as bad as most people would be left-handed, but her aim was off, her wand motions were sluggish, and her spells occasionally fizzled. On the other hand, she knew quite a few more spells than Seamus even without dipping too deep into her personal creations, including a basic shield charm that could hold his hexes off for a few moments and give her time to think. She knew her style needed some work. She had a few staple hexes in her shield charm that she could automatically cast while she was dodging or thinking about what stronger spells she could throw at him. She couldn't really throw a chain of creative spells, and she was stuck on the defensive, barely holding off Seamus's attacks and unable to get in many of her own. "Ready to give up, Granger?" Seamus smirked. Hermione smiled. She'd been waiting to use this one. "I admit it," she said between spells, "you are better than I am." Seamus's eyes narrowed. "Then why are you smiling?" "Because I know something you don't know." "And what is that?" "I am not left-handed." With a flourish, she swapped her wand to her right hand and started casting with nearly twice the speed and accuracy as before. Seamus's eyes widened, and he was so caught off guard that she dispatched him with just a few spells. The DA stared in amazement. Some applauded. Some started to ridicule Seamus, but Hermione graciously helped him up. He looked pretty chagrined, but she thought she had earned his, albeit grudging, respect. So, about that teaching, he said. Dolores Umbridge felt confusion more than anything else as she entered the ministry on Monday morning. She had been all set for another perfectly dreadful day as a teacher when she received an urgent owl from Cornelius asking if she could please come up and see him before her classes started to discuss their plans. Dolores thought their plans were pretty clear and didn't see what could have gone wrong. Perhaps it was good news. Perhaps he had found a new angle to take down Dumbledore. Wouldn't that be nice? But whatever it was, she went down to London. Truth be told, it was good to get out of that castle for a little while. Cornelius didn't look uncommonly happy when she reached his office, so it wasn't likely to be good news. But it didn't look especially bad, either. He just had that same beleaguered look he'd had since Dumbledore had started his scheme in June. "Terribly sorry to pull you away from your breakfast, Dolores," he said as she took her seat. "Toast. Thank you, Cornelius," she said, taking a slice. This was what she liked so much about her boss. He was polite, considerate, and knew how to treat his faithful right. "I know you're very busy, so I'll get right to it," he said. "I understand that with the latest educational decree, you have delayed in reforming the Gryffindor Quidditch team." Well, that wasn't what she expected. Yes. I've held off on reforming it. And was there a particular reason you did so when you reformed the other teams immediately?" "Certainly. I'm hoping to pressure McGonagall and the team captain to let Potter go. I think they'll do it before the first match, and then I can use letting him back on the team as a bargaining chip, if he'll listen to reason, of course." Cornelius nodded knowingly and cracked a bit of a smile. "I see. That's a very clever idea, Dolores. Very clever, which is why I'm so sorry I have to tell you to drop it." What? Cornelius, why on earth?" Cornelius dropped a stack of letters on his desk. "I'm afraid you've attracted a bit too much attention with this one. These are all letters that Barnabas Cuff received in the past week saying that it's unfair of you to single out one team for extra scrutiny. I kept them out of print, of course, but I can't ignore them." Dolores looked at the stack with wide eyes. She flipped through a couple of them. Some were polite, some were angry, some were most definitely from parents and not students. This was worrying. She'd intercepted more than a few letters going out from the school complaining about the Quidditch team, and while she didn't doubt some had slipped through, she didn't think there would be enough for such a large response. "Lovely, aren't they?" Cornelius said sarcastically. "They're not just from students, or even parents, for that matter. I've got half the professional teams complaining about this cutting into their recruitment." "The professional teams?" "Yep. You can guess what they're saying. No good reason, hurting recruitment, harmless national pastime. They're not happy. You can see why we have to back off on this one." This was bad. Potter or someone had outflanked her. Time for damage control. In her sweetest voice, she said, "I'm terribly sorry I've caused this much trouble, Cornelius. I had no idea this would go so far. But even so, I think if you can buy me another week, I can make McGonagall break. I wish I could, Dolores, but you know how fast news travels in this country. And not just through the papers, the Quidditch teams have their own mouthpieces. We'd be playing a risky game, even if McGonagall doesn't know about this campaign, and knowing her, she probably does, and she'll stand her ground. Lovely idea, Dolores, but you'll have to get to Potter some other way." "Some other way?" Well, if that was the way she had to play the game, she'd damn well play it. She'd bloody well find another way. "Of course, Cornelius," she said, still forcing a smile. "I'm sure I can work something out. I'll handle the paperwork this morning." "Jolly good, then. And don't worry. We'll get them in the end." Dolores returned to Hogwarts in a dark mood. As loath as she was to do it, she quietly told McGonagall before the first class that she was giving permission to reform the team, to which she graciously thanked her for her change of heart. Naturally, the whole school knew by lunch, and the Gryffindors were obnoxiously patting each other on the back over it. Dolores didn't know exactly how her plan had fallen apart, but she had a strong suspicion that Potter and his company conspirators were smack in the middle of it. To add insult to injury, Potter was so happy in her class that she couldn't make him step out of line no matter how much she needled him. And she really didn't like the smug look that Mudblood Granger was giving her. Is there something you'd like to share with the class, Miss Granger? Umbridge asked. Hermione's eyebrows rose. She hadn't even said anything. No, Professor, she answered. Come now, surely a student as brilliant as you must have something to say on this subject. Okay, this was a bad sign. Maybe she should have been a bit more careful about flaunting her victory. I think we've already exhausted the discussion about my position on the course book, ma'am, Hermione said evenly. Oh really? Umbridge said with a grin. And you seemed so talkative before. I almost would have thought you meant to teach the class yourself. She knows. Hermione thought. She must not have proof, or she'd have acted already, but she knows. I have a tendency to be very opinionated, Professor. But, honestly, defense isn't really my top subject. No, of course not. That would be arithmancy and transfiguration, allegedly. Hermione bristled. I think my published research speaks for itself. Research undertaken with far more distinguished academics, Miss Granger. She gave one of her false giggles. I think we've already been over that subject as well. Some of those were sole author papers. So you say. Whether you were truly responsible for that research is between you and your collaborators, isn't it? Professor Vector will vouch for my integrity, Hermione snapped. And she and Rebecca Gamp will confirm the importance of my contribution to our recent joint project. If you want to question my work, you'll have to. That's enough. Umbridge snapped. 5 points from Gryffindor for your excessive interruptions, Miss Granger. Hermione suppressed an eye roll. Umbridge was the one who had interrupted in the first place. The rest of the class proceeded without incident. Despite Hermione's Umbridge troubles, though, with her victory in getting the Quidditch team reinstated, she finally had time to work on her other pressing issue, which was, what on earth was going on with Harry's occlumency lessons. Harry consistently became agitated when he was reminded of his lessons with Professor Snape. Maybe it was just Snape, but that didn't seem like a good sign, either. Hermione still didn't really understand it, and Harry never wanted to talk about it, so it was time to try the library. She'd already looked a little over the past week, looking into visions, dreams, mind healing, meditation, and anything else she could think of that was mental, and what she'd found told her that any detailed material would be in the restricted section. So she ran up to Septima's office before dinner to get a pass to browse the restricted section. That wasn't hard at this point since Septima trusted her to be responsible with powerful magic. Hermione just gave her a few vague reasons why she wanted in there that were related to her arithmancy research and none of which were really false, and Septima wrote her a blank check. Fortunately, Umbridge didn't have the power to veto that, yet. Okay, it wasn't completely a blank check. Septima would be sent a list of any books Hermione actually checked out, and she, and probably Umbridge, could veto them individually, but it was good enough. Unfortunately, it was hard to find anything even in the restricted section. Hermione spent a lot of her free time on Monday evening and again on Tuesday and Wednesday poking around and found mostly references and few details. Occlumency was unhelpfully defined as the defense against something called legilimency. Legilimency was even harder to find than occlumency, and was usually described as an invasion, or attack, on the mind. It didn't seem to be the same as the Imperious Curse, the Confundus Charm, or various other mind-altering charms, seeing as it was sometimes listed alongside them in a list of mind magics. Occlumency was supposed to offer some degree of protection against all of those things, but most especially against legilimency. Harry's visions did seem to qualify as an attack on his mind, so at least that fit. While it wasn't clear what occlumency was supposed to protect against, there were descriptions of occlumency floating around, but surprisingly, it was mostly described in terms of esoteric mental exercises and meditative techniques to the point where she wasn't sure it was actual magic at all. Harry never seemed very calm or meditative when he returned from his lessons with Snape, but then, having to study it with Snape probably wasn't conducive to a calm and meditative state of mind. Either way, Harry seemed even crankier than usual, which, again, was not a good sign. She tried to question him about it, but he still didn't want to talk about it, and he snapped at everyone who asked. It didn't seem like it was doing him much good, but all she could do was keep researching and hope she found something useful. Hermione's life went on. In defense class on Wednesday, Umbridge decided to single her out again. What was it about this week? Miss Granger, what would you say is the optimal way of defending oneself against a basilisk? Okay, this was getting weird, she thought. Hermione's and her friends' adventure at the end of second year hadn't got a lot of play, but it had been in the curse-breaking circulars, so Umbridge might know about it, but even so, what was she doing bringing it up? Unsure of what to do, Hermione decided to give the correct answer rather than the correct answer. Like all Class 5X creatures, Wilbert Slinkhard's recommended response to a basilisk is apparating away very fast. A few people giggled, but Umbridge didn't. That is indeed what the book says, but you did not answer my question. What do you think the optimal method is? What on earth was she playing at? Actually, ma'am, I think I have to agree with Mr. Slinkhard on this one. A few quills clattered in surprise. Harry and Ron snapped out of their bored, half-asleep stance to stare at her. Umbridge grinned. How interesting, she said. But didn't you write a paper on that very subject, Miss Granger? Are you doubting your own research? Oh, that's what she was playing at. Hermione hesitated. She had to choose her words carefully to save face and not undermine her own point. Not at all, ma'am, but that was a highly unusual situation in which safer avenues of action were closed to us. I have never disputed that discretion is sometimes the better part of valor, and facing a Class 5X creature is a prime example of a situation in which it is better to get away and call in the professionals, impossible. Where I think Mr. Slinkhard errs is in ignoring the fact that there are sometimes situations where. So you stand by your assertion that you found a better way of subduing a basilisk at age 12. 13, ma'am, and I never said it was better. I said that, excuse me, I don't remember my exact wording, but I believe I said that it would be a life-saving safety measure and would be a useful addition to other methods. I have corresponded with curse breakers in India who used my method in the field, and Umbridge cut her off again before she could make an advantageous point. She really wasn't giving any ground today. So we have a rather ill-advised method of dealing with magical creatures, a trivial potions insight that anyone could have made if they'd been troubled to bother, and a few useless toy spells making up your alleged sole author papers, Miss Granger. Merlin's beard, Umbridge had read her entire curriculum vitae to try to discredit her work. Hermione wasn't sure whether to be proud or sick. I'm not sure I understand what this has to do with defense, Professor, she said nervously. I'm merely endeavoring to give your classmates a balanced assessment of your academic abilities. Since you seem to think you know so much more than the students and staff at this school. Hermione saw red. She knew Umbridge was trying to undermine her academics, but this was her entire career she was playing with. Finally deciding enough was enough, she snapped. Griselda Marchbanks said I had the best arithmancy NEWT she'd ever seen. As a fourth year, you can ask her yourself if you don't believe me. Umbridge didn't miss a beat. Griselda Marchbanks is 130 years old, and her competence as head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority is already under review for other reasons. By which they both knew she meant Marchbanks's opposition to the Ministry's interference at Hogwarts. You may have been good enough to pass the exam, but you should take what she says personally with a large pinch of salt. The staff at Transfiguration today and Annals of Arithmancy think my work is deserving of the Gamp and Wenlock prizes, Hermione said. At least enough to nominate me. Umbridge's smile returned. Even the best scholars can be fooled from time to time, Miss Granger. Hermione decided to talk to Harry about his occlumency lessons after he got back that night. She'd let it go so far, but she decided she really needed some straight answers. And truth be told, after her encounter with Umbridge, she wasn't in a mood to take no for an answer. They were still waiting on Harry to get back, though, when Fred and George burst into the common room with big grins on their faces. When George spotted her, he lifted her out of her seat and keyed her. Jackpot, Hermione, he yelled. What's this, now? She said. The other Puffskein we were trying to breed Cyrano with had her kits. Oh, that's nice, I take it from your reaction you got some more dwarfs out of it. We think so. It's kinda hard to tell when they're babies. But that's not the best part. You know how the mother was a fancy red. Yeah, well, the babies all came out pink and purple. Hermione stared at him blankly. She was happy for her boyfriend, but she had no frame of reference for why he was so happy. So that's good, then? She asked. Good. It's unheard of. Fred jumped in. See, there hasn't been that much experimental breeding of puffskeins besides the few fancy breeds, George explained. Granted, the market's too small to do much of that, Fred continued. Yeah, only a few dozen a year in Britain, a few hundred in Europe. The point is, they'll sell even better in weird colors. Now that explained a few things. So it is good, then, she said. All right, when the kits are old enough to breed, you'll want to outcross with other puffskeins as much as possible. And standard breeding practice is never to cross a dwarf with another dwarf. But even so, if you do it right, half of the kits should be dwarfs. At least, that's how it was with dogs and cats, and she was pretty sure the genetics of the most common forms of human dwarfism were similar, but she really couldn't guess how it would be for magical creatures. Right, we get the picture, Hermione, George said indulgently. The important question is, do you want to go see them? Fred finished. Oh, very well. As long as they were back by curfew. They got up and were just about to leave when Harry stumbled into the common room. With a groan, he flopped onto the nearest sofa, rubbing his forehead above his right eye. Ooh, rough night. Budge up. Ginny slid onto the end of the sofa so she could put his head in her lap. Harry groaned loudly. I think it's getting worse. What do you mean? I mean before, my scar only prickled once in a while. It's been practically all the time this week. Really? Do you think you're making any progress? Hermione said worriedly. Harry shrugged as much as he could in that position. It doesn't feel like it. I've been dreaming about that damned corridor every night since we started. Well, that's not good. Professor Dumbledore wants you to stop having those visions. Have you at least been practicing? Kinda. Harry, you have to put the work in. Hey, take it easy, Ginny stopped her. Harry's having a rough time of it. I do want you to get better at this, though, she told him softly. I don't like seeing you like this. I'm trying, Harry insisted. You give it a go, having Snape try to get inside your head. It's just like in potions, he doesn't explain anything. He just says, clear your mind, and attacks. Get inside your head, Hermione thought. That was a different way of putting it. And that didn't sound like the kind of training she saw in the books. Ron said. I wonder, do you reckon maybe Snape's trying to make it worse? You know, make it easier for you know who to attack you. That's ridiculous. Hermione snapped. Snape's part of the Order. Dumbledore trusts him. But that was a knee-jerk reaction if she were honest with herself. It did sound eerily plausible. Snape was a double agent, and the evidence was Harry really was getting worse. It must be doing some good, she insisted. Maybe you're getting more sensitive to the attacks. I doubt it, Harry said. Snape never said anything about that. And it's always pretty obvious when he uses legilimency on me to start with. What is legilimency, anyway? It's mind reading. Mind reading, she said in surprise. Well, Snape insists it's not mind reading, but it's basically mind reading, he said with a weak smile. That was bad. That was way beyond what the books implied, or maybe she just hadn't wanted to believe it. She had a bad feeling about this. How does it work? She asked. Well, he casts this spell, and then he's inside my head, going through my memories and stuff. It's supposed to require eye contact. Alarm bells were going off in Hermione's head one after another. But you don't have eye contact with Voldemort. What's going on with him? Apparently, I'm getting visions and emotions and stuff from him some other way, and Dumbledore's worried he could use it to get to me, make me do things. Snape said something about him reading my mind back. Hermione turned ashen as the wall of denial she'd built came crashing down. Hermione, Ginny said. He what? She screamed so loud that the entire common room stopped and stared, but she was too livid to care. Hermione, what's wrong? Harry said. What's wrong? What's wrong? She stopped and looked around nervously, then unceremoniously hauled Harry up and started to drag him toward the stairs. Hey, I said lay off him. Ginny said, pulling her away from him. Ginny, do you have any idea what this means? Hermione hissed. Not unless you start acting sane and tell me. Not here, she said. We need to get somewhere private. Ginny gave an exasperated sigh and helped Harry up the stairs, with her brothers following, which in retrospect was better than hexing her outright. When they finally reached Harry's and Ron's dorm, Ginny got in her face at once and said, honestly, Hermione, where's the fire? Hello, Ginny, Voldemort can read Harry's mind. Okay, Okay, we get it. That's bad. Yes, it's bad. Harry, how did you not think that was the most important thing about all this? Or important at all? Harry stared at the girl he considered his best friend in horror. He seldom saw her so angry, especially at him. What was happening to his life? Dumbledore was acting like he hated him, and now, Hermione started hating on him, too. Had everyone gone mental? Calm down, will you? He demanded. It's not like the world's ending. My biggest secret is the Order of the Phoenix, and that's under a Fidelius charm, so Voldemort can learn that from me. This isn't about the Order of the Phoenix, Harry. She raved. I taught you my spells. Wait, what? Yes, you taught me your spells. Hermione looked at him like he was an idiot child. My spells, Harry, spells I didn't want anyone else to know. Remember how you took down the dragon last year? Dialego Cathar Magnesia. Or how about the lightning curse from Saturday? We were the only two people who knew those spells, and I kept it that way for a reason. But if Voldemort reads your mind, he could learn them, too. The burning laser charm. The eyelash curling hex. Those are the two spells you and Cedric used to escape him last time. He might know those too by now. And then, there's all the stuff we've been doing this year. Oh, God. She felt faint. Oh, God. Oh no 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 no. The DA. The DA. That's how Umbridge found out about the DA. What? Everyone said at once. Hermione, are you feeling all right? George said. What are you talking about? Fred asked. What does Umbridge have to do with Voldemort? Harry said. She's not a Death Eater. I thought she tried to disband all the clubs to push me off the Quidditch team. Damn it, Harry, will you think? Hermione yelled. We don't know for sure why she did it. It couldn't been about the DA even if she's not a Death Eater. Suppose Voldemort read your mind and found out about the DA and wanted to put a stop to it. It's to his advantage if we can't defend ourselves, isn't it? So he tells Lucius Malfoy. Malfoy finds some way to tip off Fudge without telling him how he knows, and Fudge tells Umbridge. What happens then? There was silence in the room except for Ron's loud exclamation of, bloody hell. Harry felt all eyes in the room painfully on him, even Ginny's, which showed a hint of fear in them. God, she was turning everyone against him. Hermione's gaze was still accusatory, which really made his blood boil. Well, it's not like I wanted to tell him anything. He shouted. I didn't even know before I started this mess. Dumbledore never told me. Dumbledore, she realized, and in a blink, she made the connections, and her anger found a new outlet. Damn him, he never told anyone, that bastard. She ran from the room. She heard Harry yelling in confusion behind her and was vaguely aware of several Weasleys sounding scandalized, but by the time she realized what was happening she was already out in the corridors, nearly running to reach the headmaster's office. Fred and George had been sent there enough times to tell her that Dumbledore's passwords were always sweets, so when she skidded to a stop in front of the gargoyle, she started calling out, sherbet lemo. Cockroach clusters. Birdie bots. Licorice wands. Sugar quills. Acid pops. Fizzing whizbees. Toffee eclairs. Chocolate frogs. Pumpkin pasties. Fudge flies. Ice mice. Jelly slugs. Why do we have such awful sweets? Tooth flossing string mints. Treacle fudge. Mars bars. Suddenly, the now annoyed-looking gargoyle protecting the entrance to Dumbledore's office stepped aside and allowed her to pass up the stairs. Mars bars, she said to herself. She'd been so worked up that she hadn't even realized she'd slipped into Muggle candy. But her ire returned when she saw the headmaster's confused face, and she realized he'd probably been listening the whole time. Miss Granger, he said, whatever is so important that you would make such great efforts to overcome my security? Voldemort can read Harry's mind. She shouted. Dumbledore's eyes briefly widened in surprise, but then, his countenance fell, and he sighed softly. Please have a seat, Miss Granger. Hermione wasn't in much of a mood to listen. Did it ever occur to you that we might want to know, might need to know that information, Professor? She leaned across the back of the chair in front of her and tried to look intimidating. That we might have secrets that we confide in him that we don't want Voldemort to find out. I assure you that I have been wrestling with that very question since the beginning of summer. I thought it best that this information was known to as few as possible until now. And look what you got from it, she laid into him. I've been blithely teaching Harry new spells I invented that I wanted to keep secret. For Merlin's sake, I taught him a spell to incapacitate a dragon in one shot. I didn't even show that one to Septima in detail, and now, that and all the other spells I've taught him are potentially compromised. It was unconscionable, she thought. Here she was, running around and doing everything she thought she needed to do to keep her secrets safe, and it still wasn't enough. She was going to wind up as paranoid as Moody at this rate. I trusted you, Professor. I trusted you that Harry would be safe with his aunt and uncle, even though he hates it there, and what happened? Bloody Dementors. And something else clicked for her. And you didn't tell me about the letters, either. You asked me not to write Harry with sensitive information because owls could be intercepted, but that wasn't it at all, was it? It was because Voldemort could learn it from Harry. But you apparently didn't trust me enough to tell me, and I went right on writing him through Dobby because you never saw fit to tell me why I shouldn't. This has been a security risk for months. Why didn't you do something about this sooner? The words poured out of her, unable to stop. She hadn't realized until just now how much of her faith in Albus Dumbledore had been shattered. So far, Dumbledore hadn't said anything in his defense, not that he suspected his student had noticed. Now, Albus Dumbledore was, unequivocally, a genius. More to the point, he was the sort of man who could keep up two independent lines of thought at the same time. On one level, he was listening intently to Hermione's tirade, as a good teacher should, no matter how it is delivered, but on another level, he was reevaluating his plans and considering new possibilities. Once she seemed to get all of her complaints off her chest, he calmly said, "Are you finished, Miss Granger?" That disarming question was enough for Hermione to collapse into horrified realization. She was screaming at her headmaster. She'd been screaming at Harry. Merlin, he must feel awful now. She'd blown up at him about all the things he was already having problems with this year, and then, she'd blown up at the most powerful wizard in the world. Maybe she really did have a temper that she needed to rein in. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Professor," she gasped. "I don't know what came over me." She sank into the chair absently and buried her face in her hands. "I may be going intermittently hard of hearing in my old age and did not hear any punishable offense," Dumbledore replied. "Please take a deep breath, Miss Granger. I believe it would be beneficial for us to discuss this issue frankly, but I would urge you to try to calm yourself first." "Sherbet Lemo. No thank you," she murmured, not meeting his eyes. "I'm so sorry, Professor. All the stress with Voldemort, and the Ministry, and Umbridge, and having to be back here, and Harry's detentions, and Umbridge." She snapped her mouth shut as she realized she was rambling again. It was so easy to forget, or make that willfully ignore, how much the stress could get to her. She hadn't even realized how much it was weighing on her until now. Dumbledore gave her a small smile. "It is not a sin to express our emotions honestly. It is only when we refuse to listen to others equally that we err." She kept her gaze lowered to the desk. "I was recently told that I have a strong vindictive streak, sir," she said. I should have stopped and thought before I did something rash. Recognizing our own faults is one of the most difficult things we can do, but also one of the most important," he said. There was a short pause, and she chanced to look up to see Dumbledore gazing with a far-off, wistful look, but it vanished almost instantly. "I will admit that I have made mistakes with Harry. And I have made decisions that I still believe are correct that my closest confidants strongly disagreed with. I did not consider how Harry's plight would affect his friends and their concerns, and for that, I apologize. To answer your question, why didn't I act sooner? I knew of a strange link between Harry and Voldemort as early as his first year, though I did not fully understand it until recently. However, I did not fear for the safety of Harry's mind until Voldemort regained his full strength. Until then, Harry was the stronger of the two, and his secrets were safe." Quote, Hermione started to put the pieces together, "And after that, you did act. You've been avoiding him. You were cold towards him. You wouldn't talk to him. You wouldn't look him in the oh no," she had a bad feeling about this. "Why won't you look Harry in the eye, Professor?" Another pause. He seemed to consider for a moment or two. "Since you have come this far, I take it you know what legilimency is?" he asked. She nodded. "You may then have heard that legilimency nearly always requires eye contact. And the obvious corollary to that was, you believe Voldemort could read your mind through Harry." Dumbledore didn't answer that, but he didn't really need to. Hermione felt her hands shaking. She felt an urge to scream at him again, but she forced it down. She counted to 20, took a deep breath, and repeated her original question. Why didn't you do something about this sooner, Professor? Why not have Harry learn occlumency at the beginning of summer? And why Professor Snape? According to Harry, he's not teaching very well, maybe even making it worse. Worse. The headmaster raised an eyebrow at her. He says his scar hurts more than it did before he started. He always comes back from his lessons with a headache and looking like he has the flu. And what little I could find on occlumency in the library talks about it like meditation, and I don't think Professor Snape would be good at. You know that I've complained about his teaching before, sir, vague directions with no help on methods or techniques. Dumbledore steepled his fingers and examined the girl's face closely. He could easily deduce the things she hadn't said. She was worried about the possibility of Voldemort reading her own mind through Harry. She had spells and other secrets that she wasn't ready even for him to know yet, and despite her young age, given her record so far, those spells could be truly valuable. She was understandably concerned about Severus's loyalty. She had been browsing the restricted section for occlumency and probably legilimency and other powerful magic as well. And she probably knew he knew all that. He nodded to himself. Yes, this might well be worth the risk. Miss Granger, he said solemnly, it might interest you to know that Remus informed me at once at the beginning of the school year when you told him you wished to help with our war effort. He did, Hermione said with wide eyes. She was too surprised to ask what that had to do with anything. He did indeed, and he recommended you quite highly. I had not thought much on it because you are not yet of age, or even a fully qualified witch. But I think it is time I gave you a bit more consideration. Thank you, Professor. You're quite welcome. But I warn you, Miss Granger, if you involve yourself in the Order's business, you will have to learn how to keep secrets, much more than you are accustomed to keeping, especially from Harry. So you do think Voldemort would try to read my mind through him? She asked. That is a difficult question. You have already performed extraordinary feats of magic that must surely have attracted Voldemort's attention. Yet even given that, I suspect that in his arrogance, he will not consider a 16-year-old muggle born to be worth his time. On the other hand, Harry values you very highly, and Voldemort will likely know this, and given Harry's estimation of you, he may reevaluate you. That was roughly as she'd suspected, which was bad news. After all, she had spells she hadn't shared with anyone and would prefer to keep that way. I understand keeping secrets, Professor, she said. What I don't understand is keeping Harry in the dark and unprepared. Honestly, your actions make no sense, and I'd like some answers. He gave her another small smile. I sympathize with your concerns. Unfortunately, the situation is more complex than you realize. When Harry had his recent vision revealing Voldemort's actions to him, I knew the matter could wait no longer. Voldemort has most likely become aware of the connection between the two of them, and he will likely begin to use it to try to influence Harry's actions. This must not happen. Therefore, Harry must learn occlumency. Then why didn't you? I did not start sooner, however, because I had and still have no suitable teacher for him, Dumbledore said, to her bewilderment. He explained, there are 3 people whom I trust implicitly and who have the skill to teach Harry occlumency: Severus Snape, Alastor Moody, and myself. As for Moody, his paranoia has got the better of him. He steadfastly refuses to teach Harry so long as Professor Snape and I are still alive. I cannot teach Harry myself because it would risk giving Voldemort access to my mind, which would be disastrous. That leaves only Professor Snape, but that carries another problem you may not have thought of. You mean besides his dislike of Harry and his questionable teaching skills? She asked, wondering what else there could possibly be. As a matter of fact, I do. Professor Snape, as you know, is a double agent in Voldemort's organization, and Voldemort does not want him to teach Harry occlumency. But if he did it in secret, she started, but then caught herself. Except Voldemort could read Harry's mind. Correct. If Voldemort sees Professor Snape teaching Harry occlumency, it will put Professor Snape's status as a double agent, not to mention his life, in jeopardy. But how can you ask him to teach him, then? Hermione exploded. How does that even work? The decision, though difficult, was a straightforward one. Miss Granger, I merely asked Professor Snape to continue his usual teaching style. His usual teaching style, she said. But his usual teaching style is she stopped and closed her eyes and leaned forward until her forehead hit the desk with a thud. You ordered, Professor Snape, to teach Harry occlumency, badly, she groaned. No wonder Harry wasn't learning. Snape actually wasn't trying. Leaning back again, she took a calming breath and continued, how do I put this tactfully, Professor? What sodding good does that do? She worried a bit that Dumbledore was growing impatient with her attitude, but he still answered her question calmly. It does do us good, Miss Granger, because even if Harry learns little occlumency, he will at least be put on guard. He will be aware that the visions Voldemort may send him, visions to induce him to act recklessly or expose himself, will likely be a trap. Then why don't you just tell him that, sir? She demanded. But how would I know? Wait, what? How would I know that Voldemort intends to trap Harry so that I may warn him to be wary of it? Of course, I could speculate, but knowing Harry as I do, I believe more than mere speculation will be needed to impress upon him the importance of such a warning. Likewise, I have deduced much on my own, but I do not wish to reveal the full extent of my information-gathering powers to Voldemort if I can help it. So where else could I have learnt of Voldemort's plans except from my spy in his ranks? Good lord, this was getting complicated. So, if Voldemort reads Harry's mind and finds out what you told him, she reasoned, he would question how you found out, and he would suspect Professor Snape of telling you more than he was supposed to. He nodded. Her anger flared again. So you send Harry to these sham lessons that leave him emotionally traumatized just so you can deliver your warning in a sufficiently roundabout way. No, Miss Granger, Dumbledore said sternly. They are not a sham. The lessons may not be good ones, but I have legitimate reasons for ordering them. The chance that Harry really will learn some amount of occlumency, the fact that repeated experience with legilimency will make him more likely to recognize it and to hesitate before trusting what he sees, the fact that Sirius would not take no for an answer. I am aware that having him learn from Professor Snape will be stressful, but I remain convinced that Harry will be better off having these lessons than not. Hermione slumped in the chair. The line of logic seemed a little strained, or perhaps overcautious, but then again, she had no great love for Professor Snape and hadn't seen him do much that was useful so far, so she was probably biased. So where does that leave us? She said. The whole thing seemed pretty futile at this point. It leaves us at the point where I believe you could help. How much have you learnt about occlumency? I tried to look it up in the library. There wasn't much there, even in the restricted section, but I saw a lot of references to meditation, and to controlling thoughts and emotions. But that's just the problem, Professor. Harry isn't a very meditative person. He wears his emotions on his sleeve. And, well, you know how he and Professor Snape are towards each other. Professor Snape is probably worst possible person to teach it to him. And do you believe you could teach Harry better, Miss Granger? Hermione opened her mouth, but no sound came out. I do not mean that rhetorically. And no, I do not mean for you to attempt to use legilimency to teach him. I mean, could you teach Harry the meditative techniques that would be useful to him, and would he be more receptive to you than to Professor Snape? Well, yes to both, sir. Yes, definitely better than he's doing now. I could even order some Muggle books on the subject. Some psychologists use meditation, and a lot of Eastern religions use it, and... That is good, Dumbledore interrupted. That is the sort of thing I am looking for. But the task I am asking is subtler than that. If you were to learn occlumency yourself, do you believe you could steer Harry in the right direction, and this is the important part, without tipping him off to how much you know? You want me to learn occlumency, sir? She thought she might have misheard. I believe it would work to our advantage. It is an easy guess that you want to learn occlumency at this point. I do, but if Professor Snape... No, Miss Granger. Professor Snape must teach Harry because of his unique circumstances. You have no such problem. I am proposing that I will teach you occlumency. Why you, Professor? She gasped. Yes. It will be a more involved process, of course. I have a good deal more memories that I must needs hide away, and we must be careful that Professor Umbridge not become suspicious of our activities. But I suspect that you will be a faster learner than Harry, and I will be able to use better teaching methods than will Professor Snape. You will then be able to use your knowledge to teach Harry to better prepare him for his meetings with Professor Snape. But this option comes at a cost, he added before she could reply. Since I was insufficiently clear this past summer, I will be plain now. Harry must not know of our arrangement. He must believe that you are grasping at straws with a few library references and Muggle meditation techniques and that you are happening upon the correct ones by luck. You cannot tell him that you speak from authority when you teach him, even if he resists your instruction. In the same way, Harry must believe that you are pushing him out of a desire to keep your own secrets, not to thwart Voldemort's plans, of which you ostensibly know nothing. Either truth could lead him to the truth of the arrangement I have made with Professor Snape, which cannot be allowed to happen. That was a sobering thought. Harry was hurting so much already, and she didn't want to make it worse. This sounded an awful lot like the things she was yelling at Dumbledore for a few minutes ago. I'm not so sure I can do that, sir. Keeping secrets is one thing, but manipulating him like that. It would feel like betraying Harry. He's been hurt so much by the lies already. You of course do not have to do anything you don't want to, he said. But you did ask to help the Order, and I am offering you an assignment, should you choose to accept it. Helping Harry learn occlumency will be more useful than any spell or artifact I could plausibly ask you to create, but your secrecy is imperative. Information is our most valuable weapon against Voldemort, and one wrong move could ruin all our work. I know. I understand where you're coming from, she said. She was the one who'd come in her raving about keeping her own secrets to begin with. Maybe it wasn't really about the secrets, though. Maybe it was about Dumbledore's attitude. I'm just not sure I could hurt Harry like that after everything else he's been through. He's still my best friend, and I don't want to alienate him any more than I have to. Dumbledore stroked his beard and regarded her carefully for a minute. She wondered if he was reading her mind. She doubted it. Harry said Snape was always blindingly obvious, but Dumbledore might be subtler. Miss Granger, do you know the story of Alan Turing? He said. Of course. He was a codebreaker during World War II, he basically invented the computer, he certainly derived the underlying logic of computers, and he did a lot of early work in artificial intelligence. A fair summary. It is his work as a codebreaker that I wish to discuss. I met Alan Turing more than once during the war. I found him a handsome young man, if I do say so myself, and brilliant beyond most other Muggles I've met, albeit very eccentric. I was most impressed by the way he broke the German Enigma code. Even in the magical world, our best arithmencers had studied the machine and concluded that it was impossible to crack efficiently enough to be of use. But Turing solved it. What you may or may not know, Miss Granger, is that on the night drive Turing broke Enigma, he became privy to the movements of the entire German naval fleet. And yet, as much as he wanted to, he could not act on that information, not even to save lives, for to do so would have alerted the Germans that their code was broken. Instead, he had to work carefully and methodically. He and his team had to compute mathematically how to achieve the greatest strategic gains with the least risk of detection and the least loss of life. It was a deadly game, cold and calculating. But it was also a game that could not be avoided, and it was a game that I believe you would excel at, but only if you had the convictions to follow it through. Hermione, if I may, he said softly. She was surprised to hear him use her given name for the first time. You have been blessed with an extraordinary talent the likes of which even I have never seen before. Your work on Gamp's Law was something I did not expect to see in my lifetime. I wish I could shield you from the horrors of this war, if only until you and your friends come of age, but I fear that my ability to do so is slipping. I cannot foretell what will happen, but it may well be that someday soon, you will be the Alan Turing of this war. Can you make the same choice he made? Hermione stared, wide-eyed, as she felt the true weight of what he was asking of her fall on her shoulders. Could she make that choice? Could she play people like chess pieces with the nebulous promise that fewer of them would be hurt or killed in the long run? She knew she couldn't do it like Dumbledore did, standing aloof over everyone and acting without thought to their feelings. She wouldn't have the nerve for that, and she was a little surprised he did. But could she play the game? Perhaps. It would mean withdrawing from Harry, keeping all her secrets from him, and not looking him in the eye, like Dumbledore did, but if she thought about it, she'd have to do that anyway. At least this way, maybe she could fix it. From that perspective, it was no choice at all. All right, Professor, she said in a small voice. I'll do it. Dumbledore smiled. Thank you. I do believe you'll be a great help to Harry. Now, alas, it is growing late. It is already past curfew. I will write you a note to return to your dorm, though according to Sirius and Remus, you have your own ways of going about the school without being caught by our illustrious High Inquisitor. I cannot professionally condone such actions, but it would be best if you avoid Professor Umbridge tonight and when you come here in the future. She nodded. Now, considering your schedule, I think you should return after lunch on Saturday to begin your training. The correct password is, Pepper Imps. He scrawled some lines with a quill. Because occlumency can only be passed directly from teacher to student, there are few books written on it. These will be the best references available to you in the library, and you are free to supplement them any way you wish from Muggle literature. We will determine which techniques are most useful in our lessons. Thank you, Professor, she said. I'll do my best. You're quite welcome, Hermione. Good night. Hermione walked back to the dorm in a daze. She barely had the presence of mind to avoid the night patrols. She couldn't have imagined an hour ago that her night would end up like this. Hermione, George said when she climbed inside, and suddenly, half of the now much emptier common room swarmed around her, all of them with red hair. Where's Harry? She asked. Went to bed and wouldn't come back down, Ron said. He looked really broken up. You want to explain what that was about? Ginny said testily. You yelled at Harry, accused him of accidentally giving away the DA, and then ran off. Hermione sighed wearily. I'm sorry, Ginny. I got hysterical. And I don't know for sure about the DA thing. I was just guessing on that. Maybe it really was about the Quidditch team. I didn't mean to hurt Harry at all. I just found out that some important and potentially dangerous information had been kept from me, and I went nuts. George suggested. I'll say, Fred agreed. I think she may have graduated to full Weasley with that rant. Good luck, Georgie. He clapped his twin on the shoulder. Hermione normally would have had a witty retort to that, but she wasn't in the mood. Well, as much as I just yelled at Professor Dumbledore, you might be right. You yelled at Dumbledore. Ron gasped. Bloody hell, we've created a monster. Oh, cool it, you. Look, I wanted to talk to Harry. What for? Ginny cut in. To apologize. And to offer my help. Once I calmed down, Professor Dumbledore gave me some tips on how to help him with occlumency. But if he won't come back down, I'll just talk to him in the morning. Ginny reluctantly relented. Harry, I'm really sorry about yesterday, Hermione said, looking anywhere but her friend's face. I stand by what I said, but I wasn't very nice to you, and I should have been more considerate about how I said it. Oh, so you should have faked not being mad at me, then. Harry replied in annoyance. I wasn't mad at you. Well, I was at first, but I wasn't after I realized that it was really Professor Dumbledore's fault for keeping it from both of us. I shouldn't have flipped out like that. Really? So why won't you look at me now? He said. She sighed. Because we haven't solved the problem. What do you mean? Look at me, Hermione. He laid a hand on her shoulder. Harry, stop. She jerked away and turned her back to him. What's your problem? Did Dumbledore get to you, too? Is everyone gonna start doing this, now? Harry, please listen. She turned back towards him, but she still only stared at his chest. This is why I was so mad at Professor Dumbledore. He never told you why he won't look you in the eye anymore. I figured he was mad about something, like how I've got him in so much trouble this year. He doesn't care about that, I'm pretty sure he doesn't. Legilimency requires eye contact, remember? If Voldemort can get inside your head, it stands to reason he could try to read Professor Dumbledore's mind through your eyes. That's why he's been avoiding you. Harry didn't respond. The silence stretched long enough that she wasn't so sure he was sulking anymore. She glanced up, and at the edge of her vision, she saw his mouth hanging open. I didn't know, he said. Exactly. It's not your fault, Harry, she said. Professor Dumbledore has secrets that he needs to make sure Voldemort can't find out. And frankly, I do, too. I have more spells I haven't taught you, and I don't want to lose the element of surprise. Did Dumbledore tell you that? He demanded. Hermione started to say yes, but she stopped herself. Was this one of the secrets she needed to keep? It seemed like a stretch, but after last night, she was still feeling paranoid. I can't tell Harry anything that Voldemort would think Dumbledore learnt from Snape, she thought. What a mess. He was pretty vague on a lot of things, she said truthfully. But it's not that hard to figure out. He told me enough about occlumency to guess it. She heard Harry grumbling. So what, you're going to ignore me all the time, like he does? No, I'm going to help you. What? I'm going to help you with occlumency. Huh, how? Join Snape's lessons. That gave her some pause. Dumbledore hadn't mentioned it, and it surely wouldn't be pleasant, but she couldn't write it off yet. It would give her plausible deniability for her skills. Maybe, she said. Any way I can, really. It can't really be taught except from teacher to student, but I can at least help you practice. Professor Dumbledore gave me a few references in the library, and I had some ideas about Muggle meditation, too. Will that help? I have no idea, she lied, and she tried to ignore the turning in her stomach when she did. But it can't make things any worse, can it? I don't know. Snape is supposed to be helping me, too. Harry, it'll work. I'm sure of it. She shut her mouth at once, realizing even that might be saying a bit too much. Really? How? I meant. Hermione, can't you just tell me whatever it is? No. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you everything. I need you to trust me on this. Hermione still didn't meet his eyes, but she could feel Harry glaring at her. Yeah, I trusted Dumbledore already. It didn't go so well, he said. Hermione's voice choked. Merlin, it hurt to hear him talk to her like that. Harry, please, she managed. I'm not doing any of this to hurt you. I hope that after all we've been through, you'll trust that I have your best interests at heart. I know trust is in short supply with you these days, but I can't be honest with you, and I can't be forthright with you as long as there's a chance Voldemort can find out what you know. I know you're hurting already, but as long as your mind isn't safe, I'm going to have to play Dumbledore's game. Keep secrets from you, even manipulate you, at least a little bit. I know you hate both of those things like I hate Dementors and memory charms, but I at least have the consideration to tell you what I'm doing and why, unlike Dumbledore, so I hope that will count for something. Harry was silent for a long time, and as Hermione kept an eye on the lower half of his face, she thought she saw his expression soften. It would have been nice if Dumbledore told me all this himself, he said. I know. That's why I yelled at him last night. I still hate the games he's playing, but I get why you don't want Voldemort learning your spells. I'm sorry I yelled at you, Hermione. I know you're still a good friend, and if you think you have a way to help me, I'll do it. Oh, thank you, Harry, she said with relief and hugged him. Yeah, but if I do manage to learn occlumency, you're giving me the whole story or I'll interrogate you with your own Veritaserum. She smirked even though she knew he was completely serious. Deal. With the help of the Mathemagician's map, Hermione made her way to Professor Dumbledore's office whilst avoiding Umbridge's watchful eyes. She gave the correct password, Pepper Imps, and was led inside. It's about time, she thought. If she was impatient, she had a right to be. She had tried to carry on as normal after her confrontation with Harry, until she realized that she should probably hold off on any further spell development or research into magical weapons until she learned occlumency for herself. That made her antsy enough as it was. Even worse, she decided she should probably back off and take more of a secondary role in the DA, too, to say nothing of stopping teaching anyone else her spells. Even if she was careful to keep Harry from reading her mind, he could still read any spells she taught from someone else's mind, so she couldn't help her other friends, either. And worst of all was that she couldn't look Harry in the eye. Even though he knew why, it was a strain on both of them. Mind reading made everything 10 times more complicated, didn't it? She acquired a book on meditation quickly through Dobby and her parents. She hoped her request hadn't worried her mum and dad too much. She was a bit vague about it. In any case, she had time to start practicing some basic meditative techniques before meeting Professor Dumbledore. The book did seem a touch new agey to her scientific mind, but she trusted her parents' judgment, and it was written by a licensed psychologist, so it was probably the best she could get. Ah, Hermione. Thank you for coming, the headmaster said cheerfully. She blinked a little at his continuing to use her first name, but she soon dismissed it. No problem, Professor, she answered. And thank you again for being willing to study occlumency like this. I am confident it will be a great help. She nodded, waiting for him to get on with it. Well, just so we're on the same page, you should know that occlumency is the art of guarding one's mind against intrusion and outside influence. It is useful against all forms of mind-altering magic, but it is most useful against legilimency, which, as you know, is the reason I asked Harry to learn it." Hermione nodded again. That was pretty close to what she'd learnt already. "And what is legilimency, exactly, sir?" Legilimency is conventionally defined as the art of extracting feelings and memories from another person's mind. She didn't miss Dumbledore's use of "conventionally defined." Was he her leading somewhere? "Professor Snape says legilimency is not the same as mind reading," she probed, "but it sounds pretty similar. How is it different?" "I suspect Professor Snape is making two distinctions," he said. "The first is to distinguish legilimency from the literal definition of reading. Memories are not arranged like books in a library, not even yours, Hermione," he added with a smile. "Instead, memories are a vast and constantly moving web linked together by associations, some obvious, and some very subtle. Legilimency reads conscious thoughts, in a sense, and brings memories to the front of one's mind using these associations." That actually made sense. Dumbledore's lessons already sounded more informative than Harry described Snape's. She could begin to see why he had been a teacher for so long. The second distinction is between reading and interpreting. Muggle philosophers speak of qualia, the subjective experience of a phenomenon in one's mind. They ask themselves whether my perception of red the same as your perception of red, for example. A legilimens can safely answer that question in the negative. My perception of red is not the same as your perception of the same color. A conclusion that perhaps ought to be obvious, considering that the perception of color depends so much on lighting, composition, and fatigue of the eyes. It is similar, but it is not the same. Thus, everything a legilimens reads upon entering your mind is seen through what is to them the distorted lens of your own qualia, and it can take great care to interpret these findings correctly, not so much for sensory perceptions but very much for memories. Memories are never stored in the mind in an objective form. They are written in a sort of shorthand distorted by one's own beliefs and biases. The magic of a pensieve reverses these distortions, but legilimency does not, and the legilimens must make an educated guess as to the original form. That cleared things up nicely. It also answered a question that Hermione had considered fleetingly the other day. If Snape happened to see a memory of Harry's relatives mistreating him when he was younger, Snape could easily believe it was an exaggeration and not give any thought to his continued insistence that Harry was pampered. That would explain a few things. "Okay, I see the distinction, Professor," she said, "although I would say the colloquial Muggle usage of mind reading encompasses all of that and more." "Perhaps so, but it is important to know the mechanics of the magic in order to fight it, as you will no doubt appreciate as an arithmancer. Now, I believe your chief concern is protecting your memories from spying, so we will begin there. Harry's problems, of course, are a bit more complex. The most basic form of occlumency is to keep one's mind blank under the influence of legilimency. It is basic because while it may not sound the easiest to perform, it is the most difficult for a legilimens to manipulate against you. It is still challenging to master. Occlumency requires more than a strong force of will. If it did not, Harry would not have the trouble he does with it. It instead requires a mental discipline of a subtly different sort. Meditation. Roughly, Muggle meditation is similar to the basic occlumency technique. I have no doubt that a determined Buddhist monk could foil the best legilimens with but a little warning. In your case, Hermione, I think it would be best to see where you are to start with. I will cast legilimency upon you, and you may defend yourself in any way that occurs to you, with your wand or otherwise. So Snape wasn't being a complete ass with Harry. That really is the first lesson. Oh, bugger, wait, Professor. She stopped him. If you were to see something, some kind of rule breaking in my mind, something that could get not just me, but a lot of other people in trouble. She let the question hang, not quite comfortable finishing her thought. The corner of Dumbledore's mouth quirked up a little. This rule breaking would not have anything to with secretly counteracting Professor Umbridge's poor teaching methods, would it? He asked. Hermione gaped in horror, but Dumbledore's smile widened. Sirius thought it prudent to inform me in case there were risks he did not know about, not in any detail, of course. Oh, well, that was my main concern, Professor, she said with relief. Then I think, under the circumstances, any reasonable effort to ensure quality defense instruction at Hogwarts can be overlooked, and in any case, it is considered a grave breach of professional ethics to violate the confidentiality of anything learnt from occlumency lessons. Oh, that's good, Hermione said with relief, but on seeing Dumbledore's penetrating stare, her brain caught up with her mouth. That reply had been for her benefit, too. In other words, while he wouldn't reveal anything he learnt from her, she should not reveal anything she learnt from him, either. I understand, sir, she choked out. Very good. I have, of course, removed and stored my more strategically sensitive memories in my pensieve. If you are ready. He raised his unusually long, knobby wand at her and cast Legilimens. Hermione tried to clear her mind like the meditation book had said, but she was unprepared for how the spell affected her. She felt dizzy for a moment. The office swam around her, and then, she was assaulted by a blinding array of images, her memories. She was 6, and her Year 1 teacher was quizzing her on arithmetic. She was 10, and the headmaster at her secondary school was baffled when she asked about pre-calculus tutoring. She was proving her skills to Septima the first time they met. She was decoding Septima's obstacle guarding the Philosopher's Stone. She was brewing Veritaserum in Myrtle's bathroom. No. That wasn't part of the deal. There was a thud, and the office came back into view. She had kicked Dumbledore's desk hard and nearly knocked her chair over backwards, but she'd apparently distracted Dumbledore enough to break the connection, though she now felt the first twinges of a headache. It was hard to estimate whether it was gentler than the treatment Harry got from Snape. I confess that I directed my attention to your more extraordinary exploits just now, Dumbledore said. Forgive an old man's curiosity. May I ask what you were brewing? Hermione stared at him silently. She remembered his assertion that whatever he found in her mind would be confidential. It would have to be, or no one would be able to trust their occlumency instructor. And even if he wanted to punish her, there was only so much he could do without raising suspicion. It was oddly freeing to think she could tell him whatever she wanted, but took a lot of trust, too. Of course, he could probably force what he wanted out of her, anyway, so she answered, it was Veritaserum, Professor. Dumbledore's eyebrows shot up at once. It seemed she'd managed to surprise him at last. I take it Professor Snape doesn't know. Not a chance, sir, she said with a smile. She worried that he might press her on how she'd acquired the ingredients for Veritaserum, but he moved on. Well, as you can see, it takes considerable effort to block a Legilimency probe. You need to clear your mind of thoughts and emotions. For beginners, it is useful to focus on something physical. Focusing on other things can work, but is less effective. If you focus on something in your physical surroundings, or just on your breathing, you do not need to think in the usual sense, which makes it harder for the Legilimens to manipulate your thoughts. If we could try again. Hermione collected herself and nodded. Focusing on one's breathing was the first step in the meditation book. Legilimens. The dizzy feeling hit again. She looked at the room spinning and the images flashing in front of her. No. Just breathe. The storm subsided for a moment, but came back before she could blink. She was looking a basilisk in the eye thanks to a spell she'd invented on the spot. She was watching in horror when Harry's name came out of the goblet of fire. She forced the thoughts back, but it was hard with the dizzy feeling of the spell. She couldn't keep her mind clear for more than a second or two. She was fighting with all she had to hold back a swarm of Dementors as one of them. No. She was panting, and she felt sweat on her forehead. She realized she was looking at the carpet. She'd thrown herself from her chair completely in an effort to get away. My apologies for bringing up painful memories, but that was a definite improvement, Dumbledore said. Nonetheless, a hostile Legilimens could focus on painful memories such as that to torment you. Such memories are linked to strong emotions, making it easy to leap from one to another. That'll be a big part of Harry's problem, I think, she said, more to herself than him. He's not good at controlling his emotions. Especially this year. No, I fear not, which is why we are going to such pains to teach him. How did you feel about your effort that time? It was better, sir. I still had a little control. I couldn't keep my mind clear, though. It's not a natural state for me. No, I think not. Would you like to know a secret, Hermione? He said with an odd smirk. It is not a natural state for most people. You are not alone in this, of that, you may be sure. Now, continuing this exercise as you are now, will likely improve your skills in time, but you may wish to try other techniques, perhaps some of the Muggle meditation techniques you have read about. Take a moment to think about it. She considered her options. The book had listed a number of techniques, not just focusing on one's breathing. Repeating a mantra was a popular one. If it was good enough for 2,000 years worth of Buddhist monks, there had to be something to it. I'm ready, sir, she said. Legilimens, Dumbledore cast. Om Mani Padme Hum. The book had given it as an example not because of any religious alignment, she didn't even know what it meant, but because it was short and easy to remember. Om Mani, Dragon. Basilisk. Blast-ended Scroot. Om Mani Padme, her parents forcing her to leave Hogwarts. The letter from the ministry forcing her to go back. Om Ma, she was experimenting with magical lasers. She was burning her eyebrows off with thermite. I'm only slowing him down. How do I throw him out? Protega, she said out loud, almost without thinking about it. The spell didn't have the intended effect. The images continued, but now, there was a sense of foreignness about them. They seemed distorted, and she felt a tingle of control. She saw a student with tousled brown hair and a niffler on his shoulder being reprimanded by his teachers, a sickly, wayfish-looking little girl with Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes feeding goats, a black-haired man with glasses and a red-haired woman with seemingly glowing green eyes swearing their allegiance to the Order of the Phoenix, an impossibly handsome blonde boy with a manic grin brandishing a wand. She was snapped out of the vision so hard it gave her whiplash. Excuse me, Hermione, Dumbledore said, you quite took me by surprise. You did say anyway that occurred to me, sir, she said nervously. I did, indeed. And a shield charm is effective, though rarely useful. And it reflected the spell back at him, she thought. The shield charm doesn't normally do that. Weird. If you don't mind my asking, Professor, who is the little girl? My sister, Ariana, he said simply. Tragically, she died young. Hermione suddenly felt very awkward. Even though he answered the question freely, it felt like an invasion of his privacy. She almost let it go, but she couldn't help asking about the image that seemed most distorted, and, who was the blonde boy? Ah, you may not believe it, but it was Gellert Grindelwald. Grindelwald, you knew him that early. How? I always pictured him as a Nazi SS commander or something. Dumbledore's face was neutral, and he didn't react except to say, he favored plain black dueling robes when we met in the Second World War. But we could spend all day strolling down memory lane. You were thinking just now about how to throw off a Legilimency probe rather than merely blocking it. Unfortunately, there is no way to stop the spell on your end aside from breaking eye contact. However, with a sufficiently strong resistance, it is possible to block out the probe entirely and focus on one's surroundings once again. Hermione nodded. It figured it was something like that. Now, I will try the spell again, and I would like you to try the same technique as before, without the shield charm. It appeared to offer some further improvement. I guess so. All right, I'm ready, sir. Legilimens. Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh man, she was assembling Dumbledore's army. No. Om Mani Padme Hum. She tried to recite it calmly, not frantically in an attempt to shut out the probe, which would only make it worse. Om Mani Pad, she was dancing with George at the Yule Ball. No. Stop it. Om Mani, she was having an intimate conversation with George. She shut it out before she could tell which one it was. Not working. She was crying in the bathroom because she couldn't cope with life and couldn't hold down any decent friendships. Come on, come on. She was about to die at the hands of a mountain troll. Her concentration snapped. Need something else. She was screaming at Harry, no, 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 1123581321. The probe tried to push to another memory, but she was too focused on the numbers to register which one, which stopped it in its tracks. 34 55 89 144 233 377. The office grew clearer, even as the probe pushed again, harder, but adding numbers in her head was something she had conditioned herself to do for years, and Hermione Granger did not lose count. 610, 987, 1597, 2584. The probe broke off. Professor Dumbledore was grinning at her. The Fibonacci sequence. Very impressive, Hermione, he said. I would not have thought of that one on my own. Reciting mundane information, certainly, but listing potions' ingredients or even names of Quidditch players would have mental associations that could be exploited to reach more sensitive memories. Low-level arithmancy like that would have far fewer. Thank you, sir, Hermione said, rubbing her head. I guess my mantras are a little different from other people's. I suppose I should not be surprised. I should warn you that mental fatigue may be a greater problem with such a technique, but you have made a good start. I hope you will be able to teach Harry as effectively. But for now, as it is clearly putting a strain on you, I think it is time we stopped for the day. Right, of course. And, thank you, Professor. It is I who should be thanking you, Hermione. You did not have to do this. Yeah, maybe in theory, she thought. There was no way she was going to let Harry go through this alone and pass up a chance at this kind of knowledge. Speaking of which, Professor, Harry suggested I join him in Professor Snape's lessons. Do you think that would help? I do not think that would be advisable. For one, because it might raise questions you can't answer, and for another because, confidentially, Professor Snape is already unhappy enough teaching Harry, and I would rather not place additional pressure on him. However, I will keep it under consideration as an option. Right. I guess same time next week, sir. Correct. Oh, and by the way, Hermione. Yes, Professor. Dumbledore's army. I am most flattered. Thank you, sir, but it was Ginny's idea. Either way, I appreciate the loyalty. Good afternoon. She left Dumbledore's office thinking about how she could tell Harry what he needed to know without giving too much away. That would be just as hard as the actual lesson. But she was sure she could work something out. They met in the room of requirement that evening, before the regular DA meeting. Hermione could tell Umbridge was getting suspicious. She'd been snooping around that part of the building the past couple of weeks, according to the Mathemagician's map. They'd have to be extra careful about people coming and going without being noticed. Maybe change up their meeting times more often. If the human toad was onto them, predictability was their enemy. So, Harry, the good news, or maybe bad news depending how you look at it, is that Professor Snape's lessons are actually basically correct, at least as far as I can gather from the books Professor Dumbledore suggested to me. You're kidding, he groaned. I haven't seen an occlumency lesson performed, mind you, she lied, by Professor Snape or otherwise, so I can't exactly speak with authority, but what you've described sounds basically like how it's supposed to go, except that Snape is rougher about it. Rougher. He doesn't even explain anything. I'd believe that. I couldn't say for sure without knowing his exact words, but that much was true, at least. He told you to clear your mind, right? Yeah, but how am I supposed to do that? He grumbled. That's what I want to help you with. According to the books, beginner-level occlumency sounds a lot like Muggle meditation. I had my parents send me a book on the subject through Dobby, and I bet it explains it in a lot more detail than Snape does. Hermione couldn't see Harry's face, but she could imagine him with a thoughtful expression right now. It seemed to fit best to his current silence. So how does it work? He said. Okay, first, get in a comfortable position. Why? Because the book says so. But why? It's supposed to help focus the mind or something. But Snape never lets me. We'll worry about that later, Harry, she snapped. It's easier if you take it one step at a time. Just get in a comfortable position, like this. She sat cross-legged on the floor. Harry followed her, although she could imagine he still felt skeptical. Good. Now, I'd say close your eyes, but legilimency is done with eyes open, so just skip that and stare straight ahead, I guess. You guess. That's not really important. Just sit still, and don't try to look at anything in particular. Take deep breaths, slow and even. I know Professor Snape isn't very calming, but it really is important to stay calm. That's what the books say, anyway. Focus on your breathing. Don't try to control it or anything. Just direct all your attention there. Any time your thoughts start to wander, just bring it back to your breathing. Are you serious, Hermione? He said. She tried to imitate Luna's serene voice and replied, "This is how mediation works, Harry." She then uncomfortably pulled one of her legs into a half-lotus position and made, "Okay," signs with her hands. Harry laughed and was noticeably calmer after that. She could only hope it would help him against Snape's deliberately bad teaching. Speaking of bad teachers, Yes, I had Rebecca gamp through the transfigurations and examine the residual energies, Professor. She was better at the practical aspects than I am. But I devised and constructed new tests to rule out whole classes of transfiguration processes for radioactive isotopes. I figured out how to apply quantum symmetry groups to the problem. I assembled the whole proof arithmetically based on her findings. Hermione wasn't even sure how Umbridge had got back on the subject of her arithmetic exploits this time, but she really wasn't letting up today. Somewhat to Hermione's surprise, she went from insinuation straight to direct accusation, and that really riled her. You stole the findings of a pureblood witch far more accomplished than yourself, and of stronger heritage, and cloaked them in some muggle mumbo-jumbo so you could pass them off as yours, Umbridge shouted. The rest of the class was silent, watching the exchange with trepidation. I did not steal anything. Hermione replied. It was a collaborative project that we agreed to pool our efforts on. If Rebecca didn't agree afterwards, she would have said so. It was all well documented, and the journals accepted it as such. Yes, the journals, Umbridge said dryly. It might interest you to know, Miss Granger, that I have written letters to Transfiguration today in Annals of Arithmancy informing them of my concerns about your alleged research and recommending against awarding you the Gamp and Wenlock prizes. What? You can't do that. The class gasped while Umbridge smiled wider. Bloody hell, she wasn't just sabotaging the class or even her reputation. She was trying to sabotage her career directly, too. It's clear to me from your body of work that you are not deserving of such prestigious awards, even before your ethical problems are taken into account. But that's libel, she protested. 20 points from Gryffindor for accusing a professor. A malicious and spurious accusation of ethical violations designed to harm an innocent person's reputation constitutes libel, Professor. I have done nothing of the kind, Miss Granger. Umbridge said imperiously. You have stolen research and built up a false reputation yourself. That's a lie. Hermione stood up. Just like this theater that you're not here just for your political agenda. She stopped. Umbridge's smile broke into a ghastly grin, and Hermione knew she'd gone too far. I think a week's detention would do you a lot of good, Miss Granger. Her detention, like Harry's at the beginning of term, was at 5 o'clock, before supper, and Hermione had a bad feeling it would resemble Harry's detentions in other ways as well. Damn her temper. Ever since Ron pointed it out, she felt like she was seeing it more often, and it had really got her in trouble this time. There went her dinner, her last chance to coach Harry some more before his occlumency lesson, and quite possibly all of her homework time for the night. And she had assignments due tomorrow. She couldn't work ahead all the time. It had occurred to her in the intervening hours that this might have been Umbridge's plan from the start, to goad her into doing something detention-worthy. Did she really care about the Gamp and Wenlock prizes? She'd been clueless about Hermione's work at the start of this. From that perspective, Hermione wasn't sure whether to be ashamed for falling for it or a little bit proud that it took her 2 weeks when it took Harry about 5 minutes. Of course, that wouldn't help her out of this mess. She preemptively stocked up on Myrtlap essence and thought up a few legal loopholes to try to get out of it, but she remembered what Septima had told her. Umbridge was much better at political games than she was. Harry and Ron begged her to do something, to hex her in the face, modify her memory, anything to get out of probably having to cut up her hand, and she didn't completely rule them out, but she had to be careful and try quieter methods first. She arrived at the horridly pink office at 5 o'clock. Umbridge got right to it and said, "Good evening, Miss Granger. Sit down here," whilst pointing to a straight-backed chair and a table draped with a lacy tablecloth. Doesn't she care about getting blood on the lace? Hermione wondered. Maybe she was especially good at cleaning charms. Hermione sat. You have a temper, Miss Granger. And glory-seeking tendencies no doubt influenced by your friend, Mr. Potter. We'd better rein that in before it gets out of hand, oughtn't we? Hermione said nothing. You will be doing some lines for me with my special quill. Here you go. Umbridge laid a black quill on the parchment that was already set out. Hermione picked it up and gave it a quick examination. It was elegantly made and no doubt especially durable. It was long and thin, with a knife-sharp point that had a groove running down it like a snake's fang. She had no doubt it could cut her skin if directly applied. She played dumb and said, "You haven't given me any ink, Professor." "Oh, you won't need ink with this quill," Umbridge said, clearly holding back a laugh. I want you to write, I must not tell lies. Hermione bristled at the reminder of what this woman had done to Harry as well as the accusation, but she reined in her temper. She needed to be smart about this. How many times, ma'am? She asked. Oh, as long as it takes for the message to sink in. She knew she would say that, of course. She took a deep breath to steel herself and took the first piece of parchment. At the top of the page Hermione wrote, I must not tell lies. She let out a soft hiss of pain. She'd been prepared for it, but it still hit her hard. She didn't know from experience what it felt like to be cut up with a knife, but this pain was definitely on the level of being scratched by Crookshanks. The quill wrote in bright blood red on the paper, and the words appeared in deep cuts on the back of her right hand. She clutched at the quill, but the cuts healed themselves in seconds, leaving smooth skin once again. The sting went away with them. Hermione had never thought of dark magic being healing, but she thought that very well might be as this was. Professor, she said and faltered for a moment. Is there a problem, Miss Granger? Umbridge said. Professor, is this thing legal? Umbridge's smile fell. Why ever do you ask? Well, a Muggle school would never use something like this, ma'am. That infuriating faux politeness returned. Now, Miss Granger, I think you know better than that. We do things differently in the wizarding world. You will find if you inquire that there is no law against the use of this quill. Really? That was something of a surprise, assuming Umbridge wasn't lying. She quickly ran through reasons that might be true in her mind. Was the wizarding world that big into corporal punishment? Well, for house elves, it was, but that was an unusual case. They certainly never used it at Hogwarts, but in the old pureblood families. Maybe. Or maybe it was something about the quill itself. It seemed nasty, but it wouldn't nearly as nasty if it were used sparingly. It had taken 18 hours of use for the words to stop healing on Harry's hand. If it were used in a normal detention, no one would ever get close to getting a scar from it. Come to think of it, she'd never heard of a quill like this before this year. She bent down and examined it closer. There were tiny runes carved into the shaft, like on a wand. She didn't recognize all of them, but she recognized enough to know that they fueled the quill's magic, both to cut the words into one's hand and to heal it. It was actually very well made. Miss Granger, you're not writing, Umbridge reminded her. Excuse me, ma'am. It's just that I've never actually heard of this kind of quill before. This rune work is very good. Whatever response she was expecting, Umbridge threw her for a loop this time. Why thank you, Miss Granger, but flattery will not mitigate your punishment. Wait, what? Hermione thought. Oh my god, did she invent the thing? Damn, I didn't think she was that smart. That explained why there was no law against the quill. No one ever bothered to write one, if they even knew it existed. Umbridge was tapping her foot waiting for her to continue. Hermione almost did, but before she pressed the quill to the parchment, she tried one more trick. Trying to sound more scared than she was, she said, You won't tell my parents about this, will you, Professor? What? It sounded like she'd thrown Umbridge for a loop with that one. I understand it's not the same, ma'am, but in Muggle schools, parents are informed of major disciplinary actions against their children, actions like this. This was a bit of a stretch, since that mostly applied to day schools rather than boarding schools, but Umbridge didn't need to know that. I don't want them to know. Reverse psychology. A plausible lie to make her think she was scared of her parents' reaction, and she hoped Umbridge would want to hurt her more by telling them. Then, they could take legal action from the outside with her letter as hard evidence. They knew enough about the magical world that they could probably do it. Alas, it was not to be. Your parents are Muggles, Miss Granger. Correct? She asked. Yes, ma'am, Hermione said. You know that. You remind me every class. Then there is no need to worry about that. Given the limited contact that Muggles have with the magical world, the Ministry recognizes the need to have a more knowledgeable advocate for Muggle-born children who can react more quickly, and it has been decreed that for Muggle-born students, Hogwarts itself serves as a legal guardian while you are at school, something that has been the case long before this year. So you see, there is no need to inform your parents. Damn, she either saw through my ruse or cares more about the law and her anti-Muggle bias. It was what she had expected, but it was still disappointing. Hermione reluctantly leaned back over the parchment and wrote the words again. I must not tell lies. She had to fight back tears. They were from the pain rather than fear or sadness, but she still fought to keep Umbridge from seeing them. The lines cut her hand, just as painful each time, always in between the lines so they wouldn't slow down her actual writing, and always vanishing in a few seconds, for now. She tried to think of other options, but she didn't have much to work with. In the space of a few minutes, she was forced to cut herself maybe more than she had by accident in her entire life. She didn't know how Harry had managed this for 2 weeks. After 11 lines, she cracked and desperately pleaded, "Professor, am I obligated to do this?" Umbridge's eyes bulged out with deep offense. She drew herself up, which was somehow intimidating despite her short stature. "You most certainly do, Miss Granger," she said, "if you want to keep your place at Hogwarts. You must know that persistent insubordination is grounds for expulsion." Might be worth it at this point, Hermione thought. "I'm moving to France over Christmas, anyway. And your parents would be so disappointed in you, especially when they have to explain to the Wizengamot why you've become truant." "WH what?" she stammered. "Well, once you leave the school, your parents become your legal guardians and therefore responsible for your actions. And you surely remember that Educational Decree number 21 requires you to be enrolled in an accredited educational program." "Why yes, but expulsion does not obviate your obligation," Umbridge interrupted. "If you are not enrolled in an alternative accredited program, you will be considered truant, and I don't know how it is in the Muggle world, but in the magical world, truancy is an offense on the part of a child's guardians, not just the child herself. And it's terribly difficult to find alternative tutoring as a Muggle-born, I'm afraid." Hermione stared at the woman in horror, her mouth hanging slightly open. They could go after her parents for this. Yes, it was technically the same in the Muggle world, but there were allowances. There were time windows. There were educational programs set up specifically for that purpose. But the magical world was tiny, and Umbridge and Fudge controlled far too much at it. They'd bend the rules however they had to get at her, and they could bend them much further than she'd imagined before. Could they drag Muggles before the Wizengamot? Could they send them to Azkaban? Her heart started racing. She felt the color drain from her face, and she saw Umbridge looking at her like a cat playing with a mouse. Hermione had just lost, and they both knew it. She could never, ever let that happen. Not at any cost. Suddenly, a week of Umbridge's detentions felt like a small price to pay. She would walk through fire to make sure her parents never came in contact with a Dementor. Without another word, she bent her head and pressed the quill to the parchment again. Within a few lines, she couldn't stop the tears from spilling down her face. She had known intellectually that Umbridge would probably win this fight, but she thought she'd be able to keep up an honorable resistance. Now, she'd lost it all. She hadn't been this humiliated since the troll incident in first year, maybe even since the bullies in primary tried to break her down when she was 8. She glanced up and caught a glimpse of Umbridge's expression while she was crying and immediately looked back down in horror. It was a leer. Oh my god, I think she might be an actual sadist, Hermione thought. She wished more than ever that she could get away, but she was well and truly trapped. She went slow at first, not rushing and practicing her best penmanship so she wouldn't have to write as many lines, but then she remembered that Umbridge had shortened Harry's detentions after the message started to sink in, and she forced herself to go back to a normal, though not rushed, writing pace. In an hour, she'd written 174 lines. Hermione Granger did not lose count. It was already longer than most lines typically ran, but she knew she was just getting started. She had no doubt that with her friendship with Harry and her persistent needling of the woman this year, Umbridge would be just as harsh with her as she'd been with him. In 2 hours, she was up to 363 lines. Darkness was falling outside the window, and dinner would be ending. Her hand was aching even between the etchings of the words. She'd long since given up crying, but she didn't slow. She knew she was in for the long haul. She hit 1,000 lines midway through the 6th hour. She was hungry, thirsty, sleepy, and in need of a bathroom break by now, but she was too afraid to ask for a favor. Even if her detention ran as long as Harry's, she could stick it out. She'd never even heard of an actual assigned number of lines greater than this, but Umbridge didn't seem to notice. The woman had finished marking essays a while ago and was reading a book at her desk. On closer inspection, Hermione could make out an underdressed couple on the cover, and she had a sinking feeling that it was a steamy romance novel. Now, she wanted to vomit, too. Her hand still healed after each line was carved, but when she counted it off, it was taking longer to do so. A thought occurred to her around line 1035. How did Umbridge know that the quill would stop healing after so many hours of use? If she invented it, it had to be largely untested. She stole more glances at the tiny runes in the seconds while her hand healed, but she didn't see any indication that it was designed to work that way. Maybe it was just like the Reparo charm, where it never quite worked as well with repeated application. Maybe Umbridge was better at arithmancy than she'd thought and was able to work out how many repetitions it would take to leave a mark. Or maybe she had tested it somehow. Hermione shuddered. She didn't want to think about that. At 1488, she heard a call of, hem hem. She looked up. Come here, Umbridge said. Hermione stood and approached her desk. She glanced at her watch. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. She was exhausted, and she still wasn't caught up on her homework. Worse, she'd have to work ahead overnight because she knew she'd have to do this again tomorrow night. Tut tut, Umbridge said, examining her hand. It made Hermione's skin crawl just to touch her. I see the message hasn't made much of an impression yet. We'll just have to try again tomorrow night, then. You may go. Thank you, Professor, she choked out and left. She collapsed against the nearest pillar and sobbed the moment she was out of the corridor where Umbridge's office was. She couldn't believe she'd fallen so far. She wanted nothing more than to sink down to the floor and go to sleep. Cutting words into her hands she could hardly believe it. 8 hours straight was far more tiring than just staying up late. But she couldn't stop moving. She couldn't risk getting caught after curfew and getting another detention, from Umbridge or anyone else. She couldn't afford missing an assignment and risk being punished for that. She had to carry on with these detentions on top of everything else and keep her head down besides. She avoided Filch and the castle's various other hazards with her map and made it back to the common room. Harry and the Weasleys had waited up for her, as she had done for Harry. It would have been touching if she hadn't been horrified for her friends to see her like this. Hermione. Ginny jumped up and hugged her. Are you okay? You look like hell. I know, she finished for her without hugging back. I'll be fine. Was it lines? Harry asked. She nodded. Ouch, George said. She could see the anger in his eyes. I can't believe that by.ch. We need to. No, she cut him off. But we need to. No, she repeated. Hermione, what's the matter? He said, now more worried than angry. Just don't do anything to Umbridge. Please. All of them stared in horror at her. Hermione, what did she do to you? It was just lines, George, I swear. The same as Harry. But I mean it. I don't want you doing anything to Umbridge. Not in my name, and not in your own. You have no idea what she's capable of. That made even Harry worry. Hermione, what happened in there? He asked. Just leave me alone, please. But if she's doing something worse. I said, she snapped, but she choked. Could she get in trouble even here, with her friends, if she made a scene? After tonight, she was too scared to take any chances. Please, leave me alone, she whispered. I'll be fine when the week is over, I promise, but right now, I have work to do. And before they could ask again, she rushed up the stairs to her dorm. She couldn't tell them. She just couldn't. It would only cause her more trouble. But she knew they were all still asking each other just what had happened in Umbridge's office. Dobby. Pop. Miss Hermione, what is wrong? The elf squeaked. Don't ask, she groaned. She didn't need him interrogating her, either. She'd called him because she remembered the 2 all-nighters she'd pulled before Harry had to fight a dragon in the Triwizard Tournament. Dobby, it's going to be a late night for me. I think I'm going to need pepper up. No, stupid, the apothecary will be closed by now. And there's no chance of the hospital wing. The kitchens. No, Umbridge might be monitoring them. Time to go muggle on this. No, scratch that. She fished some sickles out of her robes. Go to the 3 broomsticks and buy me a double coffee with cream and sugar to go. Don't tell anyone who sent you. If they ask, tell them it's a request from the school. Oh, and wake me at 8 o'clock if I fall asleep. Yes, miss. Dobby's ears were drooping. Even he looked worried about her, but he carried out his orders. The pain in Hermione's hand had subsided to a dull ache, and there were no visible marks, but she figured it couldn't hurt to treat it, so she dipped a handkerchief in the bowl of myrtlap essence and tied it around her hand so she could still write. She drank her coffee quickly when Dobby brought it and got to work. A half-hour later, she realized she'd made a mistake, a problem she wouldn't have had with the pepper-up potion. Caffeine jitters. She thought the pepper-up was bad enough, but caffeine jitters were worse. She'd never tried caffeine this late at night before, and it wasn't pretty. She couldn't concentrate enough to work productively until past 3 o'clock. She managed to get her work done, but she didn't get any sleep at all that night. And now, she had to do it all over again. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.